She's the breeze that blows my mind, and she's the heat that leaves me cold inside, and she's the reason I can't find another soul to keep me satisfied. And I'm seized and eased at the very same time. I'm pleased to say I don't often compromise, but I'd give the world to make her mine. I'd give that girl my heart, my soul, and my eyes. I never realized she's passing me by until I'm cold inside. My heart, my soul, and my eyes, and I'll never realize she's passing me by. Oh no, yeah. She's just a bird, bridges high. She's along the river that flows on by. She's just a bend in that river that flows on by, that redirected wind, but let the breeze blow. My heart, my soul, and my eyes, and I'll never realize she's passing me by until I'm cold inside. My heart, my soul, and my eyes, and never realize she's passing me by. Oh no, yeah. And how long it has been since I took such a blow to the mind, and how wrong does it seem for me to touch one so sublime? And this song, it is not mine. It belongs on the breeze, yeah, the breeze that blows my mind. September 3rd, and I haven't heard from her. I thought for sure we were starting something that wouldn't allow for what's just occurred. I thought for sure we were, but I haven't heard from her. And I'm singing Mayday, Mayday, 'cause our love lasted no longer than Baby's got something of an August way. At the end of the summer she don't plan to stay. No way, no way. 'Cause it's no longer that April day. October 3rd and she hasn't yet called. It seems after all we were never starting nothing that would ever last past the fall. It hurts after all. It hurts after all. And now as I fall, I'm singing Mayday, Mayday. 'Cause our love lasted no longer than an April day. And I could hear it in the words she'd say. Baby's got something of an August way, yeah. The end of the summer she don't plan to stay. No way, no way. 'Cause it's no longer that April day. November 3rd and not a word from her. I still haven't heard from her, but I still remember her. And I'm singing Mayday, Mayday. 'Cause our love lasted no longer than an April day. And I could hear it in the words she'd say. Baby's got something of an August way, yeah. The end of the summer she don't plan to stay. No way, no way. 'Cause it's no longer that April day. Most of what I wanna know is what's going on. What's wrong? How long has it been since you've seen the sun? Made a joke or said a pun or even made fun of me. You used to make me think that you wanted me. It's so sad to me. How can I mend you now? 1 year, yes, one more by. A little less of my time thinking, little more of my time high. And I wonder why life hangs you out to dry. And so I think I might go by the east side. Meet me on the east side of the bridge. We know flying is not right, but you might for what you did. Hang your feet from the east side of the bridge. I know they're near there or here, they're taking my ditch. But I don't care, I'll meet you anywhere. So meet me no, I can't ask. And no things stuck in the past that you maybe should have asked about the last time we spoke about pastimes. Like, are you lonely tonight, or were you only lonely that time? Because time won't be the end of another line. Even if this is the end, you my love on my friend tonight. 1 year, yes, one more by. A little less of my time thinking, a little more of my time high. And I wonder why life hangs you out to dry. So I think I might go by, hang my feet from the east side. Meet me on the east side of the bridge. We know flight is not right, but you might for what you did. Hang your feet from the east side of the bridge. I know they're near there or here, they're taking my ditch, but I don't care. I'll meet you anywhere. Meet me on the east side of the bridge. We'll let the sunrise be both of our alibis. So meet me.
Because the platform could grow bigger or smaller if there were more Mr. Beasts. But at the end of the day, even if every single person on the planet was doing nothing but watching YouTube, there could only be a finite amount of people getting 1 billion views every month. There was just me, bro.
There is this scarcity mindset in content creators, which I've worked on in therapy. There is enough room at the top. Just because your friend is blowing up doesn't mean that you won't.
So you likely know by, living life that no marketplace can support an infinite amount of successful people. There can't be an infinite amount of successful doctors, or an infinite amount of successful lawyers, or an infinite amount of successful garbage men. I necessarily have to speak simply, but there will always be some amount of demand that is going to be met by some amount of supply. There is no amount of demand that can ever support an infinite amount of supply. To be somewhat reductive, the numbers I suppose don't matter that much, but Mr. Beast gets 1 billion views a month. And YouTube as a platform in total gets like 200 billion views. So the platform could support 200 Mr. Beasts. That's it. If there were 200 Mr. Beasts, no one else would have a job. Obviously you can see how I'm being reductive, because the platform could grow bigger or smaller if there were more Mr. Beasts. But at the end of the day, even if every single person on the planet was doing nothing but watching YouTube, there could only be a finite amount of people getting 1 billion views every month. There are just not enough people with enough time for everyone to do that. The larger you are as a creator, the fewer of you that the marketplace could ultimately support, regardless of how big it grows.
Your friend is blowing up doesn't mean that you won't.
So you likely know by, living life that no marketplace can support an infinite amount of successful people. There can't be an infinite amount of successful doctors, or an infinite amount of successful lawyers, or an infinite amount of successful garbage men. I necessarily have to speak simply, but there will always be some amount of demand that is going to be met by some amount of supply. There is no amount of demand that can ever support an infinite amount of supply. To be somewhat reductive, the numbers I suppose don't matter that much, but Mr. Beast gets 1 billion views a month. And YouTube as a platform in total gets like 200 billion views. So the platform could support 200 Mr. Beasts. That's it. If there were 200 Mr. Beasts, no one else would have a job. Obviously you can see how I'm being reductive, because the platform could grow bigger or smaller if there were more Mr. Beasts. But at the end of the day, even if every single person on the planet was doing nothing but watching YouTube, there could only be a finite amount of people getting 1 billion views every month. There are just not enough people with enough time for everyone to do that. The larger you are as a creator, the fewer of you that the marketplace could ultimately support, regardless of how big it grows. Gabby's example here of 2 people becoming successful who are friends, it's like, well, yeah, that could obviously happen. That doesn't imply that an infinite amount of people can be at the top. And to be a bit pedantic, if everyone was at the top, then there would be no top. We just have like a plane. So even logically, everyone couldn't be at the top. I don't think Gabby realizes how top-heavy social media is. The distribution of success in social media matches the distribution of wealth in the world, in that most people have nothing, then there's a couple of people who have a little bit, there's a couple of people who have a little bit more, and there's like a tiny portion who have basically everything. Twitch is one of the few social medias where we can see this most clearly because their data is so readily available. On Twitch, it's like 10,000 streams represent like 99.95% of the viewership. On YouTube, I'm only aware of one study that tried to look at things, and I think it was in 2019, they found that 87% of the views went to the top 3% of channels. This weird fantasy land of Gabby's where there's room for everyone at the top makes even less sense when you look at the subscriber distribution on YouTube. Again, there aren't official numbers, but you can extrapolate from data that is available. Like this estimate, for example, has found that 28 million channels have made it to 100 subscribers or more. But of those channels, only 300,000 have made it to 100,000 or more. Of those channels, only 32,000 have made it to 1 million. And of those channels, only 1,000 have made it to 10 million. This website is largely controlled by a tiny portion of people at the top, and even if Gabby really doesn't want that to be true, that is true. That is reality.
People aren't going to watch one video on something and then never want to watch another video on that same topic again. Why do you think commentary channels talk about the same things in trends and they all get really good views? People want to watch these people for their personalities.
So many mistakes here. So obviously every commentary channel doesn't get a heap of views. Gabby seems to have this issue where she doesn't think things exist if she doesn't personally see them. Commentary channels that don't get a lot of impressions and therefore don't get a lot of views won't be seen by Gabby, but obviously they exist in hordes. The market has a certain amount of demand for commentary on anything, and eventually the supply will meet that demand. Like, think of yourself, likely at one point you heard a story once and you were like, wow, that story is great, I'm gonna listen to someone else talk about that story. But what about a third person, a fourth person, a fifth person, a sixth, a seventh, and eighth, and ninth? Eventually you're gonna hit a point where you're like, look, I've heard enough about this story, I'm done. But of course you're not only limited by your interest, you're limited by your time. You simply could not, even if you wanted to, watch infinite videos on a topic. The amount of people who will watch a story once is more people than the amount they'll watch it a second time, or a third time, or a fourth time, or a fifth time, or a sixth time. It's why in the commentary game there's a premium for being the first person on a topic. Yes, it is true that some people watch videos specifically for the personality in them, but obviously you already have to be a successful commentary channel for that to be true. And even for the successful ones, you can obviously see there's a huge fluctuation between the views they get on different videos. The reason for this is that the topic obviously matters. And a part of what goes into the value of a topic for commentary is how much other people have covered it and how much our audience is sick of the topic. Like, I'm sure you've had that experience where people are continuously talking about a topic and you're just like, oh my god, people stop talking about this? I've heard so much about it, just shut up! Move on to something else! That, to a greater or lesser extent, happens with everyone for every topic. Like, take Philip DeFranco, for example. He's covered recent news stories for a very long time on YouTube. Probably has a bit of a dedicated audience, you could say. But imagine if he kept the same format, but instead of covering recent news, he covered news that happened like 3 weeks ago. News that everyone's already heard about, has been covered by endless different amounts of people, has been discussed to death. Every one of his viewers has already heard about it and seen it. You can probably imagine that Philip DeFranco would get a lot fewer views. It can certainly be the case that more people speaking on a topic can lead to increased demand for commentary on that topic. But that demand, of course, will not be infinite. The supply will eventually meet the demand and then it will taper off. So bottom line, for every topic, there's a certain amount of demand for us that will eventually be filled by a certain amount of creators. There cannot be infinite successful commentary channels because there is not infinite demand for any commentary on any topic. So for example, gaming news. I listen to Skill Up and Game Rants. That's it. Not only do I physically not have time to listen to any more, this is enough. My entire demand for that type of commentary met by 2 people. And you are likely the same. You can probably list off a handful of people that you watch for different types of commentary, and then you're done. It is actually also true that there's only a finite amount of demand for personalities as well. Like, no person has the capacity to acknowledge and care about infinite personalities. You will have a handful of creators that you like on any given topic, and that's it.
React content is valuable. If React content was so bad and trash and unvaluable because they spent no time on it, why are 40,000 people sitting in Pokimane stream watch stuff? Why are 70,000 people watching SQC react to a video? Why are people watching Danny Gonzalez's video on a stupid movie that he watched? People watch React content because they liked the reactor. They're not there to watch the original content you're saying through that channel. You're saying that these React channels are a one-stop shop for content, so why would they go anywhere else? That is not true, and that's not how it works. I'm there to watch Danny Gonzalez make fun of this movie. I'm not there to watch the movie through his channel. If I wanted to go watch the movie, I will go watch the movie. And chances are I wouldn't have heard of the movie if I hadn't watched his reaction video on it.
So it is sometimes useful to write down what you're saying and then phrase it as an argument and see if it makes sense. So Gary's argument here is that Dark Viper AU must be wrong, that reaction content is harmful and exploitative because there's an audience that likes it. So you can probably see how this argument doesn't make sense if you look at this list of things that are going on screen right now that all have audiences and that are really, really, really terrible, harmful things. The existence of people who like something or even support something is not necessarily indicative of that thing not being harmful to someone else. It's why you can hear economists talk about negative externalities in the market, where you have two groups in an exchange, but a third group somewhere is being royally fucked over by whatever these two groups are doing. So it's important to recognize that we as consumers are not presented with literally every option when we make a choice. When a person goes to Twitch, it's not like time is stopped and they go stream, and go all the way down to the million streams that are live and go, stream 5,432. That is the optimal stream for me to watch. In reality, we just look for something that's good enough to satisfy. So even conceptually, you can understand that the content that a person watches on their stream does matter. Like if you look up the reaction videos that Asmongold has produced, for example, there's obviously a huge disparity in the amount of views that those videos get. And if Asmongold sat on stream watching some guy paint a wall day in, day out, obviously his viewership would go down. Gabby's claim here is it doesn't matter the quality of the content that is stolen, nothing changes. So a reactor reacting to a blank wall would have the same market value as a reactor reacting to a movie that costs hundreds of millions of dollars. That is just an absurd claim. So it's important to realize that to some extent the algorithm dictates popularity. A good example of this is my Clips channel. When Shorts first came out, the algorithm for long-form content and short-form content were combined. Shorts being limited to 1 minute led to a lot more people watching 1 minute or less clips. This led to the algorithm going, oh my god, people love clips that are under a minute. Keep pushing them in the algorithm, pushing them in the algorithm. And so my Clips channel got hundreds of millions of views because the algorithm was convinced people must love really short clips. But of course, this was just a quirk in the system. When YouTube fixed this by splitting the Shorts algorithm and the long-form content algorithm, my Clips channel crashed into the ground. The content didn't change, but the parameters of the algorithm changed, and therefore I got less views. On Twitch, the reason why reactors have grown very big is because they can physically be live the longest and therefore get the most exposure. On YouTube, its recommendations are somewhat dictated by topic. If someone releases a successful video and someone makes a reaction to it, the algorithm says, oh, these are part of the same topic, so I should push them both. If the algorithm did not have this tendency, people would watch less reaction content because it would be served to them far less. One of the biggest bits of evidence against the idea that the reactors are bringing something special to this equation that's making these videos be big is Jinx. Jinx was one of the first big reactors, and what he would do is re-upload other people's videos and just watch them. He wouldn't speak during them, he wouldn't pause them, he would just smile and laugh occasionally, and maybe at the end, say a sentence and end the video. This, over a short period, got him 1.5 million subscribers and 200 million views. He could obviously upload far more than anyone else, and due to how the algorithm works with pushing topics, he was pushed everywhere. He wasn't doing something special, it's just a quirk in how the algorithm works on YouTube. The reason why XQC can sit watching Breaking Bad saying nothing is because the value being provided here is the original content plus the watch party. People enjoy watching things in a group, especially with like-minded people. The argument that the reactor is somehow special misses the point that if they didn't have these reaction videos, all these people watching them right now would never have found them. Without reaction videos, they'd be required to do the actual work to make this content, so they'd have far fewer videos promoting them in the algorithm on YouTube. And as far as live streaming goes, they'd be live far less, because they'd actually have to make things, rather than simply watching things. If the reactors didn't have this content to flood the market, the viewers who consume it would necessarily have to go other places to satiate themselves and their need for content. My argument is that it doesn't benefit other creators for these people to take greater market share than they would otherwise be able to. That the existence of hubs of all the best content on the internet ultimately doesn't benefit all those people producing that content themselves. Nor are those who make themselves the nexus of this content deserving of being in that position. There will always be demand for unethical things in the market. That does not mean that people should seek to fill that demand at the expense of other people. To further clarify, as this is an argument that I've heard, the amount of people that you can find that will inadvertently work against their own interests is not evidence of the system being good. It is just a fact of life that each of us at some point will inadvertently believe something to be good when we're actually wrong. Being wrong is just a fact of life. The debate around reaction content cannot be reduced to this creator likes it, this creator doesn't like it. It's literally meaningless. Everything from Hustlers University to multi-level marketing schemes to Nazism will have some supporters. It doesn't mean that these systems are good by any measure. As we've seen throughout history, there will always be times where some people consider something to be good and then public opinion shifts. Any amount of people supporting something can never be an argument in of itself that that thing is actually good. Because there are many terrible, horrible things in history that the majority have at least at one point supported.
Basically, Dark Viper's last response video is just him doubling down on all the takes that he has in this essay and in his other response video. So by watching this shorter one with me, you'll have gotten everything that he has to say.
Gabby in no way, shape, or form represents my views fairly or accurately. If you're interested, you can go read my original essay and see that it's certainly the case. But if you want more information on this topic, I highly recommend just watching the video that came from that essay. Well, yes, the finalized script was like 3 times the length and the video is over an hour, but it's a really good video. I have received substantial praise for that video. For example, Linus from Linus Tech Tips talked about how the video informed the policies that his company was taking towards that content. Also, not a single reactor has responded to it. Egotistical reactors will take any opportunity to get a free dunk, but they can't in this case, because it definitively shows that they have no basis for what they do.
I'm sorry if that first part was a little random and kind of all over the place. I have ADHD, so that's just how it is.
While it is beside the point for this video, I do not like when people erroneously use diagnoses that they have as an excuse for simple laziness. Gabby could have scripted her video. She could have done more research. She could have recorded more footage or just voice lines instead of putting text in post. This video that Gabby made was poorly researched, poorly thought out, poorly put together. That has nothing to do with her having ADHD. Gabby, do better. One can imagine she'll come out and be like, okay, yeah, I did lie and misrepresent a lot of stuff, but like, I have ADHD, I couldn't help it, haha. It just paints things as though people with ADHD are just incapable people. It's gross.
I am a small creator, and I've literally only seen benefit from other people reacting to my content. This is just an entire whole, like, new world that you've created about the YouTube narrative in your head that doesn't exist and doesn't make sense.
I put $5 in a slot machine yesterday, and I won $1,000. I think we can know from this that slot machines must be the greatest ways to make money in the world. Everyone go out and put money in slot machines. It should be obvious that one individual instance where something is good for a person is obviously not evidence of anything. Moreover, as I've talked about many times, it is very hard to assess the actual impact of reaction content on any creator. Because you have to remember that while one reaction video could be leading people towards your content, every other reaction video on the market is only doing one thing, trying to get viewers to not watch you and to watch the reactors instead. A crude, simplified animation of a reactor's influence on the market looks something like this. So a creator's video is taken by a reactor. That reactor uses that video to pull viewers away from original creators to themselves. But the person who gave them the video gets a little kickback from this relationship. This is where most people's interest in reaction content ends, but mine is more expansive. What happens to this person with every reaction video that the reactor further uploads? And hell, what happens to everyone else in the market? What this animation is meant to conceptualize is that even a person who's reacted to doesn't gain from every subsequent reaction to other people's content. That content is just as likely to draw viewers away from them to the reactor as it is from anyone else. So even that initial person who originally got some more viewers through a reaction is now in the hole, as viewers who would have otherwise watched their content are now being presented impressions for reaction videos instead and are therefore watching those. So the only person in this relationship who ends up out ahead is the reactor, because they end up with countless additional videos for no cost or effort. But all the creators have to go back to the mines, slowly being bled dry by this reactor. But they of course are completely unaware of this, because this represents unrealized gains, viewership that they never see because the market is being swamped by reaction videos. This animation is simplified and only applies to some context. It's meant to communicate only one idea. It doesn't prove an idea, it simply communicates it. I need to stress this because my experience with most critical tells me that, people don't really understand what explanatory diagrams are. At the end of the day, what I'm arguing is that reaction content works exactly the same way as the lottery does. The lottery doesn't exist to make other people rich, it exists to make those who run the lottery rich. Reaction content exists for the exact same purpose. These large creators sitting on their asses watching other people's hard work are not doing so to benefit other people. They are doing so specifically to bring viewers away from other creators to themselves. And that is exactly what they achieve. The people at the top, as they do more reaction content, don't end up losing viewers. The viewers aren't sent other places to spend their limited time there. What ends up happening is they grow bigger, because they get more exposure to the market with videos that they wouldn't otherwise be able to have, taking market share that they otherwise wouldn't have, that other people would necessarily end up filling, so that they become richer and everyone else suffers. In the same way that an individual can win with the lottery, it is hypothetically possible for a creator to win when they get reacted to. But the market as a whole will never win. Reaction content is a system specifically designed to only benefit one class of people, and that is those making that content. An interesting question I would like to see Gabby answer is this. Let's say we exist in a hypothetical world where there is no reaction content. 100% of impressions impressions on YouTube go to original content. I would say this is the most optimal situation we could be in for getting people to actually watch the original creators. If you support reaction content, you must disagree. You must believe that the introduction of a middleman improves that system somehow. Therefore, what percentage of impressions should be taken away from original creators and given to reactors instead, and why?
Basically, Dark Viper's last response video is just him doubling down on all the takes that he has in this essay and in his other response video. So by watching this shorter one with me, you'll have gotten everything that he has to say.
So understand, I wrote a very long essay. The amount that Gabby showed of it was like 2, maybe 3 lines. I then made a 45-minute video. Gabby showed none of this except me saying 14 pages. I then made a shorter video that in no way, shape, or form presents my arguments or argues in favor of them, and this is the one she wants to show to people. I wonder why.
Original content creators are worse off? How? How?
I suppose another way of phrasing this question would be, how could it possibly be that some entities in the market finding a way to lower their costs, lower their production time, and increase their quality, how could that possibly impact other people's ability to survive in that market? Ah, you got me. I guess there is no way that could have an impact. After all, the markets are infinite in this magical fairyland, so...
Please tell me how. I would love to see some documentation on how if Critical reacts to your video's never gonna blow up now. Are you kidding me?
Gabby again doesn't understand that it isn't an issue of one person interacting with another, but the effect of reaction content on the market as a whole. Maybe it's the topic that confuses Gabby? How about Walmart moves to a town? Walmart then proceeds to sell more and more and more goods. This attracts more and more people to continuously buy things from Walmart. There is only a finite amount of demand for goods in that area, and people only have a finite amount of money to spend. And so the more money that people spend at Walmart rather than other stores around the area, this makes it harder for those stores to survive. The principles at play here are the same sort of principles that work out on YouTube. We are all putting our videos on the marketplace saying, hey look, watch this. But people only have a finite amount of time to watch videos. There's also a finite amount of demand for any type of content. So as people increase their supply in the market, attempting to attract more viewers to themselves and away from others, this can make it harder for some people to survive. The algorithm can only promote a finite amount of videos at any given time, and so it has to pick and choose. These are just general market principles. And even while I'm less interested in an individual reaction video's impact on the original video, that can obviously cause harm as well. For example, Mad Season just released a video on this topic, which was, to be honest, quite bad, but there was at least one interesting point in it. In this clip, he compares the viewership he was getting on a video before and after it was reacted to.
I did actually take the time to average all of these out, and as you can just visually see here, we have a pretty significant decrease in viewership, presumably due to the fact that from this date, there are now 2 major copies of this video sharing the algorithm. And I think that's a pretty reasonable conclusion to make, considering that the dip started directly after the reaction was made and posted.
And it's like, no shit, reactions are substitutes for the original video. If you've seen the reaction, you don't need to watch the original anymore. And for some people that know the reactor, that's now a superior version to the original. But you know who didn't lose in that equation? The guy uploading 10 reaction videos a day, who did absolutely no work for those videos, and who's released literally thousands of videos through this scheme. But in saying all this, I don't care. We cannot simply look at one video when trying to assess the impact of reactors on the creator economy as a whole. Whether or not the people doing the actual work really benefit from all the people sitting at the top spamming out re-uploads at the speed of sound. It would be like looking at the wins and losses that one particular individual had when playing the slot machines last week. It's not important. My interest will always be, does reaction content as a whole lead to people watching original content creators more? And how this could possibly be true given that reaction videos only exist to draw an audience to the reactor, and therefore away from everyone else.
Do you know how the online creator marketplace works? Once again, you have almost 1 million subscribers and are so dense about all the criticism that you've received, a lot of it being constructive. I've seen it. If Critical watches Mr. Hot Dog making video and reacts to it on stream, cuts that up and uploads it to his YouTube channel, do you know what's going to be suggested in the suggested bar? What's going to be next to that video? I recommend that you pay attention next time, because I guarantee you one of those suggestions is going to be the Mr. Hot Dog Man, the Mr. Sausage Making Man channel. I've seen it. I don't know how you are purposefully misrepresenting this concept and idea and your opinion as a fact, because it's literally not true. It's not an indisputable fact. It's your garbage take on how YouTube works. It's not true at all. I don't know how you can argue that this is true. Here, you know what? Let's try it.
I turned my astrology gift into a business.
Look, I literally disproved his point in 5 seconds. This is Charlie's reaction video to Ordinary Sausage. And look what the first recommendation is on the side. It's Ordinary Sausage, who back then, when Charlie reacted to this video, had 3,000 subscribers, to his word. That's what he said. I don't know how you're saying that these original creators are worse off. It's absurd. Unless they are just straight ripping and re-uploading the content, they are not worse off, I promise.
So I'm not going to repeat myself, but let me one-up you. So I go to YouTube and they go, oh, here's an original video, and I click it. And would you look at that, this original content has gotten 1 view from me, and my entire thing here is full of original content creators. Gabby had the option to click on an original video, but she didn't. She clicked on a reaction video, representing a loss of 1 view to original content. On her sidebar wasn't all original content. It was the reactors content. So the reaction content acted as a pipeline, taking Gabby away from original content to the reactor, and then additional impressions of the reactors content. If she had clicked literally anything else on the platform, an original creator would have gotten a view and impressions from that click. This represents nothing but a loss. The Sausage Man may have gotten some impressions there, great, but imagine all those original content creators who would have been shown to you had you not clicked a reaction video and been given impressions for that reactor. Are they not worse off? And conceptually, over the course of the entire platform, there will be impressions that the Sausage Man would have gotten if not for the interference of reaction content. Someone out there, rather than getting impressions of the Sausage Man, is getting a reaction impression instead. Reactors acting as the middleman for the exposure given by the algorithm will always represent a loss to everyone else as a totality. More than this, cronyism and favoritism should not dictate who becomes successful on this platform. Even in some fantasy land where reactors become the kingmakers and they decide who's successful, it is not a better system.
In this video, he also says he thinks that the people criticizing him haven't read the document and or haven't understood it. How could you say that?
For one, people admitted that they didn't read it, XQC and Hassan for example. Secondly, because I wrote it, I am the foremost expert of what's in it and what it means, and therefore I can see when people communicate concepts as to whether or not they understood or not. But more importantly, people will say things about what's in it that are untrue. It is usually the case that even when you disagree with something, if you understand it, you will phrase your disagreements in a particular way in light of your understanding of what they're saying. And I obviously have some ability to recognize those who have understanding and those who do not. Thirdly, as a principle, people on the internet don't read things. Ignoring that Charlie didn't link the article in the first place. The tendency of some people to read the title of an article and then simply share it on that basis alone is so pronounced that people do studies of this phenomenon. But in this particular case, people didn't even have a link for it. It was a long document from a stranger on an esoteric topic that they didn't even have a link to that Charlie in effect called rape apologia. It is delusional to think even a significant portion of people who are passing judgment on my work actually read the thing. Has Gabby never seen the memes where it's like, that's really long, I'm not gonna read that, but I'm happy or sad for you, dude. Like, for fuck's sakes, TLDR is literally in her title. Too long did not read. At the beginning of her video, Gabby complained profusely about the length of the essay and my video. I can see the back end of my video and how many people started and did not get to the end. Obviously, relatively speaking, only a tiny fraction of people who made any commentary on my work actually read the damn thing. What's especially strange about what Gabby says here is that she on one hand wants to argue that my essay was so poorly written that no one could possibly understand it, but she also wants to criticize me for saying that people didn't understand the essay. You can't have it both ways. You have to pick one.
Yeah, I get it. You can be mad that it's lazy content, but who are you to police what people should be doing and what kind of content people should be making online? You don't have to like the content. I get it. If you don't like it, here's an idea. Don't watch it, dude. Like, I hate this whole argument that, you know, the content is lazy and we should therefore punish these creators who are doing it because it's bad and I don't like it. If there's content you don't like, guess what? Turn it the f*** off.
You don't have to agree with me to understand my perspective. Obviously, my issues with reaction content isn't simply that it's lazy. There are many lazy forms of content that exist that are perfectly fine. My argument is that it is harmful. You don't have to agree with that to understand why my non-participation in the content is not a solution to the issues that I outline. Again, this either represents Gabby as ridiculously stupid or ridiculously dishonest. So Gabby seems to have realized in post that what she says here is extremely hypocritical, given that in this video, Gabby advocated for calling out people who make harmful content. I understand this could be hypocritical, but I'm more talking about how people go out of their way to attack you for just making content, not for their ideals. And why do you want to attack people for their ideals? because you believe they cause harm. Gabby is effectively trying to argue here that no one should be called out for the content that they make. Like, you remember all those terrible prank videos where people like would dress up as terrorists and freak out people? Like, that's terrible stuff and should be called out for being harmful. Gabby's like, no process by which content is made can ever be bad. No content can ever be harmful. Only ideals can be harmful. Insane. Reactors aren't just making content. They are harming people with what they do. As is the case sometimes with negative externalities. Sometimes even those most harmed will never even know. Gabby now attempts hilariously to substantiate that impressions are infinite.
So I realized I didn't provide my own source of information besides thinking logically and looking on YouTube and thinking about it for over 1 second and realizing there's no such thing as a finite pool of impressions. But regardless, I contacted my sister, who is an expert in impressions and marketing. She has worked in the industry for over 10 years. This is literally her specialty. She knows exactly how it works. She's worked for multiple Fortune 500 companies with the knowledge of this exact thing. So this is what she had to say. This is about impressions. It's less limited eyeballs than it is the limited attention spans and threshold for seeing the same kind of content over and over. It's not true. If anything, it's making the content being commented on more desirable. Commentary content is the 2022 version of old ladies gossiping in the town square. When something big or not worthy happens, in the past people would gather around the people that they want to hear their opinion on the subject on. Also, people love to hate things more than they love to love things, which is so amplified online. Scientifically, an impression is defined by the number of times a piece of content appears on the screen. There is no limit unless it's a piece of content that is deleted, then it is finite. She is using voice to text, cause damn. But as things live on the internet and it can be found again, you can still have impressions, and things often resurface years later, also as the search words become trendy. For example, you could have written a blog post on what would happen if we were in a keyword in 2012, and it would lay dormant for years, but then would surge in site traffic in 2020. There is no such thing as a finite pool of impressions.
So we're not given the full conversation, so we will never know if Gabby didn't ask the right question or her sister didn't understand the question. The question that Gabby's sister answered wasn't, are impressions finite? Instead she answered, is there a finite amount of impressions that something can receive? And her answer to that second question was, well, I guess as long as it's still on the internet somewhere, it could hypothetically add some impressions tomorrow, a year from now, 10 years from now, doesn't matter. But you can probably see that that doesn't answer the first question. Maybe you're not following, so we'll change the word impression to hot dog. So we want to know, are there a finite amount of hot dogs? And I say to you, well, of course you can eat as many hot dogs as you want until the day you die. That doesn't address the question. It doesn't tell you how many hot dogs exist now, or can exist, or will exist ever. It tells you nothing. It doesn't answer the question at all. There are no hypothetical limits to how many impressions a thing can get, but that doesn't make the source of those impressions infinite. What's more disturbing is that Gabby's sister says things that directly argue against claims that Gabby makes in her video. Gabby claimed earlier that of course all the commentary channels can be successful, all discussing the exact same things infinitely. But of course that's not true, because there's only a finite amount of demand for that sort of content. Again, the conversation is cut off, but it does seem as though Gabby's sister was originally talking about the attention economy, which is another form of phrasing that I myself have used to communicate the finite nature of these markets. I will assume that Gabby's sister didn't finish explaining this entirely to Gabby. Charlie argues that I should have expected the outcome, that my script would be given to creators and a response would happen. I disagree that this was a reasonable expectation. Even in hindsight, I still don't think it would have been reasonable to expect.
No. You can't tell me that someone with 900,000 subscribers didn't expect some of his audience to go through this and see these streamers by name and then tell them about it. The same document to where you compare React streamers to so yeah, you should have expected this. Even in hindsight, he is doubling down.
So many creators were referenced in that document, and the amount of people who responded to it was exactly one, which was Charlie. And of course, I have said all these things before, directly, multiple times, in different contexts, and never received this response. Again, if it wasn't for Charlie making a lot of videos hyping up random things he sees on Twitter, the attention that my unfinished script would have gotten would of course been very minimal. If I wanted attention and a response, I would have made a video. Because you know, I'm a YouTuber. I wanted neither. I was very busy. And Charlie got off very lightly because I wanted to get back to my work.
You're saying this as if these React streamers are re-uploading original content to their channels. They're not some sort of MCN. Typically, it's always interrupted by commentary, and most of those people will want to go check it out for themselves.
If you're sitting watching The Lion King and you pause it and say, hey, I like Simba, he's like, cool, and then you unpause it, it's still the same movie. When you pause the movie and get up and go take a piss and come back, that's still the same movie. When you watch a reactor watch something, you are also watching that thing. By the time they're done, you will have seen the entirety of the original work. Even in cases where there's minor editing, you will have seen the heart of the work. They are clearly watching videos in order to re-upload them to their YouTube channel. A person pressing a pause button every once in a while and giving their thoughts on what they just saw is not creative work. It is not creativity, it is not transforming the original work. You've seen the entire original work by the end, unaltered, unchanged, exactly as it was originally expressed. Gabby seems to have realized in post that saying most people who watch a video with a reactor then go and watch it again on the original person's channel is absurd. And even if they go over, they don't watch it again. They might click like, leave a comment and leave, which is terrible engagement, and certainly far worse engagement than actual watch time. In my finalized video from my essay, I look at the statistics, the click-through rate, the subscribers that people get from reactions. They're exceptionally low. Impressions on YouTube on average get clicked about 5% of the time. These then convert into actual watch time and money and subscriptions and likes and additional impressions. The click-through rate from reaction to the original video is less than 1%. As a system, reactions are taking impressions that have a 5% click-through rate to original creators, changing them to themselves, and then giving an even lesser click-through rate to one individual creator. It is a terrible middleman system. It represents an inefficiency in the market, judged by something's ability to move a viewer to an original creator. Obviously, because the goal of reaction content isn't to get people to watch other creators, it's to get people to watch the reactor.
And if you did just watch the whole video with Pokimane on stream and you weren't really interested, you weren't gonna go watch that video anyway.
But statistically speaking, you would have been watching something else. Maybe not that exact video, but something else. It is not just about the original video. This is highlighted so many times throughout my work. I cannot believe even someone as dense as Gabby never understood this. You do not need to agree to understand the perspective.
This entire situation is extremely nuanced and not black and white and extremely simplistic as you want to make it seem. It's not just, oh, these creators are gone, all those impressions are going to smaller creators.
So there's a meme from a very long time ago where I exclaim, "No one can be this dumb!" But Gabby has taught me anything is possible. I do not truly understand the depths of human stupidity. Maybe I am wrong. Maybe the infinite does truly exist, in that perhaps the depth of human stupidity is truly infinite, as demonstrated by Gabby.
Your original argument can make a lot of sense, and fundamentally I actually agree with it.
I have absolutely no idea what Gabby thinks my original argument is, or what that could possibly even refer to. She does not even slightly understand my perspective on anything, and I'm fairly convinced she does not have the mental capability to do so. Throughout their content, I explained my perspective in many different ways with many different examples, and Gabby still didn't understand it. That is insane. But even more so, despite not understanding it even slightly, she still felt confident enough in her ignorance to make a video this dumb, mind-boggling. In this next part, Gabby speaks of my references to spiking people's drinks. When the script was released, the most I heard from one person was that they could be taken in the wrong way.
You didn't hear that just from just one person. You heard that from multiple people. You're pretending that this was just like one person taking one thing out of context and getting mad.
Again, Gabby seems blissfully unaware of the nature of the response that my essay got prior to Charlie releasing his video where he misrepresented it to 2 million people. After I had already spent many hours taking in the feedback from my audience and changing my essay, there was one guy on Twitter who said he didn't like it. Like, fuck me dead. The main thing that Gabby's put on screen this entire time is not even my tweet of my essay. It's not even my essay, but a reply to this comment. Gabby seems to be like, what do you mean everyone didn't go to your tweet, dig down in the replies to find this reply, and then found your reply to that reply? Everyone saw that, man. What are you talking about? Like, obviously when a trusted creator like Most Critical says, hey, this guy's out here calling reactors rapists, that's gonna elicit a response. And the vast majority are not gonna read a fucking essay, Gabby. Come on. It is the unfortunate case that popular people define reality for a lot of people. In the same way that my essay clearly does not talk about just small creators, but Gabby had to continue to hammer that home. It does, even though it clearly does not. Because Charlie said that, and for that reason alone, Gabby would defend it to the death.
Like, if you had intentions with this document, clearly most of it didn't get across.
No one fucking read it. The people who did understand it, and they agreed. Most people based their understanding of the essay on what Charlie said, and he misrepresented every aspect of it and misunderstood it in a way that was hilarious to watch.
And you shouldn't need consent to exercise free speech and react to content that you disagree with or agree with. I am not an expert on fair use, but you are completely in the right to react to content and do so. And just because you don't agree with React content doesn't mean you should be comparing them to people who would spike your drink. If we had to ask for consent to everything that we reacted alluded to, content creators that should be made aware are not good people, like Rice Gum and whatever Logan Paul did back in the day, should be made aware through the exercising of free speech. I'm allowed to comment on these things.
These are just insane assertions that the only way to communicate that something is bad is to completely redistribute that creative work. As if no one called anyone out before the existence of people sitting on live stream and watching YouTube videos. This is insane. I am not going to rehash the guidelines for fair use or the cases related to it. I did it in another video. But goddamn, no! None of this is legal, and it's also not necessary. And as I've heard before, reaction videos are the worst way to call out other creators. Make a creative video. Bring together multiple different things that they've done. Make a case. Script it. Presenting your first-time impressions to someone else's work to call them out is not responsible, nor is the redistribution of other people's hard work necessary for free speech.
You're acting like nobody read your document, and you're just getting this criticism out of nowhere because some people took things out of context. They didn't. Many people read your document, actually. In the document right now, there's over 30 people in here reading it.
Holy shit! 30 people! Did you hear that, guys? 30 people! So it would take about half an hour for the average person to read an essay of that length. So Charlie's original video was seen by about 2 million people. Maintaining a constant rate of 30 people reading that essay, it would take about 4 years for everyone who watched that video to read it. So you know, any fucking day now. I do not understand why it is so important to Gabby for her to believe that the entire internet is just like an essay-loving group. They're all putting on their reading glasses, sitting before the fire, and reading random essays written by strangers on the internet. What an insane world Gabby must live in. You remember when Twitter used to ask people, hey, are you sure you've read this article? You should probably read it before you post it. Gabby must have thought that fucking insane, like, but everyone always reads everything in which they comment on the internet. No one in history has ever shared an article based merely on the headline, or judged the contents of an article on the headline. That's absurd. People on the internet love reading essays. This fantasy world Gabby lives in is insane. So while I do have a lot more very interesting things to say, this is somewhat me wrapping up the video, finally. When I first saw this video from Gabby, I was honestly very surprised at how little she knew, yet how confident she felt in what she knew. Further, how bad she was at reasoning or understanding the implications of her own words, let alone my words for that matter. But then I stumbled across a clip in one of her other videos that made me understand Gabby a bit more as a person.
But then, what is ethical? I'm in a philosophy class and I want to die. I hate philosophy. I'm not gonna lie. My advisor in college was a philosophy professor, and every time he started to talk about philosophy, my brain just shut off and I switched majors and I got a different advisor.
That makes so much sense. One thing that was very strange to me was something that Gabby stressed so many times at the end of her video.
But this is my opinion. This whole video is my opinion.
Oh my gosh, guys, I did just misinform you for like 40 minutes, but you can't be mad because it's just my opinion. As if she doesn't have to try to be accurate because they're just her opinions. As if the things that she said in this video that are massively incorrect aren't going to have ramifications to how other people live their lives. She appears entirely uncaring as to how her words might impact other people. Sure, she might get everything wrong, but who cares? Just opinions. You can see this belief echoed in her support of people watching videos in order to debunk them. Of course, just in real time, you can watch someone else's video and just debunk it like that as you go. The world is a simple place. You need research. No, you can just do it in real time. Let's go. Sure, you might get 700 things wrong, but who cares? Other people don't matter. It seems as though these days there's no consequence to not even trying to be accurate in what you're saying. On YouTube, you are better off shooting from the hip, releasing video after video, and then maybe giving a backhanded apology if you get something wrong. If you want to spend all the time doing the research, making sure everything is perfect, you'll be miles behind the people just shooting from the hip. You release 1/10 the video. Sure, they may be more factually accurate, but that's not going to be valued on the market. These people will always be behind the Gabbys of the world, who believe just because they can wake up in the morning that this makes them all-knowing deities who can speak on anything with accuracy. Originally, I wanted to cast judgment on the 15,000 people who liked Gabby's video. But then I realized for most people, they just click on a video, don't really think about it, and then click off and do something else. They don't think deeply about what they're hearing. They're just like, oh yeah, this seems pretty good, and then they move on with their day. People to some degree just have to hope that the person they're listening to isn't malicious and deceitful as Gabby is. These people, as far as I'm concerned, are perhaps even more a victim of Gabby's video than I am. So obviously, Gabby's video isn't the first video to misrepresent me and my work to hundreds of thousands of people. But I'll be honest with you, it never gets easier. The knowledge that there are so many people out there who believe false things about me and there's nothing I can do about it eats me up inside. I would like to say this past year was sufficient for me to get over all that stuff that happened a year ago, but I still have not. Being misrepresented, and in many cases directly lied about, provably lied about, by so many people, and having that accepted by so many is something that radically shifts your view of the world and other people. Like, obviously, Gabby is not going to care about this. A person who cares about the well-being of other people could not make a video like that. But you can obviously see how a person will come to view the world negatively when they realize that there is no consequences for the suffering that Gabby will cause. She will go on to this to countless people over her career and suffer nothing for doing so, because that is the world we live in. Those who have no care for accuracy and no care for others will obviously be able to sprint ahead of anyone that does, and they will receive nothing but rewards for doing so. For most of my life, my only aspiration was to go out and help other people to make the world a better place. But honestly, at this point, I don't think I'll ever be strong enough to do that. How do people who actually go out there and try to make the world better deal with people like Gabby? Selfish, dishonest liars who care about no one but themselves. To some degree, I've become convinced that maybe the world can't get better. There's just a continuous cycle of things getting slowly better than slowly worse forever. But maybe I just want to emotionally believe that, so I can justify my cowardice for not being able to face terrible people like Gabby more often. So yeah, thank you for watching. Sorry this video is not as substantive or as well argued as the actual video that I made on the topic of reaction content that came from my essay. If at the end of this video you find yourself being like, I have more questions, or I don't agree with this, or I don't agree with that, it's probably explained far better in that video. This video was bogged down by Gabby's misunderstandings and poor reasoning that, as far as I'm aware, are entirely unique to her. That is another reason why I felt it important to make this video. While I certainly hope Gabby is fairly unique in the world, she can't be, right? So maybe this video will answer the objections of that few % of people that exists in Gabby's fantasy land. And with that, I wish you all the best. Boop. I honestly wish that I had a quick soundbite that could instantly communicate to you the harm of reaction content, but I don't. Reaction content is surprisingly a complicated topic, even if at a surface level, most people can see that things seem a bit sus. You have two groups that exist in the same space that want some of that juicy finite attention, that being creators and reactors. One group does all the work, while the other simply takes that work to redistribute. One puts forth risk and effort, while the other doesn't, yet they often still reap a far greater reward. But recognizing this imbalance doesn't immediately communicate who is harmed or why. I've even heard some remark, maybe it is unfair, but it is what is best for everybody. But is that true? Can the people who avoid all the work in video creation by simply hosting watch parties of other people's creations really just be helping out? Nakrit is one such person who thinks so. As expressed in his video, Are Reactions Harming Channels? I'll be looking at Nakrit's arguments in just a moment, but first, slot machines. This may seem like a wild tangent, but trust me, it's very important. I want you to answer a simple question. Are slot machines a good way to make money? Does your answer to this question change if I showed you someone losing a bunch of money to slots? What if I showed you someone breaking even, neither losing or gaining money? What if I showed you someone playing slots and winning a bunch of money? Still, I don't think your answer would change, and I don't think it would change even if I showed 100 people winning money on slot machines. The reason is that you have some understanding of what slot machines exist to do and how they achieve it. They obviously exist to take more money from others than they ever give back, and they would simply stop existing if they failed to achieve that. You likely know that there must be people in the world who've had their lives changed for the better by at some point winning money on slot machines. But despite this, because you understand the underlying system, you can still say that slot machines are a bad way for players to generate wealth. In fact, you may even argue that society as a whole would have been better off if slot machines had never existed, even if you acknowledge that some particular individuals would have been worse off for that. The previous example highlights why we rightly seek to judge a system as a totality rather than simply by looking at one particular individual's interaction with it. We do this because every system, good or bad, has some positives and some negatives, some winners and some losers, some advantages and some disadvantages. As a consequence, it is usually prudent to assess the underlying logic of a system to get a sense whether or not we'd be better off with or without it, given its likely overall impacts. With this understanding, you can likely see how fairly meaningless social media posts are that proclaim to have either lost, seen no impact, or gained from reactions. Short-term effects for individuals can swing positive or negative based on any number of factors in a system. So none of these sorts of posts speak of how the system of reaction content works, its underlying nature and purpose. To spoil the obvious conclusion of this video, these posts don't change that overall reaction content has a harmful effect on everyone but the reactors themselves. Reactions exist to increase the amount of time people spend watching the reactors' content and to therefore by necessity reduce the amount of time they spend doing anything else. Reactors exist to act as the middleman for the exposure natively given by social media platforms, which basically means that they work to convince algorithms to promote the reactors instead of creators. The goal of reactors is to always take more viewers away from creators than they ever inadvertently give back. Reactors will speak about how easy it all is and how much value they gain, and they're right. But this easy value that they accumulate for themselves doesn't pop into existence like magic. It is instead extracted from a wider market of creators who are trying to survive, and who are having their chances hurt by the existence of reactors. I recognize that my stance on these issues is not very palatable for some, because I am in a sense telling them that Santa Claus does not exist. Who the hell wants to hear that reactions are not some sort of infinite money glitch that make it so everyone's lines can do nothing but go up? As much as I hate to be the bearer of bad news, ignoring bad news does not make the consequences of it go away. With that very long preamble out of the way, let us now start with the actual focus of this video, Nakrit, as he tells us what he believes a reactor to be.
The concept is simple. A fellow creator takes your video and reacts to it, because their viewers are interested in seeing their opinion on it.
Whether or not it was his intention, I think implying that reactors are simply creators who want to express their opinion is a tad bit dishonest. Creators think of a topic and an idea related to it, then they take a risk in using their limited time and money to buy equipment, do research, write a script, record footage, edit, and so on, in order to actually create something. Reactors, conversely, just sit and watch other people do that and then take the end result and re-upload it. The first has to gamble each time that they've chosen right, and so can be sufficiently rewarded relative to the time and cost they've incurred in their creation. They are always in a spot of potentially running out of ideas or burning out from the work. The second can just steal anything already moderately successful, knowing they can always make a profit because they have no costs or risks, because someone else has already taken on that burden for them. A YouTube video can take days, weeks, months, and substantial skill to create, while a reaction will always take around the length of the original video and require no skill at all. These facts are indisputable, so it doesn't seem honest for Nakrit to present both as fellows, somehow being the same. This is especially true given that the focus of Nakrit's video is Asmongold, who likely hasn't opened an editing program in half a decade. But I find it more troublesome that Nakrit implies that the inspiration for reaction content is to satiate viewers' need for the reactor's opinion, as if the only way that can be given is by rebroadcasting and then re-uploading the entirety of another person's creative work. I don't think Nakrit wants to suggest that the best opinions are those given in real time when you haven't seen the entire video and are thus the most uninformed you can be. Does Nakrit really believe that Asmongold jumped from 160 reactions in 2021 to 453 in 2022 because demand for his opinion increased? Does he believe that Asmongold is on pace to smash that record in 2023 because Asmongold just suddenly became more opinionated? Or did Asmongold blowing up because of his rebroadcasting of the Amber Heard trial teach him that the window of acceptability for reaction content had shifted, meaning that he could freely re-upload as many videos as he wanted to expand his growth and profits? Asmongold has re-uploaded 1,200 videos by 370 creators just in the last 3 years. Nakrit wants us to believe that Asmongold is in no way inspired by the conservatively estimated 12 billion impressions, 600 million views, and $2.3 million he has gotten directly from re-uploading these videos. This saying nothing of all the additional value that these reactions algorithmically generate for his other content, or that this content has enabled him to stay live far longer on Twitch, farming wealth and growth away from other creators there as well. Nakrit wants us to believe that it has nothing to do with gaming the recommendation algorithm to promote his brand, even though on Twitter that is exactly what Asmongold says is the reason why he does reaction content. Every reactor, when pushed, will tell you it is about the money and growth, but Nakrit can't seem to be honest about things that reactors themselves will be perfectly honest about.
You can't just blatantly say, I do it because it makes money.
Oh, that, I mean, I do it because it makes money.
No one ever said it didn't. That wasn't anyone's point. Their point was that that's someone else's money.
Well, I do it because it's somebody else's money.
Hell, even Nakrit later in this video admits that his aspirations of being a reactor has nothing to do with giving his opinion.
So let me be the content lead for once. There are those who believe that this form of content might actually be harming the original creators. After all, the reactions are taking all the hard work from the original creator, and they are profiting off of it by simply watching it. Oftentimes, you might hear the word content leech connected to this. On top of that, people simply argue that the reactions are taking away views from the original videos.
As a summation of the objections to reaction content, this is simply poorly done. Broadly speaking, there are actually 3 categories of complaints about reaction content. The first are those that relate to ethics, or fairness if you like. The second are concerns about the impact of the reaction on the original video and the creator's channel. The third, and the thing that I am most interested in, is how reaction content as a whole impacts all creators in the market. Nakrit in his video focuses exclusively on half of the second category and ignores entirely the first and third. I will personally be making reference to all 3.
But there are also others who believe that this is totally fine and that reactions are transformative.
Whether or not reactions are transformative is never addressed by Nacrit again, and I honestly wish he had given it a go. The word transformative colloquially means causing a major change to something. Reactions are obviously not majorly changing a video, they are simply hosting a watch party for us. If I asked you, hey, have you seen this video? You could honestly say, yeah, I saw it on Asmongold's stream. Your friend sitting next to you on the couch while you watch Lord of the Rings may be able to stop and tell you heaps about the movie, giving you additional information, but at no point does that majorly change the movie itself. Legally speaking, nothing supports these watch parties being transformative either. You can read the ruling from the judge explaining the criteria that H3H3 had to pass to win their fair use case that also explains why other forms of reaction content would not pass. You can read Where's the Fair Use by the lawyer Jessica Vogel that covers the entire history of precedents of fair use in America. You can watch Legal Eagle be the 900th lawyer to explain this, but you don't really have to because you can just read the fair use guidelines. Transformation in a legal sense is more about the value that you leave behind in the original work. Can someone who views the new work still find value in the original? Are you purposely taking only the bare minimum of what you need for your new differentiated work to make sense? Are you trying to create something new, or merely looking for a way to copy something else? Are you targeting a different audience for a different purpose? Reactors do not know what is in the video beforehand. They are not taking some specific aspect of it for some specific purpose, and are therefore constantly showing content they have no use for. They are not making a differentiated work because all they're doing is watching a video and pausing it occasionally. When re-uploading the video to YouTube, they will frequently have the same title and thumbnail. They are so much not a differentiated work. If you read into it, fair use is incredibly weak in what it defends. There are even courts that may have ruled against H3H3 given how they've ruled in prior fair use cases. More importantly though, what Ethan created was far different than what Nacrit is defending in his video and what I personally have a problem with.
But ever since my Riot MMO videos blasted off, things got a lot more interesting. I got to collect some interesting data, which I am going to present to you. And I'm going to show you how exactly people reacting to my videos affected my channel.
So hopefully you can see the problem. Nacrit's interest is not in how React content farms impact the creator ecosystem, how the growing number of Asmongold-like channels spamming out 10 videos a day can impact creators' ability to survive and grow in a world of limited eyeballs, advertising space, and time to watch videos at all. It is simply, was my video impacted specifically by the re-upload of it? It is as meaningful as judging the system of slot machines based on a single spin, unless you can find a way to argue that your results can be extrapolated, but unfortunately, Nacrit does not even try to.
Truth be told, there were times when I knew that people would react to my videos, so I altered the content to give people more entertainment for the reactions. Be it the easiest joke of my life about Nintendo 64 controllers, you have no idea what the universe is about, but you like MMOs, your hairline is receding, and you have a crippling fear of Nintendo 64 controllers. Or joking about people passing out. So reactions is something you can definitely play into if you do enough market research, and you know what kind of audience you are going to attract. For example, I saw Asmongold reacting to a video where people discussed Riot's MMO. In that video, they were just talking about tweets, and yet this was enough to make him react to it, which made me realize we actually know a lot more about the MMO than just some tweets. So I went and made that massive video with the assumption that it would be picked up outside of just League of Legends.
I find this idea more than a bit distasteful, especially considering that at no point in his video does Nacrit show or establish actual benefits for his channel from reactions. Nacrit's ideal world seems to be one where creators freely work to create the best content for someone else to upload so they can maintain their wealth and success. The person who then actually did the work just has to hope that the reactor's prosperity trickles down to them. You shouldn't expect at least a share of the wealth generated from your work, you should just be happy with the illusory payment of exposure. It is beyond my ability to understand why Nacrit would favor a world where success is not determined by who works the hardest or is the most creative, but instead who can give the most of their work for free to the already rich and successful. He sincerely seems to believe that the more videos that Asmongold uploads and the greater his share of the online media space, the better off all the people who actually do the work to make their content will be. So if we could only convince all the reactors to upload 1,000 videos today, oh boy how easy everyone else's lives would become. Again, it's basically an infinite money glitch if you know nothing about how markets work. In fact, why even have recommendations for creators at all, when recommendations for reactors are apparently so superior in the crits world? The problem is that you may imagine you gain from reaction to your video, but do all of your videos fare better having to compete with the millions of reactions flooding the markets, competing with them for the finite attention available, especially when YouTube algorithmically favors channels that upload frequently and consistently over those that don't. More importantly, I don't agree with Nakrit that every successful creator should see other people's creative works as an all-you-can-eat buffet that you can snatch from whenever you don't want to make something yourself. Nakrit's ideas pair well with the expression that it's easier to ask forgiveness than it is to ask for permission. While I would personally argue that anyone who actually lives by this creed is a massive dick, this is still a philosophy that reactors embody wholeheartedly. Surprisingly, I've directly heard people say of Asmongold that his embodiment of this philosophy is a positive trait and not merely evidence of his disregard for others. I could imagine why Nakrit does not care about such things though, because it seems in his world we should all exist for the pleasure of those already successful and just be happy for the notice.
But the question now is it worth it? Is it even beneficial to have people reacting to your videos? Or will it harm your channel? After I released my first Riot MMO video, it decently quickly hit 1 million views, after which it stopped and then it slowly crept up close to 2 millions. And during that initial burst of views as other people reacted to it, the viewer ratios stayed consistent. For example, Soda Poppin's reaction got about 50% of the original video. This became true for both the first video and the second video. S-Fan stayed consistently around 17%, and Asmongold stayed slightly below 3 times the original views, because that's just the kind of content he does. But these ratios also stayed the same when I was talking about Ghost Brawl or Leaving. No matter the success of the original video, the reactions always stayed consistent with the ratios relating to their own audiences. This taught me that, at least in my case, there was no way the reactions could be taking views from me. Because if this was the case, if the reactions were taking views from me, then after the new audience learned about my videos, and if you mirror that after my audience learned about the reactions, then over time, as I released more videos, people would have to avoid my videos and wait for the reactions to come out. Or in other words, my views would have to go down and the other views would have to go up. But that didn't happen. There was no funneling of viewers and everything stayed the same.
So there are surprisingly 5 levels at which Nakrit is wrong in this general section. The first is, as has been made apparent before, he assumes the only thing in existence that a reaction video can negatively impact is the original video that it was made from. The second, he disregards the other ways that a reaction can potentially negatively impact the original video other than the singular way that he listed. The third, the phenomenon that he seeks to test for, that being people expecting a reaction and so skipping over the original video, in this particular context, makes no sense. The fourth level, how he is testing for this phenomenon doesn't make any sense. Lastly, the conclusions that he draws from his nonsensical analysis are not supported by the data available. So firstly, Nakrit is hard locked into the idea that what reaction videos extract from is purely the original video. But obviously an Asmongold reaction can take from any of Nakrit's videos. Maybe a viewer who would have ended up watching something from Nakrit's back catalog is instead now watching one of the 10 videos that Asmongold ripped off today. Reactions have an impact on the entire market for content, because we are each putting our videos on the market, competing with each other for the finite amount of advertising space and eyeballs that exist each day. We are seeking to inspire interest and maintain it, necessarily keeping viewers away from wherever else they would have spent their time. The platform cannot support infinite successful creators, let alone infinite Asmongold-sized creators. Asmongold spams out the reaction videos that he does to take as much of the market away from others for himself. I think an example might help, so let's take a look at Asmongold's first reaction to Nakrit, which currently has 4 million views. Obviously 4 million people didn't come into existence to watch this reaction video, nor were 4 million people sitting in a back room somewhere hoping that one day that Asmongold might release this reaction video so they could animate themselves, watch it, and then go back into storage. In reality, all these people were just going about their lives, attempting to satiate the needs that led to them to seek out content in the first place. So for Asmongold to get 4 million views in this video, around 80 million impressions were given to people, 76 million of which were ignored, and 4 million that were clicked. So we can then ask, what would have happened if this reaction video did not not exist. Furthermore, is a world with this reaction better or worse for the people who actually create the content that is reacted to? In answering these questions, it is important to note that people do not traditionally come to YouTube for a specific video. Views come from the recommendation algorithm or are extensions of it. Like you get recommended a video that causes you to subscribe to a creator, and so you eventually watch their videos in your sub feed, but ultimately that all stems from the recommendation at the beginning. It seems clear that YouTube's algorithm seeks to give people videos that they will want to click on and that will keep them on the platform now and have them return later on. The algorithm's ability to achieve this goal is not made significantly better or worse because of the existence of this reaction. In the same way that Asmongold's existence in general does not make the machine learning at the heart of this algorithm better or worse either. We can therefore conclude that in a world without this reaction, roughly 80 million impressions would have gone to other videos. Videos that the algorithm believes that the people seeing those impressions would want to watch, would keep them on the platform, and even better, have them return. It would have a roughly 5% success rate, getting 4 million people to click, and so 4 million views and all the subsequent benefits, additional exposure, money, recommendations, and so on, will be spread out amongst a bunch of different content creators. So which reality is better? Asmongold getting all the native views and exposure for doing nothing at all except watching a YouTube video and re-uploading it, or those who actually do the work to create things actually getting the rewards for doing so, their videos further being specifically targeted towards those who want to watch them rather than through Asmongold, which is entirely untargeted. It's a no-brainer for me, and this is the comparison that can be made for every single reaction video that is on this platform. To reiterate, while Nukrit falsely believes that his original videos cannot lose views to the reactions to them, it is more problematic that he is not considering the impact of all reaction videos on his entire catalog of content. Every single day there is a spot where his face and videos would have been shown, but he just gets edged out by a reaction video, spammed out by one of the many Asmongold-like content farms. Every single day there is a person who would have found and ended up watching his videos, but instead ends up watching one of the dozen that Asmongold released today. Every day the algorithm thinks, why give Nukrit exposure? He can get out, what, like 3 videos a week at best? I can give that exposure to Asmongold instead. He can release 50 high-quality videos in the exact same amount of time. The harm is consistent day to day, but will slowly increase over time as more and more of the market is taken up by reaction content. The algorithm seems to favor already successful channels that release more content at a consistent frequency. Therefore, those who actually create content will never be collectively as algorithmically favored as reactors who are not burdened with the costs of actual creation. Nukrit is supporting a system that specifically works and desires to outcompete him in generating interest in viewers and captivating them long term. Worse, he's supporting this system knowing that he can never compete with its output, unless he too finds a bunch of grunts who want to be paid in exposure to make him videos. At the end of the day, creating one-stop shops for all the best content on YouTube benefits no one but those who own those channels. As an aside, in many ways it is even worse for new creators. In ages past, successful content creators would burn out and quit, giving the chance for new creators to rise up and replace them. But now old fossils like Asmongold, who would have been outcompeted or buckled under strain years ago, can instead use reaction content to avoid all the work that normally inspires this drop-off. They can continually feast on the output of new rising star creators to maintain their current status. So that was level 1, we've got 4 more to go, so let's continue with level 2. Nukrit disregards the many other ways a reaction can harm an original video than the singular one that he listed, that being that people could see the original video but then decide to skip over it in order to wait for a reaction to come out. One risk with reactions is how they may impact your video and channel in the algorithm, something fairly unpredictable. It is certainly true that someone might skip an impression to your original video in order to wait for a reaction to it, leading the algorithm to think them less interested in your videos in general. But the algorithm could also just not recommend the original video and instead recommend the reaction and the reactor's content. Worse is that some of the people who end up watching the reaction will afterwards skip over a recommendation to the original video if they're given it. I mean, why would they click it? They've already seen the original video just on a different channel. This would lessen the click-through rate for the original video and convince the algorithm that either the video isn't very good or at least it isn't in that particular viewer's interests. Having enough people see the reaction and then later skip over impressions for the original video will obviously impact how far the algorithm will spread the original video. At the end of the day, we have no ability to see how well a video would have done in the algorithm if there wasn't a duplicate competing with it. Those who own the original, therefore, just have to take it on faith that their video is doing better competing with a copy of it on another channel than it would have done exclusively if it was just on their channel. There are of course reports of spikes in viewer numbers, no change or sharp decline, but all assess short-term impacts and each has to grapple with the uncertainty of never being able to see the alternate reality where the reaction didn't exist. Maybe you saw a small spike in viewers because of a reaction, but unbeknownst to you, that video then gets 10% less views every day for the rest of its life. Maybe you saw no change, but perhaps that video would have started to decline if not for the additional interest generated by that reaction. Perhaps you saw an initial drop in viewers because of the reaction, but perhaps that reaction was keeping your video longer in the algorithm, so over time you ended up gaining more viewers than you lost initially. Unfortunately, creators just vary so much in terms of what content they produce and under what conditions it releases. There is also some variation in the method and the extent to which reactors re-upload other people's content. The result is that a generalizable, controlled test of the impact of a reaction on the original video is likely impossible. At the end of the day, one of the major issues with the creator-reactor dynamic is that if you've seen the original video, you can still hypothetically find value in the reaction, as it has new material that you haven't seen. If you've seen the reaction, however, you have no reason to watch the original, as you've seen all its material. That the original creator did 100% of the work to make the original and 99% of the work to make the React video doesn't matter to viewers. This obvious imbalance, I think, will always give more credence to the idea that there is greater harm than benefit for the original video. But when I say this, I feel I need to stress that the dynamic between a single original video and its reaction is not my main issue with reaction content. My interest will always be on the total impact of reaction content on the entire market of creators. The third level. I actually regret calling these levels now. I guess I should have called them problems or something, but whatever. The entire basis for Nacrit's analysis is his belief that if he was losing viewers to reactions, that every additional reaction made of his content would increase the amount of viewers that he's losing. This because more and more viewers will begin to skip over his videos and wait for the future reactions to watch instead. This, however, is a fairly silly assumption to base your entire video off. In the period where Asmongold reacted to 7 of Nacrit's videos, not only were these reactions sometimes months apart, but during that same period, Nacrit uploaded around 100 videos. This low ratio of videos to reactions would make it fairly silly for any viewer to have a belief that there was a reaction certainly forthcoming. Furthermore, implicit here is that Nacrit believes that viewers are sitting around contemplating how to min-max their time watching YouTube videos. I find this very strange because I think viewers just watch the appealing videos that are recommended to them by the algorithm. There seems to be little reason to believe that there's a widespread behavior amongst viewers to look at a recommendation for a video they want to watch and to have them go, you know what, I'm gonna skip this one and wait for a reaction. Especially considering that they could just watch both. As an aside, even if Nacrit's assumptions about this behavior were correct, the analysis that he's doing still wouldn't be particularly fruitful. Comparing all reactions to his content to see changes would at best only show changes to the amount of viewers being lost, not the total amount. In other words, if Nacrit was losing a consistent 10% of views on each of his videos, the methodology he's using wouldn't even capture that. The fourth level, or problem, whichever you prefer, how he is testing for people skipping over the original video to watch the reaction doesn't make any sense. This is because obviously the variables that impact each original video and reaction would not remain constant. The originals and reactions are of different lengths, and of course the different topics will play better or worse on different channels. They are released at different days, at different times, they have varying amounts of other videos released alongside them, and so on. Hell, even the creators themselves and their channels can change between reactions. Amongst all the noise of confounding variables, even if there was an increase in the amount of people skipping over the original video to wait for a reaction, you wouldn't really expect to see it. This especially when just comparing the view counts in a small sample size of 7 pairs. From the outset, you should be highly skeptical of the claim that all original videos and all reactions just so happen to maintain the exact same viewership ratio. This leads finally to the fifth and final problem. To reiterate, Nacrit's claim is that he knows his original videos are not losing views to reactions because the ratio of views that his original videos get compared to Asmongold's reactions remains consistent each time. In other words, if Nacrit gets 100,000 views, Asmongold will get 300,000 views. If Nacrit gets 200,000 views, then Asmongold will get 600,000 views, every single time. He says that we'd have to see Nacrit's views go down and the reactors go up for there to be any possibility of a loss. But staggeringly, if you just look at the numbers comparing Nacrit's videos to Asmon's, the ratio of viewership isn't consistent at all. The ratio is in fact all over the place, ranging from Asmon getting 1.8 times as many views in one case and 4 times as many views in another case. I even did this same analysis for another creator that Asmongold has reacted to far more, Josh Strife Hayes. I of course also found a huge difference in the ratio of views between the originals and reactions. These range from Asmongold getting half as many views as the original to getting 6 times as many views. If Nacrit is an honest person, it's very strange for him to make this video and at no point seek to do this analysis with another creator as well. Like he He obviously had every ability to compare other people's videos to the reactions that are done by Asmongold, but he just didn't do that, and I wonder why. On the surface, these results appear to entirely contradict Necrit's claims. But if you examine Necrit's video closely, what he actually seems to mean when he says the ratios are the same is that they exist in some undisclosed range of similarity that he has arbitrarily decided to call the same. For example, he says Asmongold got 3 times as many views, and the next time it was around the same. But the image shown on screen shows a ratio of 1.5 times as many views, not 3 times. Obviously, to most people, that'd be a huge difference, but apparently not to Necrit. What is even stranger is that Necrit himself seems to at least in part acknowledge later on that there is no consistency in the viewer ratios. He talks about how 2 videos, a whole third of his sample, were not consistent, as his video did far worse and the reaction did far better. But for reasons not explained, for him, that just highlights even more how much his videos were not impacted by the reactions. This despite saying that this very thing would be what would confirm to him that his videos were losing views to the reactions. It was honestly bewildering to listen to.
A perfect example is my quick rant about Genshin's updates. This was a quick experimental video that didn't do that well. But still, some people reacted to it, and instead of staying in their ratios, they got double the original views. And this even worked on my latest MMO video about mounts, which also didn't do that well compared to the others. But other creators still made it work on a really big scale. So it seems like it is harder to make an example where people are just blatantly stealing views.
It feels kind of petty to dogpile on, but there's also the issue that assessing things by ratio rather than total biases things in terms of similarity. If we compare a video that got 1 million views and a video that got 1.1 million views, and I said, hey, there's a 100,000 viewer difference there, that sounds big. But if you say that second video got 1.1 times the views of the first video, it doesn't sound like anything. Basically, how Necrit is speaking is specifically designed to downplay difference. Lastly, even if we ignore every problem discussed so far, I'm still not sure how Necrit expected to see small differences. Say 1,000 people skipped over his original video and watched Asmongold's reaction video instead. Like, how did he expect to, see that? It is possible that he was aware that he'd be unable to, which would explain his conclusion, where he says,
"Did reactions harm my videos?" No, they absolutely did not. And if they did, the quote-unquote stolen views would be in single-digit percentages.
Firstly, to say something is absolute is to say it has no qualification. Therefore, if you say absolutely not, and then give a qualification, that is just contradictory. More importantly, it is just annoying that he doesn't explain at all why there could be some small impact that he's unable to see. Like, did he understand at least in part that his analysis was flawed, or is he just saying this to cover his ass? To put it bluntly, it is not possible from this data alone to determine how many views the original videos would have gotten absent reactions to them existing, or how they would have fared had they not needed to compete with all the other reaction videos in the market. This is in part because Necrit's methodology was flawed, the data set was small, there were no consistent patterns, and variables likely impacting either video's success are not at all constant in each sample. If we assume that Necrit didn't just lie in his video, I think the best explanation is that Necrit had a desired conclusion, and so just massaged statistical noise until he saw what he wanted to see to support it.
There was no funneling of viewers and everything stayed the same. And that's for a very obvious reason. The viewers watch people reacting for the person who's reacting, not for the original video. They may be interested in the topics, that's why sometimes better topics drive more views, but they mostly still don't care about the individual videos. With that said, sometimes the viewers care about the original video. And when that overlap happens, that's when you get people mad that you are constantly pausing the videos. So let's not say that it never happens. It's just that most of the time, the viewers are watching the person, not the video. And in most cases, without that person, they wouldn't even know that video existed.
A viewer may not care about the original video, but without it, the reaction would just suck and they wouldn't want to watch. Asmongold's old channel gives us an insight into how well he'd fare if he wasn't carried by the talents of others. Prior to his reaction empire, he released a fraction of the videos for a fraction of the audience and all the content was goddamn terrible. Limited research, next to no editing with some generic background gameplay. Does Necrit really believe that the same amount of people would care about and watch Asmongold's opinion today had he continued to give it without re-uploading other people's videos en masse? For most of the topics Asmongold speaks on, even if he independently was inspired to speak on them without some video, he wouldn't even know where to begin. Again, you're right, some of the viewers care more about the reactor than the original video, but obviously astronomically less people would know who these reactors are or care about them if they didn't have reactions to upload. The reactors re-upload other people's videos to increase their own exposure, to inspire greater interest in themselves, and to satiate people's need for entertainment. If the reactors were unable to do this, viewers necessarily would need to be presented actual creators and their videos via the algorithm. The viewers would subsequently develop an interest in those creators instead, by the very same mechanisms they came to enjoy reactors in the first place. The people who end up watching do not come into existence to watch those reactions. They are pulled away from others in the market. There are obviously other original videos in the billion on this platform that would appeal to the viewers' interests, and it is these that the reactions are seeking to compete with and ultimately win against. Supporting a system that enables some people to avoid any work and yet still outcompete you to usurp market share is not in your or anyone's best interests. No world is better where those who do the least are the most rewarded.
To put it differently, if I release a video that presents information about a video game, either people decide to watch it because they are interested in the information, or they wait and watch it for the reaction because they are interested in that reaction, not necessarily the raw information. In this case, I wouldn't be losing viewers because those viewers were not likely to watch my video in the first place. The cases where people are interested in the original video and they still wait for the reactions are very rare. And it only ever happens if the audience of the original video and of the reaction dip into each other. In that case, people just watch their preferred creator.
I think this presentation of the market and viewer knowledge is very misguided. Viewers are not perfectly rational agents with all knowledge who are equally likely to do anything regardless of the barriers to entry. In other words, people do not necessarily watch their preferred creator, they are more likely to watch whatever the algorithm presents to them. People generally take the path of least resistance, and in this case that path is created by an algorithm that favors channels that spam out 10 videos a day. Nukrit seems to have this obsession with new videos and viewers waiting for reactions. People aren't just getting recommendations for newer videos, they're getting recommendations for older videos as well, in this case that being the insane horde of content that Asmongold has stolen over the last few years. Viewers don't need to wait for reactions, they already exist, and the algorithm isn't putting the original video alongside all its reactions and saying, hey, pick whichever one looks best. But even when that does happen, for anyone who's even slightly interested in the watch party experience or the opinion of the reactor, the reaction is the superior version. Even in some magical, hypothetical world where viewers always watch both the original and the reaction, you can likely still see the issue there. 50 creators each spend 1 week making one video each. Asmongold then re-uploads all 50 videos in a week because he doesn't need to spend any of the time or effort to actually make them. The result in this magical, hypothetical world, which is to some people their ideal world, is that Asmongold would have 50 times the viewership of any of those individual creators. Asmongold is a monstrous amalgamation of hundreds of creators. He always has you covered regardless of your interests. And hey, the more of him you watch, the less of anyone else who will ever be recommended to you. Which of course is Asmongold's fucking goal. When I found Josh Strife Hayes' channel, I loved his voice and style of video, so I binge-watched effectively all of his content. Eventually, I did get to the end. I ran out of videos, and you know what I did then? I moved on. There wasn't any more content to watch, so I had no choice. I was therefore served recommendations for other creators, whose content I then developed an interest in. Sure, I will still catch some of his new videos, but because I moved on to other creators, I get recommended Josh's videos less. We can now compare this very normal state of affairs to what happens for anyone who watches Asmongold, who never runs out of high-quality videos. Never. Even if a normal person dedicated their limited free time to watching every video that Asmongold uploaded, they would just forever fall behind as more videos would continue to be uploaded, so they would never reach the end. If you like Asmongold, you have the option of watching him until you literally get sick of him, something you don't necessarily get for actual creators on this platform. Asmongold and Josh's content is very similar, in some cases literally exactly the same, but Josh can never inspire as much interest and take as much market share as Asmongold can. Josh, burdened with the costs of creation, will never have sufficient output. It isn't just him. No one can have the kind of output that Asmongold has because it requires hundreds of the most talented creators working around the clock for free. Due to Asmongold's back catalog being effectively infinite, I can guarantee you that I personally watch more creators every week than anyone who likes his content. Why? Because I don't watch reactors. Consequently, not a week goes by where I'm not introduced to new creators, big and small, who I then start watching to meet my content needs. Asmongold viewers, on the other hand, don't have this experience because the lion's share of what they watch is his content, so they just keep getting recommended his infinite back catalog. His viewers have commented on my videos explaining that their recommendation algorithm is completely screwed up and they just use him as their recommendation algorithm, which just digs them further into that hole. A hardcore YouTube user like myself might watch 12 different creators in a day. Asmongold's goal is for it to just be him, which honestly isn't surprising. Actual creators want that for themselves as well. What is impressive about Asmongold though is that he's convinced a horde of people that he's using them to achieve this for himself is in their best interests. Insane, I know, but it gets worse when you realize that the Necrits of the world seem to believe that their greater prosperity is tied to creating more Asmongold-like content farms trying to do this. In years past, it was insane to think that any creator would risk the backlash of making a content farm out of re-uploading other people's creative works. I was around 5 years ago and would listen to Asmongold defend himself when people would talk about his reactions on Twitch. He would say, sure, I do react to the occasional video on Twitch, but I don't post them to YouTube, that's just fan channels, that's nothing to do with me, it's not me, I swear. He knew it was scummy then, he knows it's scummy now, but it's so much money, so much growth, and it's so easy. How the times have changed. Due to the efforts of Asmongold and his followers like Necrit, the tides have turned on this issue. There will come a day where every popular video is re-uploaded 1,000 times and then, oh then, finally will Necrit be in his paradise. While we have somewhat gotten sidetracked, it is important to remember that Necrit's goal was to weigh in on whether reactions are beneficial or harmful. So far, he's merely tried to argue that there's no harm, which is not the same thing as arguing that there's a benefit. In fact, a lot of what he has presented would actually be a justification for not expecting a significant benefit in terms of views on your video from a reaction. As we can see from the graphs he shows, there is no obvious magical view bump from when Asmongold reacted to his videos, and certainly if there was one, Necrit would have every reason to specifically point that out. This again highlights the abysmal click-through rate from the re-upload to the original video. So without any obvious sign of benefit, Necrit decides that he just needs to invent benefits that while he can't show them to you, you should nevertheless just trust they exist.
Because people don't realize that reactions also have some benefits. Besides the fact that sponsored videos will be better. For example, I put a Manscaped sponsorship into one of my 100k videos, which got later grabbed by other creators, and together they all multiplied the views 6 times. So they gave the sponsors just a bunch of free value.
Sponsors pay creators based on the return that they expect to get from their audience. They usually, at least initially, base their predictions on the views that their videos traditionally guess. As you have no way of knowing how many reactions you will guess, let alone their analytics, you can't use them to argue for some sort of higher payments. Creators need views in order to get sponsors, so obviously creators don't benefit when reactors start spamming out reactions to drive traffic to their channels instead. Before you start, I am aware what I'm saying isn't directly addressing what Necrit said. He was, after all, not trying to argue that creators themselves receive benefit, but the corporations receive benefit. It is honestly wild that this was the first thing that he brought up. Reactions are great because corporations are getting free ad views that they're not paying for, on a site where the videos are funded by the billions of ads that are played each day. Corporations are getting free ad time, guys. Reactions are great. Awful.
But there are also other hidden benefits. And although these benefits don't immediately reflect on the channel, from the long-term perspective, they are irreplaceable. Every time someone picks up your video, it spreads awareness about you. And it is this awareness that might one day save your channel. In a similar way, when you make content and that content then spreads into other audiences, in this case through reactions, you will have more people who know about your existence. And as long as they remember you, the next time they pop up in your recommendations, they will be more likely to consume your content.
If Necrit's assertion was true, that Asmongold calls people to watch other creators more, not less, his viewership would necessarily decline over time because those who routinely watch his reactions get bombarded with like 50 faces a week. Even if they only started to watch a small portion of these new faces, they would quickly run out of time to watch Asmongold at all. But this doesn't happen. Asmongold, as a middleman for exposure, does not make Google's billion-dollar algorithm more efficient at presenting people with creators that they want to watch. The exposure Asmongold gives isn't free. It comes with the middleman cost of the native exposure going to Asmongold rather than someone else, and he necessarily reduces the overall maximum amount of time that people can watch actual creators. This of course isn't unique to Asmongold. This is the cost that all reactors have as middlemen in this system. Reactors have the goal of indiscriminately convincing people to stop whatever they otherwise would be doing to watch them instead. Newsflash, they succeed in this goal. As the mechanism they grow through is the same one that creators do, the thing that they're going to impact the most is creators. They do not have the goal of convincing people to watch or do other things, and I'm tired of people pretending otherwise. Again, if they were actually successful in doing that, they stop reacting immediately because they've run out of audience to push other places. Necrit's biggest problem though, is that he's not trying to argue that Asmongold's reactions make things better for creators compared to a reality where they didn't exist. He is simply trying to say, positive outcomes may happen. And to that I say, no shit. This is because every system ever implemented, if run long enough, would have some positive outcome at some point for someone. The crit never reaches the point of arguing that Asmongold spamming out 10 videos a day leads to other creators being watched more and discoverability being higher for them than the alternative where that didn't happen. His failure to do this is similar to saying slot machines win people money sometimes, therefore slot machines are a great way for players to make money. It is just really obviously faulty reasoning. In the same way that you are better off never putting money in slot machines despite that you may sometimes win money, we would all be better off if reactions didn't exist, even if a tiny minority are directed from the reactor to the original creator. In both cases, by specific design of the system, the cost to us in aggregate is to be higher than any potential reward.
And this is the underappreciated result of React content. While in some cases you might argue that it is taking views away from the original videos, you can't deny that it is spreading awareness about the original creator. But it is undeniable that I can now continue doing what I loved doing because all the reactions gave me publicity, even if I traded some views for it. Without it, this channel might have been dead already. Also, I totally didn't make this video to promote my second channel, where we release all the cool stuff that we do on streams, which also might include some reactions, but we always give links to the videos. And at the end of the day, I gave people so much React content, and I made people a lot of money. So let me be the content leech for once.
Nukrit's argument is the same as everyone else's when it comes to defending reaction content, but as is always the case, when the implicit premises are stated explicitly, it sounds impressively stupid. His argument is the bigger the content aggregators are, the more videos they upload, the more YouTube recommends them, and the more viewers watch them, the better off everyone else will be. All those people who actually do the labor that fuels these channels will be rewarded eventually, because the prosperity of those at the top will all trickle down to them one day. We all just need to work as hard as possible to get the algorithms to recommend reaction videos as much as possible. Give all the exposure to reaction videos, in fact. As we can trust that one day these people will stop watching reaction videos, and oh boy, when that day comes, will the people who actually do the work to make these videos finally get some views. This is clearly much better than reaction videos just not existing, and the native exposure of the platform just going directly to creators, cutting out that middleman entirely. Because hey, as we all know, the easier it is for the rich to get richer, the better off everyone will be. In conclusion, Nukrit's video is nonsensical and contradictory. This is because he's trying his hardest to avoid the reality of an obviously imbalanced and exploitative relationship. Asmongold has spent years trading off parasocial relationships, fear of reprisal, ignorance of market dynamics, and a need for validation from the famous to build his content farm. He has done this with the express goal of usurping market share away from others while expending as little effort as possible. Asmongold doesn't send viewers to other places to use their finite time, rather he pulls these viewers away from others in the market to maintain his elevated position. Every day, countless thousands of channels have their videos reacted to by Asmongold-like content farms, but they never end up sharing the pantheon with him. They remain in the dirt, which is the place the system seeks to keep them. If reactors didn't each have their horde of creators working for free, and they couldn't spam the algorithm, meaning that less people would know who they are or care about them. The algorithms, not swamped by reaction videos, would necessarily have to recommend actual creators, giving them the native exposure that was previously usurped. The result being that viewers would move on to creators that the algorithm is equally confident that they would want to watch. Reactors getting in the way of this by acting as the middleman for the native exposure on the platform helps no one but those reactors. The rich getting richer, doing less for more, does not benefit those who are left holding the bag of doing the actual work. Working for and supporting content farms in order to compete with them for viewership is a sucker's game and does nothing but hurt us all. To those who disagree with me, I ask you the same questions that I always ask that people refuse to answer. Imagine a world where YouTube had no reactions, and therefore 100% of the impressions were exposing viewers to creators that they most likely want to watch. How would taking some of these impressions away from creators in order to promote reaction content benefit original creators? What percentage of native exposure would you take away from creators to give to reactors? So maybe you'd want to give creators 40% less exposure so the algorithm has some space to get people to watch reactors instead. Just give me a number, and a reason why this change wouldn't just cause people to watch creators less. I absolutely agree, slot machines do pay you money, but you're a fool if you don't understand that what you're being paid is just a lesser amount of what is being taken from you. I want to be open and say that I dislike how much I've spoken about Asmongold in this series in general. My interest has never been in Asmongold specifically, but the phenomenon of reaction content in general. It is just that coincidentally, he has always somehow managed to be the easiest avenue in which to discuss it. Although I guess that's in part because of how much he does it and how blatant he is with it, like he has no shame. Unfortunately, I feel as though continuously bringing up Asmon plays into this idea that you can assess reaction content as a whole by looking at one reactor's impact on one particular creator, which is obviously quite silly. Moreover, I think Asmongold has always been a pretty open scumbag. He wears his pure self-interest on his sleeve, and he has openly stated that he will scam anyone if he feels he can get away with it. It isn't like Asmongold is trying to pretend to be a good person or is ignorant of how he's exploiting others. So on some level, these videos inadvertently say, hey, you know that openly bad person who his viewers think is based because he's open about being a bad person? Well, he's actually a bad person. This is not exactly an interesting revelation or something I particularly care about, but I do think this may be in part what inspires people like Nacrit to try and rationalize how they are not a part of the horde that he exploits. Sure, Nacrit is just one of the hundreds going on thousands of channels that Asmon farms to avoid work and to gain free wealth and growth, but Nacrit isn't like those others. He's actually a very special boy that Asmon really cares about. It even seems as though Nacrit aspires to be Asmongold, as at the end of the video he says he wants to be a content leech, supporting an unjust system in the hopes of one day reaping the benefits rather than suffering the negative aspects is not unheard of. Lastly, I have to admit it is annoying to spend so many years writing on the harm of reaction content, to then see people not address any of my arguments when they make a video in favor of reaction content. Although potentially it could be impossible for a person to cover my arguments in such a video, because, you know, obviously I believe if you understood my arguments, you wouldn't want to make such a video. At the end of the day though, I do feel ill-equipped to combat the problems that I perceive. The strength of my arguments, or if I want to be arrogant, the truth, doesn't really matter. What is more important is my own influence and my skills of communication, and let's face facts, I suck at making this kind of content. I can write a great essay, but speaking it into a camera is a terrible experience for me. After completing this video, I still have another essay that I still haven't made a video on, and honestly, I think it will be my last. I finished both of these scripts 4 months ago, but it has taken me that long to read even just one into a camera. Regardless, thanks for watching, I hope you enjoyed the video, I wish you all the best. So after proving myself to be a master assassin in Hitman 1, I'm now going to be playing Hitman 2, and showing that I'm equally good at hitting on men in that game. Fun for the whole family.
The story so far. Agent 47 and his handler Diana Burnwood are the world's top assassins working for the ICA.
You may. So, I just released this video where I'm talking about Ludwig's video about how he made a secret channel that no one knew about, and how it
Hello?
Hey, what's up?
Well, you're in my chat every day talking about doing heroin, so
Hey, I don't talk about it that much.
I feel like you do quite a bit.
My bad, I'm sorry.
It's fine. It's just like what's going on. The chat's kind of getting upset because they say you won't stop crying about it or coping or seething about it. So I just want to know.
I swear I'm not crying.
Okay, why are you doing heroin?
Because I like it. I don't know. I want to.
Isn't it bad for you?
Yeah, it's really bad. I would never advise anyone to do it.
Why are you? Like what do you like? Is there?
I like.
Don't you think the negative?
despair.
Don't you think the negative consequences outweigh the positive?
Yeah, the negative consequences are why I do it. I like the despair of it. I like self-harm.
Well, if you know what's bad, why don't you just stop it?
I don't have a reason to.
To not stop?
Yeah, I don't have a reason. I've stopped before. I didn't have a reason to keep going.
Doesn't it affect like your physical health and like want to like make you duck if it's really bad for you? Isn't it like I don't
Okay,
what underlying problems are you coping with? Like why can't you just stop doing it?
I mean, the physical problems, there's not really any physical problems. It's kind of like you get used to it, and as you get used to it, you don't suffer the side effects, you just get used to them. But the reason I do it, like underlying reason, I don't know. I'm mentally ill. I've been mentally ill for 7 years of my life. It's how I cope, I guess.
How old are you?
18.
So you're doing heroin at 18. How do you, I just don't even understand how you find heroin. When I was in high school, I didn't know anyone who.
Okay, I don't want to say like on a stream, but I don't meet up with people in real life to get it.
You're getting it off the deep web, the dark web.
yeah, honestly, it's more complicated than most people think.
Okay, it's more complicated than most people think. I just don't understand. Like, I don't know. If you know it's so bad for you, like, why don't you just stop doing it? Can't you like can't you like improve your life and change things? I mean, you're young, like, before you ruin yourself forever.
I've tried to get help and things, but everything gets worse.
Do you have like family to take you to rehab or something?
Yeah, but I cannot live with myself if I wasted that kind of money on me.
What would be a waste? Wouldn't it be good to do better?
I think I'm a waste. I don't think it's worth it for me.
Why do you
for
think
anyone
that?
else, I think it's.
Why do you think that?
I think like something is wrong with me that can never be fixed.
How could it never be fixed? I mean, you're 18 years old. I mean, you have a lot. You have a lot of life ahead of you. You know, like you're pretty early in the stages. Things can feel very end of the world when you're young. I feel like matter of perspective. You know? I mean, imagine where you're gonna be in 10 years if you continue down this path. You know, it's not gonna be good.
I don't care where I'll be because I thought I would be dead by this age anyway when I was younger.
Well, you're not. You made it. So why not make it another 60 years? You know? There's a lot you can do. There's a lot of enjoyment to be had in life.
I hope not.
What?
I really don't like it.
What made you this way? Did you have like a nice family growing up? What's going on?
Yeah, my parents are like my best friends. I love my parents, especially my dad.
Do they know
I don't
about
know
your
what
problem?
made me this way.
Do they know about?
I was born broken.
Do they know about this issue?
Yes and no. I've gotten sober before, and they knew then, but right now they think I'm sober.
Okay. I think you should help them. If you have a problem, take care of that.
I can't do that. It would break them. I really I don't want to hurt them.
Well, it would hurt them, but it would hurt them more.
I won't. I really won't. My tolerance is so high, and I don't.
Well, that's what you think. Just, this is pure delusion. You think your tolerance is so high, and you're totally fine until you overdose and die.
I don't care if I die. I want to, but the reason I don't is because of my parents.
Okay. Well, I guess at least you have that. This just seems like and like you're coming to my chat talking about it. It kind of brings the mood down. I think you should go seek help. You should tell. I don't know if you really parents.
I don't mean to. Like, I mention it when other people mention something similar, but I don't mean to like make it about me.
Okay. Well, you sent me an email talking about how you like my advice and you like what I have to say. You think I'm a real ass.
Yeah.
As a real ass nigga, I'm trying to tell you, I think you should tell mom and dad. Not value my opinion at all. It really helps.
Don't worry, I'll be okay.
I don't believe that. You're talking about doing fucking heroin. That's like the worst one.
It's the worst one.
Yeah, I think it is the worst one, probably.
Wow, it's over.
What do you mean it's over? It's not over.
It's so over.
Stop it. You're 18. It can't be over.
Yeah, it can. It's been over. I know what.
It doesn't even make sense. You don't even know what life is. You're 18.
No, I know what life is. Trust me.
What do you mean trust you? How am I supposed to trust you? This isn't funny. I mean, it's kind of funny, but like also like you're twisted. You need help. You got to go to rehab.
It's my coping mechanism.
Well, there are better copes than doing drugs that will kill you.
No, I mean like laughing at this.
Okay. I don't know, Shara. This is pretty dark. You know, I think you gotta get some help. Why are you mentally ill? What is wrong with you?
Oh, a lot of things. But I think the worst thing is depression.
Have you just always had an depression?
Yeah, like ever since I can remember, since my memory started, I always thought everything was really bleak. Everything's always been really sad to me. I don't know.
Are you like a rich kid?
Well, not really. Not rich, like comfortable.
Okay. Why are things so bleak? Don't you have like friends and I don't know?
No, I don't have any friends. I've never had friends in real life.
Why not?
So I have Asperger's, and I've grown up with that. So I didn't know how to socialize like at all as a kid, and I learned from just being social online. But when I was 11, I started being scared to go outside, like scared to see people, scared that people see me. So I haven't been outside physically since I was 11, like not like in front of the public at least. So when I learned to socialize, I stopped going out, so I never made like real life friends.
That sounds horrible. I mean, this is the thing is like you watch my videos and you hear the stuff I talk about and all that. Like you hate terminally online people and meets and themselves and other people.
Yeah.
None of this gets internalized at all. It just is totally in one ear or the other.
No, it's internalized. Trust me, I hate myself.
Well, you could like the point is like you can like self-improve your life. Like I had a point in time when I was in college, when I was like very down bad, mentally ill / I was like I'd say borderline if not fully addicted to stimulants. But I like changed my life circumstances to the point where now I'd say I'm a pretty mentally sound person. And like I mean the thing is you can say you tried, but if you're not better then you haven't tried everything. You're only 18 years old. Like you just said you're sheltered, you're living in your house, you're not talking to anyone. Like I have been in phases of my life where like I thought that was it. Definitely not as bad as you. I've never done heroin, but I've had phases in my life where I thought like, okay, this is it, it's over, we're not going to be miserable forever. But like through like gradually, slowly taking steps to get better, you know, you can change your life.
I know what you mean. I haven't tried everything. Like, I'm not gonna pretend like I've done everything. I've done my best. I've done what I could. But I honestly just feel like I've run out of energy to try because of how much disappointment I've had.
I would imagine heroin kind of makes you tired, no energy.
Oh yeah, it does. I mean, I guess when I say energy, I mean like mental energy. Like I can't handle trying something and putting my all into something that is just gonna fail again.
Have you graduated high school yet?
No, I haven't been to school since I was 11. Everything I know, I studied myself.
Like, are you homeschooled? Like, what are you up to?
I'm not homeschooled. I've never been homeschooled. I've just, like, I like reading a lot, and I like studying about subjects that I'm interested in. So, like, my area of interest, or, like, my special interest, they would be called, psychology, or psychiatry, narcotics and chemistry, philosophy, stuff like that.
So you think you could, like,
so
apply
I've
these
studied about them.
concepts to, like, a job or something? Or, like,
I could, but I don't have that, like, it takes a lot for me to, like, do anything, like, to eat, to drink water, to get out of bed, to shower, and, like, to have to do those things every day, and then, like, go out just somewhere, and, like, when going out freaks me out, like, so much. It's just way too much. It's, like...
But if you, like, do these things, like, you could, like, be happy. Like, if you're not trying, you'll never be happy. But if you, like, slowly expose your therapy yourself to, like, going outside or doing these things, like, it's like, you say you're not happy and you don't really know why, but like, how could you be happy when you're like, inside?
Yeah, that's true. It's something that is like it's difficult to explain because I know it sounds like, oh, like if you don't do anything then you're gonna stay the same, but it's like I don't have the energy to do anything. Like I can't get myself to do anything anymore because it's just like everything is impossible.
But you can, like, this is all just like a mental, like, are you physically disabled?
No.
Well, then this is all just like a mental, like, block. Like, this is just like I mean, I'm not saying it's fake, but it's like a mental block that you're just like preventing yourself, you know, from enjoying these things.
Yeah. I mean, I used to be able to do it. I used to be able to go to school every day like a normal kid, but I guess I just like shut down and I haven't been able to recover from that.
But that doesn't mean you can like ever recover. It's just not. It's not over. Once again, like you're 18 years old. Like when I was 18 and I was going to college and like was preparing myself to be miserable, like I felt like it was over. But like through taking certain steps, you can learn to enjoy aspects of life. And like I don't know if you're supposed to be happy all the time, but you can like get to a point where you're content. I mean, obviously, if like there are things you do enjoy, like reading or learning about these subjects, that you can apply these principles to every aspect of your life. That you can learn to enjoy the little things in the day-to-day, and you can eventually get to a point where you are like happy, or at least happy enough to be motivated to like leave your house.
No, I know what you mean. I've done a lot of like therapy before, and this is kind of stuff they would say to me. But it's like I don't know how to. I mean, I don't think I want to be happy.
Well, you don't know you want to be happy when you're so miserable. I think the first step is probably to tell people around you have a problem, because apparently you're not going to fix your addiction on your own.
I've told my parents before, like I ran sober before, but when I was sober, it was like before I had this addiction, I was very suicidal. I tried to kill myself multiple times since I was 10 years old the first time, and up until I was 16 years old. And when I got like deep into this addiction, I stopped trying to do that because I found something to wake up for every day. And I know it's like stupid because like, oh, it's a drug, it's like pointless. But it keeps me going, and when I was sober, I got that feeling back of wanting to die.
Well, the drug is just like a temporary fix though now. Underlying issues. Like you're not actually feeling better. It's not really full thing. I mean, I assume you can't really get anything done on heroin. Like you're not really enjoying life or like pushing yourself further. You're just kind of sinking into your sadness.
Yeah, I guess that's the addictive part. Yeah.
Yeah. So you should tell mom and dad. I mean, if you value my advice at all, what I have to say.
Thank you for like talking to me, but don't worry, I'll be okay, I promise.
Well, I'm not worried. I don't really know you. It's just like it's disturbing.
Yeah, I mean, just like
you and I chat every day talking about how you're addicted to heroin and don't want to stop. Now it's so open. It's like you're just like there's a problem. You're almost. I feel like you're seeking people telling you there's a problem, so you know how bad it is. And it's like, well, now the next step is like to fix it.
Yeah. I don't know. Because it's like I've been sober before, and I've lived life before, and it was like it meant nothing to me. It was just horrible. It was like I can't find meaning in life for anything except your like negative feelings. You get what I mean?
Well, you haven't felt a lot of positive ones though, so you had a lot of like, you have like underlying issues. I guess that haven't been addressed. And not just because you're not being addressed on the drug use.
Yeah, I guess it's just seem cool.
But it's when you can get at it, so you can balance. It's not over. Once again, like you're 18 years old, there's like a lot ahead of you to look forward to and or do. You know, like you're literally at the beginning. Like you couldn't possibly know that this is all your life could ever be at this age.
Yeah, it's just I've felt for a long time like this is all it would ever be, so I made a lot of peace with that, and I don't feel like I deserve to feel normal or that I even can feel normal. I don't think I can ever feel it.
Well, it's just silly. It's down to look like that. I've known people who thought they would never feel normal, like do like therapy, rehab, like that. Like actually, I mean, it takes work. Like it's not easy. Like it's back-breaking, painful toil and labor and cotton picking to like bring yourself to a point where you're happy at all. But like it is very worth it. You look back at how you feel now and be like, what the fuck was wrong with me? It's definitely doable. Yeah. I know it. I've seen it in real life. Buying drugs on the internet definitely is not good. You're probably someday you're probably gonna order it and it's gonna be nice and nice.
I would hope so. Honestly.
This is just disturbing. You gotta stop. You gotta go tell mom and dad.
But everyone dies, and it's like,
I mean, yes, but at the
if
end,
I
not
feel
when you're 18.
pain being alive, don't I deserve a break? Like, don't I deserve to die if it's so much pain just being here?
No, definitely not. You deserve to put in the work to be happy. No one deserves to die. I mean, maybe when you're 87 and you're at the end of your life. Certainly not when you're 18. You don't even know what life is yet.
Everything feels pointless. It feels like, I don't know. It's just, honestly, I see life as like everyone is coping about their life. Like there should be lives in different ways, and this is my way of coping, and this is my way that helps me. I don't know.
Well, I think that's the direction. I guarantee you most people right now are coping about their shitty lives. I'm not coping about my shitty life. I'm pretty happy.
I mean, everything is a cope, isn't it? Like, there's no value in anything. It's just the value that you assign to it.
I mean, there's value in enjoying the path. There's value in like things I enjoy would be like learning about new things, you know, interpersonal relationship drama struggles, like watching that go down and getting to like talk about it and analyze it. Interacting with my like little community I have over here, like my chat, getting to have like my job and make money doing it. Doing little things like eating food, I mean, is pretty fun. Weightlifting and getting stronger is fun. Like all of these things are things that like feel my life and my daily enjoyment. I push on to the next day. You know, working towards a goal. I don't know that I'm happy all the time. I'm not like waking up every day and I'm like, yay, I'm alive. Like, but nobody thinks that. That's a fucking cartoon. But, I'm like content with where I am and where I'm going, and the fact that I'm like building a future for myself. And I think the majority of people, like, they're not expecting to be happy in the moment. Right? They just, you know, they push on because they have things that they know that they enjoy, that they can get, they're putting the effort. And like universally, 99% of people do this. But your solution is just like, well, I'm just gonna do heroin and it's all over, and I'm gonna go on online and do it about
I don't use I used to.
no. I mean, it's just not good. It's just not. It's
Yeah,
just
it's
no good.
honestly accessible.
I mean, yes, but it's just not enjoying it.
I've never been able to feel that kind of pleasure though. Like, for example, if I eat something, I don't feel anything. It tastes like something, I guess, but it doesn't mean anything to me. There's nothing driving me to do it, except unless like if I'm like starving and like I can't bear the pain anymore, you know. But there's nothing driving me to do anything. It's just kind of like avoiding pain.
Well, once again, I think you're just mentally ill and addicted to drugs. I think you should tell mom and dad. I think they can help you more than you know.
I tried really hard for 4 or 5 years to recover from depression, but it didn't work. Like nothing made me feel any better except for drug use.
Well, once again, you're just like, you're so young. How could you possibly, like, without the perspective, how could you possibly think that like what you have now is like all there could ever be? You know, like you're 18 years old, and the internet's certainly not helping. You being in my chat, validation seeking from these, no offense, but like dorks like me, like it's not gonna really help you. Like what's gonna help you is like turning to people who know how to be normal, and like certainly you're.
I don't mean the validation seekers. I don't know. I like socializing, and I like talking about things I'm interested in. When people bring up stuff like drugs or even like chemistry, I get really into it, and like I I say that I use stuff and I don't realize like that's a weird thing to say. That's not right.
If you enjoy socializing online, I don't think you can enjoy it in real life.
I think I could. It's just that I'm like afraid of people. Like I'm totally afraid of. I don't know. The fear is the worst of it. Like when people. I mean, most people have like a fear of projection, but I guess mine is so deep that I don't want to try like even a little bit, just because I'm so afraid of it.
Why do you care what people think so much?
I don't know. I really don't.
Because I feel like that's the thing that actually doesn't matter that you describe it. You say nothing matters, but to you, like social pressure / validation / whatever doesn't matter. Like it really doesn't. I mean, as someone who's like acting like a complete retard in public, it doesn't matter at all. Nobody's opinion really matters that much. It just doesn't. Nobody's really paying attention to you or even thinking about you. They've just got their own day going on. They need to worry about. So whatever you're concerned with is like so minuscule to most people.
Yeah, I feel like if I could put it into an analogy, I feel like if people look at me, that they will like die inside. I don't know, like that my presence will like poison people.
Presence will poison. It's just like. I'm sorry, but that's like.
I'm sorry.
Nobody cares. You don't have to be sorry. It's just like nobody really cares. Like, random strangers don't really care about what you're doing. You could be the ugliest person in the world. They would not care.
I don't know. I feel like my existence is a net negative, and I don't want to like put that onto other people. I don't know. I know it's dumb. It's just like a deeply ingrained thought I have. I think the thing that caused this is like I was bullied a lot when I was a kid, like a lot, like really badly.
Well, I mean, people do silly things when they're young. You know, kids like to bully each other, pick off the weak, but I mean, in adulthood, like, people are just not that concerned with it. They have their own lives and they don't really have to bully others. I guess it happens sometimes on the internet and shit like that, but you know, you just have to build value for yourself in a way that you don't need others' validation. If you don't have anything for yourself, then you're gonna care only what other people think. But you clearly there are things you enjoy, like you said, like, I guess chemistry or pharmaceutical knowledge and stuff. Like there are other people you can talk to, even in real life. You can talk to them about stuff and have like knowledge or more knowledge than you could, and you can connect with them on an interpersonal level where you don't need. It's not about validation; it's just about sharing what you have to say on the inside. And truly, people, as far as like appearances and like how you act, like in practice, people care way less about that than you think. What they actually care about is what you have to say, like what's going on inside your mind. I mean, there are shallow people, but like the majority of like relatively cool people are not really thinking like that. I don't think. I just feel like it's not. Like once again, like you just haven't lived much life. Like you don't even go to high school. Like how could you think that like what you know now is all there is to life? Just think about like perspective. Like if you barely leave your house, like how could you even know what you could enjoy out there? You know, I mean, there are bad things that like suck about life, yes, but there's also a lot of good things that you just haven't experienced. Yeah.
Sorry,
It's fine.
Sorry.
It's okay.
I feel like I don't know. This is nerve-wracking.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, you don't have to be on stream. You're in chat all day, basically talking about this. I just thought I would have you on and I don't know, can question you. I was kind of curious just to hear what the you had to say, I guess, but it's just like there's so much like that you could enjoy apart from like internet heroin. You just you just haven't experienced it yet because you're an 18-year-old girl who doesn't leave her house. And like your mom and dad might be disappointed in the short term if they find out about your addiction. Yes.
It's not like disappointment. It's more like when I told them before, especially my dad, because he's been through that. Like he went in his 20s, he was addicted to it for 10 years, heroin. And he knows the pain of addiction, how deep it is. And he helped me get sober, but it was like he knew that I felt that kind of pain and that we shared that, and it was like really painful. I don't know, for him to know how much pain I was going through. I don't know.
Well, he can also help though, like he said, like he helped you before. He's probably in a unique position to help you get over that.
Yeah, it's just I was sober for a month, and I know that's not that long, but one day I felt horrible. Like I just didn't want to be here. I didn't like anything. I didn't feel anything. I didn't feel pleasure. I didn't feel anything. I didn't want to be there. I didn't want to wake up. I didn't want to get out of bed.
Were you at home all day?
Yeah, but I don't have much choice. I mean, I know it's dumb. Like, first, like most people can just go out like it's nothing, but for me, it's like I don't know. I used to get panic attacks every time I would go outside, or like if someone saw me, or if I had to talk to someone or anything.
Well, I think you need to go to therapy and find a way to get over that, because that, I mean, yeah, like, no, your life isn't good if
I
you
try.
can't even leave your house. I mean, that's good. That's good that you try. I think you should tell your dad, though. I mean, being sober for a month is a big accomplishment, but imagine if you were sober for a year. Like, there's just no way that you would still be miserable at the end of a year if you're actually staying sober, because then you're going to have to figure out things to do other than do heroin and stay in your room, which is going to be leaving your house and talking to people.
Yeah, it's just like the prospect of existing, being perceived, being seen terrifies me. Like, I would rather be dead. I don't know.
Well, that's pretty dark. That sucks, but that's just like, you just need to get over that. And I know it's not like a simple fix, like just get over it. I'm not saying it's like some red pill thing where you just need to, like, I don't know, get over it like right away. But like, if you get sober, I mean, that's a good first step to enjoying things, and then you can actually spend time on things you care about that aren't depressing and degrading your body, like reading about things you care about.
I mean, I do everything that I do, even though I'm on drugs, like, all the time. Like, I don't really do productive things, but I am pretty creative, and I love, like, I read all the time, and I still study. It doesn't affect actually, it improves my motivation to be, like, on drugs, because it's kind of like self-medicating. I've always been self-medicating with it. I don't feel high most of the time, just because my tolerance is so high, and I don't take more, because I've always tried to control myself. But I'm still able to do things that I like, and I guess that keeps me going.
But you could do things you like without needing to self-medicate too. And you could even meet people, once again, in real life who, like, also enjoy the things you like and can, like, give you meaning through a sense of community, you know? It's like a real thing that exists.
I did meet a few of my online friends before. It was like, I had, like, I couldn't, like, speak or move for the first 10 minutes. Like, I was, like, my body totally shut down, and I was, like, having a panic attack. But I did meet a couple of my online friends before, and it was really awesome.
Well, that's good. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's fun. I mean, obviously you had some, like, personal struggles there, and you had social anxiety, but, like, in the end, like, wouldn't you say it was more worth it to meet them than not?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and, like, that can be replicated again and again with, like, I mean, online friends can be cool, but you can meet, like, you know, real life friends too that are local to you, you can hang out with all the time. Like, that can happen repeatedly again and again, you know. It's very possible. If you did that once, like, you can see, like, there are things that, like, make life worth living, at least in the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, it's not over, you know. We're back.
I'm back.
Yeah. All right. Well, I don't know. I guess that's most of the stuff I wanted to say. Is there anything else you want to talk about, or?
We could talk about anything. I mean, I feel like it's kind of, like, depressing. I mean, the subject before.
Yeah. Well, I mostly just wanted to talk about this because you were, I guess, in chat wanting to talk about it.
I mean, it's really cool to, like, talk to you, because I really like you. I think you're so cool. But I mean, I do feel grateful that you wanted to talk to me about this, but in a way, I feel bad that, like, I'm kind of, like, polluting the stream, I don't know, with my sadness.
Well, it's my stream, so I chose it, right?
Yeah, true. Yeah.
But it's like there are, if you think I'm cool and, like, I'm, like, nice to talk to, like, there are other people out there who you would also think are cool and are nice to talk to. They could be in my chat. I mean, they're probably not, but they could be in my chat. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did meet someone from your chat, because a while ago on some stream, people asked me to make a server to meet me for some reason, like a bunch of people in the chat, and I met a couple of them. Most of them I really didn't get along with, because I think I'm difficult to get along with, but I did make one friend that I still talk to, and he's, like, really cool.
Yeah, look at that. That's one connection you made, like, makes life better. You could do that again and again, and even in real life, you can make friends in real life that you hang out with and, like, do things with. Like, talk and read books and drink coffee.
I think I'm really,
go ice skating.
like, socially starved.
Yeah, so you can feed your social hunger by hanging out with people.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, this is a nice talk. I'm gonna get out of here, but yeah, go tell your parents your fucking drug problem. Okay. Don't
okay.
call.
See you later.
Don't call into my stream again until you've done that.
Okay.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
Oh boy, that was dark. That was dark. She needs to get help. Real bad. That was dark, dude. It's bullshit. I mean, maybe it is. I don't know. It seems kind of real to me. If it is bullshit, then whatever. I got duped, I guess. But I tried. I don't know. I feel like I gave some decent advice. She should just stop that. So I need to get at her on Discord real quick. Don't bring BP demons into the stream. She sounded young. I don't believe she's 18. I mean, maybe she lied. It's possible. I unadded her on Discord is what I just did. The girl's 16 max. I was 16. Why would I talk to Madeline? What is she gonna bring to the table, dude? Get Madeline on the stream. Want to know how an 18-year-old grooms a 15-year-old? I don't really want to know that for sure, to be honest. Madeline's been beefing with Chara for days. Oh my god, dude. Okay, Madeline, what's your fucking Discord? What's up?
Oh, okay. Okay, so basically the whole Chara situation is, we created a little Discord for Turkey Tom fans initially. Chara had joined, then we had all gotten invited to another unrelated 4chan server.
Okay.
The real issue I was having is just the fact that she's very manipulative. She's also obsessed with you.
Yeah.
And the entirety of what she was saying was kind of bullshit. But the main concern was her attempting to groom a 15-year-old. That's what I was talking about in chat. People were asking for proof of it, and I was
How old
trying
is
to...
she? She's 18?
She's 18, yeah.
I don't think that's grooming.
Yeah, I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
Personally, it's illegal in the place that he is. She's also in the UK. I don't personally think that...
I mean, okay, so first of all, it's probably not illegal for an 18-year-old to a 15-year-old almost anywhere.
No, it is. It is.
Where?
There are not Romeo and Juliet laws. There are in Connecticut where he is living, but it is also, she can get caught with another charge, which is something about harm to a minor if they're under 16 years old. Also, she's in the UK.
Do you think
it is not?
Do you think it's realistic that an 18-year-old is going to be charged for dating a 15-year-old?
Yeah, absolutely.
Really?
Yes, yeah.
I think that's completely unrealistic.
Why do you think that's unrealistic?
I can't think of a single case where an 18-year-old was charged for dating a 15-year-old. I mean, they could both be in high school realistically. It's just like unlikely.
Well, likely. Yeah, they could be in high school, but that doesn't change anything.
Why doesn't it change anything?
They're both in high school. What is that? I mean, I don't really need
I'm saying they're like relatively close in age. Like it's probably not grooming.
They're relatively close in age, yeah, but she's 18.
So why does her being 18, like if she was 17, would you be fine with it? Hello? Hello? Are you there? Hello? She's still in the call. 18 is an adult, 15 is a teenager. Well, 18 is an adult and 17 is a teenager. Like what is the, I just, like there can be like problems with a relationship of that age gap, but there also could not be at all. Like it's probably not grooming. Somebody, she left. No, she's still on the call. I just can't hear her. Hello? 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 Okay, I don't know. I don't want to like defend this girl. I don't know anything about her, but am I supposed to think that an 18-year-old is a pedophile for that? In conclusion, everyone in this stupid drama is, they need to go outside. Yes, I agree. And be sure to become a member. For $5 a month, they get the members only podcasts and exclusive videos that only members get. Thanks so much for your support. I think all of us can agree we probably want to look a little better, right? We want to look a little better. We want to do a little better. That's why I'm going to the gym. That's why you guys are going to the gym. That's why we're getting into it, right? That's why we're mewing. That's why we're mewing. That's why that's why we're drinking soy and finasteride. But well, apparently this guy kind of ruined his life for looks maxing. This guy called James Sapphire. Now I've heard of James Sapphire before. I've seen a lot of like memes about him and shit like that. Stream I'm Back featuring Foreign Baby in Red Blue by James Sapphire. There's a lot of memes about him and shit. But from what I understand, he's kind of a notorious case of a looks maxer gone wrong who ruined his whole shit. Now, I don't know the whole story here, but we're going to find out from this video from DC1 the dangers of looks maxing. We're gonna find out all about the dangers.
Everyone wants to look a little better. Maybe you just want to shed a few pounds. Hit the gym. Try a new hairstyle. Maybe switch up your wardrobe.
I like that he chose an overweight
Everyone
woman.
wants to look a little better. Maybe you just want
I like that he chose her for his stock
to
footage.
shed a few pounds. Hit the gym. Try a new hairstyle. Maybe switch up your wardrobe. Everyone just wants to look good. But how far are you willing to take it? How far would you go to look as good as you possibly can?
That is a horrific looking person. Oh my god. How do you get to look like that? The call is coming from inside the house.
Are you willing to take the black pill? James Sapphire is the epitome of everything that could go wrong with male self-improvement and looks maxing. Not only did this
became seen as easy bait at his school. People would come threaten him with baseball bats.
Eventually, due to
Very frequently, sometimes even like 20 times a day on both his respective stories. James also seems to have a huge disdain to showering or really any practice of hygiene, which he frequently ranted about as well on his social.
Hello?
Wait.
So, I just released this video where
content garnering a small but loyal following. It was his viewers that came up with the nickname Mama Max as a reference to Filthy Frank. They were dedicated enough to advertise his channel for free, spamming his name across comment sections. This is unfortunately when Max hit his first roadblock on the platform. His use of hentai clips was quite risky due to YouTube's terms of service, and it wasn't long before videos started to get taken down. After receiving multiple notices, Max discontinued the series and ultimately decided to switch channels.
I'm Max.
The Mama Max channel was created on May 23, 2016. It would be home to a new series called Life Sucks, in which Max narrated over animations drawn by his sister. Max's content was evolving, motivated by a desire to learn the art of filmmaking. This was a means to that end at a time when he was unable to afford a camera. They were an outlet for Max to vent his frustrations at the world in all of their misanthropic glory. Max would rant about subjects like money, jobs, friends, loneliness, and even terrorism. They even contained personal stories that gave a glimpse into his real life and past. He'd vent about how awful his family was and his experience with heartbreak.
Let me tell you a story. Max was going through a sudden breakup with an Australian girl he was with for 2 years after she found someone else. She went by Twigs or something. Every day, depression would rip his brain and everything seemed so pointless.
His emo diatribes were often bookended with attempts at inspirational monologues.
But you better not let anything stop you. Especially not these fucking whores and sluts who betray you. Do not let them stop you. They chose you because you are good. And now that they've left you, it's time for you to transition from good to great. From great to greater. From greater to greatest. You will be the greatest.
Now, in retrospect, many dismiss these videos as incel story times. They're not wrong, like, at all, but Max's approach, in which he spoke about these issues unfiltered, resonated with people. It was effective in creating deep, long-lasting parasocial relationships. Max's appeal was that he was an outcast, and willing to expose himself in ways no normal person would. His stated goal was actually to help others who were suffering with depression, getting praise from both viewers and other creators. He appeared on podcasts, started his own podcast, and later installments had guests like Elvis the Alien and Corpse Husband.
I can do something that I don't really like talking about.
Oh god!
Oh, I'm ready for this.
I can suck my own dick.
By late 2016, he amassed 10,000 subscribers and only grew exponentially from there. He passed the 100K milestone in April of 2017, celebrating with a video of his friends and collaborators roasting him. This growth continued throughout 2018, reaching 200,000 subs by the end of the year. This is around when the series ran dry, with the last episode uploaded that March. Max's channel began underperforming, and he had to get another job. He grew embarrassed of the series and would end up privating all but his last installment.
I've not abandoned you. And the content is not gone, it's just on hiatus. I had to get another job, so I don't have enough time to make them anymore. Also, they started to get boring to make because I felt like I was uploading the same thing every week, and I felt like they all sucked to where when I look back at them I cringe, and also of course because they weren't doing so well.
This is when Max made a bizarre pivot that was also a return to form. Hentai reviews.
And then, you know, my channel started dying and I started getting depressed making that kind of content, so I was like, let's fucking do a 180 and make hentai reviews.
Max began making hentai reviews for his own amusement, with much of the humor coming from the sheer absurdity of it all. Many of these amount to reaction videos with some creative editing here and there. There isn't very much to say about these, other than that he was once again skirting the lines of the platform.
Today, we're going to be watching Cherry and Gals. It is an anime that is about a sister who rapes her prepubescent brother with her friend.
That is, except for the last and only hentai review that remains public to this day. The video begins with Max getting tissues and a lotion while reading a poem that he had written himself about spanking the monkey.
I want to touch and feel. I want to know what's real. To actually have control of the wheel. I don't want to just sit and watch as I rub and grip and crotch.
This is before devolving into a style more familiar with fans of his later content. Max's channel was about to evolve, with this video serving as a transition to video game content. Even though he enjoyed making hentai reviews, it wasn't as fulfilling as the content he made to help people.
I'm hoping to make this a series where I make documentaries about the impact of video games on people's lives. So if you are in the Dallas-Fort Worth area and you have a game that pretty much saved your life and you have a story that you want to tell, just send me an email.
It was a sign of what was to come, with Max creating videos about Halo, Dead Space, and the Elder Scrolls. They contained a lot of original footage, as Max experimented more and more using voice filters on his narration. It had marginal success, with only one managing to crack 100,000 views. But they set the stage for the video that single-handedly put him back on the map, and began an entirely new phase of the Mama Max channel. Kanye Quest 3030 is a satirical indie RPG released in 2013. The game made headlines upon release, receiving coverage in outlets like Vice and Rolling Stone. It had mysterious origins, with the developer only known as Phoenix, but this fact was largely overlooked until 2 years later. In 2015, a user discovered a previously hidden section of the game. It claimed the rest of the game was a front, and its actual purpose was to spread the teachings of the Ascensionism cult. Those who investigated further found a complex puzzle of hidden websites and QR codes. The ending congratulated players on their ascension before asking for their private information. With the benefit of hindsight, we know for a fact this was an ARG. The creator was identified in 2022 as Clara Hope, who created Kanye Quest for a high school project. But at the time, this was unclear, with the discovery making big waves in the gaming community. On August 1st, 2019, Max uploaded a 30-minute video about Kanye Quest. He investigates the urban legend at length, concluding it to be the work of an underappreciated artist.
Left behind by an underappreciated artist. A faceless, yet extremely intelligent human being who spent 6 long years crafting this extraordinary story with its mystifying puzzles and games. But I do know that I can empathize with being an underappreciated artist. It is one of the most heartbreaking and soul-crushing occupations because of it.
The video exploded in popularity, amassing over 2 million views. It quickly became the most viewed on his channel, solidifying the future direction of his content. He made 2 more videos before the end of the year covering similar stories. The first was about Sad Satan, which infamously had illegal content hidden within its files. That video received 2.2 million views. The second was the story of Kamakuishiki Village, a game with alleged ties to another cult. This cult is most well known for perpetrating the deadly Tokyo subway sarin attack in 1995. They're active to this day under the name Aleph, but are largely defunct as a terrorist organization. This became a contention in Max's next video titled Rolypoly.exe. The video centers around the 1997 Japanese educational game Roly Polies. It was created by artist Osamu Sato, most well known for creating LSD Dream Emulator. The game was considered lost media until 2019 when it resurfaced online. Max starts his own video by claiming that a mother had sent Roly Polies to him after it killed her son.
Last month, someone sent me a game that she says killed her child. A mother of a 5-year-old boy downloaded a toddler's edutainment game in the hopes that it would keep him busy while she was cooking dinner. He died the next day from an intracerebral brain hemorrhage. Today, I'm going to apparently risk my life for you and play this game.
Unlike the previous subjects he covered, Roly Polies is exactly as it seems, a family-friendly game designed to help kids learn English. The rumor had never circulated before, which Max acknowledges in his video. He determines the supposed mother to be fake, noting it came from a throwaway email. But then, he discusses another suspicious account which contacted him on Discord. They claim to be a fan before asking for his home address. Through a convoluted series of events, he traces all of their IPs and links them to the exact same prefecture in Japan. Max then uses this to claim that the same deadly Japanese cult is targeting him specifically.
I figured this would happen. If you didn't see my last video, I covered a video game tied to a Japanese doomsday cult that is currently identified as a terrorist organization with still active members, known as Aleph. In the video, I specifically mentioned that this cult may now be targeting me, and from what it looks like, that may be true. Dude, I spent a whole month studying Shoko Asahara, and you think I wouldn't notice that your name is literally Asahara backwards? Come on, bro.
If you couldn't guess by now, all of this is made up. If you go to 1245, you can clearly see he's an admin in the cult's Discord server. The video received major backlash from fans of Osamu Sato, but was otherwise taken at face value by the public at large. It received over 1.6 million views, surpassing his first video about the cult. I should probably mention that even the original video is fake. The entire premise relies on a misconception already debunked by Wikipedia. A common misconception is that the game was produced by the cult as propaganda. The story of Kamakuishiki Ishiki village actually portrays and the sarin gas attack negatively, but Max got away with this, with the story of a YouTuber being threatened by the worst domestic terrorist in Japanese history taken as fact. This was, in many ways, where the crazy all began, with Max disregarding truth for a more sensational story. But as I said before, it went completely unnoticed, with his behavior only rewarded further as time went on. Max took heavy inspiration from other YouTubers, specifically citing Nexpo and Mutahar among his influences.
It was actually Ryan Nexpo who inspired me. It was Ryan and Mutahar who inspired me to make a video about Kanye Quest.
They were part of the growing horror sphere on YouTube, which saw immense growth around this time. Max quickly went from a fan to a collaborator, appearing in Nexpo's video about Kanye West in November of 2019. They quickly became friends, befriending Nexpo, Muta, and other creators like NightDocs and Nick Crowley. The group collabed frequently and hung out outside of YouTube. They met up in person several times throughout 2020. There was even a series called Cringe Kitchen where Max, Nexpo, and NightDocs cooked and ate disgusting food together. The most notable collab of this period was Nexpo's Down the Rabbit Hole, which ends with the trio donning Hotline Miami-inspired outfits as Nexpo delivers a Mama Max-esque monologue.
I want you to know this. You will no longer affect me. You will no longer affect my friends, and you will no longer affect anyone that interacts with me. You've absolutely decimated an already shit year with your constant antics. But you know what? The bright side here is that you've lit a fire under my ass to do the job that you've been consistently failing at. So thank you for opening my eyes. We'll take it from here.
The video amassed 5.9 million views, putting Max in front of both his audience and millions of new viewers. Max began 2020 with 300,000 subs, and ended it with over 600,000. He was near unrecognizable from the creator he was before. As more videos came out under this new persona, his voice got lower and more artificial. Max would later claim this was his actual voice.
And that's your real voice, right? This is the real Mama Max.
This is my real voice, yes.
Is it like a falsetto? How do you do that voice?
So it's so horrible. I had to get vocal surgery because of it, because I had cysts on my vocal cords because I kept doing it.
Really?
I would cough all day.
Oh my god.
And then the next morning, my voice would be deep AF.
But that's all without mentioning the last and final pivot he'd make in his career. It was after rolypoly.exe that Max veered from video games in favor of a far more serious subject matter: online creeps. This was the true source of his growth, and what would ultimately lead to his downfall. On March 27th, 2020, Max uploaded cartoon_incorporated.mp4. It centers around a supposed YouTube channel by the same name. Cartoon Incorporated uploaded videos disguised as sequels to children's movies and TV shows. This was to lure in kids and expose them to subliminal messages. The comments were a hub for creeps, which is the main focus of his video. Max engages with them to try and find any actionable information, even getting one of them on a voice call. The video garnered 2.7 million views with a glowingly positive reception. Many were interested in seeing the channel for themselves, but conveniently, every trace of Cartoon Incorporated was erased from the internet.
Fortunately, and unfortunately, YouTube erased every trace of Cartoon Incorporated, as my team and I had mass reported them immediately after we saw the transgressions taking place. It's troubling because I didn't think to archive the entire collection of their uploads until it was too late.
No archives of the videos were ever found other than a single excerpt shown by Max. It was apparently from a video titled Frozen 3 and contained messages like, "You will open your legs for us."
If you take a look at the repeat content, you'll occasionally notice a subliminal message hidden here and there. I'm gonna freeze these frames and hope to get the lighting so you can clearly see them. Your brain will do as we command. You are safe with us. You are precious to us. You will take off your clothes. You will take photos of yourself. We love you.
The legitimacy of Cartoon Incorporated was first called into question by the lost media community, who concluded that it never actually existed. This was echoed in several different subreddits, with many pointing out how similarly it was edited to Max's own videos. To date, no one has been able to find any evidence that Cartoon Incorporated ever existed, but this largely occurred in the background, going once again unnoticed. In the meantime, Max began receiving tips from viewers on where to hunt for gooners. It was one of these emails that led to his next video about kidschat.net.
A survivor of child abuse reached out to me. They say there's a site crawling with predators. You and I are gonna find them, pry them, and them.
To his credit, there have been many independent reports of harmful material and interactions on that site. I mean, with a site called kidschat.net, that's not really surprising. Max's video was uploaded on June 5th, 2020, and was responded to by the admin a day later. It's a pretty abhorrent response, but they raise a few points against his video. Max claims that kidschat blocked his IP in order to prevent his investigation.
Anyway, they blocked my IP. Trying to hide from us, I guess. We'll get back to them on that.
The admin asserts Max was using a proxy or VPN to conceal his identity, which is not allowed on the site. This disputes the idea that he was being specifically targeted for trying to stop creeps. They also start calling him Money Max, which is pretty funny. But to be clear, Max was in the right here and pointed out real issues in their moderation on a site advertised for children.
I get an email back from the administrator himself, Arkham@childrenschat.net.
Where are the 10 screenshots of this activity? Something could be done if people send proof in the form of screenshots.
Are you f***ing kidding me? So that means they've gotten reports before and done nothing about them. Because they actually aren't monitoring the chat logs. And that must also mean the users who are reporting predators really are children. Too young and uneducated to know how to do so.
7 days after it was uploaded, Max's video was taken down for harassment and cyberbullying. I recently made a documentary exposing creeps and a PDF ring currently on the internet. Actual reports to the FBI and the NCMEC have been made because of it, which can be provided upon request. PDF files flagged the video and got it removed. My appeal was denied. The next day, Mudahar uploaded a video calling for it to be reinstated. He pointed out the severity of the situation and went through the admin's responses.
Let's give this clown a new name. We will call him Money Max for
Muda took a pretty nuanced stance in regards to the takedown. He acknowledged the simulated violence and personal info likely violated TOS and understood why it would be taken down.
Now to finish this video off, I definitely don't agree with Max's video being taken down, but after watching the whole video for myself, I can see why. YouTube has an issue with vague terms. I definitely understand that with the harassment cyberbullying. They don't really discuss why they removed the video. But if you look at it, right, his video definitely has like skits that involve sort of violence in them, like extreme violence, and I can definitely see how that can be portrayed as harassment, cyberbullying under these new guidelines. So when they took his video down, I guess they had a fucking point.
A few days later, Nexpo uploaded his own video in support of Mama Max. It begins with Max reading out his tweet from earlier, which serves as the intro to his own expose.
On the 5th of June 2020, one of my good friends, Mama Max, would upload a video exposing predators found on a website aimed at children. After going down the rabbit hole, it appeared that the site's remaining time online was numbered, as Max was reporting his findings to authorities. His video began to gain steam, but before it could get large enough for widespread internet and media attention,
just click.
he was silenced.
Nexpo found himself swarmed with creeps after being on the site for only 10 minutes.
The system that you have in place is, by all accounts, understaffed, unsecure, and lacks the user-friendliness to really address the primary issue at hand. Predators are able to exploit your site's weak points, and as we've seen, being in that chat room for not even 10 minutes made me a potential target for them. If these changes are not addressed, then I can predict an FBI investigation in the near future. Don't pretend like there isn't a problem. Don't pretend like this doesn't happen there every single day. Don't pretend like your website's perfect, because your website is not even good. You have a lot of work to do, and there will be a lot of eyes on you.
The original kidschat.net video was never reinstated, with Max forced to re-upload it entirely on June 19th, 2020. Thankfully, that didn't have much impact on his reach, receiving over 2.3 million views. The ordeal would end up benefiting Max in the long run, with the exposure doing wonders for his public image. To have two massive YouTubers not only defending him, but explicitly calling him a friend, lended him a ton of credibility.
Today's video is sponsored by Friendship. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to save 15%, I'm kidding with you. Friendship for my homie Mama Max. Now, if you don't know, I'm close friends with a lot of the horror guys on YouTube, Nexpo, Night Docs, you know, Mama Max, all these people. They're great people, good friends, close friends to me, personal close friends, people that I have met in real life, good people, people that I've chugged good old pints with. these are close friends to me. And when one of them gets treated dirty, your boy's gonna stand up for him, because that's what friendship is all about.
This was perhaps when Max got a taste for his ability to rally the YouTube community. With the public at his side, he started work on his next investigation. Max's next video was published on September 11th, 2020, hunting PDF files on a children's dating app. The video centers around MyLol, which markets itself as the #1 teen dating website in the world. This video once again seems legitimate, highlighting issues with the site's moderation while catfishing PDF files. It even resulted in the MyLol app being removed from Google's Play Store. With that said, Max was unrelenting in this format, and ultimately the video was taken down once again for bullying. Max doxed multiple potential perpetrators, including showing an actual phone number on screen. He also showed a gun put into his mouth, which raised similar issues as his last video. It really isn't surprising the video was taken down. This resulted in him creating a follow-up video titled, "I found a website that protects creeps," then Answer Us YouTube, and later YouTube.com. The video lambasts YouTube for taking down their video, implying they support Jeffrey Epstein and recognize being a creep as a sexuality.
So now that you consider pedophilia as a recognized sexual preference, I guess we can expect pedosexual celebration month from YouTube sometime soon. If only you could see the things I have.
Max uses his most recent takedown to highlight similar issues faced by Anxiety War, another creep hunter. This all builds up to a first call to action in which his viewers tag YouTube CEO, at the time, Susan Wojcicki, as well as massive current events channels like Philip DeFranco and Moist Critical.
All I ask is for you to tweet to Team YouTube, Susan Wojcicki, H3H3, Philip DeFranco, Moist Critical, Scarce, Keemstar, Markiplier, or whoever your preferred voice to get through to YouTube is, with the message.
He called for them to use the hashtag AnswerUsPedoTube, a play on Answer Us YouTube, which trended earlier in the month. Everyone can agree that YouTube's automated system and the way they've applied their policies hasn't always been fair. Having to deal with false flags is a near universal experience on the platform, but Max started to develop a real vendetta, unable to remain rational about the subject. Max acted like it was a personal attack against his content, and thus a defense of creeps. It was effective and gave a new spin to the pre-existing outrage. The hashtag immediately began trending, quickly spreading across social media. The public was already primed against YouTube, so only a few creators gave any pushback. One of the YouTubers that did was Tommy C, who became one of Max's most vocal critics. Tommy assumed Max to be in good faith at the time and respectfully offered a few criticisms with Nicholas Diorio.
I don't know if this is the right way to do it.
Problem with like the layout. Like, here's the deal: I wouldn't make a file expose like this. Yeah. I also wouldn't make a file expose at all. I mean, I watched Instagram wake up. That didn't go so well.
It didn't go so well.
Wake up.
And
that didn't go so well either.
And Mama Max is already assuming that they're protecting pedophiles. The evidence isn't in yet. We don't know if they are or not. We don't know if this is a glitch. We've seen entire channels taken down, and YouTube's apologized for it and put them back up because they said it was a glitch. What is the most common? Reposting other people's content. You know, they find.
Here's the problem: when you're talking about pedophile rings and all this shit, you have to use words like "p."
Yeah.
You have to use words like sexual assault, sexual violence. I was 15. All of these things
might trip the algorithm.
There was good reason to be cautious, as in the past, campaigns like this could lead to overcorrection. The most notable example was YouTube Wake Up, a campaign started in 2019 by Matt's What It Is. Matt accused YouTube of facilitating and monetizing the exploitation of children. It was a call to action, with an emphasis placed on their advertisers. This was controversial, as it really doesn't take much to incite an advertiser boycott, which only really punishes creators in the long run. While Max didn't get his video reinstated, the hashtag was a success. Charlie took his campaign seriously and brought Max's concerns to the CEO of YouTube.
This also comes into play with Mama Max's video, if you remember that controversy that happened, where Mama Max had this huge video that got taken down, and it was taken down because he showed a phone number for like 3 seconds on screen. Well, instead of taking that whole video down, why not just let Mama Max know, take this out and the video stays up? I'm sure he would have obliged using YouTube's editing tools. So I wanted to make sure that they heard that suggestion, and Susan in particular really liked the idea and really wanted to press expressed that on the policy team, and the policy had also liked the idea and wanted to explore ways of slowly implementing this policy over time too.
Max eventually re-uploaded the video with a few edits, receiving another 1.2 million views. Now, the goal of any reputable hunter should ideally be to get these people behind bars. It's important for investigations to be conducted in a way that ensures it can be used by law enforcement. This is a very delicate process, as mistakes can result in the entire case being inadmissible in court. The most infamous example of this is perhaps Alex Rosen's sting of EDP-445. It was understandably a big question surrounding Max's content and integrity. On March 6, 2021, Max uploaded puppystomp.mp4, diving into zoo sadism and people who abuse animals for profit. The video begins with an update regarding MyLol, praising viewers for the impact of his video. That includes a screenshot of an arrest implied to be related.
Most importantly, parents are now educated on protecting their children properly. And then, as for the predators we expose, they have either been imprisoned, or some may have gotten away.
And I hope they live happily ever after.
And it was all thanks to you. No, I will not take credit for your achievements, because it was you, after all, who made categorical
Sunshine and rainbows.
to those.
Silly goobers.
All I did was nudge things in a particular direction.
Max later claims that 2 or 3 of the targets that were exposed got arrested, but were released on bail. The rest were inconclusive due to alleged failings by law enforcement.
Like 2 or 3 of them got arrested, but out on bail, and then like was inconclusive, so the police. Well, there's a few I got emails about. Can't talk about that, but just know that justice has been served. But not to all of them, of course, because, like I said, police don't understand.
The implied arrest is unique in that all of the identifying information is censored. This is very out of character, with names and photos always shown when applicable. None of the people listed in his MyLol video match the description. The only one in Harris County was never charged with a crime or incarcerated. Texas Penal Code 2111 in its entirety does not appear to cover cybercrimes, but instead indecency with a child. Max's vigilantism wouldn't fall under these charges, even if pursued by the police. The montage of articles Max shows is also misleading. He takes credit for educating parents about the sites, but many of the web pages shown actually predate his video. These issues were discovered by u/MaximumPlatypus69 in 2023. Until then, Max's credibility was solidified, with many looking to him as a paragon of virtue. But looking back now, it may seem hard to understand how he was ever taken seriously. The edgelord persona and over-dramatization are extremely cringe, but many of his viewers at the time were CSA survivors, who found it helpful as an escapist power fantasy. If you look through his comments, many of them praised Max as a hero, a label that slowly got to his head. In November of 2021, Max uploaded imvu.exe. The video centers around a creep Max found called Pablo Sunny in the 3D avatar chat game IMVU.
To my nauseating astonishment, I find the agonizing screams of hundreds of my children pleading for justice after their abuse on IMVU. I hear you, and you will go through this alone no more. We will help you.
Max spent months attempting to collect info on him, only gathering a handful of details. He was a half-white, half-Filipino 24-year-old male. He worked as a part-time freelance musician, claimed to have done work commercials, and dreamed of becoming a famous rock star. He claimed to have puberphonia, and that his mother had cerebral palsy. The video ends with Max getting Pablo Sunny into a voice call before revealing pictures of his face. They were only obtained after Max sent a picture of his own butt in tight leggings.
He's smart and knows what kind of information not to give me. I could not get his name, his personal social media, and above all else, I could not get his face. At least until I sent him a picture of my app. And yes, that is my actual app. So why don't you go to Patreon and support me sending my files, ruining their pitiful little lives after my makes them horny enough to send me a picture of their face that I then publish to all of you.
The video ends off with the only information being his voice and face. Within 24 hours, Pablo Sunny was identified as a YouTuber named Zach Haddad, known online as Ham Sun. Zach would end up deleting his entire online presence as the entire Vancouver musical scene imploded. He was publicly ousted as former friends and collaborators reached out to Max.
We fucking found you, Zach. Within mere minutes of releasing IMVU.executable last year, the progeny embarked on a surgical excursion to hunt you down, plastering your fugly face all across social media and systematically web scraping for every micron of information that exists of your identity.
It's said even more survivors began to speak out, leading him to be exiled, fired, and evicted. Max later explained that Zach fled to Mexico, only to be arrested upon his return to Canada. His location was confirmed by his team, who created a fake article that was actually an IP grabber in disguise.
The fist that was in the video is currently in police custody. And
was that as a result of your video, or was that prior to the video?
Yes, it was because of the video. I said find him, and then within 24 hours we found him. And then I started social engineering all of his friends to give me his information, and they did. And then we pegged him. He fled to Mexico. We found where he was in Mexico. He was from Canada. He went back to Canada and was in police custody for a certain amount of time.
Now, there are a lot of issues with this video, but we'll get into those later. That's because this video would end up sparking a completely separate outrage. In the video, Max showed an avatar with a virtual bare ass, which was flagged for violating YouTube's policy on nudity. The appeal was denied immediately, causing Max to tweet out on December 9th, "I'm giving you the opportunity now to resolve this peacefully, Team YouTube. You have 1 week to make the right decision and spare yourself from another situation." They upheld their decision, and the situation escalated into what became Pick a Side YouTube. The video begins with Nexpo explaining exactly what took the video down, showing this time around there was no mystery.
And for what? Because of the bare ass of a virtual character. Is this a joke? Max documenting this formerly unknown behavior in a 90-minute documentary about the horrors of pedophilia and child sexual abuse in IMVU is somehow sexually gratifying to you?
Every single criticism people had for his previous call to action went ignored, instead being intensified tenfold. Max once again pushes the narrative that YouTube is protecting creeps, but not before roping in a ton of other creators, including me. The video begins with a 17-minute section called Octothorns, in which a variety of YouTubers air out their grievances with the platform. It was similar to what he did with Answer Us YouTube, using legitimate criticism as leverage for his own. He included statements from, but not limited to, Mudahar, Nick Crowley, Barely Sociable, Anxiety War, Blame It on Jorge, and Elvis the Alien. Max's segment begins 20 minutes into the video, and it's kind of insane.
Susan Wojcicki, stop fucking lying to us every time you have to give a statement in response to videos like mine. All these broken promises you've made that never come into fruition. Either do something good for this site once in your fruitless life, or step the fuck down.
He then accuses Philip DeFranco of purposefully ignoring him because he wasn't a big creator. He's much more polite when addressing H3H3, Keemstar, and Scarce, as they helped him in the past. This is a pattern, with the aggression reserved for anyone who didn't give him attention last time.
Remember when you and your team ignored us last time during the whole Answer Us YouTube thing because you were too busy talking about some stupid drama? I know I'm not as famous as you would like, but how about you do the right thing this time and fucking say something?
Next up is Critical. Max says he looks up to Charlie as he stands up for what's right, but his past video had aged like milk.
Charlie, I look up to you because you're a good man. You stand up for what's right and speak out in defense of all of us smaller than you. But it is my regret to inform you that your video talking with the CEO of YouTube has aged like milk. So I'm gonna kindly ask for your help once again.
Max then calls out Chris Hansen and Shane Dawson, framing the situation as an opportunity for redemption. Both had found themselves in their own controversies, with Max asking Chris to use his connections at YouTube. Shane had been canceled extensively the year prior, making this offer pretty unrealistic, to put it lightly.
Shane Dawson, I know you've done a lot of f***ed up shit in the past and you don't really deserve everyone's forgiveness. But since you're one of the biggest creators in our genre, standing up for what's right instead of wasting time on haunted houses would finally make you look good to the public once again. This is your chance to redeem yourself. Don't squander it.
But the final and most unhinged call-out is the one against Corp's husband.
Corpse, I know you have nothing to do with this, but with all of your power, influence, and the favor you owe me, I just couldn't help myself.
Max uses this part of the video to address petty beef from earlier in the year. In the years since his Life Sucks videos, Max and Corpse grew distant. They didn't speak for years, with Corpse exploding in popularity throughout 2020. That changed in March of 2021 after a call-out revealed he said retard in one of Max's old videos.
Being bored out of your mind and violently seething at the fact that you have to live with a retard who has no idea what's going on in your brain or body when they think they know everything.
By then, Corpse had a huge audience of stans who take major offense to this kind of stuff. The call-out received thousands of likes, which led Corpse to throw Max under the bus by saying he didn't write the script. He reached out and asked for the video to be taken down, which Max obliged, only to get ghosted once again. Max calls this a huge favor, pointing out that Corpse was trying to rush him home from the hospital. But again, this is all over saying the word retard, so who cares really?
Remember when you reached out after years of not speaking to me while I was at the hospital tending to my sick girlfriend, and you kept trying to rush me home to do you a huge favor, and then you threw me under the bus for something you did, and at the same time acted like you were taking full responsibility for it.
Max says he was willing to overlook this as he thought Corpse would stay his friend, but he didn't, ignoring his request for a collab. This meant that now, apparently, Corpse owed him a favor.
But I let you do it because I thought you were gonna be my friend like you used to be, and then you stopped talking to me immediately after you were done using me. Yeah, so how about you do me the fucking favor this time and talk about something besides yourself for once? It will give you a good look, I promise.
Max concludes by declaring he will continue even if it means antagonizing every other creator on the platform. This is followed by a shot at Tommy C showing a clip of his reaction to the previous call to action. He then commands his audience to overwhelm social media with the hashtag #PickAsideYouTube, demanding they choose between Max or pedophiles.
I want you to pace this bitch until the world is nauseous from looking at it. I want you to drown out every trending topic so that even something like Spider-Man looks like a microscopic speck of dust compared to us. And tonight, YouTube will choose. Let die the files they love, or suffer the little children.
I mean, let's just make this clear right away. That false dichotomy is complete bullshit. The idea that because they took his video down for nudity, they were siding with creeps is idiotic. It only serves to poison the well, implying that if you didn't side with him, you supported actual criminals. The narrative was still on Max's side at this point, but it wasn't nearly as effective as his last. It received 1.5 million views, but was also met with large amounts of criticism, with public opinion showing significant disagreement. Charlie would end up voicing support for Max while also pointing out the same issues many had with his approach.
I thought Mama Max did a great job in his video until the end, where he turned it into a you're either with us or with the pedophiles type thing. I think it's counterproductive and doesn't really accomplish anything at all. The hashtag, I feel like most people would find that silly and just write it off right away.
This was only heightened when it was discovered that Max had misled some of the YouTubers that agreed to participate. They weren't informed about the true nature of the video until it was published. I spoke about this issue myself with him directly back in 2021.
Well, that's the question. That's my issue, right? Like, you know, we wanted to shit on YouTube. You sent me a message basically being like, you want to shit on YouTube? And it's like, I mean, I want to shit on YouTube. You know, I'm not really mad at you about it. Like, I probably should have inquired more, and I'm not even really mad that my part was in this video because, I don't know, it's whatever. But, you know, it wasn't just shitting on YouTube. You know, it was saying that YouTube inadvertently protects pedophiles and trying to like start a movement on YouTube. I guess I guess the thing is, like, why even include all of us in the video if we don't have the same issues and they don't even relate? Like, mine had nothing to do with pedophiles.
Right.
This is where Tommy C comes back into the forefront, live streaming his reaction to Max's new video. Tommy hadn't seen the video yet, but was already critical due to the hashtag and his previous call to action. That was while showing a tweet on screen from comedian Vito Gesualdi, who replied to Max, "I pick pedophiles."
When you make a presentation in this manner, and a serious issue, you lose credibility.
Max was watching Tommy closely, as within 5 minutes he attempted to join the call, only to be turned down.
Tommy, I just was informed Mama Max is interested in talking, and he's in waiting call right now.
Well, he's gonna have to wait, and I'm going through this nightmare. I'm not willing to debate this right now.
It was even worse than expected, with Tommy making a mockery of the entire narrative.
We don't like pedophiles.
Wow, that's Jesus Christ! What a daring and brave take! How did you come up with that?
Vito joins him midway through, with the two flabbergasted over what they felt was a transparent clout grab.
You know what he's doing right now? Let's just call it what it is. These are fucking
Clout
scare tactics.
chasing.
No, it's scare tactics. He's trying to force them
scaring the
into
other
it.
ones into it.
If you really think about it. Listen, you long-haired Keanu Reeves-looking motherfucker. Why don't you agree with me or be a pedo?
That's why he has the question: children or pedophiles. Like, well, I guess I gotta pick one of the two, or else.
Do you know what this makes it look like? This is a clout grab. This is not about kids, and this is probably the best circumstantial evidence out there. This whole thing, this whole video from the top down is a bunch of horse shit. This is a YouTube shit.
But easily the most memorable part is when Tommy finds out he's featured in the video for his initial reservations.
I get in here. Unfucking believable. You know what? You know what that tells me? He didn't send me the fucking DM because he knew I would fucking see right through it. He knew I would see through it. He knew I would expose him, and he figured putting me at the end. This is a threat. This is a fucking threat. Hey, jerk off. Go f yourself. You're a fucking liar. You're a piece of shit. You're not a journalist. You don't give a. You're a clout chasing, just another YouTuber. You're no different than anybody else. You don't give a rat's ass, and you can suck my dick. How about this? How about this? How about look at the camera? You know what? You look like a creepy pedophile. I don't know that for a fact, but it looks like you with the blood in your mouth and the fucking deep voice. Maybe you touched a kid or two. I don't know that for a fact. I'm just saying, you sucker. You did that shit to me. I'll do it to you jerk off. That's what it is, wannabe piece of shit. You don't give a shit about kids. I actually have to. You phony, you fraud, you fake.
Night Docs called in after this rant to defend his friend's video. Needless to say, it didn't go very well.
So he definitely has a much more hardline approach or a viewpoint, I think, than I do personally. But I mean, I do support Max.
Silly if you support Max. Sure. What are you supporting him on?
So what I think he would rather see is a situation where people who are trying to protect people that can't protect themselves, like children, don't have to fight the YouTube system.
Yeah, but he's really just talking about other YouTubers and his own content.
Right.
He doesn't give any specific examples where kids tried to speak out about their molestation or anything and were shut down by YouTube.
Can't he just re-upload it without that butt shot? Like, didn't they just say we don't like this one little thing? Like, can't he?
And that's a good point. And that's a great point. But
yeah, it's a great point. It's a point I made to Max's face a year ago, and then, interesting enough, it took almost 13 months to do the same video over again and do the same stunt. What pedophiles has he caught?
The one that he's referencing that got removed.
Mm-hmm.
He caught. I don't know his real name. But
Where did he? Oh, really? Do the police know his real name?
So the problem too is that
nobody. Just say it. Nobody. Exactly.
This controversy ended much like his last, with the video never being reinstated. Max did come out with a win, receiving a YouTube partner manager, but he once again had to re-upload the video. Max appeared on several podcasts to address the controversy in the aftermath, and the emerging criticism was not forgotten by Max, who held a grudge against his detractors. He had a particular disdain for Tommy C, with his resentment materializing in his next video. But there's a few things we should discuss about that video first. On August 5th, 2022, Max uploaded Wayne.exe. This is what happens to a creep on TikTok. The video is about a 60-year-old predator named Wayne Barnett, active on both TikTok and IMVU. Max was able to catfish Wayne, even getting him in a voice call with his webcam on. This is notable because Wayne had already been caught in 2019 and was on probation until 2023. In spite of this, no action was taken after Max had sent his evidence to the authorities. This leads Max to direct his audience to harass the Butler County Sheriff's Office. He even calls out the sheriff by name.
After submitting everything to the police months ago, including evidence we are not allowed to show you, we still have not heard back from them, and Wayne is still active. Let Sheriff Richard Jones know we do not appreciate them. In the event that they do not make an adequate response, there really is no other option is there, children?
I don't know what this was supposed to achieve, but it was unsuccessful. Wayne is allegedly still active to this day, evident by Max's own subreddit. It should have been easier given that Wayne was already in the system for exchanging with a 12-year-old. But as Max points out, his investigations didn't exactly have a great track record.
With every report I have ever made, there seems to be an overwhelming silence from those we call authorities, and it has all ever amounted to only a few arrests, which does not even guarantee an incarceration. As wise men once said, fuck the police.
Nevertheless, this was all overshadowed by the chapters that preceded it. The video begins with an update to Pick a Side YouTube, with much of it directed towards his critics. Max first parodies Tommy C's stream with a segment called Mommy Z.
Hi, you're live on the air.
I pick the files.
Wow. Wow. Okay. I absolutely agree. Thank you so much for calling in.
I am a...
So without further ado, let's get right into the video.
Max then shows excerpts of his reaction before implying that having Vito and Mr. Girl on a show meant he supported PDF files. Bear in mind, Mr. Girl only called into Tommy's show for about 15 minutes. Rather than call Tommy out by name, he does what a non-clout chaser would do and refers to him by his sub count.
What I did not foresee, however, was when you accidentally aligned with actual pedophiles along the way. Please teach me your ways, washed up commentary channel number 46,853. Anyway, I can see a simple conversation is asking for too much when you're busy inviting more pedophiles onto your show.
Now, Max is sure to clarify he wasn't calling Tommy a PDF file, just Vito, apparently.
And that's not me calling you a pedophile number 46853. That's me calling you stupid. I would never threaten you.
But his audience got a different message. It's one thing to accuse a platform of protecting PDF files, it's another to accuse a small streamer in front of your entire creep hunting audience. Tommy was flooded with comments accusing him of being a creep. He responded in a stream calling Max an egomaniac before revealing something he had never talked about. Tommy was in fact a CSA survivor himself and had every right to criticize Max for the way he was making videos.
I'm a victim of child molestation. I was molested by my babysitter, and I got lucky. I had a couple drinks with my neighbor across the street a couple years later when I was a teenager, and he full-on got raped by the same guy. Neither of us had the balls, because we were children, to say anything, and by then it was just too late. So I get really, really upset when stuff like this happens. Don't believe me? Think I'm just saying it? Well, Dave knows about it, and he's known about it for like 10 years. And he's one of my closest army buddies. And if you want to sit there and deny me, which I don't care, and say that I'm making the shit up, why would a guy like me running a comedy show just open him up to some of the most offensive, which I fully expect, jokes that I'm going to get? I don't care. I care more about people not taking you seriously than making fun of me and molested as a kid.
Max had basically re-victimized Tommy by subjecting him to the harassment of his fans, who were now baselessly calling a CSA survivor a creep. Max never responded to this publicly beyond a half-hearted attempt to squash the beef on his live stream.
I don't want to hold dirt on anyone. Like, even people like Tommy C, I honestly just wanted to, like, clap back. Because, you call me a pedo on stream. I think I deserve to, slap you a little bit. I don't want to like fight him forever. I mean, I think he's very funny. I don't think he's a bad person. I just think sometimes the way he covers stuff feels like he takes everything at face value and just runs with that. And I would like him to be more thorough, because I think he has a lot of potential, because he is very charismatic and he has an audience who would die for him. And that reminds me a lot of myself.
Oh, and I haven't even mentioned the QR codes yet. Yeah, so Max would hide QR codes throughout the video with messages for Tommy C. In one of them, Max admits to cherry picking the clips of Vito and Mr. Girl. Don't let this small section of the live stream fool you. I cherry picked it, but that's not why I'm showing you this, even though it is peculiar why he treats files more friendly than someone who hunts them. The reason I'm showing you this is because hashtag 46853 has a pattern of giving a platform for creeps to defend themselves. In another of them, he says something that will have very strange implications as we progress further into the video. I've said this before publicly many different times. I don't do this for the kids. I do this because I like hurting people. On July 23rd, 2023, a channel by the name of Magnetar released an almost hour-long expose on Max. It served to platform some of Max's ex-girlfriends who had come out against him. The names featured would be more fleshed-out stories from Lucy and Olivia, who had voiced their accusations prior, in addition to a new victim, Haley, Magnetar's girlfriend. Haley is the only one we'll be discussing at length, as her story appears to be the most credible. It's also unique in that she never dated Max, alleging a one-sided obsession that spanned several years. She gives us quite a bit of history on Max, starting all the way back in 2013. They met in high school and were close friends. Haley claims the first red flag came after she mentioned her sister's upcoming birthday party. Max apparently showed up uninvited, with Haley unaware he even knew where she lived. At said party, he wouldn't engage with anyone besides Haley, standing well away from everyone. This led her to cover for him by lying and say she had, in fact, invited him. Haley recalls that Max wanted to become a firefighter after school and spoke about it often. It was apparently some kind of code word, which he refused to explain.
After prom, Max started texting me more than usual. He kept saying he wanted to be a firefighter and that his calling was to be a firefighter. And of course, I would ask him why he wanted to go into this profession, but Max would deflect and not tell me directly. He also said that firefighter was a code word for something else. I asked him several times over the next, few months what it meant, but he would just laugh at me and change the subject.
In August of 2014, Haley got her driver's license and suggested he stop by after work. He took her up on this and they drove around town. Eventually, she took him to an inlet near a lake where they sat and talked for a bit. Max brought up his dream of becoming a firefighter, which led Haley to ask about it again. But this time, he simply handed her a notebook. Haley opened it at home and found, allegedly, a violent plan to get rid of her actual boyfriend.
Most of the notes were similar to diary entries, like what happened that day, things like that. And then he started describing, our friendship, like him and I. He talked about how I lit up his day, how he looked forward to seeing me, and all of those things. He then brought up Dustin, who was, again, my boyfriend, and how he didn't deserve to have me. He had written out a whole plan on how he would get him out of the picture. I don't fully remember the exact details and don't want to speculate how he would have done it from memory, but I remember it being thorough and violent, and it freaked me out so much that I just, threw the book down.
She tried to distance herself, which should have been easy as she began attending university, but Max was persistent in her DMs, with Haley claiming she went along with it so as not to set him off. This led him to show up at her dorm room, an hour-long drive, despite never telling him exactly where she was staying.
One night he showed up to my dorm room. I hadn't told him which dorm I was staying in, so it was strange. He found out where I was. When I asked him how he knew where I was, he laughed and never told me.
Haley broke up with her boyfriend Dustin that September and spoke about it to Max. This led him to try and reconnect further, which she was advised against by her current boyfriend Anthony, also known as Magnetar. Anthony told her to ignore him and cut off all contact. She refused, figuring she owed it to Max to let him off easy. Then one day, Max claimed to have arranged a meeting for her with her sister. It was for networking purposes as they were in the same line of work. Haley agreed, and Max calls her to tell her they booked a hotel room. He drives her to the hotel, where she finds out the meeting was a ruse, and he actually books the room for the two of them. This is where she alleges Max trapped her, disallowing her from leaving and dismissing any excuses she threw at him.
He was standing in the doorway and wouldn't let me walk past him. Anytime I tried to get out the door, he would hold my shoulders or my waist and he would just stop me. Honestly, I can't remember all of what happened that night, as I've done all I could to forget and move past this memory for years, but I do know that I was scared and that I was held against my will for hours. I remember being on my period and asking if we could go to the store so I could get tampons, seeing this as a way to get out of the room, but Max said no. I ended up sleeping without a tampon or a pad that night because he wouldn't let me leave. I remember telling him that I was talking to a new guy and that we had plans to watch a movie that night. Max said that I was lying about the movie date and continued talking about his mom and his sister. I eventually was crying so hard that I just fell asleep. I woke up to Max's hand in my shirt. He was rubbing my back all the way down to where my shorts were, and his fingers were inside of my shorts. I rolled over and asked him what he was doing. He just kind of smiled, super creepy, and said that he was watching me sleep.
Max says she was finally allowed to leave in order to attend her chemistry class. After this, she didn't respond to any calls, texts, or emails for several weeks. He kept asking if she was okay, how her day was, but she didn't respond. Then, in December of 2014, she noticed his car parked outside her workplace. Haley called Anthony to pick her up, to which he she told Max to leave them alone. This made Max so upset that he apparently started accusing him of taking her away from him. There was another instance where he showed up on campus, only to learn she was on winter break, followed by a couple of months where he actually left her alone. This is around when Max joined the military, doing basic training in Arizona. Max returned in March of 2015, sending vague and ominous messages.
Max didn't reach out to me for a month or so after this. He said he was in the military and doing basic training in Arizona. I told him that he should focus on that, and he didn't respond, so I figured that would be the last I'd ever hear from him because I was pretty blunt about it. He started messaging me again in March of 2015 with really vague and ominous messages like, be safe, don't believe what they say. Anthony was also getting messages such as, keep her safe and you don't realize who you have, but we just ignored them and assumed Max was like on his shit again.
Then, Max sent Anthony a message early one morning with a link to a video of him harming himself with the message, thanks Anthony. The video was also posted to Anthony's Facebook where he tagged himself. Anthony called for a wellness check on him, which ultimately led him to be discharged from the US Army. Obviously, Max would survive this attempt, and he and Haley would never reconnect. That was despite his best efforts, trying to worm his way back into her life over the next 4 years. He even wrote a lengthy apology attempting to explain himself, admitting to a lot in the process. That includes admitting it was one-sided, as he was upset he never had the chance to be with her. Haley's accusations are easily the most convincing, with evidence for the others very lacking in comparison. I mean, that's without getting into all the different issues present in their individual testimonies. Regardless, the stories were all presented together, with the response being quite mixed. Obviously, this would warrant a response, with Max releasing Believe All Abusers on July 29th, 2022. As far as debunking videos go, this one is actually quite good. Max starts off by showing his exes were conspiring to tear him down, being in the same group chat to orchestrate it. He talks about every single one of his accusers, providing different pieces of proof to show they're lying. With Paulina, he shows a litany of proof in text messages and screenshots showing a different side of the story. They show her trying to manipulate him by hurting herself. He also points out her obsessiveness, contrasting her own statements to show her story is basically one giant contradiction.
Here's Paulina's blood on her plane ticket to me after not seeing me for a while and telling me not to call the police. Here's Paulina threatening suicide. Here's Paulina threatening suicide. Here's Paulina threatening suicide. Here's Paulina threatening suicide. As you can see, I have been nothing but kind and sweet to her. And Paulina has continued and 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 continued to harass me, my friends, my team, and my family. And anytime we try to defend ourselves, she says that we are the ones harassing her. So, as you can see, I was not the abuser in our relationship. She was.
With Olivia's story, he doesn't even really bother debunking it with proof. The full 30-minute call from before she joined the group chat was put in the description.
I broke up with you literally because you were boring, to say the least. We never hung out, we never did anything, we never saw each other, even though we lived together, we never did anything. I was bored as shit.
Why all the weird accusations, though?
Because I'm so tired of seeing these freaking 13-year-olds making fan edits. My ex-boyfriend, who made me go fucking crazy because he was great.
So you're being spiteful.
I'm being mad.
He brings up another ex of his, Sarah, who hadn't come out against him, although she was planning to at the time. He alleges she molested and abused him, showing a worrisome text message and an image of a bite mark as proof. Lucy was his first girlfriend, having met on Twitter back in 2016. With Lucy, he shows proof the way she presented her accusations was deceptive at best. For example, she claims that he groomed her when they met 2 months before she turned 18. He also shows proof she lied about her age at the time. While these other two cases did warrant being talked about, by far the most interesting part is the section about Haley. As noted, Haley's was the most convincing, not least of all because she provided quite a bit of proof. Max in fact confirms certain parts of the story, although he heavily pushes against a lot of the accusations.
Haley is not one of my exes. Haley has never abused me. Haley is a young woman that I fell for in high school and that I obsessed over during my time in the military. This is when I was 18. I made decisions that I obviously regret.
One of the key things he does is try to prove that he and Haley were a lot closer than ever implied. He confirms he was utterly obsessed with her, but suggests the reason for that is because she was effectively leading him on, as they would often do things that only couples tend to do, like cuddling, foot massages, flirting, etc.
True, you did not reciprocate them when your boyfriend was being nice to you, but when he wasn't being so nice to you, you would come to me for love and attention because that's all I gave you. We would talk on Skype almost every single night. You would invite me to come over prefer to stargaze and talk in front of your grandma's house? We would go to the mall together and I would buy you things. We slept in the same bed together multiple times. We would cuddle. We would tickle each other. I would give you foot massages. We kissed each other on the cheek on rare occasions, and there was even one time you let me draw on your body with markers. But that's just my side.
He confirms the existence of the notebook, but claims the violent rhetoric had a very different context. Max says it was actually about someone he believed was abusive towards her.
No, I don't know if you're purposefully lying or just misremembering this, so I made a promise to her that I would kill the man who she claimed had been abusing her during our friendship. I will not go into detail to respect her privacy, but the notebook was a gift. It was filled with raps I made about us two torturing and killing him. She said I was a psycho, but she liked that about me, and this is me performing one of the songs in that notebook a few years later.
Here to fix and solving all the issues by solving you.
I never released the song out of fear she was going to call the cops on me, which is something she would do.
According to Max, his code word, Fireman, was actually his rap pseudonym, with all of the violent writing in the notebook being lyrics against her alleged abuser, not her boyfriend. He tells us Haley never tried to distance herself from him at this point, and would in fact indirectly encourage this behavior by saying she liked the fact he was a psycho. When we fast forward to her in college, he claims they'd been in contact, and she actually had told him where her dorm room was. We fast forward again to the day Haley claimed he trapped her at a hotel. He explains she had known beforehand his sister couldn't make it, and she knew they'd be at the hotel room alone. Haley agreed to it as long as he didn't try to F her. The visit was far more amiable, with the two of them cuddling, tickling each other, and doing all of the sweet things that, a couple would do. They would also have a lengthy discussion about how she could try to get him fired from the military before he was shipped out to boot camp, which he was very eager to do, and they would meet to discuss this a few times afterwards. After he shipped out, Max claims they would continue regular correspondence, although the only proof he shows is a picture of him holding up his pinky to show he was making a pinky promise, as he says. At this point, Max tells us he hadn't actually been aware at all that Haley was dating Anthony, as whenever they hung out, she would claim they were just friends. He would eventually find out in boot camp, which is when he attempted to take his own life. However, his version of events once again differs, as he shows a supposed text from Anthony threatening Max to stay away from them in the aftermath of that video. In fact, he tells us the person who had saved his life was actually one of his army buddies. He also shows a supposed police report filed by Anthony and Haley. Since Max doesn't show much evidence of many of his and Haley's interactions, he decides to call in his sister as a sort of character witness, testifying that he and Haley were in fact incredibly close and casting more doubt on some of Haley's claims. As the conclusion rolls around, Max takes aim at what he considers his last unofficial accuser, Magnetar himself, taking time to make a rather egregious claim of his own. That's also while revealing his full name to the public.
Anthony Field, Haley's boyfriend, Magnetar on YouTube, the one who published this video on me.
The proof he shows is the testimony of a supposed victim who claims Anthony sent her nudes when she was underage. We also get testimony from Max's sister, who affirms this anonymous account.
He graduated high school and he was an adult. He sent his genitals to a high schooler who was around 14 years old. 15 years old.
It should be noted that we don't actually get any tangible evidence. In spite of this, Max is very confident in calling this man a creep, leaking his full name in the process. The video was overall received very well, amassing nearly 1 million views. It was good enough for people to not only dismiss the accusations, but levy the ones against Anthony. That included several massive YouTubers who trusted Max as both a friend and a credible hunter.
And then he showed a clip of his sister saying that the guy that was making that organized the video was sending like big pics to 15-year-olds.
Me and my girlfriend were following the whole thing like crazy because it was like, because me and my girlfriend were like, we know Max, so it's like, we just want to know this whole fucking thing. And me and her were blown away by the bombshell. We're like, what the fuck? Like, how can this? Yeah. It's like, you gotta imagine, like, if you're the guy running these things and you have a possible history.
I mean, to be honest, looking at it from his perspective, Max is this guy who obviously has a chip on his shoulder and hates this dude, right? And he's making videos about catching pedophiles. He's just scared that one of the videos will be about him. So he's trying to discredit Max first.
We'll touch base with this later on because it would take a while for this video to be scrutinized at all. This is for the most part how the public left off the scandal back in 2022. Anthony gets destroyed and Max is still in a position of power. With the constant takedowns and apprehension to censorship, it shouldn't be surprising his income came largely outside of YouTube.
Max doesn't even try to monetize monetize his videos anymore.
Max had a fan base of very loyal supporters, a massive number of whom signed up on his Patreon. This is where he would upload uncensored cuts of his videos, as well as other exclusive benefits. While it's a bit iffy to calculate his exact earnings at the time, given he hid both the number of patrons and the amount he was making, we can assume through third-party websites that he had well over 3,000 patrons at his peak. This was at an average of around $6 per patron. Of course, to maintain that loyalty, you would have to actually produce the content they were paying for. For a while, the only video he uploaded after Believe All Abusers was a song called Pray. It's pretty embarrassing, with the lyrics about how he wants creeps to perform oral on him. Behind the scenes, Max hyped this up by adding creators to a group chat claiming he was about to cause a stir. But other than that, he was mostly inactive until the summer of 2023. On June 6, 2023, Max uploaded How This Little Girl Makes $150 Billion Every Year. It was received poorly by fans, with many concluding it was just an advertisement for his Patreon. This was while asking for help reaching 10,000 patrons despite making little to no content.
If you want to see the full trailer, then you'll have to go to Patreon, or find it somewhere else on the internet. But in the meantime, please enjoy this censored version.
Those who did watch the uncensored versions were disturbed. Max's rather tasteless recreations were present throughout his catalog. In Wayne.exe, he even shows himself rescuing a victim from her captor in a Hotline Miami cosplay. But the new video contained scenes depicting CSA using an actor and an actress. The choice was controversial, inciting backlash among his patrons. One user, named A Mushroom, began arguing with Max, stating they couldn't support him in good conscience. Max doubled down, stating he didn't care about feelings, and asked for proof it was harmful. The back and forth continued, with Max forced to address it in a Patreon-only livestream. The cracks were beginning to show, but for now, people gave him the benefit of the doubt. Interestingly, one of the uncensored versions was titled You Can't Hurt Me Trailer. It was uploaded to Vimeo on an account called Striker Films. You see, Max began using the alias Max Striker, even changing his legal name to Max Salvatorio Striker. Salvatorio is an Italian name that means savior. He wrote in his petition, I believe changing my name will allow me to be more successful, as it is the image I'm striving for rather than the image I've been living with. Also, I just don't find the names Ronald or Harris very interesting. On October 22nd, Mama Max approached a number of online personalities regarding his next investigation. The video was about a dangerous predator Max intended to expose to the masses. His messages were bizarre, with vague threats implying they could be creeps. He invited them to watch his video ahead of time under the condition they signed a non-disclosure agreement. Tell your friends that this video serves as my response to those who spread disinformation for profit. It will also stand as a cautionary statement for any of you involved in illegal or unethical behavior targeting minors. I would invite you to use your platform responsibly. Disseminating this video could be an opportunity for you to contribute positively. Max seemed quite upset by the fact that he was, in his own mind, blown off by all of these creators. So much so that he would actually make it a focal point of his eventual expose. On October 27th, he released a video titled Brainwash Your Favorite Influencers, Trigger Warning. The main purpose of this video was supposedly to tell the story of Shelby Spencer Slayton and her accusations against a man named Camden Gerard Davis.
On March 18th, 2016, Spencer, a 16-year-old girl from Wiley, Texas, mysteriously disappeared, lured by the illusion of joining a supernatural family as a vampire on some random corner of the internet. She actually found herself ensnared in a dangerous sex cult led by a child posing as a werewolf god.
He was apparently accused of kidnapping, assault, and attempted human trafficking.
The man had recruited hundreds of young children, subjecting them to sending CP, kidnapping, assault, and attempted trafficking. Almost 7 years later, Spencer and the other survivors shared their stories with me. This video serves as their scream for action against their perpetrator.
The rather glaring problem is that Max doesn't actually do much to expose the accused. Even though the video is supposed to be about victims of a cult, only 2 minutes of it actually explain their situation. No evidence is presented at all beyond the missing poster. Max spends more time comparing influencers to cult leaders and proposing bizarre hypotheticals.
Two extraterrestrial factions of the same primitive species are at war with each other. They are both guilty for spilling the blood of children. Based on the pattern among this species, who will win the war?
It primarily serves as a call to action to get the video in front of popular faces. Max once again then calls out specific creators and invites them to talk about the topic. This list would include PewDiePie, Lex Friedman, Mr. Beast,
Joe Rogan,
Philip DeFranco, Ethan and Hila, Anthony Fantano, and of course Corpse Husband. Each individual is given a personalized plea, like appealing to PewDiePie's newfound fatherhood. Max requests to be on Lex Friedman's podcast, and I guess Joe Rogan as well.
Joseph Rogan.
He thanks Philip DeFranco for his coverage of Pick Aside YouTube. The message to Fantano is about how the song playing is a banger. The corpse section is a generic plea ignoring the stunt Max pulled a year ago. And after that, there's a rather off-kilter section of Spencer addressing Camden's mother, revealing her full name to the public. The video ends with a claim that Spencer is seeking legal action against Camden, as well as a call-out for all of his other supposed victims to come forward. He encourages viewers to use the hashtag #WeAreReal. Max then states all proceeds of the video will go to the victims, either to fund their legal battle or simply to help them in general. He also teases episode 1 of the You Can't Hurt Me podcast featuring Spencer. The video only netted about 100,000 views, a stark drop from his previous content. It received a mix of criticism and confusion, with most unable to follow what was even going on. This wasn't helped by the disclaimer stating it was fictionalized to some degree. The underperformance could also be blamed on the fact he rebranded his entire channel. Max renamed his channel to God Cult, with many fans assuming he was hacked. He wasn't, with the rebrand accompanied by this manifesto ranting about AI, geopolitical conflict, and global warming. His Patreon indicates GODS stands for Guard Our Daughters and Sons. The description offers a bit more insight, implying he made the trailer without Spencer's permission. Dear Spencer, I was hesitant when you approached me to document your story. By nature, I'm an autistic experimental filmmaker. Are you kidding me, bro? Yeah, me too, actually, me too. I'm mad autistic, dude. I'm an autistic experimental filmmaker with a propensity for igniting movements that many deem controversial. I'm not a journalist by any stretch, but you believed in my ability to do justice to your narrative. As I listened more, I found my own traumatic past reflecting yours in some of the most heart-wrenching ways. To that end, you'll find a few surprises that we can discuss after you watch it. I hope I did not let you down. Your friend, Max. The comments were filled with valid criticism, causing them to be turned off entirely. The next day, the aforementioned podcast was posted to a channel owned by Spencer. It's a 5-hour interview in which Max asks Spencer about the cult at length. Now, just a heads up, I'm not going to talk much about those accusations today, but I do have a separate video about the cult on the way, which will investigate the allegations against Camden Gerard Davis in depth. The biggest takeaway most had is that, once again, there were no receipts. While most believed her story, the interview doesn't provide actionable evidence. In fact, it may have hurt the cause, as part of her testimony includes admitting to several crimes.
There was one time he did have me lure a girl, like, physically. We got an Uber and went and picked this girl up from, like, 30 minutes away from us, and she was, like, 13 or 14. He kept trying to convince me to convince her to have sex with him.
There is one specific story I should bring up for reasons that'll become obvious later. The podcast isn't just Spencer's testimony, but 4 other survivors who provided written statements to be read out loud. The only other accuser without a pseudonym was Michaela Staton, referred to as Kai and Kayla. In her retelling, Spencer claims she left the cult after Camden allegedly SA'd Michaela behind a church.
Was there a specific moment that led to your decision to escape?
Kayla getting sexually assaulted by him. Like, literally in a ditch outside of a church.
Michaela reported this to the authorities, apparently providing photo evidence and a threatening conversation she had with him. In fact, she even claims Michaela had gotten pregnant, and when she'd told that to a detective, he outright ghosted her. Eventually, Michaela would allegedly have a miscarriage. The video offered a harrowing and far more complete picture of how severe these allegations were. But they were just that, allegations, and you need a lot more to call someone an evil cult leader. And most people simply didn't have the time or ability to piece together the story from a 5-hour podcast with no proof. It didn't get the attention Max desired, as the next day he went live with Spencer reacting to the video.
Influencers, even if they're not destructive, being inactive to injustice, I feel, is in of itself harmful. People don't care until it affects them. And I know this is shitty, but if they don't cover it, I'm going to make it affect them.
On November 11th, Max released This Is What Happened to Mama Max. The video starts with Max addressing the overall change in his content. He explains his journey from the early days of his channel back in 2016. Eventually, his productions turned more serious when he found his calling making predator hunting content. That's when Max gives a rather startling admission. He reveals that every single hunt video, while fundamentally based in reality, took place in a larger fictional universe where such behavior is normalized.
The Mama Max universe was a cautionary tale that takes place in a dystopian future where child predators have seized global power, exploiting the digital landscape to entrench their rule. Rising from the ashes of a society that failed to protect its most vulnerable, the children emerged. A covert network of vigilantes inspired by the style of Hotline Miami. Once victims, they are now hunters of the monsters who hurt children.
Amusingly, he describes this as too obtuse for YouTube, complaining it led to a steep drop in viewership. He even goes on to say the YouTube audience may not be ready for this kind of content. On that note, he also defends himself from accusations of clout chasing by saying that if he really wanted to get views, he'd picked a terrible grift for YouTube. He does not bring up his Patreon numbers, mind you, which, while diminished at this point, was still netting him up to $9 grand a month. He then responds to comments that call him either a grifter or point out he wasn't treating the situation seriously enough. For example, this is his response to a user accusing him of using the topic as window dressing to boost his relevancy.
Comparing crucial issues like child abuse, human trafficking, and pedophilia as window dressing for YouTube relevancy says far more about you than you realize. Your choice to overlook these details and instead diminish this work is a telling revelation of your own character.
For the most part, this is the general stance he takes throughout the video, using the seriousness of the topic as a shield from any and all criticism. He defends the overt flashiness by saying it was the only way he thought it could get some attention. He argues that doing things the regular way, by showing all the facts, simply wasn't enough. It necessitated cult-like tactics to get people to connect with the message. This is also how he justifies calling out specific YouTubers. Max argues that if they had any sort of moral backbone, they would push his video unconditionally. He shames all the YouTubers he reached out to in private, albeit with the courtesy to not name anyone in particular. But that was very short-lived, as Max became agitated behind the scenes.
Max, have you personally reached out to any YouTubers about this? Yes, I have reached out to multiple. They are all apprehensive. I don't want to say I don't blame them. I think the YouTubers I reached out to should be covering the story regardless, because it could make a huge impact and potentially save children's lives. And I've made that clear with them, but they are apprehensive. My current solution is make the follow-up video and discuss it further in a way that's more accessible. Talk to Charlie. Deadmau5, I did talk to Charlie. I will still be talking to him.
This can be seen in his DMs to Charlie, which he leaked in his next video. The first shown is dated October 23rd. It seems Charlie turned him down, stating he was moving away from React content. Max acknowledges this before adding him to a group chat. There is absolutely no expectation for you to react or cover the video. Max bothers him for several days, begging him to review the video. The brainwashing vid is released on October 27th. Then on November 6th, Max tags everyone stating the video didn't meet expectations and they didn't make enough to start a full legal suit. I've sent the survivors my own income to hopefully make up for this. Max also sends Charlie a DM asking for a 15-minute call. Before long, he was shaming them for their silence to get them to attend his meetings.
Hello, my name is Max Stryker. I am a filmmaker dedicated to empowering children. You are invited to a mass call between many high-profile YouTubers and the survivors of a destructive sex cult that has victimized hundreds of children.
The idea Max didn't expect them to cover the story was a lie, evident by a DM he sent to Nicholas Diorio around the same time. Your response, or lack thereof, will not go unnoticed. We are determined to be heard, and we hope to count you among those who stand for what is right. Max was gearing up for his next big stunt, which came just 4 days after his last. It was on November 25th, 2023, that Max uploaded, "This is the cancellation of all time, Penguin Zero, #WeAreReal." In addition to the title, the thumbnail put Charlie front and center. The video begins with Max helpfully explaining it was clickbait for another call to action. He follows this with a brief segment mocking the outrage surrounding Sniper Wolf and juxtaposing it against what he deems a far more serious issue. While Max claims it isn't a call-out, he does levy several criticisms against Charlie. Footage of his channel plays in the background while Max rants about the apathy of creators. There's even a section where he shows all of their DMs before looking down solemnly as the survivors flash on screen. This is all preceded by a quote stating his silence would lead to the triumph of evil.
The only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing.
Following this montage, Max addresses Charlie directly while claiming he's not trying to corner him. This is largely what he spends the last 10 minutes discussing, once again distracting from what he supposedly cared about.
Charlie, I hold on to the hope that you'll act in accordance with the integrity and goodness I've always known you to possess. I realize that centering this part of the video around you might feel imposing, and for that I extend my sincere apologies. To offer a gesture of goodwill, here are my dogs, hoping it brings a moment of joy amidst these heavy topics.
Max finally provides evidence in this video, but they're spliced in between the borderline seizure-inducing edits and flash on screen for only a second. They're also completely without context. The montage includes a picture of Spencer and Camden together, as well as some seemingly innocuous posts. They do very little to further our understanding of the case, but hey, at least it's something, I guess. He also plays a video with the survivors, including both Spencer and Michaela.
My name is Spencer, and I am a survivor of Camden He's the leader of a destructive cult that has victimized hundreds of minors. This video is our screen grab.
The video drags on for a while, adding really nothing worth of substance to the overall investigation. Pretty much the universal impression from creators and viewers alike was that it was just another call for attention. In the end, this video was received the worst, with an overwhelmingly negative comment section. Everyone from CSA victims to supposed lawyers came out of the woodwork to criticize him, pointing out the over-reliance on flowery prose and the obvious attempt at emotionally blackmailing Charlie. This continues even into the description where he admits to using ChatGPT-4 and cult psychology. Whatever goodwill he had from over the years was quickly evaporating, as even his own fans were skeptical. I mean, we're a whole 3 videos in with over 50 minutes of content, and Max had still done absolutely nothing to explain the whole story or provide actionable proof. The video inevitably reached Charlie, who was asked on stream to address the situation. He was not impressed, calling the move slimy and giving a brief explanation of why he stopped replying in the first place.
We talked like a month ago about like what he was working on in his investigation, and then apparently when I had COVID, he messaged me a couple times and I never saw it, and now he's taken that as me ghosting him and ignoring his very important mission, and it really rubs me the wrong way. He's jumping to the most extreme possible explanation for me not seeing it, which is really fucking cringe. I had COVID and I barely used Discord in the first place. It was a miracle I ever even saw his message to begin with, and then I spent 12 days not doing anything online in bed, and during that time apparently it changed his whole framing of the video in order to make it like a Trojan horse of cancel critical because he didn't respond to my messages.
After getting backlash over the title and thumbnail, Max renamed it Reacting to the Reactions of SS Sniper Wolf's Actions. But even though the criticism was getting harsher, he once again doubled down on his method of investigation. On the 26th, Max fired up a live stream titled Fight Me to argue with his chat in the comment section. Most of the criticism centered around his targeting of Charlie, as well as his dismissal of the Sniper Wolf drama. Bear in mind, she had just doxed and went to the house of another YouTuber. He angrily clarifies that while this was in fact important, in comparison to trafficking around the world, it should hardly be a blip on the radar.
And people are still bringing it to, oh, but drama. Oh, but Charlie harassment. Oh, but Sniper Wolf, let's defend the Sniper Wolf mass coverage. How about we take it to human trafficking and global child exploitation, guys? How's that sound?
This is largely what the stream boils down to, without much in the way of substance. Max continues to insist on the importance of his mission, while dismissing any idea he wasn't going about it correctly. He went live again a few days later, this time with Spencer. On this stream, there was a little more of a dialogue going on, with people coming in and out to voice their criticism. He speaks to a YouTuber named Lyrix, who grills him on trying to guilt trip Charlie into speaking out. Max defends himself by claiming it wasn't his intent, and that he only singled him out because he likes him.
I think you're trying to force him in a sense, or try to like use this moral superiority guilt, like to guilt trip him into covering it at this point.
At least I have your eyes though.
Lyrix also mocks aspects of Spencer's story to her face, like the fact that she sincerely believed Camden's supernatural image.
Wait, so what did he convince you to be?
He convinced me that I was a vampire, and then later on, after he quote-unquote broke up with me, I was a hybrid of a werewolf and a vampire.
Oh, hybrid. Okay. You know, I saw your video. You put on a pretty convincing performance. You know, with those like fake teeth and everything. Like he had measles. I probably would have got groomed too. He could have got me if he would have just like his eyes on the little boys. You know.
While he doesn't provide good answers, Max is at least pretty amicable. He has a chat with Mutahar, and in fairness, seems receptive to his criticism.
When you present a case well, when you tell them exactly the beginning, middle, and the potential end of the story, then they have to be actionable. I mean, they're very compelled to be actionable, more so than they were if your story is a little haphazard at the beginning, right? That's the only real criticism I have to offer.
I appreciate the feedback, man. So actually, the whole reason why I made the group chat was because I needed this feedback. I needed to know what direction to go with this because it is such a huge case and I'm already too close to it. Like I already know like all the details. I don't know what other people need to know and I just assumed everyone would go to the podcast.
This stream is also when we learn about a few concerning details about his plan. He reveals that he's contractually obligated to see the whole case through, but doesn't explain what that means. He also says he's in charge of making sure Spencer is financially taken care of and housed, which resulted in her moving in with him.
Why we're doing donations through my Patreon rather than a GoFundMe, that is because I'm contractually obligated to see this case through and make sure Spencer's taken care of. Spencer's moving over to me in a couple of days actually, and we're gonna find her own place, and I will be paying for all of it.
This would raise a lot of questions later down the line, but for now, it's just something to keep in mind. The final point worth mentioning is when Max invites a person named Spider. Spider brings up something that frankly should have been brought up long before the case got to this point, which is the statute of limitations. When Spider asks what the statute of limitations is on cases like this, both Spencer and Max admit they don't know the answer.
I don't personally know the statutes. Max, do you have an idea?
The statute of limitations, I personally don't care. I think Camden deserves to be behind bars no matter what.
I mean, this is a huge red flag considering we'd later learn he'd been in contact with the victims for 2.5 years, and it only gets more ridiculous from there. Max accuses Camden of preying on hundreds of kids before asserting that some of those cases should be within the statute of limitations. He consults ChatGPT for an answer, which only becomes more funny when Spider shows actual legal documents that detail the laws.
I don't think the statute of limitations... Let me ask ChatGPT actually. Let's get this cool guy involved.
I have like an article about this. There's one for 2018 and there's one for 2023, but the laws, at least the statute of limitation laws for...
They have specific details being given and nothing in the way of actual proof about Camden's cult. While this first stream didn't go down too badly, things very quickly got worse. Max did a second stream about the topic a day later titled A New Survivor Speaks Out. As the title suggests, the stream starts off with an introduction to Michaela in her first proper public appearance. During this, Max and Spencer would jointly ask questions of her. Michaela explains that she went to school with Camden and met him when she was somewhere between 14 and 15. They began dating near the end of the school year, which is allegedly when he began assaulting her.
He would frequently force me to do sexual things with him that I didn't really want to do, but I didn't feel like I could tell him no, you know, because we were together at the time. And I didn't realize that until like much later. There were a few things he did that was probably sexual assault, but being a kid and being, you know, what I thought was in love, I didn't ever say anything.
Michaela claims he went on to threaten her and her family, which forced her to escape to Kansas to interrupt a pregnancy. This stream is important because it confirms Michaela filed a police report and did a rape kit.
Especially with the fact that there was an actual kit with Kai's, like, there was solid evidence and they just completely ghosted her, the detectives.
Unfortunately, just like before, no actual evidence is provided whatsoever, leaving us with yet another unconfirmed story. Max justifies the withholding of evidence by stating it was necessary for the legal case against Camden. He also states he was waiting for this speculative, nebulous, hundreds of victims to contact him.
There were hundreds of minors that we are trying to bring together, which was the point of reaching out to Charlie, to reminder to everyone.
Just like last time, Max took time to invite random people on stream and talk to them. It's during one of these chats that we find out Max had been working on this case for 2.5 years. Spencer claims to have contacted him after filing a report to the authorities. They had yet to file another report since then, with Spencer arguing it was unrealistic without more survivors.
When's the last time that any of this has been brought to
any authorities like the FBI or police?
Probably about 3 years ago.
How long have you guys been sort of talking to Mama Max?
For like 2.5 years.
Well, now that you guys are sort of getting a case together, don't you think it'd be a better idea to, before the video, to give it to the authorities again, now that you're like all together and you can sort of go as a collective to the police?
I mean, we could have done that, but at the same time, with the track record that we've already seen, it just didn't really seem realistic without having more of us survivors to do this.
Things become more questionable when Max makes it seem like they're pursuing a lawsuit against both Camden and the authorities.
I don't want to wait for the bureaucracy of law enforcement to take their time when it's already been 7 years with multiple reports. Like, that's ridiculous. And that's also why we're taking them to court as well, because this is absurd.
There are no real details given on how he actually plans to approach it, mind you. He does, however, promise to release a video detailing the full timeline of events, helped by Spencer, even going as far as to say it's his #1 priority. Besides this, we also find out that the entire legal fund for the victim was being handled directly by Spencer.
Where's the donations going towards? Not that I doubt it won't be going to a good cause for survivors. It's going to the legal case. Spencer's handling all the money. I am sending it to her. She is the financial manager of the legal case.
By now, the number of people actually taking this seriously continued to dip lower. While the chat was supportive, the comments after were largely negative. This only worsened as people began to scrutinize Michaela's story, finding contradictions between the two versions presented. I mentioned before that Michaela's testimony was first read out as part of Spencer's podcast. While you can fill in some details without contradicting anything, Spencer claimed it was a miscarriage, while Michaela says it was deliberate.
When she messaged the detective and was like, hey, he got me pregnant, the detectives never responded ever again. And she ended up miscarrying, so she didn't have that baby, and honestly, I think that she believes that that was for the best.
He kept threatening me and threatening to kill my family. So I up and moved to Kansas, where I met somebody and they helped me get an abortion for that.
Without going into what this means for the actual story being told, this is one of the best examples of just how poorly conceived Max's way of doing things really was. It's sort of expected that if you're live streaming, you're gonna mess up and misspeak. This is fine when the stakes are low, but when the point is to deliver potentially damning testimony, you better make sure everything lines up, especially when your testimony is the only thing we can go off of. Needless to say, putting trauma victims in front of a mic on a live broadcast is not a good way to do that. This oversight was enough for Max to break out of his stupor, at least slightly. He pinned a comment under one of the videos promising to address some of the complaints. By then, his own subreddit was turning on him, questioning why Max would even bother instead of focusing on the timeline and actually getting a video out that proved that this cult even existed. So up until this point, there's something I've neglected to mention. Michaela is a single mother. If you'll recall, Max claimed all of the proceeds from his Patreon and the 3 videos would go to the victims. In spite of this, on November 19th, Michaela made a troubling post on Facebook begging for $20. This was so she could afford baby wipes, diapers, and eggs for her child. This opened up a lot of questions about how that money was being distributed. I mean, Max went out of his way to give Spencer money and a place to stay. We also know that Spencer herself was now in charge of the money, which suggests she was responsible for distributing it to the other victims. So for one of the key victims to be left financially destitute is not exactly a good look, no matter how you slice it. Then, a few days later, another bombshell dropped. Michaela's original police report was obtained and released on Kiwi Farms. It contradicted her on-stream account completely. It was filed in May of 2017 when she was 18 years old. There was a kit, but police concluded there was no physical evidence to support the suspect was at the house the night of the incident. Now, to be clear, it does align closer with her account from the podcast, but there are still major discrepancies, such as 2 other alleged assaults going completely unmentioned. They are supposed to have occurred outside of a church in December of 2016.
In December of 2016, a week after my birthday, and then again on Christmas Eve, I met him in a church parking lot in the middle of the night under the pretenses of he wanted to talk about some things that were going on within the group. Both times he ended up meeting me in that church parking lot.
With no real evidence provided to police, the investigation was suspended on July 13th, 2017. There was now verifiable proof that at least some of what Max presented was just outright false. This report was picked up by a streamer named Chud Logic, who was actually one of the first to make content criticizing Max's investigation. At this point, pretty much nothing Max released could be taken seriously without proof. This led a lot of people to start viewing his prior catalog with a critical lens. They were re-examining his previous attempts at hunting, looking for any discrepancies. The result was a now rather infamous Reddit post by Maximum Platypus 69 on December 17th. This guy goes in depth about how he believes that 3 of Max's most popular videos had actually been faked. In Cartoon Incorporated, he noticed the supposed Frozen 3 video uses a distinct font called Pixter Granular. Pixter Granular is a unique font type that appears in Max's later videos. It's not available by default in Windows or Adobe, which meant it had to be searched for and purchased. While not exactly bulletproof, the coincidence is rather interesting. He also points out the supposed arrest from his My LOL video. I already covered these discrepancies earlier, but the third and most damning in this section is about imvu.exe. This is a story I left out earlier because it's genuinely fucking insane. In the video, Max discovers an account named Casey, whose only friend is Pablo Sunny. Max uses this to infer she was exploited by him. Max then claims to have reverse image searched her Naruto profile picture to find a YouTube channel. This YouTube channel has unlisted videos, which he somehow gained access to. He then discovers a video titled "This is Where You Raped and Killed Me," depicting a bloody white sheet in the woods. Many interpreted this as meaning she had either died or unalived herself. This led to an extremely awkward moment in a Discord Q&A where he claims Casey is actually alive.
Is there an update on Casey? Can you talk about how you got into the account or how you found it?
I can't talk too much about Casey. I don't know what I can and can't say. I will tell you that, yes, she's okay. That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh, thank God. I didn't even know that. Holy shit. That's something I wanted to actually jump in BC with you about at some point. Thank God.
Let's not talk about it. There's a lot I want to say about it, but I can't fucking talk about it.
Yeah, we'll respect her privacy too. We'll respect
exactly.
the secrets for now. Thank you, Max, for that very relieving update, because that's a fucking haunting part of the video, I tell you.
To date, there is no real evidence that Casey ever actually existed. This post heightened the tension felt within Max's community, with much of his audience feeling betrayed. Even though it wasn't definitive, there really shouldn't be this many questions. It led people to actively question if there was any truth in his current case. I mean, that's what happens when you so heavily fictionize your predator hunting videos. If all of that wasn't bad enough, it was about to get a whole lot worse. The following is a clip many overlooked from the You Can't Hurt Me podcast.
The FBI never responded. That's interesting. I literally got a card on my front fence from the FBI. They didn't even bother contacting me.
No.
For context, Max often referenced paste bins in the description of his videos. It was where he'd store evidence and other material from his investigation. The files were hosted on the file sharing site called Mega. It was through this that a user discovered his Mega account had been closed. Not only that, but the notice claimed it had been reported to the authorities for objectionable content. This folder or file was reported to contain objectionable content, such as CSA, violent extremism, or bestiality. The link creator's account has been closed and their full details, including IP addresses, has been provided to the authorities. Now, the first response that comes to mind is that it simply contained proof of people being creeps. But from everything I've seen, that doesn't really make sense. Mega uses a similar method as a lot of sites in detecting illegal content. Basically, illegal stuff is stored in hashes to avoid retaining the original. This allows them to identify material by checking against a database of known hashes. This isn't to say a false positive isn't possible, but it's very rare. Mega, in particular, is quite limited in its appeals, with very few accounts ever being reinstated.
The appeals are very interesting. When an account gets hit, they can appeal, but the appeals are so limited that I'm not joking. In certain quarters, they have literally allowed 0 appeals to go through. In fact, their highest appeals were 10 appeals, and this is obviously thousands of accounts being taken down. Very, very few accounts ever get reinstated, which I have mentioned is most likely because of a possible false positive.
This suggests that Max's account may have possibly, allegedly, according to some people's subjective opinions, had this kind of content uploaded on his profile. Without making any unsubstantiated claims, this was further proof Max was not cut out for this sort of investigation. In light of all this, Max broke his promise and went live again on January 5th, 2024, which will go down as perhaps his greatest mistake throughout this entire investigation. The stream's main focus was, presumably, to try and quell some of the heat Max had been receiving. He once again invited people on to talk about the case with the likes of Mudahar, Larix, and Xylee. Before we get to that though, Max starts addressing the Mega controversy. He speculates it was flagged due to the videos of my LOL predators pleasuring themselves to him being in that folder.
Was all of the evidence we got from our pedo hunts. Specifically, I think it was MyLOL, since there were so many predators and so much stuff we documented. We put it in the Mega Drive links. This included like videos of them beating off to me saying I'm a 14-year-old. I assume Mega just saw it and was like, okay, this is child exploitation material. Let's forward it to the police, which means it served its intended purpose.
Max and Spencer then claim to have found where Camden lives, filing a police report with local authorities. If you're wondering whether something has changed since the time when they claimed they were only doing a civil suit, trust me, this will get weirder. For now, though, we get introduced to yet another supposed survivor of Camden's escapades, codenamed Survivor A, with the name given to us being Ishmael. She recounts her experiences with the cult when she was 13 years old at length and in detail. The most relevant thing here, as usual, is that no actual proof is given to us, and the statement is completely off the cuff. The same issues emerged with yet another survivor, for whom we are given the name Eli. Eventually, after hours of questions and testimony, Max started inviting guests.
As you can tell, I'm very autistic. I just want to let you guys know that if I slip up and say the R word, I have the pass. So just so we're all clear on that.
All right.
The first one to come on is Larix, who became a very outspoken critic. The conversation starts off with Larix talking about their first conversation and how Max sent his viewers to spam Camden's mom and brother. Not only was it scummy, but it didn't even make sense, as Spencer admitted they were both unaware and no longer lived with him. Max responds by arguing that, while he can understand how being blown up like that may be annoying, it is nonetheless something his family should be notified of. The topic then shifts to a discussion about Max's own personal drama regarding his accusers and Haley's boyfriend. Larix points out that he accused Magnetar of being a PDF file based on very flimsy evidence. The only evidence was anonymous, unverified messages from a supposed victim. They're shown in his video, but end with the person admitting they no longer had the alleged conversation. Rather tellingly, Max acknowledges this, but continues to insist that Anthony is a PDF file.
He is a file.
Okay.
He is verifiably a file.
Okay, I'm curious, because I just talked to Magnetar on my stream just like an hour ago, and he told me that he didn't know what you were talking about at all. I don't even know what happened. I'm just curious, because I haven't seen evidence on both sides. So do you have any evidence proving he's a pedophile? Because you didn't show it in your video.
What do you want? His pic?
No. What? I want evidence proving he's a pedophile.
I think his behaviors prove that he is a pedophile.
What is his behavior? That's what I'm asking you.
I mean, Spencer talked on stream a little bit about what she saw. We all went to the same high school. I'll let her speak about that if she wants to. From what the person he sent his pic to when she was 15 said, I mean, she verified Anthony Field sent her pic when she was like 14 or 15.
How did she verify?
It's in the video.
Well, I mean, you just like scroll through a whole bunch of DMs, playing devil's advocate, fake those DMs, and I'm talking to Magnetar, and he says those DMs are fake.
Oh, okay.
The other evidence is testimony from Max's own sister and Spencer. Yes, if this couldn't get any more convenient, Spencer is now also here to back him up with her own story.
I actually went to the same in high school, and he was graduated, over 18, and sneaking into the school wearing polo shirts because we had uniforms so that he could eat lunch with freshman girls. And I saw that multiple times when I myself was a freshman.
I don't think I need to explain to you the implication this has for his entire channel. It really highlights just how unprofessional Max really is, not to mention hypocritical. He's perfectly willing to give massive leeway to his accusers when he's not the one being accused. Max also claims on numerous occasions that revealing Magnetar's full name isn't doxing, as it isn't personally identifiable information. Somehow he believes this, I guess. He then tries to Google this, only to have the first result contradict him. The reason I'm mentioning this now is because it'll become really funny later on. This is when we learn Max's plan for the legal fund has completely changed. Apparently, he spoke to a lawyer who advised them not to pursue a civil suit. He also changes his story to imply police were involved in some capacity since the beginning.
To everyone who keeps saying you can't sue someone into prison, we know that. We spoke to a lawyer. They recommended that we don't even pursue a civil suit, so we will be using the money to bring everyone to Georgia to report Camden to his district attorney. Just so that's clear, because we do want him behind bars.
Is the police involved now with this Camden Gerard Davis case?
I mean, they've been involved from the beginning. Well, involved is an exaggeration, but we are involving them now, yes.
Larix is then unceremoniously kicked out after he asks about Max's ex, Olivia, with Max painting it as an effort to protect her privacy. Whether there's any truth to that is anyone's guess, though to his credit, the original video was now unlisted. But things get even more interesting when Max invites Muda on stream. It was already apparent that Muda was following the situation, but as Larix tried to give his closing statements, Max name drops him to lend himself credibility.
We have evidence in a Discord server. You can ask Mudahar if he's seen some of the evidence.
This basically forced Mudahar to elaborate on his thoughts publicly. Muda brings up the same complaints he had before, calling out Max for providing little to no proof. He confirms he saw some of the proof, but was not allowed to talk about it due to an NDA. This is while implying, as best he could, the evidence wasn't all there yet.
I know that you feel you have the evidence and you feel like you know what you're doing is the right thing. But the thing about it is, like, if you want people to take this as seriously as you guys are taking it, you need to start providing that evidence to the public and provide like an actual story, you know? Like, I've seen the evidence that you posted, and obviously there's an NDA signed, so I can't publicly discuss this with anyone. But I can say, obviously, it, like, you know, it contains one side of the events, and obviously, you know, my thing on screenshots is that unless I refresh something from the server myself, I never usually believe it or jump on the gun. Okay, this is what we talked about though, like a month ago. It's like, if we're gonna make a PSA and we're gonna talk about it, we need to make sure the story. I'm not saying 100% bulletproof. I don't live in that world, right? Like, obviously, you can't have 100% evidence of something, but I'm saying very, very, like, very ironclad almost, as close as you can fucking get, right?
Perplexingly, Max tells us that the reason he's not shown any proof so far is because his lawyer had advised him it would hurt the investigation.
You don't think we should protect that first to see if the police are going to do anything?
I mean, what you have right now, is it going to be something that, like, what is it? Is the evidence, do you believe, is going to be invalidated the moment you release it out in the public, like a message or something?
Correct. Is that not the case?
I mean, your lawyer should be the one discussing it. What did your lawyer say?
I mean, they said first thing we should do is all go to Georgia and make an accounting, but that's going to take a little bit of time just because we have to get all of the survivors on board and a date and time to do it.
I would say sit down with your lawyer again, because I've never heard any lawyer that would say that to me.
But of all the guests during the podcast, it's the one at the tail end of the stream that's the most gruesome. Xylee has been an ardent critic of Max's conduct throughout the entire case pretty much since the beginning. Amusingly, as soon as she comes on, Max leaves to use the bathroom, saying he'd rather wait for her to go off before coming back. Once that fails, they get to have a rather heated discussion where Xylee reiterates many of the same criticisms we've been over many times before. It's pretty cathartic as Max just sits there helplessly, completely unable to respond.
What are you trying to say, Xylee?
What I'm trying to say is, if they have a case, again, I haven't seen the proof, so I'm saying if, okay? If they have a case, you are fucking it up by these live streams.
I don't think that's true.
No, I think it is, because let me tell you something. You sent your audience to go hunting for this dude and his mother. If something would have happened to them, that would have been on your ass. And then it would have been on their ass for saying the damn name and having these people in the chat hunting his down like he's a fucking deer. They can pull these live streams for court. You do know that, right?
We are not going to court, Xylee.
So what are you doing? Just hunting them down like a deer? Is that what we're doing? So you do plan to go to the police, right?
Of course.
What's the point past that? Because then you're talking court. So then if you go to police and they say, okay, yay, we're going to go get him or whatever, I don't know, live in a dreamland, whatever you want to feel. Are you going to court after that?
I'm unsure about the entire process. I think that's the job of the district attorney, but the survivors would likely appear as witnesses.
What bothers me is your answer right there. You've been doing this for 5 years and you don't know how the process goes?
I've never been to court.
Oh, well then that makes sense then. There you go, folks. You're a vigilante for views only. Bro, are you serious?
He's toast, he's owned, he's destroyed, he's pwned, he's
game over.
We also get full confirmation that a civil case is no longer being pursued at all. This is because their lawyer plainly told them there would be no point as Camden doesn't have substantial enough assets. Yeah, I know, it took him this long to figure that out. Like, Max is genuinely just retarded. As interesting as these discussions are, there's one detail I've neglected to mention that turns this whole case on its head. In response to his chat calling Spencer living with Max exploitative, they reveal that they've actually known each other since they were kids.
Oh, it's so exploitative that I moved in with a friend. Oh, boo-hoo. What?
Spencer has known my family her whole life. She was in the same kindergarten class as my sister.
Yeah.
I don't think y'all understand, like, the relationship here.
Like, my aunt literally knows his mom.
Yeah, like, we were friends before we were, like, actually on a case.
To clarify, that means that Spencer, the one at the center of this whole controversy, whom Max had chosen as the representative of all of Camden's victims, whom Max had decided to shelter and support financially, and to whom he gave the responsibility of handling these finances, is actually someone who's been close to Max years and even decades before this case ever came to light. By all accounts, this would make Max completely ineligible to handle a case like this in the first place, which, given how poorly it's gone since then, is perhaps no surprise. The stream would end on a rather sour note, with the last thing Max says on stream being this.
Thank you all for joining the stream and participating in this conversation. We'll see you, probably never again.
This would end up being rather prophetic, as the massive 8-hour VOD was promptly deleted. Of all the streams, this one contains the most evidence of Max's clear unprofessionalism, which no one paying any attention could really deny. This is the last piece of content that Max would produce regarding this saga, at least insofar as trying to detail the case. And I do dare say it will stay the last. As for the reasons we're yet to get into, it's unlikely he'll ever actually stay true to his promise of delivering that timeline video. The next day, Lyrix tweeted out a series of DMs sent by Max after their debate. It starts off with a legitimate concern. Lyrix apparently leaked one of the survivors' names by mistake. Max asked for the VOD's removal before threatening to involve his YouTube partner manager. Yes, the same one he got from Pick Aside YouTube. Lyrix complied but clarified it'd be re-uploaded with her name censored. This led Max to heavily imply he'd have Lyrix's channel terminated for bullying. If you don't want to get striked, I must express my concerns regarding the patterns we've observed in your behavior and the nature of the community you are cultivating. Your channel is at risk of being terminated if these issues persist. Max issued his own statement on Patreon, reiterating the stream was removed for privacy concerns. He announced he would be taking a break until everything was handled legally. Backlash against Max was hitting a fever pitch as viewers and creators alike dropped him. Max started bleeding subscribers right when this fiasco began, and by January, he'd lost over 11,000 subs. Channels, big and small, came out aggressively, with the criticism only mounting against him. Even Mudahar, who tried to give him the benefit of the doubt, could no longer explain his actions away. Muda distanced himself from Max and reached out to another creator who became essential to this drama moving forward. Nicholas Diorio began covering the story in a 2-part livestream. The first took place before the disastrous 8-hour VOD and was much more charitable. The second took place after, with Nick calling his downfall an unforgivable failure. Muda called in to explain his disillusionment while trying to reconcile his own responsibility.
Did I call him stuff out?
Well, he seems to think you did. I don't know for a matter of fact that that's the case. My question is, do you look at what was said in that video the same way, knowing that Max is not being super truthful here?
I mean, yeah, probably not. And if honestly, if I don't remember exactly calling him that, I feel like I should. But if I did, I definitely owe Magnetar an apology. If I did, I 100% apologize.
This was a massive blow to Max's credibility, given it was his proximity to respected creators that got him this far. It wasn't just Muda's name that he invoked to try and build credibility, but Nexpo as well. In a Reddit comment left by Spencer, she name-dropped both of them. Muda is already in the evidence server, and Nexpo will be joining before the new year. That same day, Max began copyright striking archives of his recent streams. He was furious, demanding Nick in private to platform the survivors. Nick refused because, well, his show was called review, and it didn't seem appropriate. The two of them, along with Muda, got into a call off stream on January 11th. This call, which remained private at the time, would destroy Max's career. Muda alluded to this on stream, revealing he'd completely severed ties.
The relationship is already dead, like the bridge is burned. We ended that call on Scream, so that call ended up with yelling between each other. I'll give you one hint from that call. When I asked for legal definitions, he printed out a ChatGPT prompt and gave it to me, and it blew me away because in his words he said ChatGPT can give competent legal advice, and at that point I will say, like, I lost my shit on both Spencer and Max, and that was it, you know.
On January 13th, Nick began tweeting publicly about their videos. They were to be released in conjunction with each other and contained portions of the call. In light of this, Max attempted to once again threaten them in private. He claimed that within the next few years, the case was going to blow up. He warned about being on the wrong side of history and that he was just looking out for them. He claimed the survivors wanted an apology from them before promising it would get very ugly for you and your brand. Hey guys, just wanted to remind you I'll be covering the Camden Gerard Davis case myself yourself, so be sure to hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and turn notifications on.
Or else.
In the meantime, FPS Diesel uploaded a video about Max with a complete retrospective of his past. The script was written by Matt Pitt, who deserves a shout out actually for letting us reference his script and notes in this video, so thank you very much, Matt. Meanwhile, Magnetar opened up about how the accusations ruined his life. His job was flooded with harassment from Max's fans calling him a PDF file. That's without mentioning the numerous posts declaring him to be one publicly using his full name. For unknown reasons, Max quietly relisted all of his videos, including Believe All Abusers. I guess he didn't really care about his ex's privacy that much, huh? At this point, he couldn't do much beyond simply doing what he had promised people to do. So of course, he did the exact opposite, releasing a video titled, "I Place Accountability in My Own Hands" on January 16th. Max starts off by telling us about another video he made and chose not to release due to criticisms from people close to him. He follows that with a mournful lament about how sad he is to see the situation devolve so much, telling us how his intention from the start had just been to show stories of these people, and that he finds the fact people have been so critical of him very bothersome. Amid that little rant, he also gives us this this little gem.
And when people do talk to the survivors, they're getting attacked just because they're transgender.
As amusing as this aside is, I think the best way to exemplify just how ridiculous Max has been throughout this whole charade comes slightly later. He talks about the process of how this case got started many years ago. He then explains that when he finally started working with Spencer, his plan was to give as many of the survivors as possible a platform to tell their story. He takes time to lament how that's just not possible because you need evidence to make claims.
Originally, I just wanted to do a podcast where we platform survivors and they tell their story. But you can't just tell your story anymore. Now you need concrete evidence. Now you need to go to law enforcement multiple times. Now you need to consult with lawyers. Like, we can't just listen to survivors when they're screaming for help. And that's why I've been taking all of these creative, experimental approaches to try to bolster their voice.
I don't think anything in this video quite exemplifies how bad of a job he's done as much as him whining about the fact that you need evidence for people to believe someone's committed a crime. Like, yeah, obviously, dude. That's how it works. After this, Max says he wants to start everything over. He assures us there's still a documentary being made, and after playing clips of some testimonies, he reads out a plain text reiterating who Camden is, what this cult is about, and telling us that they're working closely with law enforcement, including a unit specializing in cults and cult behavior. One look at the like and dislike ratio should give you just a good enough idea of how poorly this video went for Max. His fan base, if he can even claim there still is one, has completely turned on him, with not a single positive comment to be seen anywhere underneath this video. And trust me, I scrolled for quite a while. The next day, on January 17th, Nick uploaded his highly anticipated video on Mama Max. The video begins with Nick summarizing many of the revelations up until this point. He points out blatant ethical issues and his general mishandling of the case. He also discusses Max's old content, highlighting the absurdity of things like the Casey story. Most important is his re-examination of the Magnetar case. He rightfully points out the lack of evidence and how Max had every reason to slander him. It was necessary, given just how much damage they'd done to his life. Max even reaffirms part of Haley's story is true, like sending self videos because he was obsessed with her.
There was evidence in the other one too, right? You did go on her Facebook and post the self stuff. You did like all those social media messages and stuff like that. That was you, right? Be it not the most important part of the story, clearly, but like, it's not like they just lied about you.
Oh yes, that was real.
This serves as the foundation for the aforementioned call, which contains quite a few bombshells. The first is a startling admission that his videos are mostly fake.
The IMVU thing, I wasn't... like, it's a film. Like, I am presenting it as if it were to be real, but I didn't think people would take it as that. Like,
but when you hunt files, you don't think that people are going to think your videos are real?
That's the thing. So I want everyone, when you watch my video, to assume everything is fake, except like when I show up people's face and what they're, because obviously that's all. And that's why we include like Mega Drive links to show like, this is the full evidence. This is all real. Everything else should be considered fake, whether it's real or not. Like, if I'm sending viruses to a whether that's fake or real, that's on purpose, because I don't want people to know if I'm actually sending viruses to those, because that's implicating myself.
The next staggering revelation is that Max had never gotten anyone arrested. That's despite claiming otherwise for years prior. Nick confronts him on this, even having a clip of such on hand.
What is the most substantial outcome of a predator hunt that you've done? What is the final nail in the coffin? Like, if you had to go tell somebody, oh, what do you do? What does Max Stryker do? What's your proudest moment?
Honestly, the hunting videos isn't my proudest aspect. The thing I'm proud of is inspiring those who are CSA survivors to fight back. That is my goal.
Have you ever gotten someone arrested?
If I have, then I don't know.
You went on my podcast to tell me that you got someone arrested and it was because of your video, just to be clear. Would you like to re-answer that question?
I've been emailed stuff like, hey, you got this guy arrested, congratulations.
You went on and you said, this guy was arrested, it was because of me, it was because of my video. And you told me that 2 years ago.
It's kind of egotistical of me to say that it was my video that did it. I don't know that for sure.
So you lied?
So that was what I was told through Instagram posts when I was in contact with his friends.
You didn't remember that until I showed you the clip? You didn't remember that, like, this is your biggest crown achievement, that you got a pedophile arrested?
I didn't remember the details, no. I just remember he fled to Mexico. All the police custody, that was only I was told. I couldn't verify any of that.
So you just got on stream and told everybody it was me, I did it, Mama Max, #1.
Yeah, that's not cool. You can let people know I think that.
So you've never actually gotten a pedophile arrested?
Not to my knowledge.
So your content is just making fun of pedophiles?
I suppose, like I said, my biggest goal is to inspire survivors to fight back. If I can do that, then I feel like I've done an adequate job.
Max's behavior in this call sheds a lot of insight to his character. For example, refusing to accept responsibility for muddying the case, even though he took this role on himself.
Yeah, why are you putting it all on me?
Because it's your case!
I'm bringing it. Why are you?
Absolutely, I am the first one.
You are the only one! You haven't convinced anyone to come on board yet!
You haven't convinced exactly.
That's
you haven't
because
made
you
any...
haven't been listening to them.
That's because you haven't been giving anybody anything to work with!
The next is Max using these survivors as human shields, a tactic he'd used before but was now doing in real time.
Well, I'm asking why you did not directly contact me, but contact us only in public streams.
Let's see, I contacted you November 27th. Max, I've seen your latest video. I've caught up with this whole situation. I have texted you.
What it felt like seeing him on streams.
You went on with Tommy and Lyrics and are sitting there talking to them when you literally haven't spoken to the other survivors.
Hold on, can you put Max on for a second?
I'm right here.
That was snaky as fuck, dude. Oh, I'm coming after you, Mudahar. Stand back, stand back. Spencer, can you tell him what you felt?
Finally, claiming an allegation in and of itself was enough to levy life-ruining accusations.
I addressed him as a cult leader and sexual predator because that's how he has been described by the survivors, and even testimonials themselves serve as evidence in a court of law. So to me, that is all of the evidence I need to say this man is a sexual predator and cult leader.
You see the fallacy in that? Like, imagine if I said, Max, you're a rapist, and Nick was to say, oh, well, that's a statement of fact because Muda made this statement and that.
You don't have to say Muda made the statement. Say 5 girls said it.
Yeah.
Because that's what happened.
Well,
5 girls said it.
yes,
About you.
After they were in a group chat together for 3 months, after changing their allegations.
Wait, I'm
multiple
sorry.
times.
What group chat are you in? The evidence server with all of the girls?
The video ends with a parody of Max's call to actions, starring many of Max's critics as well as Keemstar, Shoe Nice, me, and the Foodie Beauty for some reason. Nick's video was followed by Muda's later that day, which contained even more excerpts of the call. It was here that we learned Max didn't even vet all of the evidence against Camden Gerard Davis.
I guess the challenge for me with showing the evidence is I personally have not been walked through the evidence besides Spencer.
Remember when Max used ChatGPT on stream to try and figure out the statute of limitations? Well, here we get a pretty blunt confirmation that Max doesn't just use it for some quick info, he actively uses it for legal advice.
Oh, not ChatGPT, bro.
Okay, so look at what I just sent you.
Yeah, you sent me a ChatGPT prompt, not a fucking legal definition.
We can argue legal semantics all we
No,
want.
we're not
We're
arguing
lawyers.
semantics. We have to look at exact definition, Max.
ChatGPT understands the legal system.
It goes without saying that these videos added even more fuel to the fire. They showed Max's gross mishandling of the case to a much wider audience than it had reached prior. Muda's video amassed nearly 1.7 million views, causing Max to lose 10,000 subs in a single day. Max wasn't going to take this lying down, as within 24 hours he tried to talk the survivors into taking legal action against Mudahar. Muda lives in Canada, which means he was suggesting they waste resources on an international lawsuit, when, keep in mind, Camden Gerard Davis is still out there, not in jail. Spencer was all on board, with the two expressing curious motives. Spencer and I are considering a class action lawsuit against Mudahar for breaching our non-disclosure agreement, inciting harassment on live streams, defamation, and causing emotional distress. He's extremely rich, so the lawsuit seeks seeks $1 million in damages to be distributed between all of you. All you would have to do is testify against him, particularly regarding his actions, like not speaking to any of you about the evidence and the impact his behavior has had on you. Spencer has agreed to be the lead plaintiff, and I'll do all the hard work. Please let us know if you are interested. This could have a huge impact on the case against Camden. The first response in this leaked screenshot says it all. Dude, no. Can this stop? Eli, one of the survivors, reacted to Nick's video on livestream. Eli agreed with his points while giving insight to what things were like behind the scenes. Eli admitted the evidence so far wouldn't hold up in court.
She also felt it was unprofessional for Max to move Spencer into his house.
She had no idea what Max meant when he says he's contractually obligated to see the case through. There was no unanimity in their opinions, as Max had claimed. In fact, at one point, a survivor asked Max to stop streaming, as the lawyer said to wait. Now, at the end of it all, she felt directionless, stating Max made the victims look like a joke. That same day, Max uploaded a teaser for yet another video, Silence All Survivors. Now, I forgot to mention this, but his preemptive response was accompanied by a GoFundMe on behalf of Spencer. It failed to solicit any donations other than a single contribution by Max himself for 10 grand. Now, I don't really get what the point of his donation was. He could have just walked over to the next room and given it to her himself, but the campaign was flagged down, which is where this new video starts. The video is without substance, though there is a crazy shot where he shows this meme of Nick kneeling on his neck, which is it's superimposed over a very infamous image of a unfortunate altercation involving an African-American male and a member of our Shining Boys in Blue. I don't even know what this, I can't fathom why this is here. For all intents and purposes, his investigation was dead in the water. Still, this wasn't quite the end of his incompetence. With his credibility completely destroyed, his closest allies left one by one. That included his editor Slug, who began leaking a ton of material. This includes an uncut version of his critical call-out, which showed him threatening to cancel Charlie.
But I am being the nicest I could be. I could literally cancel you, Charlie. I could literally cancel you, and I choose not to. It's true, though. It's the truth. Like, I'm the friggin' pedo hunter.
The supposed NDA leaked, which amounted to a Discord message with no legal standing in court. But this paled in comparison to what happened next. If you'll recall, Max had called the victims of Camden to step forward. It turns out there was little to no verification for this, as some random guy was able to easily infiltrate the evidence server. I mean, that alone should say it all. The fact it was so easy for someone to join, jeopardizing the safety of the people he was supposed to protect, is unforgivable. But the user started leaking as much evidence as he could to the public. I'm not going to discuss their contents at length, as I'm saving that for my follow-up video where I try to figure out if there actually was a cult at all that Camden was running. But there are a few leaks worth talking about unrelated to the actual case. First, we learned just how irresponsible both Max and Spencer are in letting this very, very obvious infiltrator in without any sort of background check. The leaker refuses to provide any identifying information, so Max just has him sign the NDA. Next, we get to see some of the reactions to his recent drama. The biggest revelation is that several of the survivors staged an intervention behind the scenes. They regret going public in the first place instead of taking the evidence to the police. Now, with all of the survivors' safety put at risk, Max deleted all of his content related to Camden, save for a few shorts. But it was too little too late, with his malignant narcissism leaving a permanent stain on the public's view of the case. This is where that particular saga ends for now, but it certainly doesn't mark the end of Mama Max's story. You see, Max's true colors were felt a lot more by those who considered him a longtime friend. It wasn't just a betrayal, but a full disillusionment, which Muda expressed in a subsequent update.
This is a former friend of mine, and honestly, this is probably one of the most painful things for me to read, because this is somebody that I sat down, had a drink with, had a talk to, gave a heart-to-heart to, and now, within 24 hours, I basically realize that this person wants to effectively sue me for a large chunk of money, okay? An obscene amount of money. Why? Because to me, all this appears is all I ever was to this man was an extremely rich friend who had enough social media clout for him to piggyback his stupid case off of. This, to me, is quite possibly one of the worst, internet betrayals I ever had. And if anything, it's the one thing that has pushed me severely away from everybody on YouTube in the last week or two. I really feel like I have no friends on this platform. And I know that's dramatic of me to say, but reading this kind of stuff is just incredibly painful.
This sentiment was echoed by Nexpo, who shared a statement disavowing Max on Twitter. The situation with him has admittedly been an absolute mess, and I've tried to give him advice on how to navigate through it properly, yet it's gone ignored at every turn. I've since cut ties with Max completely. Someone who I thought I knew and once considered a friend, unfortunately, isn't who I thought he was at all. And it's fucking heartbreaking, but it is what it is. I cannot stand by someone who acts the way he does when handling such a delicate situation without any sense of tact. I'm quite frankly embarrassed I ever stood up for him in the past, and while I can't take that part back, I can at least move forward without any further support. To any of you affected by my friendship with and support of Max in the past, I sincerely apologize. I typically am better than this at vetting who I associate with. However, after this storm, I feel like I've never really known Max at all. It was only the beginning, as Nexpo also began speaking with many of Max's critics directly. It became increasingly clear that his friends weren't very familiar with his actual content. They relied on the image he projected and trusted him because he was their friend.
I don't know anything about Kids Chat. That
Did he mention IMVU?
The what?
IMVU.
That I did not ask him about that because I didn't really catch it until all this shit came out.
Do you remember My Law?
Yes, I think so.
Did he say it was fake?
He hasn't mentioned anything about my law because I haven't asked him about anything about that. Puppy Stomp? No, I actually haven't even really watched that video all the way through.
And then lastly, the Wayne. This is what happened to a child predator on TikTok.
So Wayne, okay, so I have seen that one because he sat me down and made me watch it. I don't know anything about Wayne. I believed him on that one.
There is, at least from my understanding, I personally do believe that he's more malicious than he initially was when I was looking into this case.
What no one realized is just how much Max took advantage of that behind the scenes. As his ex-friends started to question their years of supposed friendship, they started to realize how deep the manipulation went. This led them to scrutinize a previous situation that at this point was completely unknown to the public. It once again concerned baseless, life-ruining allegations, but this time, it wasn't against a random guy. It was against another creator and a mutual friend. They began speaking with Nick Diorio behind the scenes, who came forward with the story on February 3rd, 2024. This was the final nail in the coffin, revealing to the public for the first time what happened to Night Docs. Night Docs, also known as Jim, was once a long-form documentary channel. He was part of horror YouTube, even appearing throughout this video to defend Max, but his uploads slowed in the recent years, with his last made nearly 2 years ago. This, as it turns out, was the direct result of drama behind the scenes. The story goes that a few years ago, Jim and Max began living together. Max was looking to move, so Jim let him stay in his guest bedroom rent-free.
I opened my home to this guy. I let him live not paying a dime in rent. He didn't do any chores. He didn't pay any rent. He really didn't do anything. So like if he's complaining about how one time he fed my kids breakfast or whatever, he owed my kids breakfast, lunch, and dinner every time I had him. And he never once offered to compensate me or do anything in return.
In spite of that, there weren't really any issues during his stay, but once Max left, he began spreading rumors about Jim to their mutual friends. In particular, Max claimed that Jim creeped on women, didn't feed his daughters, and sexted a minor.
His allegations against me range from I'm a neglectful parent to I am a creep, that I'm a pedophile. Essentially, the one that I was most bothered by really was when he was calling me a pedophile. He wasn't saying it publicly. None of the allegations he had against me were said publicly. He was doing it all behind the scenes with the people that I was closest to.
Now, Jim wasn't aware of this for quite some time. The rumors were spread in private instead, behind his back, and only to his closest friends and peers. That included Nexpo, who was told it's only a matter of time until he's canceled. This particular comment was part of a long rant insisting Jim must be cut off. Even though Max didn't have evidence, he was able to bolster this narrative with various stories. They took it at face value because of his unearned credibility. Max was ultimately successful, with Jim's former friends turning on him one by one. Now, there's a key issue with all of this, which is that these conversations happened in person. There isn't much in the way of actual evidence, but Nick was able to obtain an on-the-record statement from Nexpo recounting his side of events.
Regarding Jim, there were two specific stories that Max really harped on when it came to Night Docs, at least whenever we had our little, I guess, falling out. So Max was convinced that Jim was this pedophile creep, and he backed up this claim with firstly a story about an inappropriate conversation that he claimed Jim had with a minor. As it turned out, this person was not a minor at all. They had told Jim their age at one point, which I believe was like 25. That's that whole story that Max always referred to back whenever he would call Jim a predator. There was another story that led to more of Max believing Jim to be, I guess, a creep. And it involved one trip to a restaurant that he and Jim had way back when Max was living with Jim. Apparently Jim was, making moves on the waitress and, continuously hitting on her, and he just wouldn't stop. And it made this, I guess, situation, or this dinner that they were at, very tense and awkward. Basically, every single time that I was with Max during the time when we had our, I guess, falling out, I guess you could call it, Max would perpetuate this narrative that Jim was this creep, and he would always refer back to these two stories. And I guess I just never really vetted them because Max kind of planted this idea in my head that, oh my god, we're associated with Jim, we have to cut Jim, we cannot be associated with someone like this, he's a pedophile, he's a creep, he's all of these things, and we can't associate with this guy. In hindsight, it's silly. It's silly to just listen to this, especially with his track record of just throwing out allegations without any evidence. But yeah, that was the, I guess, narrative that Max was running with. I guess I didn't realize that he could have been, embellishing some details. Jim, I know you're watching this. To you, man, I want to say that I'm sorry. I know I've been talking to you privately behind the scenes about all this, but again, I'd like to go on the record here and just say that I'm sorry, man. I should have handled this better, and I should not have listened to what Max was saying.
The second on the record recount. comes from Mudahar, who learned of the accusations indirectly. He would actually end up confronting Jim, which he recounts within his statement.
In regards to Jim or Night Docs, there were two allegations. One of them which had come from Max, allegedly, in amongst a friend group, about him not being necessarily the best dad. There were two key things. One of them was him being asleep most days, and then the other was that Max would have to step in and feed his children cereal or whatever else was in the house. This is something that I heard, again, not from Max, but through our internal friend group. And while this one definitely raised some questions about, okay, you know, gotta be attentive if you're the dad, it wasn't necessarily the most serious thing. However, what was more serious was the allegation where he had allegedly started unzipping himself in front of a minor, exposing himself over a Discord video call. Now, I actually confronted Jim about this one specifically because I wasn't exactly, I needed to know the bottom of this truth, or I need to understand or at least get his side, because obviously I met the person in reality. Me and my wife confronted him, and in this situation, Jim obviously categorically denied that he had done anything, but I didn't have any evidence for or against Jim, and you know, in spite of all that, I still decided to, you know, hold back my connection, not talk as much anymore. We weren't necessarily the most talkative people anyways, but this absolutely sealed the deal, and that's just because I don't really like to interact with somebody that even has that kind of an ick on them or that stain, because again, I don't know what's true or what isn't. In this situation, I just decided to dial back the friendship that I had. Obviously, considering everything now, I'm more inclined to believe Jim at his word, given the other party, but yeah, those were the two big allegations. Well, at least one of them were the most serious allegations, that being of the minor and him exposing himself over Discord. The other one about him being a father coming into question, I don't think I ever really questioned that. I think obviously when it comes to him and his interaction with kids, again, in comparison to him interacting in a weird way with potentially a minor or any woman on the internet, was something that raised more red flags.
After all this, Nick emphasizes how important it is that Max never made these accusations public. This is a predator hunter who apparently lived with a predator rent-free for months. Keep in mind, Jim has 2 children of his own that Max was accusing him of neglecting. If Max believed Jim was so dangerous, why did he never involve anyone who could help Jim's children? If Jim was guilty, he protected him throughout the years of silence while claiming to protect the kids. The only people Max made aware of this were their peers, which implies some kind of business motive. Nick rightfully points out there's no way Max could have made this palatable to the general public. His actions do not seem to reflect an actual belief that Jim was guilty. And if he didn't believe Jim was guilty, then it was just another example of weaponizing allegations, this time against a business competitor.
I just lost all of my self-esteem. I just felt like I was like irredeemable. There was something wrong with me that nobody would ever want to be around me, and I had no idea what it was that I did, but I was like, I'm obviously just a piece of shit. I completely fell off. I genuinely ended up hospitalized. I came within hours of doing something very permanent and very stupid. It was the last straw, and essentially on top of a period of about 3 or 4 years of one traumatic incident after another.
But thankfully, if there's any good to come out of Max's mishandling of these various cases, it's that the people he misused his position against finally get to have their say. It should be clear by now that Max is not just incompetent, which is what I thought he was at the start of this video. He's malicious, weaponizing his image as the predator hunter to insulate himself from criticism. It's almost unbelievable how shameless it truly was, using predator hunting as a medium for filmmaking. For years, he fabricated entire storylines while his audience, who were often survivors, believed him and even became patrons. When that wasn't enough, he'd manipulate them to further his own interests with call to action after call to action after call to action. Not only did he use the subject matter as a shield, but he also used his reputation to substantiate the unsubstantiated. His position always changes to whatever is most convenient. It'd be easy to say he had a fall from grace, but truthfully, Max was always this way. There was never a point where he was fit for this role. It was always only a matter of time before he was shown to be a fraud. Unfortunately, it only came after he ruined not only his own credibility, but also the accusers of Camden Gerard Davis. While it's unlikely we'll ever know the full story of the alleged vampire werewolf cult, there does appear to be something there. It can't be understated how much damage Max did, from all the CSA victims he gave a false sense of hope, to all of the people he baselessly accused. It's been a long and exhausting journey up until this point, and yet with all of this, there's still more to discuss. I'll be discussing that in the second part of this video, which is dedicated to the accusations against Camden Gerard Davis, and it will be released in a week or 2 from when I'm dropping this one. But until then, I've been Turkey Tom, thanks for watching, and until next time, leave me alone. Martin Shkreli has often been called the most hated man in America. While working for Turing Pharmaceuticals, his company raised the price of Daraprim, used to treat parasitic diseases. This price garnering a Anthony Fantano. Chances are, even if you don't watch him, you've likely heard of his name. He's one of, if not the largest tastemakers in music, with over 900 million views across his multiple channels on YouTube. This is especially impressive when you take into account that he's done this all alone, effectively the head of his own one-man empire. In spite of his popularity, however, in recent years he's become somewhat controversial amongst his former audience. And to those newer to his channel, this is confusing because in the grand scheme of things, he's done nothing wrong. The worst anyone could say about him without having to substantiate their claims, really, is that he's kind of annoying and has bad takes. To an outsider, the vitriol towards him seems rather overblown, and I'm not going to argue that it isn't. Insert disclaimer here about how he's not a bad guy and I don't hate him, or whatever. However, his former fans do have a reason to feel the way they do, and it's not super easy to point out just why they've become so miffed by him. In this video, I'm going to explain why they feel so betrayed, and how in the larger context of his channel, the Anthony of today is antithetical to what he represented before. This is the story of how counterculture cannibalized the needle drop. Fantano began his pursuit as a music critic in 2007, with the first iteration of the needle drop beginning as a public radio show. He eventually also launched a blog to accompany it, where he would post additional written reviews. Back then, podcasting as a medium was rudimentary and uncertain, hence how he managed to pitch the show in the first place. He was satisfied at first, but after 2 years realized that his growth was becoming stagnant. His target audience just weren't the type to tune into the radio, an already withering medium that was continuing to lose its relevance among young people. Weighing his options, he eventually chose to continue exploring means through the internet, eventually finding the unique format that would skyrocket him to popularity: YouTube.
Hey guys, Anthony Fantano here, the internet's busiest music nerd, doing an album review. MGMT's congratulations.
Having created his YouTube channel in January of 2009, he's since amassed over 2 million subscribers, and been cited by journalists as today's most successful music critic. His struggle to reach his target demographic paid off, with him not only finding success, but becoming ingrained in online music culture. He's been directly referenced and sampled by several artists, and has even had his audience's taste in music labeled Fantano Core. Fantano's influence as a tastemaker cannot be understated, and I have to give him props for that. He's living the life that most internet critics could only dream of. But that level of notoriety isn't achieved by simply uploading videos consistently. As Fantano himself notes in a profile by Spin, there were many other up-and-coming channels back then who never experienced the same growth or success he did, nonetheless the cult of personality. So what was it that set Fantano apart from his competitors and allowed him to tower above the rest? While Fantano humbly cites it as a simple stroke of luck, there's clearly another explanation. The one thing that separated Fantano from the other channels at the time was how closely he aligned himself with the internet's counterculture. Fantano didn't just understand his demographic, he was his demographic. At a time when the internet hadn't yet been adopted by pop culture at large, Fantano was unique in how close he was to the pulse of it all. Or, as M. Lemon would autistically scream at you, Fantano was well versed in memes. His reviews were filled with quirky humor and bits like Cal Chesta, in contrast to sanitized corporate publications such as Pitchfork.
I was throwing up on a Tuesday. I think it's 'cause I ate too much food here.
He wasn't just trying to make video reviews, he was trying to provide an experience unique to a medium like YouTube. Just listen to his philosophy regarding YouTube from back in 2016.
That you sort of appreciate that YouTube is this internet medium, you know, and there's kind of like a DIY characteristic to it that makes it so appealing. Whereas, you know, there are some people who I think have missed the point. There are some people who've gotten on YouTube just to kind of make TV,
you know?
Yeah.
Whereas,
Yeah,
like, to me, that's
exactly.
not the point of YouTube.
Separating him even more from his competitors was his association with 4chan's music board, to the point where he was unceremoniously crowned as the King of Mew. This wasn't just for his music taste, but the fact that he was an open poster of the forum. In 2014, Anthony participated in a 4-hour-long Q&A session with users of the site. He would also collaborate with other e-celebs associated with the edgier side of the internet, such as Filthy Frank and even Sam Hyde. However, all of this would prove to be preamble for what was his most elaborate bid yet. While Anthony's philosophy of creating experiences strictly for the internet often crept into his main reviews, it would become the entire basis for his third channel, That Is the Plan.
You're just really stretching it at that point. Here's a fat guy. Here's a fat guy. Here's a fat guy. Am I doing this one right?
The channel was filled with bizarre meme-centric videos, with esoteric editing and abrasive delivery. Even to this day, these videos still hold up, as his comedic abilities were finally allowed to shine. In contrast to his mild-mannered music reviews, his association with these edgier acts began to make more sense as he indulged in slightly more offensive humor. In 2017, the channel sat at around 400,000 subscribers, nearly half the subscriber count of his main channel, and managed to garner a very loyal audience separate from his other more serious endeavors. However, as you've likely guessed by now, the success wouldn't last forever. One of the first instances of his association with more controversial humor backfiring occurred in late 2015. A common trend across 4chan's many boards is framing their favorite e-celebs for committing heinous acts of mass murder. This was done to the aforementioned Sam Hyde, as well as Eggy, which I've previously discussed in a video. Well, this happened to Fantano as well, when in October of that year, a student opened fire on their college campus shortly after writing a post warning others on the site. Posters were quick to note the shooter's similar appearance to Fantano, and saw this as an opportunity to frame him by sending in photos of Anthony claiming he was the gunman. Their efforts were so successful that his face was shown next to the actual perpetrator's words on live television, broadcasted to hundreds of thousands of people.
Some of you guys are alright. Don't go to school tomorrow if you're in the Northwest. A happening thread will be posted tomorrow morning. So long, space robots. Some who read it actually encouraged him.
Fantano didn't take this lightly, opting to take legal action against the station, which is honestly justifiable. He commented on the incident that, "I think it says a lot about the state of journalism and its complete madness, the first of what would eventually become a series of brawls with the media." In spite of the conflict, Anthony wasn't deterred from associating with controversial political figures and provocateurs. That next month, Anthony appeared on a live stream with Sargon of Akkad, where they discussed social justice and music. And in January of 2016, he did his interview with Sam Hyde, two endeavors that solidified his place in that ethos of the internet. Someone who is not afraid to push the envelope in terms of humor and stand by those scoffed at by the media at large. Everything about this would change in the years following. With the election of Donald Trump in 2016, politics became more inflammatory than ever online. Where it was once expected for creators to remain neutral, it soon became seen as their responsibility to be advocates. And this meant the inverse as well, where having the wrong politics, or even being associated with the wrong politics, was often enough to make or break your career. In late 2016, Sam Hyde would infamously have his television show canceled by Adult Swim after an article highlighting the more political aspects of his show, $1 Million Extreme, was published. In a post-Trump election world, everyone's political opinions were fair game, and most media outlets were willing to go for the throat. All the while, Anthony was appearing in videos like Questions for SJWs, where he'd say things like this.
"Have you guys tried drinking this shit? It's great."
With the target on his back as the face of online music curation, and having already been seen as questionable for his associates and provocative humor, it wouldn't be long before Anthony himself fell victim to a hit piece. On October 3rd of 2017, The Fader published an article titled "The Needle Drop Pioneered Music Review Blogs." His lesser-known channel was a bid to win the alt-right. As its headline suggests, it was an attempt to portray Anthony as a goon to the alt-right, with its thesis centering around the That Is the Plan channel. One of the first paragraphs in the article reads, "Up until this afternoon, October 3rd, Anthony had another booming YouTube channel, practically unknown outside of his fan base, but immensely popular within it, called That Is the Plan. His vocabulary took on a screechy, 4chan-friendly slant. Video titles from the past year include Pepe the Frog triggers Hillary Clinton, I changed my gender because Donald Trump, and Mega Cuck says Pokemon Go is like dogfighting." He raged against SJWs and feminists, and in video after video, treated black musicians as a punchline. The author goes on to explain the various associations I've discussed here, before singling out instances from his meme channel that they claimed were politically problematic. These examples, while maybe convincing to someone not literate of the internet, are actually pretty dog shit. They range from simply pointing out him referencing memes from 4chan, writing, "Here he throws in a little Easter egg for 4chan heads, when his voice is edited to say Keck. A background image of Shrek with the title Photoshop to read Keck appears.
You should have something on your neck
Heck is a popular 4chan meme, to flat out misrepresenting jokes to have an exaggerated racial slant. They try to portray his mockery of Hobson as something more than just him ripping on cringy lyrics. And here, the author writes that Fantano wraps a cord around his neck, while an image of a black guy with a white noose around his neck appears behind him. Next, we see a background image of another black person being choked, right as Fantano says the words, "choked to death." He's playing the specter of black suicide and death for laughs. A total misreading of the meme to frame it as a lynching joke when it's simply a man pretending to hang himself with toilet paper. It's wholly irrelevant, as it was simply in reference to a trend that had gone viral on Vine at the time.
Toilet paper, not a noose. Which, if you didn't know, has been a pretty viral internet meme over the past year or so. Kids blowing up on platforms like the now defunct Vine, just kind of hanging themselves with toilet paper in the bathroom.
Which, once again, had nothing to do with lynching. They then argue that he only parodied black artists because he was racist, noting that that is the plan never release any parodies of white rock musicians. Maybe it had to do with the fact that just a few months later, industry outlets would claim that hip-hop surpassed rock to become the most popular music genre for the first time in history. They go on to attack Fantano for including memes with the gamer word, before finally discussing the red pilling of Fantano. They discuss his association with Sargon of Akkad, how it alienated some of his audience, and then the Sam Hyde interview, where Hyde drops bass and red pilled quotes like this.
I'm gonna destroy Lena Dunham physically so badly that the people who come to clean her up, they're gonna be puking when they see what I did to her. All right, I want them to know how I feel about her, so I'm gonna fuck her up so bad that she makes them puke when they see her bruised, mangled body. If she ever did anything to me to warrant that legally, now I would never, ever initiate violence against her.
The way that you said
but that's
all
what would
that.
happen.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
To finally conclude his article with, in short, Fantano may have discerned from the popularity of his friends like Sam Hyde and Sargon of Akkad, not to mention his own icon status on You, that a market existed for reactionary video content. He understands his own audience, 94% male, according to the Spin profile, and he realized he could double his money by posting on 2 separate channels, one for music lovers and one for edgelords. One for people interested in his take on rap music, one for people who want to laugh at his crude rapper parodies. Hardcore fans would watch both, and then, when he deleted them, they couldn't. These screen grabs are all that's left. This leaves just one question. Deep down, what does Fantano actually want? In Gordon's profile, Fantano says that he would like to at least be treated with the same amount of legitimacy as other music writers. Even though that is the plan has been deleted, it seems far-fetched that Anthony will keep his edgier persona under wraps. As long as he continues to undermine his actual criticism with toxic cash grab bullshit, he can kiss that dream goodbye. In the days prior to the release of this article, Anthony deleted the entire channel, citing the YouTube guidelines, though the timing seems a bit too coincidental for this to be true. As you can imagine, this article didn't sit particularly well with Anthony, and it was for good reason. Following the release of the article, Anthony had an entire speaking tour canceled, likely costing him thousands of dollars. As Digital Music News notes, tours are expensive, and clubs don't pay for canceled gigs. That leaves lots of airline tickets, hotels, and a myriad of other expenses. Some refundable, some not. And it was also used against him by artists like Vince Staples, who quote tweeted him questioning if he was a part of the alt-right. Vader probably came away from this, seeing the cancellation and prior deletion of his channel as an admission of defeat. Their expectations were swiftly destroyed when Anthony posted a video to his main channel titled The Vader Response, where he sought to defend his reputation by pointing out many of the issues with the article in a succinct 20-minute video.
And while the channel has been controversial in the past, nothing I've said has been any more edgy or out there than what you might catch on a new South Park episode, or, I don't know, a Doug Stanhope stand-up special, or another YouTube channel like Filthy Franks, or iDubbbz, and you wouldn't frame them as being alt-right. Keep in mind, nearly all of these people have made much harsher jokes towards some of the same targets I have in my videos on my meme channel.
Anthony does a great job debunking the Vader article point by point, even commenting his view of his interactions with Mew. But Anthony didn't just stop there. While the specific details are sparse, the Vader article was eventually removed in March of 2018, with a simple explanation of the claims having been settled, indicating some sort of legal action. In spite of his solid reputation, other media outlets still tried to paint Fantano in a malicious light. Spin.com, which previously had posted positive articles on Anthony, claimed that Vader tried to map out Fantano's political ideology, a far cry from the actual intent. They also claimed that his fanbase attacked Marcus, doxed him, and made anti-Semitic comments about him, without acknowledging even a single falsehood from the Vader article. Regardless of the fact that Anthony had clearly redeemed himself in the eyes of his fanbase, the damage from the article was already done. After the controversy, Anthony's online presence would never be the same. The article was a wake-up call for him, in more ways than one. Firstly, it showed just how sensitive his public image was and how easily he could be misinterpreted. It made it clear to him that regardless of his good intentions, he was a target. And secondly, he claimed it caused him to realize that there were some grubby, close-minded, young, aggressive male types hovering around the content. Ever since the Fader article, Anthony has distanced himself from being a provocateur, dropping his once signature sense of humor in favor of a more milquetoast internet presence. The Fader article didn't kill Anthony Fantano's career, this much is true, but it did force him to sanitize his image, resulting in him losing much of the charm that made him so unique, and this didn't sit well with those who remember the days when he used to browse the boards himself. Anthony, someone who once resided in that area of the internet, had now become just another checkmark account, who dropped weird, cringy takes on Twitter every so often. Just to show how much his attitude has changed, in a profile from September of 2020, he described 4chan as toxic and problematic, though acknowledging that it was where most of the internet humor drew back to. Anthony had always been a left-winger, though he now felt that it was his responsibility to advocate for social justice, as his views have become much more intersectional. He now looks down on portions of his audience that media outlets would like to take advantage of to disingenuously criticize him. It's completely understandable why he would want to move away from the edgier aspect of his career. The damage dealt to him, regardless of if he was right, simply wasn't worth dealing with. However, his turn on the audience that appreciated that part of his persona is ultimately what led many of them to grow hateful of his brand as a whole. Perhaps the reason it was so insulting was because he continued attempting to appear counterculture in spite of his efforts to be more marketable and mainstream. He became a poser to them. His disenfranchised fans were left without a voice to represent them in the culture. That is, until they met Negative XP.
Conceited with no self-esteem. She's a teenage dream if you hate yourself.
Negative XP, also known as Shooter, is an artist who grew exponentially in summer of 2019. With the release of his song, Scott Pilgrim vs. the World ruined a whole generation of women.
Like a lamb to the slaughter, but honestly, I'd still hit if I could.
With lyrics like this, it's no surprise that it was quite popular in the based universe of the Chanosphere. The song exploded Negative XP into relevance, inspiring fans of him to create their own music videos on YouTube and accumulate millions of views themselves. In the same year that the term doomer became a part of popular lexicon, Shooter embodied his demographic in the same way Anthony once did. Only, instead of hipsters who listened to experimental music, it was involuntary celibates who couldn't stop getting visited by the FBI. Please don't come back. The Scott Pilgrim song became the anthem against e-girls, who they viewed as nothing more than posers and groupies. And with this newfound popularity, Shooter was quick to take shots at the man many online users felt crafted their music taste, Anthony Fantano. On August 7th of 2019, Negative XP released the song You Shouldn't Be Allowed to Listen to Music If You Watch the Needle Drop, a song where he rants about those who indulge in Fantano core.
This may be hard to hear, but all the bands you like are pretty clear, like they really care about what people think, and so that's why they all lip sync all the talking points and trendy buzzwords. It's dehumanizing, it's so absurd that you think that anybody cares, cause nobody cares, nobody cares.
The song is more about Anthony's audience than him, though with his ranting of people who felt their opinions on politics mattered, it obviously hit a sore spot with Fantano. In September of 2019, a Twitter gimmick account called Hot Music Takes tweeted, "If you at Anthony Fantano in my replies or sent him my tweets, you are either 14 or a pedophile." Anthony responded asking why they were mad, causing the account to reply to him with a Negative XP song. This would be his first acknowledgement of Shooter, writing, "The lyrics in the first half are the same as in the second half. What is this horse shit?" This would be the start of a long saga of interactions between Anthony, his own fans, and Negative XP listeners, who repeatedly told him to review his music. Fantano refused time and time again, emboldening his detractors. What the people criticizing Shooter and making a controversy of his music fail to understand about him is that he really doesn't care. I'm not saying this to be condescending. If you look at anything the guy does, it's obvious that he just doesn't really give a shit. Even his initial response to Fantano was nothing but a stupid joke. This really highlights the difference between Negative XP's mentality and Anthony. One of them has a reputation to uphold and a business business to maintain. The other doesn't really have much to lose and doesn't care if someone on Twitter calls him sexist. Shooter's convictions only go as far as a gag to make a funny song. Even in the Scott Pilgrim tune, Shooter lists off a bunch of stereotypically negative traits about e-girls, before ending every chorus with, "Honestly, I'd still hit if I could." He even made a male equivalent about Toonami. This is not a guy with serious beliefs, it's apathy to the extreme. And this would be seen when Anthony began stoking the flames himself. On September 18th, 2019, Anthony wrote on Twitter, "I'm wondering what kind of rut you need to be stuck in to be recording lo-fi incel rock songs that are all just Waves ripoffs, and then upload them to SoundCloud. Yikes." Then, when someone asked if he was talking about Shooter, he responded with, "Ding ding ding." A clear personal attack at negative XP, one would expect the diss track Shooter responded to Anthony Fantano with to be similar. Instead, he reappropriates his tweet to question why he thinks his career is better.
I'm wondering what kind of ride you need to be stuck in to be recording music review videos.
Turns his writing style into quirks of the song, and then spends the majority of the tune just insulting Anthony's fans again. With how much he could have attacked Anthony for, in the grand scheme of things, it's very tame. The same day he released the song, Shooter then said he didn't even hate Anthony because he thought it was cool he could make a living making those dumbass videos, but he definitely hated the people that watch and support his videos. And this is also reflected in his later responses, where he just doesn't take any of it seriously. One of the artists for his collective, MSG, drew art of Anthony and Shooter just hanging out together. Just chilling out. Anthony's response to a similar piece of art was to mock Shooter for being suspended, while Shooter's response was to say that it was beautiful that music could bring them together in spite of their disagreements. Beyond any obvious political rift, the difference here is clear. Anthony cares too much about being on the right side of history and remaining clean in the eyes of modern e-celebritydom, while Shooter doesn't care at all. And even if you agree with Anthony's position, you have to admit that he just comes across as uptight in contrast to Shooter's careless attitude. To address someone in a somewhat similar position to Anthony, let's visit Filthy Frank, or Joji. Filthy Frank was one of the best creators on the platform, and also someone who represented the edgier side of YouTube that the media was so afraid of. While Joji wasn't in love with his former audience, he respected it and the time in his life when it was his path. Once he moved on to music, he thanked them for what they had done for him and made it clear that they had the option to continue being a fan of his work or stop short of the music and just enjoy what he used to do, free of any derision or malice. Anthony, on the other hand, lashed out at his fans of the past, making them inherently hostile, and in the process, lost what made him unique. The appeal of Fantano as a critic, and as a creator, is that he brought back the art of reviewing music for the modern age, appealing to internet culture and crowds of people that the mainstream would rather ignore. He gave voices to underground artists, and participated in a subculture that quickly became enamored with him. Once it was no longer beneficial to his brand, he grew to hate it. To call back to 2016 Employment again, the dude became a normie. I know in more recent times I've become known for going after people for more career-ending criticisms, and I don't want it to make it seem like I'm trying to do anything close to that here. I sympathize with Anthony. In the end, none of this controversy, if you want to call it that, will really affect Anthony's channel in the long run, or his bottom line. He has such a large audience across his channels, and it's so diverse at this point that there will likely never be a narrative from this corner of the internet that really starts any significant wave of hate towards him, and I don't want that to happen. And this video also really isn't about negative XP. His success in mocking Anthony and the traction he managed to gain from that alone is representative of a greater trend. Anthony used to be part of the counterculture and participated in it, but due to a series of events where the media attacked him, he was traumatized by his association with that community and decided to leave it behind. But ultimately, in his attempt to distance himself from his edgier fans for fear that it would bite him in the ass again, it only bit him harder. I've been Turkey Tom, and until next time, leave me alone. VidCon. the biggest YouTuber convention in the world, bringing thousands of creators and fans alike together once a year, every year, for 3 days of informative panels, interesting fan and creator interactions, and potentially disasters. On October 27th, 2011, the Leafy Is Here channel was created on YouTube. The next 9 years of its existence would include some of the highest of highs, the lowest of lows, and some of the most toxic drama that would ever grace this website. It also represents the greatest time period ever to use YouTube. Or it did, until YouTube deleted it. But to understand why YouTube decided to delete Leafy's channel entirely, we have to go back to the beginning. One of the most polarizing aspects of the modern internet landscape has been the advent of cancel culture, a term that will simultaneously haunt and excite the minds of every commentary YouTuber. The reason being is that cancel culture is a cash cow. If you dig deep enough into the past of pretty much any YouTuber, you'll find something dated and weird that they'll be criticized for in the modern day. However, a lot of controversy seems to center around a certain time period of YouTube history, a time that is so unique that creators deemed as relatively safe today, like Shane Dawson, were making videos like this.
This is a story all about how my life got twisted upside down, and I'd like to take a minute, just sit right there and tell you how I became the prince of a town called Bel Air.
Now, while you rightfully want to vomit after looking at that clip, the fact that it even existed and was preserved up until today says something about YouTube back then. While the website today has become increasingly more corporate, with late night talk shows and seemingly squeaky clean creators taking the helm of the website, YouTube back then was far more amateur, and I'd argue more genuine. Without the backing of huge corporate monoliths, all you had was a couple losers in their bedroom trying to make an audience of a couple hundred laugh. And in a few cases, those couple hundred were turned into a couple 100,000. However, when people talked about YouTube back then, it wasn't about personalities like Mr. Beast and Danny Gonzalez. It wasn't about polished, highly edited series either. But rather, the name of a creator was usually made off of one individual video, such as the Chocolate Rain Guy and how many variations of the same cat video you could see. And as YouTube developed more out of its infancy, personality started to take hold of the platform. This time on YouTube created an environment that would become the crux of many commentary channels bashing on.
And I was like, baby, 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 ah!
People like Ray William Johnson and Smosh used crude humor and edgy jokes in order to get a laugh out of their audience, even if they didn't really understand the joke all too well. These channels started to become the main forms of entertainment for a lot of kids growing up at the time. While before, people would really only engage with YouTube as a way to just find a funny video, these channels started to build entire communities that would watch nearly everything that they had pushed out. And as YouTube introduced the partner program, which allowed a subset of these bigger creators to earn money from their videos, many of them stuck with their tried and true juvenile formula to maximize their revenue gain. And as monetization became available to everyone, a demand for some alternatives started to formulate, with the first answer to that demand being gaming videos. These creators, such as PewDiePie, Markiplier, and Sky Does Minecraft, while switching up the content itself from short skits to just a guy freaking out over a video game in the corner of the screen, the humor would stay relatively the same, the only major difference being that it was a little more childish as younger and younger audiences were drawn to the platform. And as the audiences got younger, the need to appeal to them became higher, which led to a scourge of child-friendly channels being made, and the transition of many creators into more child-friendly content.
Hey, how's it going, guys, and welcome to Best Trends. Today we are going to be going over 5 Minecraft YouTubers who've sworn.
This went side by side with a demand for content levied at adults, but instead of being answered with a slew of unique creators, it ended up being answered with the migration of television to the platform. And as this change into a more child-friendly platform began to take place, a vacuum was created in that need for more edgy content that was being demanded of audiences of young adults and teenagers. And to answer those calls, a Minecraft YouTuber decided to create a whole new genre that would become one of the biggest on the platform. That man's name is Leafy.
Now, since this is undoubtedly the first time many of you have actually heard of my channel, I'd like to say I'm one of the best people to talk about Leafy because I have a PhD in online bullshit.
What's going on with you? What are you talking about?
And because of that, the history, as well as the current happenings of the commentary community, have been living rent-free in my head since I was even able to use the internet. And what makes Leafy such an interesting figure is the mysticism behind him. Talking about Leafy is here even back when he wasn't even sniffling the idea of returning, would net you plenty of responses, usually either with adoration or disgust, but no one would fail to remember him.
Hey man, what do you think about Leafy?
Please leave me alone.
However, what most of these virgins tend not to remember is that history isn't some black and white conflict, and therefore there is really no clear answer surrounding Leafy's content. And because of that, I won't voice any of my own opinions on Leafy's content in this section, so enough dancing around it. Let's dive into the question of who is Leafy is here. Leafy's initial interactions with YouTube were secondary to another aspect of Minecraft that took front and center for his online activities, that being of server ownership. You see, just like with a lot of indie games, Minecraft servers were run by third parties, and with the start of a new market, there was no big dog to enforce some sort of paradigm, which led all of the smaller servers to attack each other. These ruthless games, including shit like doxing and swatting people to make sure they stayed on their turf, literally suing other servers for the tactics they use, and even hijacking websites on the day of the release of a big project in order to start a bidding war for if the hacker should even return anything back. The pressure of managing these things led Leafy to literally punch a hole into his wall.
I mean, this definitely probably doesn't help. I mean, it's pretty bad.
However, in return for this, he had managed to get $100,000 off of his server, which at the time was a pretty big deal for him. To promote his server, he started to advertise it on YouTube, either through paying other YouTubers at the time to promote it, or making videos on his own channel in order to drive people towards it.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Sonic Adventure Team. Fucking Goku, mother.
Stop it.
He continued to make Minecraft videos of this style. However, as we all know, the Minecraft community by 2015 was in a steady decline, and rather than stay the course on a sinking ship, he decided to jump. Leafy, around the end of his Minecraft career, started to experiment with different content types, and one of these was what we would later call gameplay commentary. Now, gameplay commentary was a term that had a wide definition. However, Leafy changed it from stuff like this.
Oh, well, you know, Phil did it. He masturbated in front of thousands of children.
Into his content type that we all know and love.
Well, I've never had anyone over before, especially someone like you, Leafy. You want to go to the bedroom?
Now, Leafy's content is most basically described today as unrelated gameplay footage alongside commentary, and the ease it took to make content like this made it hugely popular back in the day. However, to make a name for yourself, you have to put your own personality into it. An example of this is when you talk about Leafy from back in the day, a lot of what you tend to remember is the auditory aspects of it. Stuff like how his voice sounded, the insults he used, and the content he made fun of.
Right. I'm not messing about. This better be fucking good.
Okay.
The most memorable aspects of the period, however, was the drama, with the people employed in it being these gigantic personalities, clashing against each other in these channel-spanning stories, while some fat gnome in the background named Daniel eats popcorn while watching your entire career dissipate in front of your very eyes.
Did I ever tell you the definition of insanity?
Speaking of that gnome, the most memorable drama of the time had Leafy as a direct player, which was the Leafy Keemstar drama, where Leafy had betrayed Keemstar after the winds of Keem's growth started to waver, and he started a drama that spanned 5 videos on his channel alone, and ended with Leafy declaring he was literally going to sue Keemstar. Leafy started to ride a high after this, getting millions and millions of views per video and feeling like he was untouchable. However, not all was as it seemed. Leafy, in an attempt to grow and earn as much as possible, made videos every single day.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
These daily uploads led Leafy into major burnouts at the time, which he ended up supplementing with drugs. However, with an ever-growing workload, Leafy decided to outsource some of it to other people. However, some people that he worked with were none as good when it came to these deals as other people, which would lead to some issues later on. But for now, Leafy was at the top of his game, making video after video after video, racking up millions and millions of views and hundreds of thousands of dollars in cash. It seemed like the train would never end. In fact, it won't end. It will never.
What we do here is go back.
Content Cop Leafy was uploaded to the internet, where a young and innocent man named iDubbbz, who could never be cuffed in his lifetime, defeated Leafy at his own game, roasting.
Someone disappeared, huh?
No, it's just his chin disappeared.
Oh.
And who better to talk about the Fire Nation than a British guy?
The Leafy Content Cop was a pivotal moment in both iDubbbz and Leafy's careers, one in which Ian clearly came out for the better. Leafy, on the other hand, suffered the wrath of his edgy fans turning against him, simply because bullying kids wasn't enough anymore. It's all about Leafy and his disfigured chin, at least for like a year or so. While nobody can deny that Content Cop Leafy made a huge impact on YouTube and is credited as the thing that killed Leafy's channel, what people don't realise is that the Content Cop was more of a catalyst that started a chain reaction that led to a decline in viewership and general credibility as a creator and a person. Try saying that 3 times as fast as you can. It's hard to remember, but the reason Leafy was initially popularised was because of his personality and how authentic and genuine he came across. As he started to become more popular though, this seems to be where Leafy began to change his personality to fit his persona and content. This to me is what the Content Cop showed. Demand for Leafy began to increase after the effects of Content Cop wore off, and now more than ever, it's clear that Leafy has been received so well recently due to him accepting criticism, albeit a little late, and then returning to the authentic and genuine side of himself, by most of all, not giving a flying fuck.
The disappearance of Leafy with no real explanation created a vacuum of speculation around where he had gone and if he would ever come back, as well as an opening in the market for people to provide the content that his audience had been left without.
Hey, is it really backstabbing if the guy wasn't actually your friend in the first place? You just had an image of him being your mate, but really he was playing you off. It's not really backstabbing, it's kind of just evening the playing field.
What happened to Leafy is here? The legacy of Leafy is here. What happened to Leafy is here? Leafy isn't here. What happened to Leafy? Whatever happened to Leafy is here. This is why Leafy is here disappeared, and it's definitely not what you think. What happened to Leafy is here. The real reason Leafy quit YouTube. As with most YouTube videos, the majority of them were not very good at all, but a few people did manage to make some pretty good content out of it.
Straight off the bat, I want to let all the newcomers to my channel know that I'm perfectly fine with bullying. Make fun of someone because they're fat, autistic, or riddled with acne. I don't care. Make fun of them.
However, to rewind back a bit, after iDubbbz had dealt his massive uppercut onto Leafy's channel, a lot of his former friends began scrambling to change up their content. 2 of the most notable people being Pyrocynical and Fuckers, who changed their visual format from the classic gameplay commentary that they were known for towards the facecam commentary that started to dominate the scene in 2017, with creators like iMalex, Wild Spartans, and plenty of others becoming the main face for commentary back in the day. However, one event would prove to be the catalyst for the biggest change in YouTube history, that being the adpocalypse.
What a fucking...
As older legacy media companies started to scrutinize the edgier sides of the YouTube ecosystem, many ad companies decided to pull out of YouTube entirely, leaving what was deemed as the adpocalypse. As a measure to get these advertisers back on their platform and maintain a good revenue stream, YouTube introduced this lovely yellow symbol, which when placed on a video of yours, will get rid of most, if not all, of the ad revenue that you could have gotten from it. And when they were facing financial collapse, many channels decided to change their content to be more YouTube friendly in order to dodge the yellow hammer. And while I don't blame them for this act of self-preservation, a lot of the aforementioned bigger creators at the time felt very bland and uniform. I mean, you can only watch so many Jake Paul videos before you notice they're all really the same. And as a response to this, the same sort of situation that spawned commentary in the first place happened again, but within the commentary community, with people like Cavo spearheading a rejection to this type of content, and my channel following shortly after.
I think my only stipulation with the bullying is that you also have to not be a pussy. You see, because if you're a pussy and you're hiding your putrid, malformed chin behind your hand, your sleeve, or your microphone, you're showing people that you are extremely self-conscious. You're showing people that you're a pussy, and that takes a lot of the oomph out of your bullying.
And as uncool as iDubbbz had made Leafy, as bitched out as he was when he left, a nostalgia for what his content had represented began to take shape, and a desire for him to return was taking hold among the general commentary populace. A lot of creators were questioning this crazy demand, with them being perplexed on how an audience could change their minds on a guy they had all agreed was pretty bad, while he hadn't done anything to justify that change in public opinion. He had literally left and in his absence, everyone grew to love him again. But what many of these people failed to realize is that the desire wasn't for Leafy himself, not for most people anyway, but more longing for the era he symbolized. And since Leafy was one of the main bringers of that era in the first place, a lot of people thought he could bring it back. And as YouTube seemed at its most calm point, with drama being either few and far between or extremely minor, in March of 2020, the Savior returned.
Oh shit, all day, pray them niggas go away. Oh, we sell the clowns around it, look like circus show.
The moment people catched a whiff of a possibility that Leafy was going to come back, everyone started to salivate like crazy. And when he did take that first step back onto the YouTube scene,
Dude, you're a fucking cuck.
he didn't disappoint. And who better to talk about disappointing, I mean not disappointing, the Database Productions.
The infamous Calvin returned to the YouTube scene just a few months ago when his arch-nemesis iDubbbz got himself into one of his biggest predicaments. As was detailed before, Leafy's fall from grace back in 2016 started right after the iDubbbz content cop was made. This resulted in nearly the entire community giving Leafy a hard time. But Leafy persisted strong in producing his content all the way up until the end of 2017, where our infamous god just seemed to wither away from existence. But Leafy rose from the ashes that people thought were his remains, which completely took the community by surprise. Despite the copious amounts of degrading memes and shit talk about him, there were lots of people who actually were genuinely hoping for his return. While some would argue that his content would never fly nowadays, I'd argue that perhaps we need his style of content considering the current state of the platform today.
Now that you've heard of his arguably most important series of videos in his return to YouTube, we're going to take a look at the rest of the sagas he had constructed. However, we're going to do this quickly because I have 12-year-olds to debate on Twitter. One of the funniest dramas to come out of this worst year, in my opinion, was the Katarina drama.
That's a good one.
Where the e-girl in question had managed to have 5 boyfriends, which may sound like a lot to a lot of people unfamiliar with the entire thing, but it was getting to like 16 at points, so 5 is pretty lame. Going off of that tangent, however, Leafy made a couple videos clowning on her, specifically making fun of her explanation of the entire thing that centered around her mental health.
I felt like a passenger in my own body. I ignored very conflicting feelings and thoughts, and I was very lost and confused. And I didn't know what I wanted or what was important to me. And this was when I got involved with fits. And I handled it very similarly to how I handled previous things. I depersonalized a lot.
Yeah, dude, she's just a hoe.
The true tour de force of this entire thing, though, was him sliding into her DMs to make fun of her. And this format was essentially copied and pasted for the rest of the people he covered for his channel. The Dr. Disrespect series of videos was essentially just him poking fun at the situation, usually commenting on their reaction to the entire thing, as well as the fact that an answer hadn't come yet.
There's no other way of saying this, dude. This shit is making me angry now. Like, it's been over a month. Can someone at least just say, like, at this point, like, Dr. Disrespect has to know why he was banned, right? And Twitch obviously knows, but they just haven't decided to say, dude, why is no one saying anything? It's been an entire month of this. ESPN is still reporting on this shit, and dude, just someone please tell me so I can fucking die in peace.
The best part of these videos tended to be the part where he just starts messing with his friends, calling up people like Keem and Gokunaru to give their theories on the entire thing, which was definitely pretty cool to see.
As you can see, Dr. Disrespect is like a good 2 feet taller than his wife, right? Jeff Bezos is like good 2 inches below his wife. I'm starting to think that Jeff Bezos might be a little pissed off that the biggest streamer on the platform, or one of the biggest, is a fucking Chad.
The Gabby Hanna series of videos was essentially just him laughing at the entire drama, which, if you need me to remind you, was her schizoing out on social media like she was some Vietnam War defector.
This is my fucking life!
This is personal to me.
Bro, what is up with these YouTubers that, like, convince themselves that they're some sort of fucking movie star or some shit? Dude, it's like they're, like, setting themselves up to have this dramatic ass, like, being buried alive when eventually some of their content starts dipping a little bit.
The Shane Dawson series of videos was him just making fun of the tea and beauty community, usually poking fun of how dramatic and toxic everything was treated on their side.
Dude, holy shit, shit is going down, and I'm not saying that sarcastically. Say what you want about the beauty community is the highest stakes it gets on YouTube. Like, seriously, some of those motherfuckers are worth like 500 million. That is just absolutely insane. Think of all the drama that I've been through, that people like Keemstar has been through, and just think of that as just like street thugs fighting over who gets to sell crack on the corner, because that's all it is. The beauty community, though, that's like the clash of titans.
2 out of 10. With Levy's return to YouTube, we can now compare our expectations of him to what he'd actually done and come up with the actual conclusion of if his return to YouTube was good or bad. And while many people may look at his return as 100% one way or the other, I think it's a bit more nuanced than that. Leafy's return to YouTube had all the trappings of what he had wanted from him. Videos where he went against the grain of content at the time, where he attacked all the people the community was against, and gave insight into his career as a whole as well as what the platform had become. However, the main thing that a lot of people wanted from Leafy's return was a change of the current trends of YouTube. As YouTube became more and more sanitized, a lot of people had nostalgia for the edgy content of old, and Leafy was the best representation of that. However, that final expectation had nipped him in the ass because YouTube had changed so much to the point where Leafy coming back didn't change anything at all, and in fact, it was a wake-up call for most people. And I think that is the great tragedy of Leafy's return. While his return led to one of the freshest moments in commentary of recent memory, that would also mean that his inevitable downfall is now going to lead to one of, if not the most bitter. GG unlucky, well played.
Commentary channels have never been the most loved genre on YouTube, and back in the day, Leafy certainly put a bad taste in the mouth of many. By the time of the Content Cop's release, it seemed like everyone had come around to give their nominal tap on the kick me sign taped to Leafy's back.
The thing is, when you speak with Leafy, he's always going at 1,000,000 miles an hour, right? Like he's just snorted a bunch of cocaine or something. He's always going, he's always fucking going. When I used to speak with him, I would get like a couple sentences in, and we'd be on a call for like half an hour. He likes to talk a lot. He doesn't really like to work, though.
New video. So here I am minding my own business, just try to get through another day, another struggle. When all of a sudden, I stumble onto this guy's channel. This dude named Jack is a nerd. And I don't know about you guys, but I think I just found the cringiest person on the internet.
You may remember me from my dipshit videos where I make fun of retarded people. Now, I've held off on making this video for years because personally I'm a huge fan of JonTron. I think his videos are incredible, but this man is a fucking hypocrite piece of shit rat bastard.
And with the YouTube community having an intense desire to distance themselves from absolutely anything that Leafy was doing, the website itself began showing a desire to do the same. On December 9th, 2017, the Twitter account TowerDog tweeted a document detailing what they claimed to be inside knowledge of YouTube's workings, claiming that they are a YouTuber who is concerned for the community and thought it justified to leak private information from YouTube. He alleges that a secret meeting was held with YouTube higher-ups to discuss creators that are unwanted on the website, explicitly listing commentary channels like Grade A Under A, news channels like Keemstar and Scarce, and the subject of today's video. According to him, a number of prominent creators met and were asked to sign non-disclosure agreements so that they could never talk about what happened there. The purpose of the meeting was to consult these people on what they think should be done about toxic channels on YouTube. Ultimately, this meeting decided against outright censorship or channel deletion, and Leafy was allowed to continue to exist on the platform until his natural decline in popularity and clout before he took his break and returned. However, just a few months later, YouTube would premiere their yellow dollar sign. Obviously, this is impossible to prove to be true unless we have someone who was there, name themselves, and explicitly come out to talk about this meeting. If we're taking this at face value, break a contract that they had signed and open them up to all kinds of potential legal repercussions. However, it's not outlandish to think that YouTube has already had their eye on the commentary community for quite some time now, especially due to some of the potential bad press that large drama gives them.
Welcome back!
Many of you will remember that a young man named Gokanaru had his most popular video, being about Ethan Klein, removed by YouTube, under the claim that it posed a threat of causing harassment on the platform. A few other prominent videos were removed on the same day as well, as part of YouTube's updated community guidelines. Here are some examples of content that's not allowed on YouTube. Repeatedly showing pictures of someone and then making statements like, "Look at these creatures' teeth, they're so disgusting," with similar commentary targeting intrinsic attributes throughout the video. Keemstar then ran with his theory that Ethan Klein had something to do with the video being taken down, which was part of an ongoing feud that escalated to the point that the two went to war with each other, and some of the most destructive drama that has ever happened online.
It's always lies, deception, manipulation, clips out of context.
During this, Keemstar decided to re-upload Gokanaru's video to his own channel, as a further escalation of what had happened and to get Ethan to acknowledge all of the criticisms within the video, which he had more or less tried to tiptoe around before. However, the video was removed from the Drama Alert channel within hours of it being uploaded, putting the nail in the coffin that videos with such content are not going to be allowed on the website. Commentary content that isn't extremely critical and more focused on comedy is much more acceptable today, with people like Drew Gooden, Cody Ko, and Danny Gonzalez being in very good standing with YouTube. It's clear that if commentary is to have a future on this website, it is going to be much more in the direction of H3H3 than Leafy. Two sides of a coin, and just like a coin, only one can be face up at any given time. On the same day that Gokanaru's video was removed, the infamous content cop about Leafy is Here was also removed by YouTube. It's very curious that none of the other episodes of the series were taken down, especially given that the one about Keemstar was arguably much more mean-spirited than the one about Leafy. And while the content cop is negative, make no mistake, it's an essential part of the lore of his channel as a whole. With videos about him being removed by the website itself, it would seem that there's only one logical thing left for them to take care of. Perhaps it was naive of us to think that his current run would last very long. On August 21st, 2020, the Leafy is Here channel was deleted from YouTube. Usually, when channels are terminated, YouTube will use their 3-strike system to let the person know that they are doing something wrong. Additionally, there will be a time period when the channel has strikes before it is deleted entirely. However, this was an instant deletion, not unlike the termination of people like Soph and Mumpy Jones. The same night that he was deleted, the entire YouTube community took to Twitter to give their opinions. Some were up in arms about it, including myself, while others cheered on his demise. Notably, a number of Twitch streamers like Asmongold encouraged him to be deleted, claiming that his content was nothing but targeted harassment and that YouTube had made the right move to wipe him from the website, even saying that they hoped it would happen to more people in the future. This is particularly strange for Asmon, considering his takes just months ago were drastically different than this. That being said, there are a few things that make this case even more unique. Keemstar tweeted out a screenshot explaining that YouTube's official reason for banning Leafy was because his content has committed multiple severe violations of YouTube's policy prohibiting content designed to harass, bully, or threaten. No further detail was given, but taking a look at Leafy's content, it's probably not hard to see how it could be called harassment, especially by YouTube themselves. Leafy made 11 videos in a row about Pokimane.
If you make a video that is negative about her, she's gonna try to gun you. And I'm not the one saying that, that's her.
To the point where she decided to take a break from YouTube because of how much criticism she was receiving and post an apology video.
Reading your comments or thoughts genuinely helped me better understand my wrongdoings, as well as just further my perspective. So, thank you for listening. I hope I can do and be better for you all. Have a good day.
And given how many times YouTube has tried to take down his videos entirely, it's probably no surprise to most of you that this happened. The entire modus operandi of YouTube since 2017 has been to sanitize anything that is out of bounds or remotely edgy. This happening was not the setting of a precedent, as many are saying. Rather, it was the continuation of it. YouTube already sent that message when they took down the content cop about Leafy, Psychic Pebble's video about the Fine Bros, and Gokanaru's video vigilante about Ethan Klein, all in one day. Ethan himself was someone who knew this was coming a mile away.
You know, I would love, people saying, oh, Leafy, come back. I would love to see Leafy come back and try to exist in the landscape today. Like, the content that he was making would never fly on YouTube today, and you have to adapt and overcome the fact that, like, you can't even curse, bro. Like, I don't know. I'd like to see him try to make a comeback.
And while this clip is often memed and theories about Ethan's involvement in the removal of Leafy's channel will continue to come up, and maybe rightfully so, with Ethan actually taunting everyone on Twitter in regards to the subject, he was absolutely right in this clip. YouTube does not want someone like Calvin here. He brings them bad press about harassment, and he contributes to a much more toxic landscape. Whether you like that or not is up to you, but claiming that he didn't violate the terms of service is incorrect. The argument here shouldn't be, but he followed the rules, because he didn't. It should be, The rules are restrictive and arbitrary, and they need to be changed.
So first of all, I don't think any content creators should be celebrating Leafy's channel termination. Even if you absolutely hate Leafy, hate everything about him, have wet dreams where he's being sent away to jail for life in an isolation chamber, you still shouldn't be happy that he got banned this way, because to my understanding, he had 0 strikes on his account before it was completely just fucking eradicated from existence. And if it can happen to a 5 million subscriber channel, it can happen to any channel.
As I am writing this script, many seem optimistic that Leafy will get his channel back. However, through a few journalists, YouTube has given statements saying that they have no intention of reinstating his channel at all. So I'd say it's very unlikely that he will come back in any capacity. They don't want him here. The only really good thing to come out of all of this is that now we know who is on the right side here. In the days following his termination, a number of creators, both big and small, made their opinions clear. Hopefully the Leafy ban is only the beginning of YouTube taking action on channels whose content is primarily at the expense of others. Harassment veiled as criticism.
Yeah, no free speech allowed. It's not free speech. Like, to just go and harass somebody and everything like that. This is YouTube. Like, you have to make a certain amount of rules. Like, yeah, I think so. It's not free speech at all. It's just being a fucking asshole. There's no reason to allow that on the platform. It just makes the platform worse.
I completely understand people's concern for going after someone else's livelihood, especially in a time like this. And I wouldn't want to see that sort of thing happen to someone else. I also don't want to see that.
I would. She should never have apologized for this. That person's a piece of shit. Like, if I was YouTube, I would have deleted his channel. Like, I 100% would. The guy's a piece of shit. He's just making videos insulting the appearance of our viewers, calling them fat. Like, it's fucking ridiculous. There's no reason for that to exist on the platform.
The same guy who said no one should be banned for calling people gay online. And now this? Supporting outright censorship because someone said some mean words.
Like, if I was YouTube, I would have deleted his channel. Like, I 100% would.
Keep in mind here, Asmongold is the same guy who previously has said that he hopes we get to the point where people who are so weak that they're hurt by words are no longer pandered to. The same guy who has made fun of fat people and now wants to ban people who do it.
You're just calling somebody fat in front of an audience of thousands of people.
But mama tried to climb up the front of my boat and try to get me. But luckily, the fat bitch couldn't fit her whole body through the front of the pontoon. I went.
Yeah, most people agree with this. Like, I don't understand this at all. You've mocked fat people?
At this point, it feels to me as if these people have been told by a larger entity what they should say on the subject, being fed a script through a teleprompter like a puppet. It's so hard for me to imagine that an entire generation of people who grew their audiences by making content that was edgy and wasn't afraid to push the boundary are now encouraging someone else to have their livelihood taken away because they called someone unattractive. I guess once you're at the top, it's a lot more convenient to give in to what will bring you the most PR-level media conglomerates, rather than supporting the community.
Like, if I was YouTube, I would have deleted this channel.
Many such cases. As for Ethan's voice on the issue, I think it's been clear that he hasn't liked Leaf for years, going back to an incident that happened all the way back in 2016.
Most of you guys probably know Leaf this year. Popular YouTubers are blowing up big time. And not only him, but a whole genre of YouTubers who just kind of commentary channels where they show video game footage and then talk about some kind of video and react to it. He's sending like millions of like kids to just harass these people. And honestly, it is kind of just turned into bullying.
And now, the guy who seemed to at least briefly show support for the community by helping people like Boblax and myself get their monetization back has gone radio silence, apart from blocking everyone on Twitter, of course. Ethan Klein's latest community-supporting antics have amounted to accusing Leafy this year of being a potential mass shooter because he made some jokes and posted a picture of his 200-year-old rifle on Instagram. He called his jokes truly disturbing. I mean, hell, I have to agree. Look at this one where a maniac shoots a gnome while a song about Keemstar plays in the background. Keemstar must be terrified right now. He's shaking in his boots. These men are a danger to society. Truly disturbing. Not only that, but Ethan also dug up a 5-year-old video of some girl who claims that she knew Leafy and then got mad because he didn't respond to a message from her. A few months ago, I made a video about Ethan where I said he didn't care about the YouTube community and really faked it for public support. What I can say for sure is that the idea that Ethan stopped caring about the YouTube community is flat out wrong. He definitely benefited from it and acted like he cared. We all had his back for years, and we all gave him the benefit of the doubt time and time again. I wanted desperately to go back to that time when Ethan was taking on the bad guys, saving the day. But as time goes on, and more of Ethan's character is revealed, it's become pretty obvious to me that, well, who never cared in the first place. I almost regretted saying this in the video around a month later because it seemed like it was held to help many of us. I thought maybe he actually cared. As you can imagine, I no longer feel even an ounce of remorse. Many people seem to think that Leafy being gone is an isolated incident on YouTube. Clearly, they have not been paying attention. YouTube is not the same as it once was. It's no longer going to be the place where a 19-year-old kid with a dream and a laptop will be ignoring your day online and make millions of dollars off of it. It will be a place where content is safe and unchallenging. Nothing genuinely interesting, nothing questioning the current climate of the world or the website in which it resides. And while it may be created by talented people, it will be curated by those who will smite anyone who steps out of line. I get that when many people get big, they give up some of their ideas. People change with time, their attitudes shift. They grow more mature. But if maturity means encouraging censorship and getting rid of people's jobs because they said something mean on the internet, then it looks like I'll be staying a kid for a lot longer. I'm not going to stand idly by while the community that I came from and the one that I helped create in its current state is encouraged to be wiped off the face of the internet by a generation of streamers that got popular by calling people homophobic slurs on Counter-Strike. Fuck off. And as for Ethan, I think he made this case pretty damn clear, and so have I. Everything burns. You can climb.
Just to be sure, you're same Zaptai from like way back?
Of course. We did a video together about Keemstar. Legendary moment.
Just making sure someone didn't hijack your account or something. Remember hearing some shit that happened with you, so yeah, don't bother explaining. You could have killed multiple people at a gas station and I wouldn't care.
That is exactly what happened. How did you know?
Good. Finally, some good news.
Girls look better in a real tight sweater. Girls look better in a real tight sweater.
Thanks so much for watching this video. Videos like this are made possible by viewers. You'd be hard-pressed to find a creator more revered by his fans than Filthy Frank. George Miller, better known by the assortment of characters he created and featured on his YouTube channel, is the owner of TV Filthy Frank, as well as the channels Too Damn Filthy and Disaster Music. He actually began uploading videos on the Disaster Music channel, where he would post a number of edgy and outlandish skits, full of dark humor and yelling.
Yeah, they keep saying something about screaming. I don't know who's screaming here. No one's screaming here.
Don't take this as a major dig at the guy, but I think we'd be lying if we said some of his stuff wasn't at least a little bit dated. He started uploading his videos onto YouTube when he was in high school, making weird skits with his friends where he would broadcast his unique brand of humor to the world. However, despite accumulating a few 100,000 subscribers and a very loyal audience, on August 15th of 2014, he decided to move his channel from the original Filthy Frank channel to a new one, titled Filthy Frank TV, and rename the original to Disaster Music. This was because, according to him, the channel had accumulated too many community guideline strikes and copyright claims for it to be viable and money.
But this is why. You see, this channel's been around for so long and it's under no kind of protection. So over the years, naturally a channel like this has taken many, many hits. A lot of community strikes, mostly about the content, a lot of copyright. But anyways, this channel's received so many blows that it can barely stand on its own feet anymore. It's just so diseased and weak. It makes me sad.
So, he funneled all of his fans to the newer channel where he had already begun making videos for some time, and from then on would post the majority of his content there, rapidly gaining his audience back and continuing to post the videos to his growing fan base.
Anyways, point is...
Videos like types of people on the internet, weeaboos, and illusory take comedy to become infamous around this time, racking up millions of views and building a community of people around his content. It may be a little hard for people who weren't watching his videos around that time to understand just how popular he was, but he was a bona fide YouTube celebrity at this point in time. He was one of the most popular people on this website, and definitely one of the most respected, all while having a sense of humor born directly out of a dead rat. Literally.
You find real gems like this, you know, this is dead rat. Take a look at its face, and you can tell it really had a horrible death. You got the softest rat babies here in the best part of town. We're gonna roll them up into more of like a churro. So we're gonna line them up here.
Most people have a story about how they found the Filthy Frank channel. It's one of those formative experiences for most YouTubers, or really people online in general that have any semblance of, excuse me for using this word, but an edgy sense of humor. Everyone that happened to stumble across his videos, whether on their own by just browsing YouTube, or through word of mouth, was sure to have an experience unlike any that they have had before. And while there were other creators at the time who weren't afraid to have a dark sense of humor, I have a feeling that most of them have a really hard time explaining why what they were doing was funny. The thing that made Frank's channel so great is that it wasn't needlessly obnoxious just for the sake of being obnoxious. Believe it or not, there was some point to what he was doing. Some of the time anyway. I won't deny that a lot of it was purely done for the purposes of just being shocking.
Oh yeah. Bro, you want some? No. Yeah.
But to understand a little bit more about the philosophy of Filthy Frank, you need not look any further than the description he has up on his channel. Filthy Frank is the embodiment of everything a person should not be. He is anti-PC, anti-social, and anti-cuff. He behaves and reacts excessively to everything, expressly to highlight the ridiculousness of racism, misogyny, legalism, injustice, ignorance, and other social blights. He also sets an example to show how easy it is in social media for any zany material to gain traction and following by simply sharing unsavory opinions and joking about topics that are not offensive. There is no denying that the show is terribly offensive, but this terrible offensiveness is a deliberate, unapologetic parody of the whole social media machine, and a reflection of the human microcosm that is social media. Or maybe I'm just fucking retarded.
Kinda retarded.
One of the things that made Frank so great is that he was essentially the anti-YouTuber, as the description would entail. Everything that you would find in a terrible content creator, someone who is obnoxious, cringy, hypocritical, and brash, is there. Simply by being weird and by disturbing the general populace, he was able to accumulate millions of fans to watch. Like children gathering around to watch a spider devour a fly. It's disgusting, but there's something so morbidly fascinating about watching things you aren't supposed to see. Things we're told growing up are disturbing and wrong. He embraced all of it and was successful, not in spite of it, but because of it. His flaws were intentional, and they're exactly what made him so famous in the first place.
Hey, take him off. I'm vegan.
Okay.
Did you hear me? I said I'm vegan.
No, I heard
Jeez,
you.
I'm vegan. I'm vegan.
Everything he was doing was basically to satirize the stereotype of an edgy guy on internet, screaming at people in the street, hating entire groups of people based off of very shallow stereotypes, doing so-called prank videos where he would just disturb innocent people trying to go about their day.
Excuse me. What's your name? Mary. Nice to meet you. Fuck you. You just got pranked, bro. Fuck you.
His interactions with other YouTubers were also some of the most memorable videos he ever posted to the website, with his collaborative Cake series of videos bringing together a number of people who either were already popular before their videos or would become famous and successful as a result of them. His friends like Max Mofo, iDubbbz, Anything for Views, and How to Basic all starred in a number of videos together with each parts hilarious and disgusting. For the unfamiliar, the Cake series consists of 3 separate parts: Vomit Cake, Hair Cake, and Human Cake, during which our heroes join together to bake a delicious dessert. The first video has all of the ingredients given to Max Mofo, and then and baked.
Oh, no fucking way.
What the fuck is that? The second video features much of the same, as well as iDubbbz' full head of hair after he is tragically diagnosed with cancer, being inserted directly into the cake.
You have a talent! Yeah, boy. I'm sorry this has to happen.
But it wasn't until their third video that Chef Frank's artistic vision would be completely realized. This video saw the trio meeting with and accepting submissions from a wide cast of characters, from Felix to KSI, Vsauce, Joey Salads, and other important people from across multiple genres of YouTube, in order to submit the ingredients needed to create a human cake. It is 22 minutes and 7 seconds of some of the most disgusting content ever posted online, and God, is it glorious.
Hey, can I get some, boys?
Apart from pure shock value and lampooning mean people online on a daily basis, part of the appeal to Frank's channel was the videos that didn't involve a heavy plot or amount of skits. Instead, they play as a take on YouTube vlogs and go to make fun of various trends and more family-friendly art. Videos like his high school survival guide, Just Girly Things, and The Gentleman's Guide all played on stereotypical YouTube video types by flipping them directly on their heads.
Those are the basic cheating methods that I had in high school, and the joke's on me, because I didn't learn anything.
Content like I Hate Facebook and I Hate Furries went after certain subcategories of other internet users and mocked them. This no doubt contributed to some of the negative impressions that surround these groups to this day.
The power of the dragon's lifetime. Here's the doctor. Do as many times as it takes. Gotta fucking kill him. The doctor! Fucking kill me! Do it! Fucking kill me!
Frank defined a generation of viewers while getting 10 times the views of anything on JTV could receive, with minimal production value and very basic editing. It's not funded by a TV studio or produced by a team of professionals. There's no fancy effects. In fact, most of the time the effects are intentionally bad. It's one of those things that you look at and say, wow, this is so easy. I could do it. Why are they so popular? But no one else was. No one has loved his videos since then. It was no secret on Frank's channel that he was interested in producing music. He had made a few songs on his channel at that point. Even the name of his original channel was in reference to some kind of musical project. However, his vision to be an actual artist in this way wouldn't be realized until the 4th of January 2017, when Pink probably best described as a 35-song long skit post. Pink Season is a collection of songs that George produced over the course of time on YouTube. They vary in intent and message with no real cohesive theme tying most of them together. The song High School Blink-182 satirizes pop punk bands like Blink-182, while Dora the Explorer is about a man who is attracted to, well, I guess you can probably guess. Gaze for Donald is also pretty self-explanatory.
Donald is the best. I wanna suck his dick.
Other songs like Fried Noodle seem to have a deeper meaning, being a commentary on his existence in the YouTube and music landscape, as well as including some other depressing lyrics that I can't help but think aren't just random gibberish and do have some deeper meaning. Then again, everything about the album is antithetical to analyzing the lyrics in any way, seeing as Fried Noodles ends with, "Don't take the lyrics too seriously, alright? I really don't give a shit." Around the time I was watching these videos, there was a lot of speculation around who exactly Frank was. Considering how crazy a lot of his behavior was and how ridiculous the statements he made were, the natural conclusion many reached was that he was playing a character, pretending to be some freak online for attention. That being said, there was always speculation around who the man behind the madness was, and if the creator would ever post a video about himself. And on May 3rd, 2014, George uploaded a video in which Filthy Frank exposes himself in his channel, during which he talked in a very casual manner about some of the struggles of being created in his position and the hindrances that come along with playing various characters on the show, including some very serious health problems being developed.
So I'm going to say to you guys, I have not been well for the last couple months. Long story short, I was born with this, but I was recently diagnosed with a brain condition that ironically gives me seizures.
This 12-minute long video gave the audience their first insight into who he was as a character, and delivered a video without being either outside of the same character. He was just being genuine with the people who had been watching him for so long. During George's video addressing the mental health and personal feelings towards the show, he also said this.
You want me to quit? Is that what it is? No, of course not. I never want you guys to quit. I'm just saying, especially you, you might want to take it easy a bit.
Well, fortunately for longtime viewers of the channel, 3 years later, that's exactly what would happen. On December 29, 2017, after almost a decade of content creation, millions of subscribers, and hundreds of millions of views across 3 different channels, Frank decided to retire. This is old news, but I figured I'd give an official statement. Thank you for your understanding, and God bless. Although previously mentioned through Billboard, I believe an official statement is why I am now done with comedy is released my 20 minutes, of which I'm extremely grateful for. And while it genuinely pains me to express this, I do hope the producers may provide some insight into my decision. Unfortunately, I no longer enjoy producing that content. Several serious health concerns, including but not limited to throat tissue damage and neurological conditions. This decision is final. I can't really express just how grateful I am to you all, nor will I ever forget the relationship that we had together. Moving forward, it is up to you whether you'd like to go on or not. In any event, I will strive to continue creating and developing projects I am passionate about. Hope you'll succeed. Joji. This didn't come as a surprise to most viewers, as uploads on the Frank channel have been slowing down over the past year, and it has been 6 months since a proper Frank video was uploaded at all. But it was still disappointing nonetheless to see one of the people that the community looked up to the most move on to other pastures, even if the Frank they were going to be much. To an extent, you have to respect his his career focus and try something new. As he said himself, he was no longer having fun making videos, and his passionate move from YouTube to making music. He had already been laying the foundations of spending his time in music with the season album, showing his pre-established audience that he had talents outside of just making videos. The book, Francis of the Filth, will be released on September 27th of 2017 as a farewell to the characters and explanation of the intricate lore behind it. And while it was definitely sad to see him go, this ending is much preferable to what has become of other YouTubers he was friends with, who also hit the peak of popularity during this era. Would we really rather be turning to Ethan Klein, a bitter shell of his former self, who produces a terrible podcast and spends his time spurting out at Keemstar on Twitter day after day? Or maybe we'd want him to be iDubbbz, someone who stopped making decisions so popular in the first place. Better yet, his videos could be slowly monetized into the dirt. You can see this once thriving, enthusiastic, talented young man who wrote to create the very website and the platform in the first place. Not that it wouldn't be done. The legacy of people like Ethan Klein won't be of their golden age on YouTube. It will be of the slow, bitter end of his fate to come. There were really only so many reasons that could fit into the saga, and him getting out while he's still good is hardly the most possible. He decided to end his series on his own terms, and I completely understand that choice being made. This brings us to the end of the first arc of Frank's existence, a time when he was present, actively producing content, has come to a complete end. But when any notable creator disappears, an interesting phenomenon usually occurs where other channels pop up to by their existence. Various indicators and people who were inspired by what they were doing will pop up in the months and years following and try and recapture some of their magic, sometimes to great success, and other times to great failure. Time to talk about Frank clones. On March 20th of 2019, the video Filthy Frank Reborn was uploaded to the TV Filthy Frank 2 channel on YouTube. Unlike the name would imply, and you may assume upon a first glance, this channel is not owned by Joji himself, and instead is run by the man behind a much smaller channel by the name of EJM. And while his own personal channel has under 5,000 subscribers, his Frank Reborn project would explode in early 2019, accumulating a pretty notable 300,000 subscribers. His videos are meant to serve as a continuation of the Frank lore, picking up right where Francis of the Filth left off. And while oftentimes clone channels on YouTube are met with a level of hostility and disdain, the reaction to Eli's stuff has been overwhelmingly positive, with him getting thousands of people praising him in his comment section for just how convincing the imitation is.
I got something that's been bothering me for quite some time now, and it's a fake Filthy Frank channel. Now I know this is a bit of a controversial topic now.
Why, indeed. You'll die.
Good tell me why. You know, I've been browsing the YouTubes and come across a couple of motherfuckers that pull out what I've been trying to do.
Obviously, this is not the same guy as Joji. He'll never be able to look exactly like the same person. But the basic, greasy, disheveled appearance is there, and he manages to do a very good job of matching the facial expressions that Frank did. The voice is pretty spot on as well, to the point that I expected to start having some of these same health problems. If I had heard this voice alone, without the video on top of it, I could have easily mistaken him for a real guy. He gets an A for esophageal cancer.
I got all the evidence I need. You are homosexual.
Another thing he does pretty well is his own take on Frank pretending to be other people, as well as making pretty much whatever video he wants through the lens of the Frank character. More recently, he did a completely serious criticism of Joji's new album while also maintaining some of the original humor that would have been in the Filthy video.
The Sailor. This album is very formulaic sounding. Having heard the direction that The Sailor went, I was worried that Nectar would do the same thing. And that 88 was trying to push this new, very string-based sound onto Joji. I ain't nothing against string. I was just worried that the two albums would sound too similar.
With the praise out of the way, there are absolutely a few things lacking. The most important one being that he just isn't that funny. I can see where he's going for with most of the humor, and the timing is clearly there with some of the jokes, but there's just something missing here. He doesn't have the same charisma. He's not quite on the same level. Probably never will be. I guess I can't blame him too much for that. There's definitely a lot of hard work in his content. I can appreciate it. It's very well shot, and it's definitely the best Frank-inspired channel that has come out of a small community of other imitators. The others are charmingly amateur at best, or terrible. But people trying to be Frank isn't the only thing that has occurred in the aftermath of his channel. YouTube has also removed several videos from Frank's own channel. All of the cake videos are now gone from YouTube, and several of his videos are only able to be found with a link. YouTube has censored them in search results. Yet another sign of the times with YouTube removing content and creators they don't see as advantageous to maintain a positive image. But what if I told you that it wasn't just YouTube themselves that are removing his videos from the website? What if re-uploads of his videos, people talking about his older content, are being taken down? And the rumor is that Frank is the one doing it. The Gamer from Mars is a relatively popular internet culture channel on YouTube, run by a man named Art, with more than 800,000 subscribers and plenty of videos breaking 1 million views. He's also someone who I made a video about a long time ago, that we don't talk about. And full disclosure, I work with him on his own videos on a consistent basis. One of the things that Art is most well known for doing on his channel is taking a look at videos from creators that have used a time, either because YouTube decided to take them down, or the creator in question decided to remove them for personal reasons or backlash, among other possible factors. In 2019, Art posted a video titled The Missing Filthy Frank Videos Internet Mysteries, where he gave a summary of all of the videos Frank had removed from his channel, along with why the videos were no longer available.
But rather than discussing the future of his content today, I'd rather go over the deleted videos of his past.
In an ironic turn of events, this video on Gamer from Mars' channel was taken down, but not by YouTube themselves. Instead, by the network associated with the Filthy Frank channel, Scale Lab. Multi-channel networks like Scale Lab are basically talent agencies that have direct contacts to YouTube, and for a cut of their channel ad revenue, people like Frank will have a much easier time getting issues resolved with YouTube, whether it be for a guideline strike or copyright or something else. This isn't out of the ordinary for a YouTuber. Plenty of other popular people like iDubbbz, PewDiePie, and Markiplier are all part of networks. However, what is out of the ordinary is for a YouTuber to be removing videos through their network that they don't want to see, or for the network to be acting in a way that the creator doesn't want them to. This was not the only video that Art had removed. He has had 2 videos completely blocked worldwide by the network, and 1 copyright claim, meaning that all of the revenue will go to them. All in regards to Frank, and all videos that are still down.
The first of the 3 types of videos removed is in a category I like to call George out of character, which is pretty self-explanatory. There was a time when he started to make some videos where he was just himself rather than playing an over-the-top character. Many people didn't like the fact that they could actually see him acting normally. I've seen people complain that this content broke the illusion that the Filthy Frank show was real, as if they actually believed Pink Guy and Chin Chin were real until he came along and ruined it for them.
Make no mistake, none of these videos are just re-uploads. They are absolutely within the guidelines of the United States legal code regarding fair use. Searching Google for Scale Lab Filthy Frank will get a few results of people asking if George is aware of what his network is doing and being skeptical as to whether or not this is something he wanted to happen. In one email exchange between Frank and a fan, he claims that it's simply his network doing the copyright claiming and that there's nothing he can do about it. But that's just a claim for something that is merely a re-uploaded compilation of some of Frank's videos. What about Art's videos, which are completely within the right to exist and are very transformative in nature? They weren't just claimed, meaning the revenue will go to the network. They were blocked worldwide. What they are doing is illegal and it is ethically wrong. People should be able to talk about Frank free of repercussions, and we should not be punished for talking about his content in a positive manner. Due to the amount of deleted content I'm using here, there is a chance that this video will be blocked worldwide by Scale Lab, or they will try to claim all of the revenue. And while I can't blame Frank personally for this, according to him, he has no involvement with what he's doing, I can blame his network for very shady practices, evidently going against his wishes. It's unfortunate that this has to tarnish his reputation in any way, or even be a footnote. Gamer from Mars has attempted to reach out to Scale Lab through the contact he had with the company to see if he could get it resolved. After a few follow-ups, the contact stopped responding entirely. He has been ignored by them ever since. I also tried reaching out to Frank, George, Josie, whatever you would prefer to call him, to see if he could more insight on the situation, but I assume he no longer uses this email, because as of now I have gotten no response. The potential for a YouTuber to leave behind their amateur roots and move into the mainstream is something that has always fascinated me. Very few people are able to do it successfully, and oftentimes those who do get the chance are very vanilla, family-friendly people who don't push the boundaries in any way. But here is Frank, someone who is unashamedly not PC and not falling in line with all the industry standards. Being able to move on from his YouTube gig to be an extremely popular music artist, consistently charting on Spotify, and having ads for his albums put in Times Square. There are plenty of fans of his music who have never even heard of his stuff on YouTube. It's pretty crazy to think about as someone who was initially on the channel and only became into videos a few years after he left the scene. I will always be thankful for the happy memories I have of watching his videos. Rewatching some of his stuff in anticipation to make this video made me feel extremely nostalgic. The Filthy Frank channel defined a generation of content creators and gave millions of kids across the globe their first exposure to amateur comedy produced with such perfect timing and subject material. It inspired plenty of content creators to make videos of their own and pursue a brand as unique as his. Being a fan of him was a very formative experience for me. I have a lot of respect for him as an artist. That being said, I wish YouTube wouldn't try to get rid of the legacy he left on his website. Furthermore, I wish that George himself wouldn't allow the network Scale Lab to have videos taken down when they fall completely within the requirements of YouTube use. I've been Turkey Tom, and until next time, leave me alone.
It's Filthy Frank, motherfucker. It's Filthy Frank, bitch. Let's get some pussy tonight.
Thanks so much for watching this video. Funding for Turkey Tom content is made possible by viewers like you, and by today's sponsor, Raycon. I received my Raycon earbuds 6 months ago when they sent them to me, and I've never had any issues. Whether I'm editing videos, playing some games with friends, or listening to one of my favorite albums, my Raycons work really well, and I'm proud to have my content supported by them. Raycon earbuds start at half the price of any other premium wireless brands that are on the market right now, without compromising in sound quality. The ones that I have are which have 6 hours of continuous playtime, seamless Bluetooth pairing, with a compact design that gives you a solid, noise isolated experience. They also come in a nice selection of colors, so you can choose the one that fits you best. If you'd like to support the channel and pick yourself up a great pair of wireless earbuds, then use the link in the description. Go to buyraycon.com/turkeytom. 15% off your order with the Raycon 25. So apparently Big Bungie put out a good video recently. I've heard that it's actually safe for YouTube, which is rare for him. I'm curious to see what this is about. The title is Brett's Darkest Creator, and it says, "Is he friendly?" And the thumbnail is a shadowy figure in the house. I'm curious what this is.
And you enjoy these videos, for them funny and cool, and then one day a video shows
videos. There was this one that was like, it was like white liberal commentary channels. It was like the white liberal paradox. Curtis Connor, Kunkin Dassner, and racial commentary. I could never click this video in my life. I could never click this and watch this. This is dark. There's dark energy radiating from this. Not in that way, you racist. There's dark energy radiating from this video that I can't even bring myself to click it and react to it. Even if I wouldn't like it and it would be good content, I can't bring myself to click this because the thumbnail is giving me, is emanating dark energy. We can't be clicking videos like this. Is that Destiny? This is Destiny down here, yes. Black conservatives versus white liberals, middle ground. Practical guys. Down. Is this the guy who made a video like exposing Destiny or something and deleted it a day later? For what reason, I'm not really sure. I think he also falsely accused Chuck Logic of being a maybe he's I don't know. I'm kind of just instantly turned off by this kind of person. Nick is not green. Noah Sampson. Ethan is online. Oh my god. Talk about scary triggers now. This is dark.
For months, the Daily Wire has been advertising its Daily Wire Plus streaming service almost mainly as the movie clip bars.
What is he wearing?
Public question to ask an irrational.
This is an extremely dark to fall into. If you end up falling into these holes, I'll give you a scapegoat to get out. This is dark things to me. You don't want to be here. I hereby send to see the 40 minutes of left-leaning white guy commentary video essay. I would rather be in solitary confinement for 7 years than watch this guy's channel for 5 minutes. John Slide is the only cool Nazi guy he thinks. I heard he put out a good video recently. Tyler Oliveira. I haven't watched it yet, but I heard this was a good video. But yeah, in the past when I've seen his thumbnails, I've been sort of aggressively turned off to all of it. He might be right. He might actually be right with all these videos. I could be completely wrong. Maybe I'm shallow and silly for being turned off by this, but when I see titles like Landlords Are Bad or pointlessly dunking on libertarians, fake economy in Minecraft, I get bad vibes. Let's report on my video.
You either didn't care about this video and went to join the society, or alternatively, you really liked this video, thought it was really smart, and it subsequently shaped your entire personality around a 20-minute video made by a guy who gets to get ready for college, and you dedicate yourself to and die early. That's Sandoval. That's Sandoval.
I guess that's kind of real, a little bit. Xanthal doesn't seem like a bad guy. He just strikes me as someone who, like, is not well read on anything, and so, like, politically or otherwise. So if you're trying to be, like, a political content creator, I feel like there's no reason to watch Xanderhal over literally anyone else. Like, I don't like Bosch, but I would rather watch any Bosch video than any Xanderhal video, because I know that Xanderhal is just going to have the same take and same opinion as Bosch while being less informed than Bosch, which is tough. Which is extremely tough. So yeah. Meanwhile, Destiny is crushing all of them, okay? We're going to glaze a little bit. Look at this guy's channel analytics, okay? 250K, 200K, 1 million, 250, 230, 250, 240. Dude, these are delicious views. Let's see how he's doing on view stats. Ooh, 11 million views past 30 days. Fire. He's destroying. I'm sorry, Addy pupils. I know you don't like it, dude. I know you don't like the truth. Which is that he's owning, dude.
You really liked this video, thought it was really smart, and then subsequently shaped your entire personality around a 20-minute video made by a guy who was desperately trying to get laid in college. Then you dedicate yourself to a 200-viewer Twitch stream and die early. That's Xanderhal. That's who Xanderhal is. The reason for the
sad.
Increase in political
You know it's sad but true.
Election and Donald Trump. Donald Trump simplified politics massively because he was...
Turkish Thompson, have any words for your Serbian enemies to support Serbian King Ron Swan? I hope they do well. I hope they're doing well in life, dude. That's it. I hope they all get new M4s.
Funny. Joe, shut up. Joe, you got L Riz, skibbity
Base.
toilet Riz.
Base.
You get zero gets.
Base.
Zero gets in Ohio. I get so many. I get so many gets in Ohio. I was in Ohio just last week. I got so many gets. And then there's your son. I took one look at your son. I said, Joe, he's gay. Your son is gay. Your daughter's dead. She died in a car crash. Tragic. She's dead. El Bozo, rest in piss. Our politics is filled with midwits who don't know what they're talking about. Xander Hall is an anarchist, and much like all anarchists, he looks like he would make a solid
Whoa.
meal for a guy like me. Because
Whoa.
midwits who don't know what they're talking about. Xander Hall is an anarchist, and much like all anarchists, he looks like he would...
This is dark. The skinny fat physique is dark, dude. This is very dark. Ladies and gentlemen of the Tom Dark audience, we need to be sexy, toned, and jacked, okay? We cannot allow this to be us. We cannot allow this to be us. This can't happen.
would make a solid meal.
This can't happen.
For a guy like me. Because anarchy is really hard to convince people on, he decided
You have to, I'm sorry. This is so gay. You have to be in the gym. I'm being so cringe. You have to be in the gym. You have to be.
to pretend to be a socialist
GameStop build?
to
Yeah.
garner an audience, but quickly realized that being a socialist was too hard. So he uprooted all his political beliefs and branded himself as a sock. Sock them. Xandahol is famous for being radicalized into
I'm gonna sock them.
the alt-right through Minecraft. Everybody knows this. It's like his main thing. He mentions it in every stream. He also claims that his parents were emotionally abusive, which I interpret as his parents made him do chores. But we can't confirm this, because Flamenco never managed to call the guy's mum. In hindsight, I bet he wishes he did. And quite frankly, so do I.
Jesus. Jesus. That was funny. Do you guys remember the flamenco arc? Does anyone in my chat at this point remember, or is my audience completely converted since that? That was funny. If you guys want to see one of the best streams on this channel to this day, just look up Tom Dark Flamenco, because that stream was really funny. The one where we like yelled at each other, and I was like, "I'm Turkey Tom, and you're gay. I'm a niche internet micro celeb." Basically, what happened was Flam was like on stream, and he really hated Xander Hall for whatever reason. I honestly can't remember why, but he was considering, I think, sending a letter to Xander Hall's mother to try and get Xander Hall evicted from his apartment. I'm not really sure how these two things are connected, but I think that's what Flam said on stream. And Augie had to call him on stream and tell him not to do that, and that it was a bad idea. And that was sort of like the beginning of the end for Flamenco, but I don't even know what Flamenco is doing now. Is he even around? Did we look at this yesterday? It doesn't look like he's really even around. A year ago he posted. 8 months ago he posted a stream. So he hasn't really been even around, I guess. Damn. Poor little fella. Well, maybe he'll figure it out. Maybe he'll pick it back up and be the based god we all wanted him to be. Who knows?
Rest of the video. I'm going to tell you about this first so we can really understand the caliber of person we're
I
talking
wish I had Nick here so we could have the "okay, buddy" sound effects, like the Medicarisms. Those were good.
about here. Basically, to cut a long story short, his girlfriend was cucking him with another man and simultaneously spending all of his money on meth. This was going on for months and he never noticed. She
Jesus.
wrote a big off tweet longer about it.
Oh, this was the thing where he kept all of his money in PayPal, which was very silly. Instead of having a bank account, Flam had his, like, the $1,000 he had to his name in PayPal. Just get a bank, dude. Why do you have your money in PayPal? First of all, anytime you try to take it out, they charge crazy fees. Secondly, why, like, there's no reason to put your money in PayPal. How do you even pay for anything? How do you use, like, a card to pay at stores? Why would you do that to yourself? Yes, he didn't have a bank account. I mean, I don't expect you to be an expert on personal finance when you're 25 or what? How old is he? Xander Hall, is he 23, 24? He's 24. Well, he's a little old to not know that you need a bank account. They got PayPal debit cards? Oh, I bet they do. I feel like it's kind of embarrassing to use a PayPal debit card.
The funniest part being that apparently Xander Hall would complain to her in texts because his mum refused to buy him weed. He also spent $6,000 on a PC and then accidentally installed a bunch of malware onto it, tweeting out,
My 6K PC is basically completely broken. I started getting System 32 errors when trying.
How do you download malware? Is it from like porn sites? I don't understand. Was he trying to pirate Premiere Pro? I have no idea how you. Also, $6,000 is a lot for a PC. Thank you, Biggie Cheese. I don't think you need a $6,000 computer. My PC was like $3,000, and it does everything I need. Why do you need a $6,000 computer? That seems a little overkill. I'm not a computer guy. Maybe you guys in chat can let me know if you need one, but I see no reason to have a $6,000 PC, especially when you don't really have money to pay for it, or if it's like the last of your bank account. You shouldn't be maxing out your bank on a PC.
Trying to launch like 50% of my program, so I tried everything up to reset into
I'm gonna
a
see how
previous
this
state. Now
actually
I can't
operates
open
today.
Any programs. I really need help here. I can't afford to replace any hardware.
Another time, all of his life savings, which he stores in PayPal, were hacked and then siphoned out of his account and into Steam games.
So someone hacked my PayPal or
Oh my god. $100 and wait, $1, $2, $3, $4, $500 in Steam games. Just don't put your money in PayPal. Why are you this dumb? There's no reason to do that. I don't even want to laugh at this guy because it's like sad. It's like the $500 you had to your name is on PayPal. Why would you do that? Put it in your bank. You know, if you put it in your bank and you get defrauded, you can call them and they will. I mean, I think up to most banks that are FDIC insured will have. Let me look it up. I think they cover up to like $100,000 or $200,000. How much money?
might be thinking I have a different objective than what I was with this conversation, brother.
Do you think the social contract should have a more clear line, or is the grayness the better way?
The greatness is the better way, but I think discussing, like being able to discuss those gray areas and to kind of see where people's idea of where the gray area is interesting.
That's fine, but when you say, where's the line, because I don't see how you could justify this, that makes it sound like what you're saying is that you think it's unjustified.
No, I'm more or less trying to prod and see why those sort of lines are being drawn for the person. And like with B's instance, she was able to appeal to the greater offense. The greater offender is, or the greatest offense is to the state, and and there's the mechanisms for that. And I totally accepted that. I agreed with everything she said. I didn't push her on it, right?
But then in other areas, you were saying, where's the line between when I can and cannot take back my property?
Yes, and the only thing was like because I'm trying to see where she feels is the acceptable point. Is it at the point of the doorway of my domicile if I'm using a reasonable amount of force, and like playing
Never,
within
because much like
the
the people who try to be vigilantes in Batman, I don't think you're ever qualified to do it in a way that's not going to hurt yourself or others more.
Okay, and I totally respect that. And like you're if I remember correctly, you're in the legal field, you're well versed in this. It's not like this is stuff that you're unaware of, and I respect and value your opinion a whole bunch.
Roll, how do you feel about Texas's view on deadly force to protect personal property or somebody else's property?
Ugh.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that are going to hate that, but the truth of the matter is, like, property is super important to people's lives. It can ruin your life if your property is taken from you and or destroyed. And we, like, I might not like exactly the way that it's phrased for Texas, but if you're asking, like, should people be able to, like, use lethal force in protecting property? The answer is probably yeah, in a lot of cases. Might not be super clear exactly when every time, but yeah, generally speaking, property is vital for people's lives.
Yeah, I guess the issue that I have with it is that you don't necessarily, as a quantifier to actually doing it, you don't necessarily have to be in a situation where you believe there's a threat or substantial risk of threat to your own life or substantial bodily injury. The quantifier could also just be you don't believe you could reasonably retrieve the property by any other means.
Yeah, listen, imagine if somebody is going to steal your life savings that you were going to, like, take the next day to go buy some, like, new house that was going to change your life. You're not, like, that money, once it's gone, that person, you're not going to be able to get it back. That will ruin your life. Is it permissible then? Probably. Now, is it permissible to be like, that person's going to steal that roll of toilet paper? No. The way
but
that
that's
it's
also
written,
in the law as well, like imminent commission of the act as well. They don't actually have to commit the act in the first place.
right, but I'm saying here, like, the way that it's written is property, but there needs to be some way to distinguish between a roll of toilet paper versus your life savings.
Yeah, so I think Texas always turns things like damage up to an 11, which is bizarre and unnecessary. So, and also massively unnecessary. But I don't know. I mean, I guess it would be all right. It is Texas's laws. It's not one that I'm into, though.
B, I have a question.
What up?
Do you think? I was thinking about this. It's a stupid question, but do you think, like, a superhero like the Flash can get away with, like, being a vigilante by just saying that I had the duty to help because, like, I have the Speed Force, so my, like, threshold to, like, intervene is, like, lower than everyone else?
Yeah, like he actually has the ability to get there, probably yes.
Yeah.
I actually have a follow-up question to Blem's question. Like, how would you formulate a defense like for a superhero who has been going around and like saving people's lives but causing great bodily harm and like damage to property? Like, how would you
Give
formulate
me a
defense?
superhero. This would be fun. You got to give me one because they're all contextual, aren't they?
Let's go with
Batman would be the hardest. I was gonna say.
What
that.
about just
The
like
guy
Iron
from-
Man?
No, the guy from The Boys, the super fast guy who blew that girl apart. That's a
Nobody's
perfect
doing
example.
fucking A-Train.
A-Train.
Yeah,
I'm
but I
doing-
was thinking like Batman probably.
I feel like Batman will be different because like you can argue that he doesn't have like powers.
Do FDIC insured banks give you deposits are insured up to at least $250,000. Yeah, like I had like a fraudulent charge on my bank like 2 years ago or something. I think somebody opened a bank account in like Florida and took $500. I called the bank. I told them it was fraudulent. They gave me $500 and then they investigated it for me. That's the nice thing about having a bank. Why would you put it all on PayPal? That's so silly.
Steam. Don't know which yet. Somehow and siphoned all the money out of it into their Steam account. RIP all my money.
What does he mean by this? What does he mean by this? Is he storing 50% of his life savings in his Steam wallet? Yeah, I see no issue with taking your economic opinions from this guy. You ask this guy to invest, he puts it all in V-Bucks. When asked why he left all of his money...
Okay, that's actually based. All of my money is instantly going into V-Bucks and Robux.
He said...
that is crazy.
He left all of his money in PayPal. He said...
Why? There's literally no reason to do that. I think his explanation at the time was like, I don't trust the bank. Why do you not trust the bank? Unless you're like a right-wing extremist, which is Andrew Hall is ostensibly not. He's a left-wing non-extremist. There's no reason to not put your money in a bank. The bank isn't just going to take it from you.
He needs that money for his chemotherapy. Xander Hall, bless his heart, he's not the best at debates. He once got tricked into supporting a Down syndrome genocide.
You would support a Holocaust to save the people on a moon.
Oh wait,
Yeah.
I met this guy.
What?
Ask yourself, this guy's a really nice guy. I met him with the Vegan Games in Ontario. He came and had dinner with me. He's a really nice dude. Shout out, ask yourself. I think he actually debated Destiny today. I think he told me. I don't know if that's real, but he may have. Yeah, this guy. Ask yourself. This guy's a nice dude. You gotta ask yourself if you're watching with some off chance. The goat. Thank you, Vincent, for the gift of membership. Anarchists are dumb, I guess. I mean, generally, yes, but this is particularly egregiously dumb.
What the? You disabled this. I want blood in my hands. Come on, Alex. Think. What would Vorsh say?
Is possible for an adult and a child to have a sexual relationship and for it to have positive outcomes.
Okay, this is ironic, right? This is like, I hear people say Vosh is like a P-word defender. This is a joke, right? This is an out of context clip. Please, this has to be out of context. It's a take on a long hypothetical. Okay, but he's not really saying this is real, right?
On the trial as well.
Oh, no. Now, to be fair, I don't think he actually supports the Down syndrome genocide, because it would really cut down his dating pool. Now, when he accidentally pledges his allegiance to a Down syndrome genocide, he's got to blast out an excuse to escape the debate, and I love his excuses. Sometimes he goes, hold on a second, chat, where's the dragon? Where's the big dragon?
Point, you should be agnostic, which still doesn't ground you to say all consumption under capitalism is unethical, right?
Hold on a second. Hey, chat, how the fuck do I get the thing to go to the DLC area?
Wait, why are you doing that when you're debating? If you can't focus enough on the debate, then just close the game. You shouldn't be asking chat where the dragon is. Just close the game and just put like someone else's gameplay or put like copyright-free lo-fi background. You don't need this. This is totally unnecessary. What is he doing? So this whole video is about Xanderhal. I didn't realize. I mean, he got me with the title, but I mean, it's pretty interesting so far. There's a lot of people in the political community that are really wacky that could be covered in drama videos more often. I would love to see like a long like Mike PA video, or Kira TV. What's her name? Kira Chats. Bad Bunny. That was her name on Twitch a while ago. You guys probably remember Bad Bunny. She was the person who like demanded super chats. I think Critical made a video about her. Actually, I know he did. Yeah, that's the greediest streamer on Twitch.
How did my whole thing about how I need subs to keep the stream going if you like the content, blah, blah, blah? How that results in 0 subs? There are regulars here. $5 a month! How do you have hours of time to watch me and not $5? I don't know. What are you doing with your...
I always find this so cringe, not just because of the obvious begging, but also like, you're gonna make more money if you just make good content. People will want to donate anything. You will never see me demanding that my chat donate to me. Because, like, if the content is good, if people are interested, they will donate naturally, right? They will, and they do. You shouldn't have to beg for money. If you have to beg for money, the content's just not good or engaging enough for the audience to want to donate, because they see it as disposable, right? But if you're actually making good content, people will want to donate, so they'll want to give you money. It's as simple as that. You don't need to ask. There was a politics streamer named Alabrel that did dumpster diving streams. Bro. Destiny told me this and I didn't believe it. I asked him what Alabrel was up to. He told me he checked on his channel and he's doing dumpster diving streams. That can't be real. Hold on. Alabrel Twitch. He actually does dumpster diving? What?
A dog bed? All ripped up though. What about the other side though? What if you laid it upside down? Right? Okay, well, there's stuff here at the pet store, guys.
How do you have 100,000 Twitch followers? Or sorry, never mind, 10,000 Twitch followers. I know why you're doing dumpster diving then. That's so dark though. Like, why do you need to do that? Why do you need a dumpster dive? He does it a lot. Dumpster diving. Found a 32-inch TV.
This is the perfect time to test out taking you guys off of my chest. That means we have to unplug you.
You should probably choose a different career path.
This was definitely mounted to a wall.
Just get a job. Firm biscuit kitchen time, maybe? I don't understand what. Wow, this is dark. Wow. In a dirty kitchen.
That was a really good spit take. Oh my god!
Drinking for your chat. Oh my god, that's sad. I don't even. I just feel bad for this guy. What the hell did he do to his life?
Like he is definitely a younger millennial than me, because I don't get a lot of it.
This is a very sad thing. This is very sad, dude. Why does he look like that? I'm trying not to talk about people's appearances, but I'm not making fun of him. I'm just genuinely asking, why does he look like that? But there's a lot of these weird people like Alabrel that are like good for content. They make good content. And they're from the politics community, and they're kind of like low-key lolcows you don't hear about every day. There's like a thumb. A thumb with a nice big beard. What happened to Alabrel by Hypercat?
What do you get hate for?
He's legit one. Back. Presence online faded into a small Twitter account, and he seemingly didn't change his ways. Don't go in for one-sided relationships, Syra. We would ruin each other's lives.
Oh, he's like tipster.
Any good documentary suggestions? An honest liar about the life of a gay magician and skeptic James Randi. Still weird that Pokemon and Lily Pichu hang out with this dude regularly. The only class solidarity is among the wealthy. This is for the free people that like all my tweets. Well, this certainly isn't going to discourage me from continuing to like all of them. The fact that he's...
Does the Twitter simping, does he think that's gonna work? Like, I wonder if Tipster and him think that, like, the desperate, like, late night tweets, like, good post. You look great. Not like that though. Did I think that kind of stuff is gonna like work?
Still comments excessively on topics he doesn't seem to have a unique insight into is a sad reality worth reflecting upon. I'm sure Alibral will catch the wind of this video at some point, so here's my advice. Look back at your history on your platforms and ask yourself why. Why take so much time off of your life to comment on?
Have you been keeping up with Creepcast? If so, what's your favorite episode? I think I watched the first one at the very least. I haven't been watching a lot of. I kind of feel bad not watching a lot of his content. Yeah, I watched this one, Stairs in the Woods, and I watched some of this one. Oh, this one, Baraska, sounds good. Baraska is one of my favorite creepypastas of all time. Mr. Creepypasta narrated that back in the day, so I actually want to check that one out while I gym, maybe. But yeah, I haven't really been keeping up with it, unfortunately. I don't really wish I had more time to like watch content, but I kind of do feel bad for missing out on this stuff because it looks good. It looks like something I would be into, but I just haven't really had the time to watch like multiple hour-long videos outside of streaming, you know. Anyway, shout out Alibral and all the Twitch lolcows for providing endless content for me to enjoy. Love you guys.
Good Hydra. I have Dusk's ring. I killed the little crystal dude.
Sometimes he drinks some salt water and throws up over himself. Sometimes he just gets a gun out and just blasts his junky girlfriend in the back of the head.
Rap music is like the best example of black culture that comes to mind, right? What rap music is about getting rich, being good at rap, and smoking weed.
This is the most white guy on
Is
the
it?
planet. Just list off black stereotypes. Rap music, it's about
Is that what it's
getting
about?
rich, smoking weed, raping white women. Yeah, they got that. One,
Jesus.
BLM flag.
Snaggle said this was safe for YouTube, is it? Guys, if you guys listen to rap music in chat, you can let me know if that's what it's about.
Most leftists.
Rap music is about being good at rap, smoking weed, and being black. Shut up, black culture. The best example of black culture. Rap music. Shout out Juice WRLD.
This entire social commentary is pretty much, you disagree with me? You're a Nazi. I don't make the rules. He called Mauler an alt-right fascist because he didn't like Rings of Power, the TV show. He then insisted sawing out over the CGI.
Scene in the first like 2 or 3 minutes of the show alone just sold me. Let's watch this clip.
We left Valinor, our home, and journeyed to a distant realm. One filled with untold perils.
This sold
And
you?
strange creatures beyond count. A place known as Mid.
I don't think you guys can really understand exactly how hard my dick got.
Stop watching Marvel movies, bro.
Why? Because it's like dragons? Is that it? Because it's dragons and like they have like epic music. I mean, I don't hate CGI. It can be good. There's good CGI out there. There's good, animated effects and stuff, but I don't really get that. For sure, I'm wearing a Wage War shirt. I gotta turn around completely for this one. Show you guys my swag. Shout out to Wage War. Shout out to Wage War and a day to remember. The goats in Ocala, Florida. One of those bands. Wage War is really good. I want to see them live. I haven't seen them live yet. So I'm kind of jealous of Gamma and Chad who said he saw Wage War live a few years ago. Because they're really good. What underwear are you wearing? I don't know. Good question.
Bro, reminds me of when Vorsh was applying his knowledge of Iron Man to the Kyle Rittenhouse trial.
In the context there and how legitimate belief of threat is. I do believe that. I think that there's a lot of nuance. But all I know is I've seen a lot of Marvel movies, and in the part where the good guy gets framed, and he
It's
turns
so insane that he even said this. Like, no self-awareness of how bad it sounded. I remember watching this during the Rittenhouse debate, and he's like, Iron Man stands down. Iron Man stands down. When he sees protesters, Iron Man stands down. It's like, Iron Man isn't real life, bro. Marvel movies aren't real life. You can't draw Marvel movie comparisons to real life. That's insane. Do I even need to explain that like it's a fictional movie that's not real life and is like written by writers to be interesting? And you know, finagle your little soy mind. Pop is in. Dude, I have one in. I got one in, bro. Iron Man is a walking news. Of course he stands down. Well, yeah. And he's making the comparison between Iron Man and Kyle Rittenhouse. Kyle Rittenhouse is like one guy with a gun. It's so silly it's so dumb to even get into the intricacies of this because it's so obvious. It's dumb. No, you cannot compare real life self-defense situations to Iron Man. Thank you, Heathen. Iron Man does stand down.
Around and there are a bunch of angry cops and civilians staring at him. He drops the gun and puts his hand up in the air, and he doesn't unleash the Iron Man laser and cut down 300 people who are threatening him implicitly by surrounding him and not allowing him.
Okay, Iron Man can fly away in 1 second. Kyle Rittenhouse is a child with a gun. Okay.
Him free access out. So maybe
Well,
that's
and in
my...
real life, if you spend a lot of time on Live Leaks or Ogrish or any other like gore site, you can see that where one guy throws his hands up and a mob comes up, and then people cut his intestines out and they drag it over the street. So I mean,
Is
like,
that
I don't
a
know.
thing
I
that
guess it's up to
typically
you.
happens in the United States.
It's not a matter of it typically happening. I mean, like, there have been people that have been killed in these protests and riots so far, and I mean, like, who's to say that you're not going to be the next? Like, I don't know.
I mean,
could
there have been
understand
at
people
least
saying-
20 Marvel movies. I doubt you can find that many live leak videos of people being killed. So, yeah, I'll...
You absolutely can find that many live leak videos of people being killed. Why did you say there have been 20 Marvel movies? Why did you say that? What is wrong with you? I don't know if Vosh is still like this, but this was like an extremely embarrassing moment for him. Persona 3 FES stream when? Think of it too. I have played a decent amount of Persona 3 Portable. I like that. I didn't finish it though. I probably played like 20 hours of it and then stopped. But it was good. Thank you RSL for the dono.
Mauler responded to this, and then Zanderhold claims that Mauler said Rings was going to be banned because it's woke. Then Mauler asks Zanderhold to show a clip of him saying that, to which Zanderhold replies by saying that he didn't even watch the video. An interesting strategy. Let's see how it pays off for him. Zanderhold's logic is that Mauler is a Nazi, not because he's done or said anything that suggests that, but rather because he interacted with a guy who Zanderhold has arbitrarily decided is a Nazi because he made a Jew joke once.
Is it ER?
And is it a coincidence that Hitler also did that? After years of loneliness and
Live leak stream when? Yeah, that's coming real soon.
he finally found his people, Keffals and Tipster. They very quickly became best friends. When
Beautiful.
the diss track on
Yo! That's me, dude. Wait, that's literally... that shot is... I would guess they're talking about E:R here. Probably. If I had to guess, that's the NZ they're talking about there.
also did that. After years of loneliness and dating heroin addicts, he finally found his people, Keffals and Tipster.
I hate that picture. I think I posted that picture before. I hate this picture. What's going on here in this image, dude? What is going on? I cannot stand this picture. This is one of the darkest images I've ever seen. Why are her hands so giant? Why is her belly so round? Is she pregnant, dude? Maybe trans people can get pregnant. Maybe I was wrong the whole time. I think science lies, because there's definitely got to be a baby in there, if nothing else. Gat, dude, this is the Latina Gat you've been looking for. And she is beautiful.
Sure.
She's going for somewhat of a round bulk. It has to be edited. I don't think it's edited. I've seen this picture a long time and it looks, I mean, maybe I've just been psyoped, but I don't think this is edited. This is a dark image, dude. I don't know what's going on here, but this is very dark.
They very quickly became best friends. When Turkey Tom made a diss track on Tipster, Keffals and Zanderhold had his back.
I do think that, and I include myself and every friend that I have in this, if all YouTubers were just annihilated off the face of the earth like a Thanos snap, the world would probably be better.
They'd have to hate your friends, else they'd miss out on
better.
Jesus.
He's not. Okay, then kill yourself.
Whoa! Holy sh- wait, he said that? Oh my god. Wait, Boblack? What the hell? He said that. That's not true. I disavow that. Dude's getting a beer gut in his pregnancy now? I mean,
maybe it's pregnancy, dude. I don't know. There's gotta be well, all I'm saying is, like, there has to be a child. There has to be a child in there in that picture. There's no way. Because, I mean, look, just...
Also did that. After years, Early decided is a Nazi because he made a Jew joke once. And is it a coincidence that Hitler also did that? After years of loneliness...
Hitler made no jokes. He was a serious guy. But he did appreciate Shane Gillis.
Dating heroin addicts, he finally found his people, Keffals and...
Transphobia, lame, let her cook. This isn't transphobic. I'm just wondering what's going on there. You could be trans. That's totally fine. But if you're gonna be pregnant, you should at least tell your audience about it. They're gonna be missing out.
Tipster. They very quickly became best friends. When
Such a beautiful group of people. Such a beautiful.
Turkey Tom made a diss track on Tipster.
Oh my god.
This was not a good decision.
Think yourself, idiot.
Whoa. Why did he say that? Why did he say that?
Two monsters once, biggest mistake of my life. Back-to-back 2 monsters was not a good decision.
Well, maybe you need to do that again because your blood pressure was slightly higher than it usually is for once in your life, and you were actually putting in effort for once. That seems kind of dark. I drank two monsters at once, and I got to 1 million subscribers. So maybe you should do that more.
Never did it again.
This one there, make it bump and grind. Move to the left, girl, move to the right. Step on the line with the bump and grind.
This great friendship has come to an end. Keffels is friendly with Shoe-on-Head, and Xanderhall is a little baby man who can't be friends with someone who's friends with someone he doesn't like. So what happens is, Xanderhall makes...
What did Shoe-on-Head do to Xanderhall? Can anyone explain this to me? I know he hates her. Shoe-on-Head Xanderhall. Why? I'm burning the Shoe-on-Head bridge. Okay. Why would you put this, like, 5-second intro with no content at the beginning of your video? Instead of just getting into it. Instantly, a ton of people are going to click off. You just killed your retention. Do people not know this is a bad idea? That is a terrible idea.
Makes a stream talking about burning the Keffels bridge, and then he publicly tweets out the Keffels...
Why did no one tell me Keffels dick rides Shoe so hard after she... me and at Demon Mama Real actual snake behavior? She pedo-jacketed Xanderhall?
Keffels is a snake for being friends with someone he doesn't like. And then he goes on stream with Keffels and tries as hard as he possibly can to be a victim. Xanderhall doesn't like Shoe-on-Head for a couple reasons, all of which he's made up and didn't actually happen. To give you some background, Shoe-on-Head made a tweet criticizing the fashion brand Balenciaga for some bizarre photo shoots they did. They had a picture of a child surrounded by empty alcohol containers and wine glasses looking drunk, another of a child holding a bear that was wearing BDSM gear, and an image from a different photo shoot where a bag was sitting on a table of documents, the only one visible being a lawsuit regarding child pornography. That was her tweet. She was...
That was a very weird photo shoot. I remember hearing about that and not really looking into it, but I wonder what Balenciaga's up to if that's real. I guess you can say it's artistic or something, but it seems like kind of a bad brand decision to put your new fashion line in line with, like, Jeffrey Epstein undertones.
Calling out this company for this weird behavior. Xanderhall, who bear in mind is...
This video sucks. The guy is clearly biased. I mean, biased videos can be entertaining. I don't know. I'm fine with it. I'm biased. I have bias. I have an opinion. I'm coming from a perspective. I don't want to watch, like... The only reason I would watch an unbiased YouTube video is so I can give my opinion on it, right? Unless he's, like, misconveying the information. I mean, that's bad for bias, but if he's reporting all the information accurately, I don't really see a problem with being biased.
Been friends with her for 4 years at this point, backstabs Shoe-on-Head and claims that this tweet was her spreading a homophobic conspiracy theory. Xanderhall may respond to this by saying,
at no point did I ever mention that Shoe-on-Head said that gay people are groomers. Or
She did not say that.
The gays are...
Well, I guess he's saying he didn't say that. Tell you let Tipster hit? Of course, dude. Tipster can clap my cheeks after the oiled up twerk off challenge any day.
Kids.
Which would be correct if he hadn't gone out after the fact and explicitly stated that Shoe was spreading the conspiracy.
Shoe-on-Head's magnitude's larger than me, and her response to me calling out her support of a conspiracy theory...
This is such a funny group of people. This is such a funny converging of people. It's so beautiful the way the world can bring people together sometimes.
Started by Nazis about how companies are trying to push gay LGBT groomer propaganda and normalization on people.
So, elbows though, your girlfriend does crack.
But if... Okay. But if she's not pushing that explicitly, if she's not pushing the anti-gay stuff explicitly and is just talking about the Balenciaga thing, then I don't really see an issue with that. Is it just because, like, ex-homophobe does this thing, ex-non-homophobe does this same thing, therefore they are the same? Is that what this argument is? It's just a bong, not a crack pipe? Yeah, I guess so.
He makes a video on her where he says she shares Nazi beliefs.
Shoe-on-Head loves the company of neo-Nazis. Okay? He loves their aesthetics, lots of their beliefs, and probably doesn't disagree with a lot of their worldviews.
If you knew that the whole time, though, if you thought she was pushing their aesthetics or whatever, then why would you continue to hang out with her? If that's real, like, why would you... If you knew that, why would you hang out with her in the first place if you're, like, a leftist? It seems like kind of a conflict of interest now. You didn't just find that out all of a sudden, did you? Thank you, Productions, for becoming a member.
Just generally, right?
Who is Shuon Head? Shuon Head is a female content creator who came up during the anti-SJW era. I mean, she just makes videos like... It's like pop politics, I guess you can see. I watched the triggering Daily Wire movie Ballers. Lady Ballers. Male versus female flirting. Are women okay? Men deserve to be lonely. Responding to backlash over the male loneliness epidemic. I mean, it's this kind of thing. She doesn't upload it often. I don't know why. I think she should upload more, but... Yeah, she basically just does this kind of pop politics stuff. She blew up off of being like, woman responds to 10 questions about feminism or something. Oppression Olympics, the Social Justice League versus Gamers. She's been on YouTube for a long time. This is 10 years of YouTube stuff. I think she had online history before that too. I think I saw it like a Mad at the Internet stream or something.
There's a reason she likes to hang out with me so much.
I find it interesting that he is friends with this person who he believes to be a Nazi, right up until they call out. That's where he draws the line on that one. She loves to hang out with neo-Nazis. Fucked up to that.
Oh, here's an interesting...
This is what I was saying. Like, if you knew all of this going into the friendship, or you knew all of it before, why not just talk about it before?
Why are you as a father so obsessed with the concerning growing normalization of... Do you guys really think there's actually a growing normalization of...
Kind of. Yeah, actually.
In like Western society, outside of conservative spaces that want to lower the age of consent, so that like old men can marry 13-year-old girls, do you think outside of conservative spaces there is a growing normalization of...
I mean, that's wrong too. That's part of it. There's also, from the left, a growing normalization of through certain people, and it's not all people, it's not most people at all. There's just a certain amount of them that do push that kind of stuff. I mean, we saw the map stuff on Twitter just a few years ago, where people were trying to tie minor attracted people to the LGBTQ movement, and it wasn't all of them. It's not all gay people or all LGBT people, but they do exist. They are out there. So, yeah, I mean, there definitely are people trying to normalize it. There always are.
There is not.
Leopard Nation. We just saw Leopard Nation yesterday.
This is conspiracy, brain. That alone.
It's so politics, Brian. Do you really think there's a growing normalization of, other than half the country that want to children, other than the conservatives increasingly trying to normalize, do you really think there's a growing normalization? That alone is conspiracy.
Here's her on a lefty and a Nazi agreeing, and then it goes even further as well. Here's him saying transgender ideology is quite literally a crime against humanity. They're good friends. Like, they're actually, they have convos and stuff. These are not just strangers. They're like, we're Twitter mates or whatever.
He responded to one of their tweets once. I'd probably go as far as to say that they're best friends.
The tweet that I quote tweeted that started this was him quote tweeting her tweet, her Balenciaga tweet, and saying it's time to roll out the wood chippers for the groomers. What do you think this person means when they say groomer? And what do you think Sean Head knows this person means when they say groomer? So yes, I'm not...
I mean, I don't know. I don't know the person who posted that, but if they said groomer and not something else, and they probably literally meant, you know, PDF files rather than something else.
She knows that I know that she knows that he knows what he's saying. I'm not stupid, guys. What do you think, I'm stupid because my IQ is below average? Because my girlfriend spent all my money on crack? I'm not dumb, guys. Stop calling me that. You couldn't read your tax returns to figure out all your money had been spent on crack. Keep 50% of your money in your Steam wallet. I think you are stupid.
Creepy. Coincidentally, 2 days before this all hit the internet, Balenciaga left Twitter. Not only did they delete their Twitter account, but they...
Wait, is she actually running with this narrative? Wait, is she actually running with this narrative? Okay, so... she's also run with a couple of other blatant lies about Balenciaga through all of this. One of them is, like, she's been taking credit for, like, Balenciaga deleting their socials. Balenciaga does sort of like a Fortnite chapter reset type thing every few months when they drop a new clothing line or whatever, and they delete all of their Instagram posts and start all over, delete all of their tweets and like reset, like yeah.
They didn't drop a new fashion line, they just deleted their Instagram. The rest of the video is basically him just going out of his way to try and make Shoe on Head look as bad as possible.
I mean, I understand, like, there are conspiracy theories out there, and maybe the Balenciaga thing didn't have the intention some people thought it did, but why the like, desperate need to, like, defend them? They're a multi-billion-dollar corporation that very well could be pushing stuff like that. It's not impossible, you know? Why the constant need to defend them? Especially if they wiped all their stuff right before. It seems like they knew that maybe the stuff they were going to put out was going to get some amount of backlash, right? I mean, you don't necessarily have to connect the dots there, but I don't think it's a total stretch to think, like, well, they deleted all of their posts, then they posted this new thing. Maybe that could be related.
He says that she was applauding Margot rap when all she did was show a clip of it on screen for a second. She makes an Epstein joke.
Also, just so everyone knows, I am not suicidal. Just in case news comes out that I was found with 3 designer bullets in the back of my head.
And he spins it as shoe claim.
So glad to join Tom on a Friday Live. It's Monday, but thank you for the 5, Jackie.
Claiming that Jews rule the world and wants to die a martyr to expose a Jewish conspiracy.
So she's just like full on, like the Jews are gonna get her, I guess, is what she believes. So
it has nothing to do with the Jews. It's Jeffrey Epstein joke. Why are you drawing such an insane conclusion? This is the thing with Xander Hall. Like, I feel like because he has no insightful political commentary or education, he has to draw these crazy speculative judgments about people. Like, because you make this joke, therefore you're a Nazi. Because you disagree, therefore you're a racist or anti-Semitic. Right? It's just such a silly thing. You can be interesting without that. You can be captivating and interesting to listen to without doing that. You just have to do a little bit of research. I think I could probably debate politics better than Xander Hall can, and I'm not a political streamer, and I don't really care or read into politics at all. It's extremely passive for me. This guy's like Hassan, but broke. I mean, he's worse than Hassan. Hassan is more educated than this dude, undoubtedly.
So now she's like a martyr who's gonna get like killed by the Jews for fighting against their like agenda or something? Is that what she believes? Okay.
I mean, I don't even know what to say about that. It's just the most flagrantly bad faith interpretation he could have possibly had. It's not even bad faith, he's just flat out making shit up. I think the only thing I can really say about that is that his girlfriend does crack and spent all his money on heroin.
Thank you, Jake, for the donut. Why does he keep bringing up the cracking heroin thing? I mean, it is funny. It is funny, but I don't know, I kind of feel bad for him. He definitely needed to take more steps to mitigate the fallout around that, though, like keeping his money out of his PayPal, but I don't know. It sucks to date someone who smokes crack and steals all your money. I feel bad for him in that way.
One of this, though, has to be either fact-checked by Twitter, and this is what they said. Although Shu often makes comments to cause amusement or laughter, this is an authentic Balenciaga marketing photograph. It contains an excerpt from the U.S. Supreme Court opinion in United States v. Williams.
That it does.
I've never seen one of these fact-checker things just be like, fact-check true. I know Shu likes to get a little...
Does the fact check say, yes, your conspiracy theory about...
I mean, basically, yes. That is basically what the fact check is saying. Is there any evidence anywhere that Shoe1Head is genuinely a far-right person? I've seen none of it. Why not just actually address the arguments at hand that she's making? If you want to disagree with it, say she's dumb and conspiratorial. Why would you ever draw this, like, crazy link? Rolling on to nothing? True. His ex was like a 30-year-old waste of life. Yeah, that's fine. That's that. That's very dark.
Is real, or did it say, yes, this is a real photo from a Balenciaga photo shoot, and yes, that document does seem to be the court document people are saying it does, that it is. Something that no one is arguing against.
But the court document being that is in line with what she thinks about it, which is that it's like some sort of pro-PDF file thing. She's like a socialist? Yeah, I mean, that's my understanding.
No one has argued, A, that those aren't real Balenciaga photos, or B, that that is not what that document actually is. Have you seen anybody argue any of those points?
Does he even know why he's mad? He doesn't even seem to know why he disagrees with her.
That those weren't real Balenciaga photo shoot photos?
He's more confused than he is angry about himself and how he feels. Did you see the clip of Destiny calling Xander Hall's ex a dumb before Xander Hall broke up with her. I do remember that. That was from Xander Hall Bosch Destiny. Hold on. No, I didn't Bosch Bridge. This one, right? I remember when this came out. 3 years ago. This is 2020. Life comes at you fast.
And then like spreading these ideas of.
If I'm wrong here, that your position is that there are a significant amount of people retweeting or posting the videos that went viral. That's you talking about like shooting rioters that are burning and stuff like that. And there were a few people in Bosch's community that were talking about like, oh, let's go mass report Destiny because they want like an excuse, right? I think obviously it's pretty bad. Bosch obviously think it's pretty.
Oh, it's not available anymore. I thought I just found it, but it's not. It was on Reddit, but I couldn't see it. Oh, she said moron, that's why.
You want practice? The closest you can get to blood sports now is you can try Demon Mama, but I think that that's always going to be really hard because anytime you fight with Demon Mama, you're always going to get called transphobic. So basically, it sucks to say this, but in my opinion, any trans people who are transphobic for debate on the internet, you're always going to get called transphobic no matter how you engage with them. So I would be like really careful there. But if you want to argue with people that want to talk about like the genocide and the Uyghur stuff for China, that's probably where you're going to find the most passionate debate online now because people are very quick to whataboutism for the United States. And a lot of leftists, even if they aren't tankies, will like simp hard for China and like quickly condemn and make bad comparisons to the US. So that's probably where you're going to find like most of the blood sport these days. But I don't think you're going to get people screaming at you over like social health care or something like that. Man.
The only person I can think of that does like the really crazy is the infrared dude, and that guy's like, I'm pretty sure that dude's trolling. Like besides that, I think like the most well-known.
He's, oof. I mean, I wouldn't. He does troll. He's really smart.
I don't know.
Wait, who is Lanny in the chat?
Lonnie's my girlfriend.
Oh, nice. Oh, so like she even just did it to me. What I just said was that is transphobic. Sorry, go ahead. What are you saying? Oh yeah, the infrared guy.
I feel like Destiny knew who that was. I think he wanted that clip. He wanted that moment.
He's like a.
Got her though. Oh, nice. She's a moron. True though. It's really true.
Or that document was misidentified. I have not seen a single person make those claims. We're shadowboxing right now. Shu, what are you doing? Is that the
No, you are shadowboxing, General. This is projection. You dolt.
Paul is really good at debating the voices in his head, dude. Like, Jesus Christ. What the f is he even talking about? The fact that he has the gall to say
This is like that, like, you know the Morshu meme? Morshu beatbox? Yeah, this one. This is Xander Hall at all times.
Shadowboxing after going on an unhinged rant about something an invisible demon has just told him is just the cherry on top of
You're posting
Oh, the dumb dude's robbing you. Gotcha.
me a quote. Eagle-eyed social media watchdog. Okay.
Wow, New York Post. Wow. The tabloid site that doxes sex workers and gets them fired from their jobs? Oh my god. What a glowing endorsement from New York Post.
New York Post called me an eagle-eyed watchdog. That's kind of cool. Why is it cool? They dox sex workers, you niggas.
Yeah, true. Why is it cool, dude? Hey. This is just like the Xander Hall thing of like focusing on like minute details to try and discredit someone. I remember when I made my Tipster diss track, we saw a little bit of him reacting to that in here, but when I made my Tipster diss track, I posted the diss track on Tom Dark, but the diss track itself was in I posted on Tom IRL rather. Hold on. So I posted it here. But it also was in my Tipster video, right? It was at the end of it. And this video has, 500,000 views or whatever, which is cool. But Xander Hall and Keffels, they were like, notice how he's posting this on his third channel, because he knows that anyone else at any of his other channels will find it so cringy. But I literally posted it on like my second biggest account and like let 600,000 people see it. Like, clearly I wanted people to see that. I literally put it in a video on a channel with hundreds of thousands of subscribers, and it got 600,000 people watching it. Like, I wanted them to see it. I made it with the intention of people seeing it, and their only real criticism of me was like, oh well, he put it on his side channel, his third channel, because he knew it was too cringe. It's like, I put it I'll probably do a diss track for the main channel someday. Like, I would want people to see that, obviously. It's for a reason. It wasn't like a random insertion. It wasn't like a thing I'm hiding. I posted it on my Instagram, on my Twitter, but this is like the only thing they could say. They couldn't argue with anything I said in the video, which was like ruthlessly picking apart Tipster. In fact, they refused to watch the actual full video I made. Did you make a decent bit of money back? No, I didn't. I lost money on that diss track. The diss track costs I want to say $5,000 or $6,000 to make, and let's see if I broke even actually. Hold on. I'll go on the video itself, not the diss track on Tom IRL because that didn't make any money. But I'll go on the Tom Dark video and see if that video made it back. I don't think it did though. Yeah, no. So this video made almost $4,000, so I lost like $2,000. I mean, I was okay with that though because I thought the video was really funny and like I make enough money that you know, that hit wasn't a huge one to me. But no, I mean, I lost money on it, but I was okay with that because it was really funny. It was kind of worth it. Hopefully the next time I do a diss track like that, it makes money. I'll pick someone more famous so that it actually gets more views, but no, it did make money. Sometimes it's worth it for the art. Yeah, I think so.
What is going on? What's happening? I'm gonna say it. I wish Flamenco had called your mother.
The other theory is that this is just a little wink, a little nod to the other freaks in the industry. Think the Wilhelm scream, but for like little Saint.
I don't wish that.
Thank God I watched the H Bomber guy video, because now I know the background of the Wilhelm scream. The Wilhelm scream is not a wink and a nod to movie makers. The Wilhelm scream is a ubiquitous sound effect that has been used and reused as a stock sound in movies. It's literally just a meme in the film community. It's just a famous sound effect. What do you mean it's like a Wilhelm scream to the...
She's just saying it's a loud scream. What are you talking about? What is this point? Thank God I watched the H Bomber guy video, so I know this random fact about this that doesn't actually make Siobhan Head look bad or disagree with anything she says. But by the way, I know this. What are you talking about?
What do you know about the Wilhelm scream? You never made a girl Wilhelm scream, bro. You can't make a girl Wilhelm scream. Every time you're with a girl, she diddly laugh at the attempt. I make her Wilhelm scream every time. If I'm really trying, I make a Howie scream. At this point in the video, Shu flat out says that she doesn't believe in the conspiracy that Xanderhall has been claiming to push in.
Do I think they are literally trafficking children? I don't think that. I don't know that. I've never claimed to know that. What I do know is that this is a $1 billion company.
Okay, so they aren't doing anything to kids. So the worst case scenario is it was a kind of weird photo shoot and a different photo shoot with a weird document.
He's coming to the realization of him agreeing with her point.
So that's all it was. You're admitting that. You don't think that there's some child sex trafficking ring in the basement? So apparently it's just subliminal messaging. That's what you think it is. Conspiracy brain is wild.
Conspiracy brain is wild. I can't imagine being that.
Yo, what's up, Pachuto?
What do you think, Mr. Torso? I am interested in knowing what kind of person consumes and agrees with this content. Xanderhall videos of...
I'm curious about that too. Why would you watch if you're if you're an online leftist person, why would you watch Xanderhall over anyone else? I guess the answer is that people don't really watch Xanderhall, but it looks like Mr. Girl. I guess the answer is that people don't really watch him, but for the people that do, even the small number that do, why would you watch this guy? Why would you ever watch his videos over anything else? He's boring. He's conspiratorial with how he criticizes people. He's not informed of anything. Why would you watch this guy?
Claims that were believed for a long time, because you guys know that prior to more recent data coming out that accounted for these things and didn't just go off of police arrest records, people actually...
Why does he look like that? Is he in a dark place?
Is it? I think it's post-claiming.
He looks like he's having a rough time.
Contain the...
Where is this being filmed? It's like a basement.
As something that would be a very awful outcome if you don't continue to work your ass off. And then they give you a delusional idea that if you work really hard, you can be extremely successful.
Yeah, that's delusional. That's delusional.
All of it is really to serve the capitalist machine. You know, it's kind of been the elephant in the room this whole time. But I think that all really does come back to contraceptives at the end of the day. The fact that conservatives are so opposed to it. Contraceptives are one of the best ways for someone who is...
Too boring. Why would you think that working hard will lift you out of poverty or make you money? Gee, I don't know. I have no idea how that could possibly be the case. I have no idea how that could possibly be the case, Xanderhall. That sounds crazy.
Being played in every psych ward in America. So after claiming the document in full view, that even the owners of the company called it disgusting, was a happy accident and perfectly normal. Not all strength. He has to make himself the victim. He says that this was a harassment campaign from Shu designed to ruin his career because she called him a on Twitter, which it shouldn't be shocking to learn that she didn't. She just said that their friendship had ended over disagreements, which is objectively true. To be honest, even if she did call him, I wouldn't care. He's just made 4 hours worth of videos lying about her. He brings this up to Keffels. He also mentions that Demon Mama got death threats as well.
I think Demon Mama handles it probably a lot better than I do. She's gotten enormous amounts of harassment. Just the fact that she's a trans woman on the internet means she'll always get more harassment than I do.
Yes! Wow. Yeah.
He put the hard work in. He earned those death threats. Demon Mama does explicitly call Shu throughout the entire coverage.
Maybe Shuonhead sees a piece of leather next to a child and starts getting a little, riled up. It's a little bit of projection on Shuonhead's part.
Although he claims that
How did you even say that? How did you even say that?
it was like a here's a taste of your own medicine sort of deal.
Hey, Shuonhead, how come you only played that bit of the video? How come you didn't go back and watch the actual video with your fans? How come you picked out the one joke I made, the part where I say...
Is it that much of a joke, though? These people are such losers, man. These people are such degenerative, hateful losers. Damn, that's a dark place to be. I normally don't say this, but, no matter where you are in life,
Young.
be thankful you're not here.
First ever encountered trans people.
Be thankful you're not here, guys. It could be so much worse.
I bet Shuonhead wouldn't like it if it was done to her.
People are desperate for Boogeyman to hate. Well, that's the thing. In the same way that these people accuse Shu of being desperate to find like a monstrous billionaire cabal that's master of puppeting the entire world through advertising campaigns, they simultaneously are extremely desperate to find like a right-wing psycho who they can criticize. And is actually not just like, I mean, Shuonhead is probably a relatively normal person, but they're desperate to find someone who is like an evil conservative who's spreading misinformation. And those people do exist. It's like boogeymen for these guys. They constantly need to find a new one.
You literally just roll it back. I literally
would
just
throw
say,
my fishing rod in the water if it was caught up. If this was caught on my line. Yeah.
And I bet it would feel bad for Shuonhead to be subject to her own rhetoric. What an idiot.
They never actually said that. These people just make shit up in their head.
It's almost like there's some kind of mental illness at play.
I think it's unfair to say that most of the harassment and claims fall on Shuonhead and were in no way influenced by the person claiming that the secret document on the table was not read in any way because it was public domain.
Supreme Court cases, such as this one, are in the public domain, which means anyone can use them for any reason, for anything at all.
Okay, but that doesn't delete their intention. Obviously, they could have chosen any court document. Why did they choose a specific one? Like, something being in the public domain doesn't remove the intention that you may have from using that thing. If there was a court case in the public domain that was about leftists being evil and I use that, these people would say that I'm like an anti-leftist hate monger who is like a chud or whatever, right? Because there could be intention behind the things you do. If they had chosen a Supreme Court case about, I don't know, hate speech, or a Supreme Court case about gobstoppers, then obviously it wouldn't be the same kind of reaction here, right? Very different. It would be very different. But they chose a specific one.
How malicious and
it's such a non-starter.
Dedicated to trying to hurt me Shu was. One of somebody that she actually allowed to follow her private account ended up sending me a tweet she'd made where she said, I'm currently working on a slander hall video. She was gonna make a video and she called it a slander hall video. Yeah, she was actively planning like my downfall. She wanted to get revenge against me for actually not just getting destroyed by her penitech.
If you've done 3 videos about why you get rid of Sin, she does a response video.
She called it the slander hall video. She was planning a video in which she was gonna slander me.
Okay, that's probably a joke. Don't you think that announcing you're going to slander someone kind of defeats the purpose of the slander if you're already admitting that it's going to be slander? Then nobody's going to believe you, and then you're admitting in court legally that you're about to slander someone. And one of the core tenets of slander, of libel, is that you have a clear intent. Unless you think Shuonhead is dumb enough to announce she's going to slander someone before she does it. which I don't think she is.
Does that really sound like she's sorry? If she, like, my criticism of her was for spreading gay rumor stuff, and so her response is to plan a premeditated, like, takedown video on me to try to destroy me as, like, a YouTuber.
It's not really premeditated. You made 3 videos about her already. She might want to respond if she feels that you're spreading this information or needs to be countered.
With millions more subs than me? Like, does that sound
Xander probably wanted to pipe Shu and got salty when he finally realized she wasn't down. Man's hurt. Maybe.
Why would she be sorry? You backstabbed her after 4 years of friendship and then made up a bunch of lies about her spreading a homophobic and anti-Semitic conspiracy theory, and you're still doing it now. Why would she ever be sorry to you? Bro, she's been...
Someone come and blow my back out?
All I can say is that this guy's girlfriend spent all his money on okay. Fairly certain he has Down syndrome. There are further drama. It's pretty impossible, and to be frank, I don't really give a... So this is a person called White Nevosa. They run a site called White Forest, right? Which is, to put it simply, a site where these bread tubers sell their merch from. That's not actually what it is. The description is, quite frankly, a bunch of commie gobbledygook. So White Nevosa is desperate to on Xanderhall, and they make a tweet, like, kind of mocking him. Xanderhall responds by blocking them. At this point, White Nevosa is, like, rubbing their hands together in glee because they've got all this behind-the-scenes information on Xanderhall that they've got an excuse to drop. So basically, Xanderhall was talking to people behind the scenes, trying to get them to leak private DMs of Keffals to shut the haters up. He stopped doing this when that White Nevosa threatened to close down his merch store, and he kept it up. Later, he retweets someone claiming that Keffals had abused their ex-fiancé. Keffals makes a stream called I Was claiming that their ex was actually a rapist abuser, and when they had fled to Ireland because of the Kiwi farm, they didn't actually flee because of Kiwi farm's doxing, but instead they were trying to escape their rapist fiance.
If that's true, doesn't that kind of invalidate every media report made about Kiwi Farms where they said that Keffals had to flee because of racist, homophobic, transphobic trolls that were going to ruin her life? Wait, what, did nobody catch that? Doesn't that invalidate, like, the entire GoFundMe and everything? Because she was lying about the reason she needed the money? Wasn't she saying she needed the money to flee the country? Which I guess it looks like her openly she was saying that I started GoFundMe after being victimized with a random free services from the victim of a hate crime. So I guess she wasn't saying she needed the money to flee. She needed the money to fund this legal case that never happened. Damn. I wonder how bad all these people feel about being rug pulled by Keffals for a court case that literally never happened. So awesome.
All I'm saying is, don't think it's natural. I think they take our silence as compliance. It's Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve. They have a 55% domestic violence, so it's pretty much just regular trans hours. The thing that makes Xanderhall insufferable is the combination of the rampant stupidity of Prince Andrew saying he doesn't sweat, combined with the arrogance of O.J. Simpson riding high off of an innocent verdict. Bigstore.square... No, that's alright. Bigstore.squarespace.com. Wow, look at all these happy customers. Woohoo! I love this.
Jesus, the shirt. Okay. That was a pretty good video from Big Bungie. Shout out to that guy. I've known all that stuff kind of peripherally about Xanderhall here and there, but I feel like nobody really put it together in such a succinct, easy to digest 24-minute video. Hopefully he does more videos like that. I would like to see a lot more. He did a video on the misgift stuff. I actually didn't even know that. I kind of want to watch that video at some point. Yeah, overall good video though. Big Bungie's a good content creator. I like his stuff. Very edgy, very keck, very funny, very informative, very entertaining. And be sure to become a member. For $5 a month, they get the members only podcasts and exclusive videos that only members get. Thanks so much for your support.
actually blown out of proportion. Calling me a fucking misogynist, saying I hate women. Fuck you. Got nothing against women. I've got nothing against black people. Oh, he said a mean thing to me on the internet. If I offend you, deal with it. You don't like what I say? Cry about it. Whine about it on fucking Twitter. Make a video about it.
Do video games ever make you angry? Whether it's an unfair death inducing some gamer rage, or just a general dissatisfaction with the game's direction or mechanics, I think everyone watching has at one point or another gotten upset at a game, even if it's one they're a big fan of. Sometimes your complaints are justified, sometimes you're just butthurt. But what happens when your dissatisfaction for a product you once loved boils to such a point that you decide to take things into your own hands? Meet Zesty Jesus, whose real name is Joshua. Zesty is a 28-year-old Texan man who's been a huge fan of Team Fortress 2 and anime for his entire life. Despite what you might expect based on that description, Zesty is not a morbidly obese basement dweller. He's actually an athletic man with a staggering 6'7" stature who works a well-paying day job as a geophysicist. Though he's mostly unassuming on the surface, Zesty Jesus' highly controversial online career as a Team Fortress 2 YouTuber has shaken the game's community to its core, and serves as a cautionary tale of how sharing opinions on the internet can end poorly, even if you mean well, and even if those opinions are regarding a 15-year-old video game. Joshua started his channel Zesty Jesus on July 13th, 2016, just to post funny TF2 gameplay clips, though his later move to analytical video essays and streaming are what brought him into the limelight. He built his branding around Zess, his own version of the character Asuka from Evangelion. Zesty has not shied away from being attracted to this character, particularly due to her classification as a muscle girl, and he regularly commissions art featuring her. However insane that might sound, his older age compared to his contemporaries, his natural charisma, as well as the heavily edited and highly opinionated nature of his content made him easily stand out among the crowd of other TF2 YouTubers and helped him quickly gain a small following on the platform. One thing notable about his videos is his unabashed use of copyrighted content. Many of his big videos have intricately crafted intros spoofing anime openings, and instead of compromising his artistic vision, Zesty always opts to sacrifice his videos' monetization to use copyrighted intro themes. Because of this, and how passionate Zesty clearly is about the game, even having a tattoo of it on his shoulder, he quickly gained a reputation in the community as, if nothing else, an exceptionally honest creator. He would often talk about good and bad weapons in the game and why he likes or dislikes them, conducting in-game tests to determine their efficacy. With his real-world background as a geophysicist making him uniquely qualified, and presenting his videos as sort of science experiments with hypotheses and use of the scientific method. And even among people who didn't particularly care for the guy, there was always a degree of respect afforded to him for the clear care put into his content. However, on top of being opinionated, Zesty was more than a bit abrasive as a personality and didn't really have much of a filter. As you could probably guess, these qualities would go on to get him into quite a lot of trouble. One of the earliest major controversies that Zesty embroiled himself in came on March 19th, 2021, when Zesty posted a video to his channel criticizing a third-party matchmaking platform for TF2 called FACEIT. For a little context, TF2 has been facing a terrible botting and cheating problem for years now, and FACEIT's new matchmaking system, featuring its own proprietary anti-cheat software, advertised itself to the community as a potential solution. This was incredibly exciting to many in the community, including YouTubers who eagerly created videos about FACEIT and promoted it as the future of the game. However, Zesty was more than a little skeptical of FACEIT, which made tons of people in the community who viewed it like the second coming of Christ very upset. Zesty critiqued FACEIT for advertising itself as a casual experience despite being largely derivative of the game's competitive formats, for being deceptive about sponsorship deals they'd given YouTubers for promotion, and for having what he called a sketchy anti-cheat software.
I don't trust FACEIT that much, and I recommend that you don't either. Need I remind you, back in 2013, another gaming organization was caught mining Bitcoin on users' computers with their third-party client?
Zesty buckled down on his position on FACEIT, releasing another video lambasting FACEIT and various YouTubers for what he viewed to be a violent shilling campaign for a misleadingly advertised sketchy service. Though he was noticeably calmer in this video, Zesty pushed harder on the angle that FACEIT was being dishonest about sponsoring creators.
It seems as though the vast majority of popular opinions and attention about FACEIT are coming from people that either knew about FACEIT before its public beta release, indicating that they themselves were involved in its development somehow, or two, are likely being sponsored or compensated by FACEIT in some capacity.
In opposing the team behind the service and calling out other YouTubers who had worked with them, Zesty had made quite a lot of enemies in high places, and though his channel was small, the impact these videos had on FACEIT's reputation was anything but. This led to Zesty eventually getting into a public spat with FACEIT on Twitter, replying to a meme they posted to say, "Fewer out-of-touch tweets aren't going to save this dying platform." Then the company's social media manager, Shork, responded to Zesty's complaint with a "cry about it" meme, to which Zesty said, They actually need to work on this platform if they want it to succeed, but I guess they're just relying on their social media to direct more transient traffic to it instead. In the moment, some viewed this whole interaction and the offense Zesty later seemed to have taken from the meme as petty and ridiculous. Zesty's use of a stone toss meme for the thumbnail of his video criticizing FACEIT drew the ire of some watchful eyes in the community. For the unaware, Stone Toss is a controversial comic artist who often satirizes sensitive social issues, often receiving the accusation from more left-leaning content creators that he is far-right or outright a Nazi.
Stone Toss is a semi-popular Nazi webcomic.
But since in this scenario, Zesty was fighting against the company's rollout into this beloved game backed by huge YouTubers, this uproar he made about FACEIT gained him a reputation as somewhat of a consumer advocate for the TF2 community. He was willing to express his opinion, even in the face of outright mockery and derision by everyone. And despite Zesty's hostile approach definitely leaving something to be desired, FACEIT's TF2 service has proven to be largely a failure and has not hosted a TF2 game in over 6 months, despite its continued success on social media and heavy funding. Which leaves the case to be made that Zesty was right on the money about the platform's longevity all along. However, this was only the beginning of Zesty Jesus' shenanigans. Perhaps one of Zesty's worst mistakes was to do an AMA on 4chan's TF2 general thread, officially putting him on their radar. His use of the Stone Toss meme and status as a hardcore anime fan makes his use of the site not much of a surprise to anyone, but unfortunately revealing himself as a poster proved short-sighted. Of course, many in the TF2 general community quickly embraced and continued to herald Zesty as our guy, a real and honest creator amongst a sea of money-hungry phonies, as they put it. However, many other posters in the thread wound up noticing that, on top of being highly opinionated, Zesty had a tendency to get very mad at games, especially when he gets targeted. This marked the moment trolls decided to start stream sniping him and DDoSing Zesty every time he goes live, a tradition that carries on today and has caused him to periodically retire from streaming the game from time to time. The annoyance this caused was the catalyst of Zesty's first cancelable offense. While venting in frustration about stream snipers in a private Discord, Zesty referred to those harassing him as mentally ill French T-slurs. This spelled trouble. By this point, Zesty had accumulated a surprising amount of attention for how small of a channel he was, and honestly still is. Him and his antics became one of the most popular things to discuss in the game's VG threads, and plenty of responses have been made to his more opinionated videos. Perhaps most notably was this autistic war between him and another YouTuber named Array7, where the two went back and forth making response videos to each other, arguing over whether TF2 had any future as a competitive game. That being said, none of what's happened so far would even begin to compare to the next chapter in Zesty's career. Catching wind of the slur incident and Zesty's growing status as a content creator, a smaller YouTuber named Whammo then out of nowhere produced a call-out video on Zesty Jesus titled TF2's Worst YouTuber. This video criticized Zesty for being transphobic, evidenced by his previously mentioned use of the T-slur, being ableist, evidenced by him referring to a player he was mad at in-game as a mong.
Don't sit there and farm, you mom!
Oh, and if you didn't catch that, Zesty called JPEG a mong, which is actually a slur for a mentally disabled person.
Being fat-phobic, evidenced by him once writing that fat chicks eat their feelings. Being racist, evidenced by 2017 tweets in which he wrote the N-word with a soft A. And being a bully, for getting a pro TF2 player kicked from his game lobby for farming. This video went somewhat viral in the TF2 community and had a massively negative effect on not only Zesty Jesus' channel, but Whammo's channel as well. And due to the massive heat it received, Whammo later renamed it to TF2's Toxic YouTuber. I guess he thought that was more palatable than worse. It should be noted that by this point, Whammo didn't have the greatest reputation in the community either. To many, he was seen as a sensationalist and clickbait YouTuber, with some even finding it laughable that he saw himself fit to criticize someone else's content and ethics, given his history of taking sketchy gambling sponsorships on his videos when he was younger. His relationship with FACEIT was also called into question. Zesty, being the abrasive personality he is, of course couldn't resist but to reply to Whammo's video with a stream, briefly re-uploaded to his channel, and with a couple of tweets. To summarize, Zesty defended his language against fat women by saying that they were old private comments he regrets making, largely inspired by his own weight loss journey, and stated that the old tweet using the N-word was a reference to the Eric Andre show.
The first tweet was a direct quote from the Eric Andre show that I tweeted out because it was funny. And then the second tweet is me complaining about a homework assignment. Apparently that makes me racist.
He also said that the pro player who he supposedly had gotten kicked for farming was known by the server owner for causing trouble, and that he was booted independently of Zesty's input. Perhaps most interesting, Zesty called out Whammo for being friendly to him in private DMs, even acting like a fan prior to creating this hit piece that tore both of them down. Zesty also detailed the hate he got following Whammo's video release. He describes his personal phone getting flooded, and even briefly sheds a tear describing videos of animal gore and child gore people had sent to his work email. Whammo eventually removed the video, citing the facts that that both him and Zesty had begun getting death threats and gore videos sent to them. However, Whammo's attempts to mend the bridge between them was never successful, as Zesty's perception of him had been irreversibly tainted. Whammo and Zesty have both failed to substantially grow their channels since this drama went down, with Whammo eventually leaving TF2 altogether to start a new channel, Internet Anarchist. This fresh start has been a massive commercial success for Whammo, with his new identity as a Sunny V2 type channel, and a well-publicized feud with Aiden Ross helping him gain nearly 250,000 subscribers in less than a year. But Zesty, meanwhile, has been left picking up the pieces of his part-time TF2 YouTuber career, dealing with continued harassment from not just 4chan trolls, but also trans activists on Twitter, all while managing his real-world job. Zesty has stated that since this hit piece happened, he has had his workplace targeted and withstood many concentrated attempts people have made to get him fired. He also claims that one of his harassers once left a physical note on his front door, and that he now owns a 9mm handgun for personal protection. Nevertheless, this newfound paranoia doesn't seem to have stopped him from speaking his mind in the slightest. For one, Zesty has recently engaged in a bit of a war against the game's community workshop. For those who don't know, T-Fortress 2 has a system called the Workshop where fan-made items can be inducted into the game to be sold for a split of revenue between their creators and Valve. This has long been a great way for the game's community and its developers to mutually benefit from one another. However, in recent years, TF2's official support has taken a bit of a decline in activity, and its updates have largely dwindled to seasonal hat crates composed entirely of fan-made items, some of which Zesty considered to be of less than stellar quality or unfitting of TF2's art style. His most common criticism is that the creators of the new items add stuff to the game without taking into account the game's art style or being lazy through the use of clip art and stock images. He even started doing streams where viewers can send in workshop items to be rated by him. Zesty's crusades against the degradation of standards on the workshop has ruffled a lot of people's feathers, with members of workshop communities like the Emporium criticizing him for using his platform to attack and quote-unquote harass people much less popular than him. His rebuttal to this is that he's never intended or instructed people to harass anyone, only criticized them on his own, and that anything is fair game for criticism when you're posting it publicly in an attempt to get it added into a beloved game and profit off of it, which TF2 community contributors tend to do. Since then, however, Zesty has picked up the habit of regularly clarifying to his audience that he doesn't condone harassment of anyone's item he covers in order to absolve himself. On December 4th, 2022, he finally chose to properly address the last of his allegations, being transphobia and a twit longer. I typed the word T-slur a handful of times inside of my Discord. This was in response to a group of cheaters / stream snipers that would bother me while streaming. It was a group centered on 4chan. They were also transgender. They were also French. I called them French T-slurs out of anger as a result. I also typed T-slur in regards to saying they aren't femboys, and also saying that at some point that I didn't realize it's a slur. I also juxtaposed mentally ill with T-slur, which led people to believe that I think transgender people are mentally ill. And I think I typed T-slur once when referring to a weapon name that contained the word in TF2. All of this was nearly 2 years ago. Someone screenshotted this, and it's been circulating the web ever since. I offended people by using the T-slur, which I do understand is an offensive word. It wasn't my intention to offend people, and I'm sorry if I did. I'm not transphobic in any way. I genuinely don't care how people live their lives, nor do I hold the belief that transgender people are mentally ill. I called this group of cheaters / stream snipers mentally ill because I believe it takes a certain level of mental depravity to go out of your way to stalk and harass someone online. However, when people began replying with instances of him liking posts from far-right provocateur Matt Walsh, Zesty's defense seemed to only make things worse in the eyes of the Twitter mob formed around him. I don't believe trans women should compete in the same sports leagues as biological women. I agree with Matt Walsh in that children should be treated very differently when it comes to identifying as trans. I don't hate trans people, no matter how much you want to believe it. The lengths you go to constantly hunt my profile for this is honestly disturbing. You dig through my likes and follows. It's not healthy to be this obsessed with someone. Move on. If you didn't know, invoking Matt Walsh might as well be invoking Hitler on Twitter. So despite his best efforts to convince them otherwise, people still widely consider Zesty a transphobe on par with someone like J.K. Rowling. And if anything, his reputation as such is worse than ever before. To many who feel upset with the modern state of TF2, Zesty Jesus remains an underdog champion, but through his brashness and his habit of feeding trolls, he's also quickly become a punching bag for many of the game's popular community figures. He routinely gets mocked by content creators several times bigger than him, such as Soundsmith ratioing him with a trans rights image, and Uncle Dane commenting on a compilation of him getting stream sniped with LOL. Solar Light, a TF2 YouTuber with a sub count over double that of Zesty's, tweets about him constantly, and even once ran a campaign to get him suspended from Twitter. And he's often ruthlessly mocked by thousands of others on the platform, despite his attempts to defend himself and apologize for his wrongdoings. This post he made lamenting on the removal of the image spray system was brigaded by people calling him a Nazi and a porn addict. And in general, making fun of Zesty has become one of the community's favorite pastimes that's always guaranteed to bring laughs, no matter how far you take it. This user made it to the front page of the TF2 Reddit by spending $100 to display a message to everyone playing the game at one time that Zesty Jesus sucks cock. and trans rights? Or how about people making fake AI apology videos by cloning his voice? The lengths people go to shit on him honestly sometimes gets a little bit creepy. Zesty's streaming audience is pretty humble, but he seems to sometimes have a habit of not realizing who might be listening. And well, when you're a public figure, you kind of have to be worried. He has a lot of hate watchers who constantly clip him to try and get him in trouble anytime he makes a small remark about another creator he might not like. They claim Zesty is commanding waves of targeted harassment, despite the fact that his Twitch usually only broadcasts to about 100 viewers at a time. He's now attempted to change gears in his videos about TF2 item submissions, focusing more on praising good community-made items rather than tearing down bad ones, but that doesn't seem to have had any effect on his reputation. Most recently, he's taken a stand defending decals in game. Basically, TF2 has a system where you can upload user-made images to the game and put them on certain items, such as a melee weapon sign or a badge worn on your character's chest. And there's recently been tons of talk in the community about how these sorts of things should be removed due to the fact they are sometimes used to display hate symbols. In response to this trend, Zesty did a whole video in June defending this feature's existence and pointing out that, though he is in support of a toggle to disable displaying them for streamers, removing decals altogether would be kind of silly since they've existed for over a decade now and are a pretty well-established part of the game. Overall, it doesn't seem like Zesty's planning to stop ruffling feathers anytime soon. However, despite this hate he gets and the hate that people claim he's responsible for, there's a case to be made that on top of having one of the most memorable runs in the TF2 community, Zesty has also maybe had more of a positive impact on the game than most other TF2 YouTubers. People in the TF2 community have loved to criticize and call Zesty's maturity into question ever since he began expressing opinions about the ecosystem and community surrounding the game. But the workshop content in-game has gotten measurably better since he started his tirade against it. And some have even pointed out the facts that items he specifically praises have often been getting added. In a video released shortly before the Smithmas 2022 update, he specifically showcased 6 cosmetics, all of which were then added to the game just a couple of weeks later. In the midst of this video being made, the summer 2023 update also released, featuring one of the most slick weapon war paint cases the game has seen in a long time, which some members of the Emporium have blasted for being too safe and dubbed the Zesty Jesus collection. This suggests that the attention Zesty directs towards items he likes is actually having an impact on what gets added in the game, which is more than can be said of a lot of other creators. Additionally, the Smithmas 2022 case is widely considered to be one of the best the game has received in years. There's no way around it. Despite the torrential hate and harassment he and his family gets for it, Zesty's policy of publicly dissuading bad cosmetics and affirming good ones seems to be doing good for the game. His impulse to explain himself does often dig his hole deeper. But all in all, he's for better or for worse definitely one of the most interesting people to come out of the scene and has become one of the most notable creators in the TF2 community in a very long time. He's definitely done a lot of brash and easy to criticize things, and there's no denying he often puts himself in the line of fire by expressing his opinions so flagrantly. And frankly, he makes himself a pretty big target with his weird anime branding. Like, bro, what is this? You didn't need to do this. But whether you see Zesty as a desperate lolcow or just an interesting online personality, it should go without saying that no one is deserving of having their workplace contacted and being harassed in the real world over video game opinions and old tweets and Discord messages. Getting mean comments on your ugly Vor Pride TF2 skin doesn't constitute harassment either. I've been Jerky Jom, and until next time, squeeze me a bone.
Hey, what's up guys? I thought I'd go ahead and give you a tour of my Minecraft house. I just recently finished it, and I thought I'd go ahead and show you guys what it's all about.
I do things without intention, and if in the future, me or Sapnap or George do anything like that, or anything that is offensive, we're just trying to have fun. We're just trying to play a block game. We had no intention to offend anybody.
All it is him making up excuses, or him getting himself into more drama because he just can't resist.
Dream was just getting cancelled for something really stupid, and then he was accused of being racist.
Oh shit.
Dream on the platform for the past, I would say, about a year or so. He's been doing really good. I mean, his channel has about...
Addressing the Dream situation and his mention of lynching. Trigger warning, slavery, lynching, and death.
Dream did cheat on his speedruns, but he's also speedrunning getting canceled for the highest amount of times in the quickest amount of time.
I have a dream that one day people will stop complaining about Dream for absolutely no reason.
Dream. He's one of the most popular people on YouTube right now. If you ask any kid to name an ECL YouTuber, there's a good chance that he's the one they'll give as an example. And for good reason. His channel has exploded in the last year and a half, surpassing milestone after milestone. He's far outgrown the Minecraft genre and community, now being considered a mainstream YouTuber to many, on the same level as someone like PewDiePie or Markiplier. Today, he has more than 23 million subscribers, and his average views per video is about double that. He's also recently expanded into music with his songs Road Trip and Mask.
That's what the point of the mask is.
Damn, that's so deep, bro. You like wear a mask? Holy shit. But chances are, if you're not one of his fans, then the only reason you know of him is due to his long list of controversies. From infamously cheating in a Minecraft speedrun to supposedly fostering an audience of toxic degenerates. Commentary channels have had a field day making videos about him. There's basically a genre that's just dedicated to making videos about Dream at this point. That's how much of a pull he has.
I was defending Dream because it's pretty clear to me that he was in the right through most of this. Like, I don't think the guy is racist. I don't think that he's promoting unhealthy behavior because he got rid of his medicine in his music video. I just thought this entire controversy was pretty stupid.
One of the more talked about cycles for Dream is that of his cancellation. It seems like every other day, people are mad at him for something, mostly on Twitter. Due to a variety of jokes and statements that Dream himself has made, he's managed to build up a decent backlog of things that more progressive members of his audience have been known to call him out for. Through these events, we can gaze a little deeper into Dream's brain to discover a sad truth that is also prevalent with many other YouTubers. Dream is fucking spineless. So why don't we take a look at a bunch of examples of that? One of the biggest appeals to Dream's content is his interactions with other YouTubers. The banter and camaraderie are part of what exploded his videos so much in the first place. While he on his own is, of course, able to pull an audience, his time with his friends is where he really shines. It's also why many of his popular uploads struck a chord with viewers. While playing Minecraft on stream with two of his pals, Dream decided to perform a war cry, as did other people in the call. This seems like just another funny stream moment, right? Who cares? Who would find this upsetting or angering? In response to this, however, some of his fans were very upset, saying that he was perpetuating a racist stereotype about Native Americans because of this clip. After a long night of peaceful, dreaming, Dream woke up to see that people were angry at him. So he decided to post some pretty charged tweets to his account. Native Americans don't own screaming while flicking your tongue around. Of course, war is offensive. People die. Saying Viva la Resistance is, I'm sure, offensive to French people. Plus, I literally have Native American in my blood. If you're offended, fuck off. I literally could care less. It's not offensive, and I don't want to be a baby. Get off my account if you want to critique people for having fun in a block game. It's not education. War cries are across every race, sexual orientation, and creed. SpongeBob isn't any less offensive. Sometimes, people need to recognize that not everything they see on the internet is true. Educate yourselves. It may seem dumb to reiterate what he just said, but let's just make sure we have it down. Dream is saying that he didn't do anything offensive or mean or wrong here. He says that everything is offensive to someone, specifically citing that saying Viva la Resistance could be offensive to some French people. But he doesn't want to cater to everyone. He made a dumb joke. If you're offended, you can go away, you can fuck off. Stop being a baby. This feels more like a defense of Filthy Frank or iDubbbz or Leafy in 2016. It doesn't feel like something a YouTuber in the modern age would do. So why does this matter? Well, about a day later, Dream went live to his Twitch viewers and decided to apologize for his behavior in these tweets. He says that he was too mean, and that he now understands why people were being upset. He also specifically compares the clip to something that happened in SpongeBob, just like he did in the prior tweets.
There was a tweet about it that it's fine, it was respectful, people were being respectful about it and saying they're offended and that it's appropriating Native American culture and stuff like that. And obviously, I have no intention to do that, and I had no intention to do that. Again, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend anybody, and had I not woken up to people calling me a racist and that I don't deserve support and all stuff like that, I probably would have just replied to that original tweet and said, hey, I'm sorry for, offending you. I didn't mean to.
But the tone here is much different. He is not angry anymore. Now, we have an understanding Dream. He says that, he never intended to appropriate Native American culture. He even says that he's sorry. This is an important turning point in Dream's career. Prior to this, he was willing to tell people who tried to cancel him on Twitter to fuck off. But here, he decides to back down.
Now, I personally don't think he needed to even address this. He should have just kept it at his original statement.
While seemingly innocuous at the time, retrospectively, this was an important sign for what was to come. Every YouTuber wants to appeal to their audience to a certain extent, to seem interesting and relatable to a demographic who wants to hear from them. But the line between appealing and pandering can get somewhat blurry the larger you get. Let's turn back the clock a year to May 19, 2020. Dream uploads the video Minecraft Speedrunner vs 3 Hunters Rematch. It would seem to be another innocuous Minecraft speedrun from Dream, where he plays the game and makes some jokes. Videos like this often have music accompanying certain segments to make them feel more cinematic and exciting. It's a part of storytelling. So, in this video, during a chase scene, Dream picked a song titled Navajo Race, a tune which, in some ways, imitates Native American music.
Oh, come here, Dream. Oh my god. Guys, leave me be!
Obviously, the song is being used here to elevate the drama of the video, to make it exciting. In adventure movies like Indiana Jones or The Mummy, similar music would be found, so Dream wanted to emulate that. This would seem to be a pretty innocent use, right? Well, unfortunately, K-pop Twitter had a different idea. Hi everyone, I wanted to talk about this thing I saw in one of Dream's past Manhunt videos. In the video, Minecraft Speedrunner vs 3 Hunters Rematch, Dream used a specific soundtrack called Navajo Race. What's wrong with that? Our ceremony songs are sacred to our culture. To put them in a song that's supposed to be some type of Indiana Jones type music is disrespectful. The person making this tweet doesn't seem to be malicious, right? It doesn't seem like they want this to be a career-defining or career-ending moment for Dream, but they do make an unreasonable assertion that Dream was being disrespectful with his use of the music. It's dumb, and as a result, the majority of the YouTube community reacted to the situation with either confusion as to what the issue was, or criticized the person for their take.
It shouldn't matter. What may be sacred to you shouldn't dictate what he listens to. And if that bothers you, well, tough titties. You have your beliefs, I have mine.
Now, this right here is where it should have ended. He apologized, and again, I don't think he should have apologized for something so stupid, but this is Dream, alright? He pretty much apologizes for anything that people get mad about. That's just what he does. Well, after he apologized, this person responded by saying this: "Y'all let a white man ratio me."
Despite the support of the community in this situation, Dream decided to apologize for the use of the music, was unaware, and was just looking for fitting music as always. Thank you for telling me. Here, he bypasses the commentators and the rest of YouTube completely, in exchange for satisfying his fanbase of middle schoolers, who think that tweeting with content warnings is social activism. Over this 8-month period, Dream's channel had gone from 6 million subscribers to over 17 million. His channel size almost tripled, and his fan base was growing stronger with every video and tweet, especially the ones calling them his kittens. As a result, we can speculate that he became better accustomed to the new size of his fandom, and realized how best to make them happy, at the cost of his true feelings on the subject, which he quickly deleted and apologized for once he got some backlash. If apologizing for using a song, not a racist song or a mean song or a stolen song, but simply a song that someone found upsetting, is no big deal to Dream over here, then what else is he willing to apologize for? This brings us to the present day, with some of Dream's more recent controversies. Oh wow, this one actually made the news with reputable sources like Dexerto talking about it. Well, surely this one is important then, right? Right? Addressing the Dream situation and his mention of lynching, an education thread. Well, fuck, this is a serious one for sure. I mean, shit, you know? Now, it's real. On Friday, during Captain Sparkle's stream, Dream said, "I say that they are a bunch of cheaters and we lynch them," when referring to people who were cheating and finding loopholes during MCC's Ace race.
I'm sure he expected all of this when he made this casual server.
Yeah, I mean, I say they're a bunch of cheaters and we lynch them.
I do agree they should be banned from competing for cheating on the practice server.
I understand the lighthearted tone, but lynching is not the right word to use, especially in joking. This word carries a lot of weight in the black community. I thought more people understood the weight of this word, but it's okay. I'm here to educate. Well, I appreciate your education, but I have to disagree. This is a bit of a sensitive one, so let's take a little bit of a big-brained look at this one, okay? I must be completely honest. I, as a young educated, principled individual do not understand the outrage here. If Dream had been making a joke on his platform in a very mean and rude and offensive way, if Dream had been saying that he wants to do the act mentioned prior to, let's say, a man of African American descent, then I would completely understand being upset. That being said, the word in this situation was being used in a completely acceptable context. He was simply saying, in a joking manner, that he wants to punish cheaters. If you personally are hurt by the use of a word regardless of the context, that is okay. However, I don't think you should discourage or put down others from using that word altogether when its use is not inherently harmful to you, or offensive, or mean, or bad. Now, I'm gonna give you guys 3 seconds to tell me if Dream apologized. Okay, you know what? Let's start the timer. He apologized. Yeah, he apologized. Instantly. Yeah, I realized after I had said it that it wasn't at all the right word for me to use and regretted it instantly. I was thinking of the popular game Town of Salem when I said it. Definitely not okay though, and I apologize for that. Out of my vocabulary. I mean, with this one, it's just night and day, right? People got mad, he gave right in. It's so mind-blowing to me how this guy repeatedly apologizes for doing nothing wrong. I am having a hard time dreaming today, okay? And Dream is having an easy time pandering, toe-sucking. It's starting to take a toll on me, actually. I'm starting to feel like, you know, maybe I've been wrong this whole time. Maybe I myself need to apologize. Maybe I just need to see things the way that Dream does. You know, maybe I could learn a thing or two. I'm sorry, guys. You know, I'm sorry for everything I've said. There's a lot of it, okay? We both know there's a lot of it. I'm sorry for all of it. I would like to formally apologize to my audience.
I'm very sorry, and I apologize for the inconvenience of me not giving up. What you think?
The most recent apology from Dream comes in the form of a tweet. Simple, yet somehow even more infuriating and stupid as the rest of what I've discussed here. As many of you will already be aware, Dream recently released a music video for his new song. I'll spare you any more of the actual song.
That's what the point of the
Gotcha. Enjoy your bleeding eardrums. Keep in mind, I had to listen to the whole fucking thing to make this video. In the video, there's a part where Dream is taking his normal pills, presumably a reference to ADHD medication. When called out for this on Twitter, Dream responded by saying, "They really be like." He visualized his personal experience as a kid with ADHD and medication for it. Disgusting. Drugs. Ayo, turn that shit up, Charles. This tweet made a lot of people upset as a result. Dream Out was trending, as well as Dream_Goodbye. They were really angry at him. So Dream then apologized by saying the following. Felt like this was important for me to say. I'm sorry that my reply earlier that contained me saying drugs could be harmful to black members of the community. I completely understand why, and that wasn't my intention at all. I deleted it, and will be more careful in the future. Does anyone else feel like the apology is the racist part of this? Like, okay, in the first tweet, he was just making a little joke at the end of his rant, right? But in the second one, he's basically saying that references to drugs or music are offensive to the black community. I'm not sure if the racist guy is the person confused as to why anyone is angry with the initial tweet, or if the real racist is the person who automatically associated drugs with black people.
I have no idea how drugs, with the music emojis around it, had anything to do to being harmful to black members of your community, Dream. Like, to even tweet that out, to type that all out and tweet it, read it and be like, yeah, that's alright, you're gonna tweet that one out for everyone to see.
I mean, so many of the replies I can find about this on Twitter is just everyone being confused as to what he is even apologizing for or how all of this started. Every time he apologizes, it feels like he's trying to make himself look like this virtuous victim. Wow, guys, he's apologizing for nothing. Cancel culture is so crazy. But this is all his choice, and rest assured, it's by design. I feel like I'm gonna be put in a straitjacket with how crazy this dude makes me feel sometimes. Was all of this just an attempted virtue signal? Probably, yeah. Probably it was. Okay, it definitely was. Am I calling Dream racist? No, I don't really think he is. What I am saying is that by bending over backwards for some freaks on Twitter, he inadvertently made himself look really fucking ignorant. Tisk tisk, bro. You posted a cringe. But why does he do all of this? Well, to put it simply, Dream only stands to gain from pandering to these people. Satisfying demographics made up by, like, me or the rest of the YouTube community has never been in his interest. As long as he keeps his own viewers happy, he will have a revolving door of sycophants to fawn over him and, post shit like this. I couldn't show this on YouTube even if I wanted to. But of course, Dream is not the only one. Recently, one of his pals, Carl Jacobs, decided to apologize for being a fan of the controversial streamer Ice Poseidon. A few tweets were posted calling him out, and as a result, he caved instantly.
Well, it turns out that back in 2018, Carl Jacobs used to be a huge fan of Ice Poseidon, and people even found out that Carl used to stream snipe Ice Poseidon during his IRL streams. So people on Twitter were absolutely furious with Carl Jacobs because he had associated himself with Ice Poseidon in the past.
The guy he was apologizing for enjoying is Ice Poseidon, someone who was one of the biggest streamers on Twitch just a few years ago. While he did have a lot of edgy shit in his vlogs, I would struggle to call him remotely racist. Carl stream sniped him and appeared in one of his streams years ago. He was a big fan of him at some point, but he slowly distanced himself from Ice publicly and hadn't mentioned him in a while. But once these fucking losers on Twitter dug up a chat log of him referencing Ice, it was all over. They got thousands of likes, he made a twit longer about it, and from there, his fans either started to deep throat him, or say shit like, "Reminder, if you weren't part of the people affected by this, it's not your place to accept his apology." Shut the fuck up! How the hell is this person? Daisy, 19 years old. You are college age, and your brain is fucking mush. The only thing Carl needs to apologize for, as far as I'm concerned, is his shitty fucking grilled cheese on the Mr. Beast menu. Dude, this is not a grilled cheese, okay? This is just bread and cheese. I have this in my fridge. But, of course, the stans must have their way. And with how quickly these YouTubers respond and cower in fear at them, fucking trembling. I mean, honestly, who could blame them for thinking that they'll get what they want? And you know, you could go even farther than Carl if you really wanted to. You could be like Drew Gooden and donate $15,000 when someone finds some dumbass joke you made. I lost 3 followers when I tweeted this, but I think it's so funny. Me, talking to a cute Asian girl. Boy, I sure am glad my eyes aren't slanted like that, so I can see how pretty you are. Girl, ching chong. Alright, so you know, this is edgy, okay, this is dumb. Some may call it cringe, you know, a little bit out there, but at the end of the day, this is clearly a joke, a meme. It sounds so stupid and plays into a stereotype so heavily that, like, of course it's just him fucking around.
I just wanted to genuinely apologize because I'm really ashamed of myself for this, and I'm sorry for letting you guys down.
15 fucking grand. Okay, you know what? Maybe Drew actually feels bad. Tell you what, as a white representative for the Asian community, I will also be accepting $15,000 to my PayPal, effective immediately. Thank you. I don't think any of these people realize that right now, it's just their past associations being put on the cross. But with every apology, they grow closer to being nailed there themselves. If any of these guys have skeletons in their closet, they will come out eventually. Whether you want to be honest about your tomfoolery or simply give in to the mob and let them send you to the gallows is ultimately up to you. Wait, what's this? Dream everything in Minecraft 1.15. Wow, this is an old video. Why was I sent this?
You may have noticed my hand. This is very interesting. We have Steve for guys, and we have Alex for girls. But they just recently added Tyrone. Now this is a good change. I know there's gonna be a lot of people that love this change. And they're gonna love it. Make sure you make do not
This guy used to fucking rock. And as fake YouTuber apology after fake YouTuber apology rolls in, for a time, the appetites of the stans will be satiated. Not by this shitty fucking bread and cheese though. Jesus Christ, fuck this. As the parasocial relationship grows stronger, eventually each and every one of these people's fan bases will eat them alive. I, meanwhile, will simply be alone in my dark bedroom, sipping a Monster, playing on my PSP, watching it all burn. I've been Turkey Tom. Thanks for watching. And until next time, leave me alone. One of the most successful gaming YouTubers right now is someone you're likely already familiar with, Quackity. He's been on the platform for a while and his content has changed a ton in that time, moving from community to community. But despite his various evolutions, he is currently at his most successful point ever, with more than 6 million subscribers on YouTube alone. Through his videos and Twitch streams, he's built an extremely loyal and passionate fan base, one that follows him to any new project that he embarks on. But not all of his followers are happy. In fact, a vocal number of those from the older days of his channel feel extremely disappointed in the direction that his channel has taken. I don't care what anyone else says, his current fanbase has just become what he used to make fun of, all thanks to Dream. Is he happy doing what he's doing, or is he desperately trying to appeal to the YouTube algorithm and generalizing his content because he's financially dependent on this thing he lost passion for? It's not hard to find post after post from people who used to really like his videos, but now declare him a sellout. This is a phenomenon that most creators who transition into a new area or style of video will experience at one point or another. You accumulate a wide audience who enjoys one style of content and watches you for that. And once you switch, even if you are met with more success than before, some people are just bound to be alienated. They tune into your socials less and less until they forget you were ever in their feeds. Or they become bitter at your change and your success. Not all of those who used to enjoy his videos feel this way, but there is a persistent narrative that Quackity sold out to the masses once he began making Minecraft content with the likes of the Dream SMP crowd. But to understand whether or not he moved on to these newer videos as a natural evolution of his style, or decided to turn himself into a wet, slippery hole for the Minecraft fans to shove themselves into relentlessly, we have to go all the way back to the beginning of his channel. Quackity began his time on YouTube almost a decade ago. Within games like Club Penguin and Toontown, he would make narrative skits that were then posted to his channel. Commonly referred to as machinimas, these were story-driven videos with unique characters, done completely within the bounds of whatever game he chose.
This is so boring.
Why do you say that?
You don't know what it feels to just stand here and give Toons things to do, since you are new here.
Hey man, don't mess with my girl.
Over the next few years, he would continue making videos within the realm of the Toontown community and actually garnered some moderate success, with nearly 10,000 subs by the end of 2014. The videos aren't anything amazing, however, there is a certain charm to them that older viewers of YouTube and gaming content will pick up on. But with Toontown servers being shut down a year prior, and the game already being very dated, it was clear that there was a ceiling for success, one that he was rapidly approaching. It was at this point that he set his sights on broadening his appeal. While he had experimented with the format prior, Roblox Sucks would be a turning point in the history of the channel. At more than 8 minutes in length, the video was essentially a half troll of Roblox fans and a half satire on the game itself.
After a few minutes of trying to run over people, a cop came up saying,
Who wants to go to jail?
"That is the most stupid thing I've ever heard." so I agreed to be taken to jail.
Something about this video really struck a chord with viewers. Maybe it was the fact that he doesn't dwell on any one thing for too long, frequently changing the background music to help the pacing. Or maybe it was the presence of text-to-speech making the delivery of each line feel just that much more awkward. Or maybe those viewing it found it genuinely hilarious outside of any production choices. Ah, the days when Quackity HQ used text-to-speech. Back when Quackity was good. Whatever the case, the video was a success and gave him a clear indication of where to go from here. He continued making videos where he acted out a number of community skits with games like Roblox, as well as further expanding his content to the realm of commentary on internet culture. When Leafy is Here and H3 got into a disagreement in 2016, he gave his own interesting take on it through a video where he satirized their fans' blind allegiance to whatever they say.
Hello there, guys. Leafy here. H3 is a fucking asshole on the internet.
We're not fucking assholes.
Yes, you are. I have now leaked all our conversation.
You may have noticed that up until this point, there haven't been any clips of Quackity using his voice. This is because, for the longest time, he actually didn't even use his own voice, opting instead to go for text-to-speech programs to read out whatever he needed in his videos. But it would be when the commentary community was at its complete peak that he decided to reveal his voice and try his hand at making videos talking about the state of the platform and various community happenings.
The topic I want to talk about today is drama. Now, according to Wikipedia, drama is a specific mode of narrative, typically fictional representation. Wikipedia, that's not the definition I'm looking for.
These experimentations and evolutions to his content would prove to be a recipe for big success. Not only had his skits changed to take place in more contemporary games, but thanks to the inclusion of his voice, he was now more relatable to viewers. They had something tangible about his personality to grasp onto. As for his sense of humor, he wasn't particularly controversial in the jokes he made, but he didn't shy away from poking the bear either, often making fun of fans of a particular piece of media. As 2016 came to a close, he managed to pass 100,000 subscribers. While this number may seem more commonplace now, at the time it was a major achievement to have passed the milestone. While his former associates like Leafy is Here faded from the cultural zeitgeist, his content continued evolving past its point. While Alex had always been somewhat of a troll, he had never truly shown his mischievous tendencies in videos. It's kind of funny that the next great chapter of his channel actually didn't come from anything he did on YouTube itself. Instead, it was from Twitch. His streams there, playing games like Roblox, were getting some serious traction, averaging a few thousand viewers on a good day. Seeing the potential to cause a little trouble, he began leveraging his live viewers against the games he played. Games like Roblox. In early 2017, he raided the forums, confusing those who weren't in on the joke and angering Roblox staff.
Everyone go on the same forum, go on ATR, and just spam unban Quackity is hot. Ready? Okay, post it. Everyone post it. Just post that shit. Post away.
Even though he had been banned by the platform, he persisted, rallying the audience to demand that he be unbanned. The phrase, "unban Quackity is hot," was spammed relentlessly across the Roblox forums, in comment sections, and on Twitter to the official Roblox account. Of course, this was all in vain. The phrase itself was eventually banned from even being typed on their service, and they repeatedly banned any account he made to circumvent the block. But, of course, that didn't really matter. What did matter is that he had found a new formula for success. He continued making other videos in the same vein, spending his time either raiding games like Roblox and Habbo Hotel, or partaking in what would likely be referred to as cringe culture. Making fun of stereotypically cringe online demographics became his bread and butter.
I personally never thought it could get any worse than whatever the hell this was. Or whatever the hell this was. It's kind of embarrassing, really, that we don't learn from our mistakes. We don't realize that our actions have consequences. And this is one of the consequences of those actions.
He kept on posting videos in the same style for over a year following the initial Roblox raids. But this is what marks the end of what many call the golden age of his content. At the end of 2018, he had more than 1 million subscribers, all of which had become accustomed to a certain style of gaming content. He would do a little trolling, tell a few jokes, pump out a few memorable memes, and that was really what his fans were there for. But all of that was about to change with the introduction of his Discord talent show videos.
In 2018 and 2019, one of the most popular forms of content on YouTube was an evolution of the standard reaction video. Basically, a bunch of friends would sit in a Discord call and react to a subreddit or Twitter account and crack some jokes at the subject's expense. These videos were wildly popular. His friends, like Wild Spartans, basically ran the concept into the ground with how many videos they posted in the same format. Seeing an opportunity for a piece of that pie to belong to him, Alex created a formula for a video series that, looking back, was honestly genius. He would gather some of his fellow content creator friends into a call to react to a Discord talent show. The entire format was basically built off of viewer interaction, making it seem like basically anyone could talk to their favorite creator by trying to impress them in a comedic display of skill. Meanwhile, the name recognition of having someone like KSI in the title was all he needed to get first-timers to his channel to click. He maintained some of the sense of humor and recognizable editing style, but ditched the gaming stuff for something with even more potential. Just a few friends talking and laughing.
Say, Quaxity was just like, my last one got copyright claimed and I need money, and we were like, whatever.
My name's not Quaxity. God damn it.
As an apology, I'm gonna say your name 100,000 times.
These videos proved to be huge successes. The most popular out of all of them has 12 million views and counting. So, he kept posting videos like it and really never looked back. But all trends do eventually come to an end. Eventually, his collaborators like Tommy Parsons stopped making videos just calling on Discord because something else was on the horizon. After years of decline, Minecraft made a huge comeback online. Spearheaded by newcomers like Jschlat and familiar faces like PewDiePie, the game exploded again in a way no one really could have predicted. And possibly the most popular creator in this renaissance of block-based content would be Dream. In under 2 years, the Dream channel went from 1 million subscribers to just shy of 30 million. His growth has been absolutely astronomical, and as a result, his crew of fellow Minecrafters have also been able to tag along on the way to success. Tommy Innit, Tubbo, Bad Boy Halo, Sapnap, and George Not Found are just a few of the names commonly associated with the Dream SOP, and they frequently star with his namesake in videos and streams.
Oh my god!
Don't let him get it.
Do not let him get that, George.
The analytics on these videos is actually insane. Dream is currently defining a generation of content online. But, along with that, has also come a certain stigma in some parts of the internet. With how big Dream's audience is, there are bound to be a few toxic individuals in the midst. Videos about the Dream fanbase subsequently became their own genre in 2020. Commentary channels reported on how his bloodthirsty fans supposedly harass those who criticize him and even cancel their own favorite creators for any minor offense in the name of social justice. It just so happens that people who don't like Dream stans also have a lot of overlap with Quackity's old viewer base. His videos about obnoxious internet stan bases had accrued a certain culture of deriding these obnoxious freaks. Naturally, it would only be a perfect recipe for alienation when Quackity began to collaborate with Dream.
Today, we try to beat Minecraft, but in a literal shopping cart. I got my friends Dream and George to help me beat the entire Minecraft game, but the one rule we have is that we have to be in the shopping cart model all the way through. And yes, it works. This was hilarious. It actually got super intense.
It's chasing! It's chasing! It's chasing! Run!
If you enjoyed this video, make sure to check if you're subscribed to the channel. It's free and it helps me make more content like this. I appreciate all the support and I hope you enjoy the video.
These videos attracted an entirely different audience. Instead of encouraging internet mischief, Quackity took a very friendly approach to his videos. He opts to avoid jabs that may offend his viewers and instead relies on being kind of random, obnoxious, and yelling. Much like Tommy Innit.
Okay, that's it. That was the trick. That was the trick. That was what I needed.
Now, I'd be lying if I said that this content is for me, because it's not. Maybe I'm too old for it. Maybe I'm too based and black-pilled for it. I don't really know. But I can't even pretend to like this shit. And it's very clear that many of his former fans feel the same way. Memes like this have become increasingly popular since he's moved on to this new style. On YouTube, a few video essays and commentary videos have even been released where he's accused of selling out to the highest bidder, supposedly choosing money over his fans or the content he wants to make.
Quackity's career reminds me of a game where you play as a main character, and in the sequel, that character is just an NPC you see occasionally drunk on their ass and homeless or some shit. Except, instead of being homeless, he's bathing in money. And I kind of get why people feel this way. It sucks when a content creator you love decides to do something new, especially when he is now, either intentionally or coincidentally, appealing to the very same cringe lords he used to make fun of. But suspend your frustration for a moment to consider this. Maybe he just needed a change. For his entire career, Quackity has been evolving his content, from Toontown videos to Roblox Sucks, text to speech skits, commentaries, Let's Plays, Discord's Got Talent, and now sort of normie Minecraft videos. He never seems to be happy getting too comfortable. He's always changing his approach. Could it be more likely that he just felt like he was at the end of his rope with his current stuff? Considering the sheer amount of raid and sucks content he posted over a 2-year period, you can hardly blame him for wanting to transition to something else. With enough people talking about their unhappiness with his current content, there was no way that Alex would be unaware of the feelings many of his older fans had. So he actually decided to address it on stream, where he outlined his thoughts pretty well.
There's been I've seen a lot of talk. I've seen a lot of talk of people like, people who used to be part of my community for years, back in the day. People say a lot of shit like, I miss older Quackity. I miss older Quackity. And I get it. I've been on the internet for 8 years. But let me explain to you from my perspective. Let me explain to you from my perspective how this has all worked for me in the 8 years that I've been on YouTube. I think the reason I've lasted so long and I've been doing content for so long is mainly because I change it up. I'm not constantly doing the same thing, and that obviously comes with the fact that sometimes what happens is people who were used to some type of content, the moment you start making new content, they don't like it anymore, and they're like, oh, I miss the old, I miss how this creator used to be. I miss like the old fucking content they made, and it makes sense. I think it's inherent for someone to long for content or for stuff that they used to like and are no longer getting. It makes sense. People are not going to be doing the same thing for a while because eventually they will get bored. I think as humans, we're all constantly changing, and that's kind of what I've been doing with my content, and that's the reason I'm still doing what I'm doing.
And on top of that, on his alternate Twitter account, he's posted a number of tweets expressing his content with the state of his career and the content he's making. The work I'm doing with lore right now is some of the most fun I've had creating content in 8 years of Quackity. To be able to add my own twist and style to telling all these different stories is a blessing, and I'm so proud of it. Thank you guys so much for the support. It makes sense that after so long of doing the same thing, he would get bored and want to move on. In a way, online content creators are artists. You don't want to make the same painting over and over, right? That freshness, that rush you get just fades away. Sure, Alex could have rode his initial wave of success into the sunset, but by that point, everyone would be bored of it. It would get old, it would get tired. You can only watch the same video so many times. Is he happy with what he's doing, or is he desperately trying to appeal to the algorithm and generalizing his content because he's financially dependent on the thing he lost passion for? The idea that Quackity was ever desperately trying to appeal to the algorithm is, well, pretty laughable. His videos have been successful for more than half a decade, to the point that no matter what he posts, he'll make a consistent living from it. While it's true that his content has changed a lot and only become more successful with time, he doesn't exactly strike me as someone super concerned with money or materialism. It's nice, but to a kid who spends all of his time playing Minecraft, what is all of the money really going to do? In actuality, the most likely explanation is that he wants to be the best at his job and appeal to more and more people. If he was betraying some part of himself, then that would be one thing. But he's not exactly pushing political messages through his videos. He makes dumb meme shit about video games. He really is not doing anything wrong. If you choose not to believe what he's saying here, then that's fine. But you're being a bit cringe. A little more suspect than a character from Among Us, if you ask me.
It was truly more sus than a character from Among Us. First off, he was accused of sexually abusing and grooming minors.
It's totally understandable to not like his current content. It's totally understandable to make fun of it. And it makes sense to even become annoyed when someone stops making a certain type of video. But to accuse him of selling out just feels wrong. Be happy that he ever made those great videos in the first place, rather than angry that he decided not to milk the very concept to death until everyone grew to hate it anyway.
Maybe someday this kind of content will change and maybe you guys will lose interest, right? But that is natural. But I think as long as I'm doing my best and putting my all into it, I think that's all that matters to me.
I have been Turkey Tom. Thanks for watching, and until next time, leave me alone.
This isn't the case of a 2-year age gap. This is a sophomore in college and a sophomore in high school being over DMs. And as I clearly shown here and in my video, he clearly knew Ivory's age and lied about it after the fact to get out of it.
So the worst case scenario isn't Pyro forgot to ask Ivory for his age, and now it's Pyro was well aware Ivory was a minor when this driven conversation took place.
If one person comes out below the age of 16, one single person from anywhere in the community that can prove what Ivory has proved so far, Pyro's.
But it turns out that more evidence and more information has come out on this story, and it does look very bad for Pyrocynical right now.
Okay, so, where were we? In my last video, I talked about the allegations against Pyrocynical, a popular YouTuber with more than 4 million subscribers who had some startling allegations made against him by a Twitter user by the name of Ivory Rasmus. There was a lot of turmoil around these allegations at the time, with many accusing Ivory of lying due to the way that they handled the allegations, which admittedly were not the best at first. That being said, the commentary community going on to call him a liar and a clout chaser, as well as calling the allegations that he had made about Pyrocynical false, was completely unjustified. On the 6th of December, I released a document on Twitter titled Proving Pyrocynical's Point, where I sought to dispel some criticisms made of myself and Ivory, as well as reveal some new information that Ivory seemed to more evidence. Today, I'll go over some of the major information from that document, as well as interject some of my own opinion and thoughts. On December 3rd, Ivory messaged me on Twitter to give me some more information. He alleged that he had found some old Discord messages with Pyrocynical's current girlfriend, Ida, who originally messaged Ivory to victim blame him and say that what had happened wasn't that bad. To prove that the messages were real, Ivory even clicked on Ida's account at the end of the video. Ivory sent me some very incriminating messages between him and Ida, where she clearly acknowledges his age. But the natural response to this would be that the messages are fake or that they are not from Ida. So let's prove that they are from him. Firstly, I'll show the Discord ID here for the sake of full transparency, as well as a scroll through of some of the most relevant DMs. And, just to be able to clearly see that the same Discord IDs have already been seen before, you can see the same group chat with Pyro and who Ivory alleged to me was Ida. Moving on to the messages, here's one point in them where Ivory of her and Pyrocynical doing a reverse image search for this with no results. This clearly shows that this image is unique at the very least. And, just to further add to the pile of proof, here's a post she made on Instagram one day prior where she's in the same room in the same room. And here, in another DM, I have a video of her. Now that I've demonstrated the veracity of the DMs, let's take a look at what they mean in tandem with Pyrocynical's greatest argument. Many have been under the impression that Ivory lied about his age, and that is why Pyrocynical decided to talk to him. After all, if he was under the impression that Ivory was older, then how could he be at fault? The most common misconception about this actually comes from Pyrocynical himself. He never once disclosed the fact that he was 15 at the time he exchanged his next. There are multiple things that discount this claim from Pyrocynical, both from the DMs between Ivory and Pyrocynical, and in the DMs between Ivory and his girlfriend.
Ida. Here, we see Ivory not only say that he is a minor, but also a message from clearly sending his Twitter bio to Pyrocynical, at which point he would have been 16 years of age, and Pyrocynical would have been 9. In the newer leaked messages between Ivory and Ida, before he turned 16, we see her acknowledge that he is clearly 15 years of age, showing that he wasn't lying to her at the very least about his age. Not only this, but the DM seems to be alluding to Pyro and Ivory forming some kind of relationship. Ivory says that Pyro is talking about more real-life stuff, but okay, how bad could it be? We don't know the full intent of these messages, right? Well, it gets worse. Here, Ida clearly said she doesn't think it is unrealistic for Pyro at age 19 to be in a relationship with Ivory at age 50. They both clearly acknowledged Ivory's age just minutes ago in these messages. So, for Pyro to not know Ivory's age, 5 conditions need to be met. 1. Pyrocynical never once saw the initial DM of Ivory's age. 2. Pyrocynical never once saw the DM where Ivory sent his Twitter profile. Pyrocynical, who at the time was expressing interest in a relationship with Ivory, which was corroborated by Pyrocynical's at the time soon-to-be girlfriend, still never knew Ivory's age, and an age which she thought would not dissuade him from being in a relationship with Ivory. 4. Pyrocynical never saw any of the tweets of Ivory explicitly saying he was 18 years old, on an account that he followed and interacted with very regularly. 5. Somehow, outside of these instances, Ivory never mentioned his age once in the presence of Pyrocynical. As you can see, these conditions are a little ridiculous. They're kind of where I rest my case. One of the most common arguments people will give is that the messages that Ivory posted on Twitter are completely fabricated. This is largely due to the lack of easy-to-follow information. Many believe that due to the presence of a movie feature, that the messages were impossible to read. Let's go over why they are clearly real. Right from the bat, Pyrocynical admitted the reality of the DM Reddit response. I am not denying that in the past, I took part in conversations with others that many of you will understandably consider weird, in this case, probably an understatement. If this isn't fair enough for you to believe that messages are real, at Looney_CX on Twitter gives a great thread walking through all of the important aspects of the videos, even analyzing the Discord divide to show that the messages are very real. I'll show one of the more important videos right now.
Regardless of both of those, a screenshot from the Discord server. This is a bot log. This is the server.
I've also been aware of another instance that many used to claim that Ivory became a clout chaser, which I will assess. This video was largely circulated on Twitter, claiming it to be evidence that Ivory became a clout chaser. The song is obviously done in jest, and anyone should be able to see it. But most people are under the impression that this is a recent video. However, if you simply look at the clip, the bottom right-hand corner clearly shows that the recording was from 2016. The person who leaks this video initially, Crass, is someone who has been constantly deriding Ivory on Twitter and calling him a clout chaser with no proof other than this video. This is a recording that Crass has supposedly said is around the same time that Pyrocynical and Ivory met. According to him, he will not release the full recording because there are things that are said which Pyro would consider private. Pyrocynical, is in this Discord call. You can even see that it has the role of the server you would expect on one of his sites. The same username, a role, also lines up with what he was saying earlier. This shows that he heard Ivan saying this and not dissuade him from talking consistently and privately. If this is true, what could Pyrocynical possibly want to hide now if he was previously okay sharing a call with all of the people at once? This is hardly a private event. It seems a little fishy. Crash himself said that they met in Solid Drive server as well, showing that there was no 18 press server that they met on. Shortly after the release of the document, people making videos about the information in it, Pyrocynical subreddit began absolutely exploding and trying to find some way that Pyro could be interested. The recent proof doesn't really prove that Pyro knew. In fact, Ivory's last log about Pyro took place the same day as the first log of Ivory telling Pyro's GF their age. Could Pyro have stopped because he learned that Ivory was underage? This argument may have held up if this person had actually read the chat logs that the person screenshots of, but no, this is completely. There are plenty of DMs both after the messages for Ivory says to Pyro's girlfriend, Ida, that he is 15, and there are plenty of DMs in his bio. And to further add to this pile, there are even multiple messages. Here's a message of Pyro saying here's another one where he's asking about how you can see the reaction on the script doesn't look like the activity of someone who is or someone who has lied. Additionally, while digging through the DMs, we were able to find some messages where Ivory and Pyro were talking about meeting up in real life, and Ivory clearly talks about how he would have to get a fake ID in order to travel overseas and see Nile. It's worth noting that at the time of these DMs taking place, Pyro would be 20 and Ivory would be 15. However, the idea of them meeting IRL at all is something that we haven't seen before in these DMs, and I think that the fact that he specifically references needing a fake ID is further proof that Pyro had to know his age. The subreddit also resorted to needless character assassinations and calling him racist based off of old screenshots which are completely unrelated to the allegations as a whole. It is obvious to me that while some people here are looking for the truth, many are resorting to baseless smear campaigns to make him look worse and try to discredit him.
And I've noticed a slow turn from them memeing about this situation and on Ivory, to them being more skeptical about it all, to them coming to the realization that what happened happened. Although obviously in meme form, you can see that the community is genuinely hurt by what happened and what's come out, along with them being upset with a lack of real response from Pyro, besides the one he made before that's been shown to have a lot of problems.
Another argument Pyrocynical made lies in the idea that Ivory was messaging other people of a similar age around the same time. After Ivory alleged that I groomed him, this individual then reached out to him to apologize for any hurt he may have inadvertently caused him, to which Ivory responded, "No, you're fine, I don't care." Why does he not care in this instance? Why does he remain unaffected by a similar interaction with others, yet feel the need to single me out?
So all because of like disabilities such as like a withered arm from polio or something like that. Something that we actually have not cures for, but ways that you can deal with that in this world.
Now, you're also arguing, correct me if I'm wrong, but does Belgium not have a more universal healthcare system or one payer system of healthcare similar to Britain?
The system, I feel, has no real inflection on how the outcomes pull out. The system itself this is just where doctors get their money from to do these things, right? I think we both agree this is like the meat and bones of like what drives the system that is forthing these answers.
Well, that's where I'm asking who or what gives the doctor the authority to put them down in the first place. Because with the physician-assisted suicide, it's the notion that the person is capable of sound mind and body to be able to make their decision. That's what this legalizing authority should be that I'm advocating for. Similar to, yes, I'm going to keep referring to California for this type of scenario because every other state that has legalized it follows the same template, except for Montana, which theirs is a court ruling. But I digress. In California, much like everywhere else, you specifically have to be of sound mind and body. Like, I can go ahead and actually pull up the article itself. Excuse me, it is Part 1.85 End of Life Option Act of the Health and Safety Code, Division 1, Section 443.22. That's a California code. I'll go ahead and link it to you right now if you want.
I'll double check it.
So give me just a sec. There you go.
So you don't agree that none of this has like, this doesn't ruin any like physician integrity or patient trust agreement in all of this, right? Part 1.
Well, are you asking that does this not erode patient confidentiality or patient doctor trust?
Yes.
Or depends on what system you're in. The way that I see it, here in the United States, we have a blended or hybrid system where we have both social medical programs alongside private insurance. So I believe that the doctors are limited in their ability to order such things of their own authority. But if they put in the recommendation, the patient still has to act on it, unless, unfortunately, they end up becoming a ward of the state, in which case the ward of the state ends up making that decision. Now, if you're arguing giving the federal government the authority to oversee physician-assisted suicide. That's beyond the scope of the topic. That's beyond the scope of the question at hand. We're only here to
Well,
argue the
really, what I
legality.
meant to talk about was the physician integrity patient trust agreement. So both euthanasia and physician-assisted suicide would undermine medical professionalism by eroding the trust of patients and their physicians and caregivers. Like, if doctors were permitted to engage in practices that harm their patient, the patients would never know if their doctors are truly acting with their best intentions, right?
Eventually, they would through a series of investigations, because when you document someone's death, you have to determine cause of death, who, when, how, that sort of information. But
Well, by the 1990s in Belgium, more than 50% of the acts of euthanasia were no longer considered voluntary. This is why this is a big problem.
Well,
Even in Belgium today, it's hard. Like, Belgians do have problems trusting their doctors. That is a long fallout for these things.
that is also
And
why
when you do that, you're ruining a steadfast principle of the medical community to do no harm.
that is also why I should have made the comment earlier in this 28-minute portion, that we needed to differentiate between euthanasia and MAID. Excuse me. That's why I have up here from the, let's see, that's a fine law. I have a, here we go. So at least per euthanasia.procon.org, it has a database of all of the countries that both have and have not legalized either or euthanasia or MAID. They specifically state that euthanasia is where the doctor administers the lethal dose of medication to the patient themselves, versus medical aid in dying being that the patient gets a prescription for the medically necessary dying drug, but they still self-administer it.
That's not much different from hospice care and the way we do it today in America. Have you? I mean, you started with your father. I don't want to overtread on this. Have you ever done hospice care before?
Done hospice? No. Seen it too many times.
Okay, so you understand that basically hospice is they aren't getting any better, right? So the determination and why this is bad with, yeah. I mean, these are usually people dying of cancer, or have like fourth stages in every cell in their body. They're going, at minimum. Well, that's the thing, is like a lot of these governments who have voted for physician-assisted suicide or MAIDs, or it doesn't always end there. It goes on to like people who have mental illnesses. Like there's a statistic in this PubMed paper that three out of 12, one fourth of the people who are homeless would take physician-assisted suicide due just to them being homeless.
Yes.
They would rather suicide than be homeless. They would rather die than have to struggle without a house.
Yep. I've seen multiple articles for that, specifically out of Canada. But
so say I'm homeless and I have some sort of mental disorder, depression. I'm very depressed. Sure. Would I ever want to go to a doctor now that a doctor is just going to tell me, hey, maybe you should kill yourself? Like,
that depends. Are you still cognitively able to even understand what the doctor recommends?
I don't think in my entire life I've seen someone who is so depressed that they cannot understand the world around them. I may be wrong in this, but depression doesn't usually do that to people. It can, but it doesn't usually. With depression, with cancer, a doctor can make a statement of, they have 3 months to live, give or take. With depression, a doctor can't make the same statement. A doctor has to make the statement of, well, it can get better. We can medicate you to get it better, or we can work on therapy to get it better. There is no determination that it will ever get better, or worse. So it feels like you're just hopping a lot of things. Just see, that's the slippery slope, is you start with people who are like on the deathbed, which is fine, but then we're moving on to people with mental illness who probably would be better off getting some sort of therapy, maybe some Ativan, whatever they need, and be a functioning member of society. I think we're just taking people out of the fight for no reason at that point.
Okay, we'll go ahead and use your same depressed homeless person.
Mm-hmm.
Assuming that they have entered some sort of medical assistance program. So basically having meds paid for.
If they
therapy.
chose to go into it. Now, we've got to remember, they might not even take this on chance just because they are too afraid that that might be the only thing a doctor says to them.
Of course. And that's all part of one of our major failures in healthcare overall. And then yes, you can make that point.
But do you not see how it's exacerbated by this, right?
Is it exacerbated? Only if you give the doctor the authority to determine your life for you. Which is why in Belgium you can make that argument. I'm assuming that Belgium has a similar healthcare system to Britain.
Well, here's the horrible thing about it is now because these people might be who's the person who decides if a person has agency over themselves? It's not always the state. It's a doctor that makes that determination, right? It's the same person who says that, maybe you're better off jumping off like there is a.
See, now you're going on the absurdum. A doctor is not going to recommend you, just go jump off a bridge.
Well, obviously not, but they will recommend that, take these drugs that will slowly pass you away into a slower state of respiratory failure.
I mean, that's fentanyl at that point.
Yeah, basically.
But at the end of the day, you still have the autonomy over you. And even
no, you don't. If a doctor says that you don't have any autonomy in
a doctor now has
North America, if you have no agency over yourself in North America, you have to be either prescribed ward of the state or someone has to be a ward of you. Okay. Someone has your agency.
So two things. One, we're only focused on the U.S., not North America, because Lord knows there's an infinite number of differences between Canada and Mexico. So we're only focused on the U.S. Number two, more importantly, now the state.
This would be the same in the U.S., yes.
Again, we're only focused on the states. But anyways, we're now arguing that the doctor now has the authority. You did not just say that 5 minutes ago with the depressed homeless person, excuse me.
They would still have the authority. A doctor makes the choice on whether you are clinically able to take care of yourself.
Can the doctor forcibly make you a ward of the state?
They kind of do already today when they tell people that they can't. There are diseases out there that when you are diagnosed with them, you don't have full agency of yourself. Dementia is one of them. Alzheimer's, things like that.
That's okay. Now we're going to start splitting hairs here. If you're arguing that dementia or people with dementia automatically become wards of the state, that is a very hot take, and we've got some serious problems with that.
They don't automatically, but eventually they will become warded to someone else, or someone else will have to be taking care of them, right?
That much is true. We just have
to make a degenerative disease. It only goes downwards. We know this. It's not like depression where there's a chance of it getting better or worse.
Dementia, we've got some research that has identified certain parts of the brain that are susceptible to dementia and how we can either minimize the effects or I think one article said we could outright prevent it, but that's neither here nor there. At the end of the day,
10 years out easily. So on today's issue,
I know. That's why I said, of course, it's always 10 years out. But beyond that, the argument that we still have today is that with a physician-assisted suicide, we still have our safety barriers, going ahead and referring back to California, that you are over the age of 18, or in the case of under the age of 18, you would be automatically defaulted to your local parentis, most likely your mother or father or legal guardian. Couple that with which tab is it? I've got like 12 tabs open up for this, so here we go. So the requirements for an individual to be qualified in the state of California. Quote, per section 443.2, an individual who is an adult with the capacity to make medical decisions with a terminal disease may make a request to receive a prescription for an aid in dying drug if all the following conditions are satisfied, being that the individual's attending physician has diagnosed the individual with a terminal disease, The individual has voluntarily expressed the wish to receive the prescription. They are a resident of California and able to establish residency through like registration or voter registration, California driver's license, tax document, etc. The individual documents his or her request pursuant to this section, just 443 in general. And the individual has the physical and mental ability to self-administer the aid and drug or the aid and dying drug. Section B, a person shall not be considered a qualified individual under the provisions of this part solely because of age or disability. So, you got to be an adult to make this decision.
As far as MAIDS is concerned with California, yes, but
that's why
physician-assisted suicide assist. The reason why I have to bring up so much is because these are the basic steps that they took when they implemented the Belgian plan and when they implemented MAIDS in Canada. And the same thing has happened with both of those places, is that those safe falls that you just mentioned at length are going to break down over time. We are going to start adding in, what is it, in the Netherlands, you can, if you're over the age of 70, all you have to do is say, I'm tired of living, and you are given physician-assisted suicide.
Over the age of 7?
70.
Oh, 70.
Yeah.
It's still part of their self-deterministic life. Now, if you don't like the way that it is, then yes, you can vote, you can argue, you can do everything you can to legally make the act of making physician-assisted suicide illegal. That is 100% true. But I believe that with physician-assisted suicide, so long as these guidelines are the only ones implemented per this topic, per this debate, these are what I'm okay with. This is what I would base my arguments on, or have been basing my arguments on. These standards. And yes, Canada and Belgium and the Netherlands, they've all degenerated into the same levels of stupidity that have now caused 70-year-olds to just say, I'm tired of living, boop, you're dead. Or you can now qualify for death.
Canada, what would you say, if out of 1,000 participants who were physicians, 46% of them said that they agreed insurance companies were preferentially cover PAS over life-saving treatments as well. And you're talking about the American system altogether, right?
When you say the entire American system, are you arguing the healthcare system or the
Yes. I mean, insurance companies would preferentially
3-minute warning.
PAS over life-saving treatments. That's a little less than half of the physicians asked. So you don't think that insurance companies would be like a defaulting factor of people losing their lives early over here, or the government itself? And if it is, you're okay with that?
If you are arguing that insurance companies preferring PAS over life-saving treatment, are you asking if I'm okay with that?
Yeah.
I would argue that it would be horrible for insurance companies to prefer death over treatment. That, and it doesn't make economic sense for insurance companies to prefer PAS over treatment.
Yeah, it does. It's easier to give them a shot of fentanyl than it is to give them the life-saving treatment for stage 4 cancer. You know?
I would disagree, only for the fact that it's a circuitous loop or a circular loop between insurance companies being charged for your treatment pills and then the hospital collecting from the insurance companies to back it into the insurance companies to keep the system going. Because you, as the payer, are still going to pay the insurance company a certain amount of deductible or a certain amount of premium or copay, whatever system you have or whatever designation they have, because health insurance, I don't even want to talk about the need of a bachelor's degree for that. But overall, if the insurance company is there to make it cheaper, the hospital would be against it because the hospital wants to make more money by putting you on treatment. They would rather be able to keep charging people for as long as
Do you know the current
possible.
statistic of how many people in America today are on Medicaid?
1-minute warning.
How many are medicated in general?
No, who are on Medicaid, who the state pays for their treatments or their ability to live.
That's a loaded question. You got to be more specific.
So it's more than 50%. There are a lot of Americans currently on Medicaid, and it's a majority.
You're talking about the program Medicaid versus Medicaid
Yes.
Kid.
Yeah.
Okay,
Or
I
whatever.
misheard it.
Yeah, you're good.
No, I heard Medicaid versus Medicaid.
Oh yeah, no, you're good. You're good. Yeah, no, it's Medicaid. My worry is for these people who are on this system itself. Like, if this system itself started to note a
Degrade?
higher amount of people. What's up? Oh, I thought we got called.
Degrade? No. Are you talking if this system would degrade?
Yeah, the system, not even degrade. Like, if it just preferentially wanted people to end themselves to get it off of its system, so it would have to stop paying these hospitals large amounts of money for their life-saving treatments.
I mean, we're kind of already there with Medicaid anyways, but as far as I am concerned with the physician-assisted suicide, you have to be able to accept losses any which way you cut it. As far as I'm concerned with the physician-assisted suicide, we still have these guidelines that we're following in the States. Your argument or worry of degradation, I don't see that happening, only because here in the States, we vote and we have a different mentality of this shit other than, or compared to Canada or the Netherlands. I think we have I think we have more things to worry about
Quickly.
than this physician assistant. Okay, I will stop.
iHood's quick response, and then we're closing up the open debate.
I feel that there's just too much of a slippery slope involved
This is
with
not
government.
I'm not saying give a closing statement to be cleared.
You're
Just
good.
make
You're
sure on
good.
the same page. Okay. Yep.
Yeah, no, I just don't think that allowing the government and insurance companies to allow this kind of decision over a patient itself is a very smart idea, as far as just the murkiness of how moralistically I feel it'd be wrong. It'd be completely unfair to the patient, and be completely unfair to the doctor.
Okay. That'll end it for our open debate period. We now have one period left, which is our closing statements of 3 minutes each. Lord Navasa will be going first on his closing statement. But first, we have a 1 minute preparation break that is shared by both parties. The 1 minute preparation break starts now. As always, we'll do a sponsor break. This break is sponsored by Shakespeare Club. Shakespeare Club. Would you like to read an old story with Anonymous Johnson once a week in the Destiny.gg Discord server? Please go to the top left of the server, go to the channels and roles selection, and choose the Shakespeare button, and you'll get yourself the Shakespeare role. Shakespeare Club. All right, that ends our preparation time. We will now be starting with Lord Navasa on the Pro, delivering a 3 minute closing speech, followed by iHoods doing the same. Lord Navasa, you have 3 minutes on the clock. When you're ready, you can start.
Okay. So, throughout this debate, my colleague here, he kept arguing the slippery slope notion versus what, in comparing what we have now versus what the other countries that have implemented this have experienced in the past. And I do believe that with our system of healthcare and insurance brokering, for lack of better words, I do not believe that is an issue for physician-assisted suicide to occur. The topic itself was just the legalization of physician-assisted suicide, and I believe that my opponent did not really attack the issue at hand, but rather I believe we both made way too many appeals to emotion or argued more semantics than anything else. However, I believe that with our self-determination as a fundamental right of our body, the agency of self argument, I do believe, falls by the wayside, considering that the application of this legalization would not hamper the overall quality of healthcare, let alone quality of life that people would be experiencing in general. Beyond that, I believe it's just self-evident that we already have 10 states, 9 states plus DC, excuse me, having already legalized physician-assisted suicide, and I could not find any data that showed any damaging or damning effects at this moment in time, but we still have time for it to develop because they've all recently been passed as only as early as 2014, I think, with Colorado. But beyond that, I think we should just have it legal simply for the fact that it's your right to die just as much as it is your right to live. Anything else beyond that, that's your choosing to have. So I see the rest of my time.
Okay, we'll now move over to a 3-minute closing statement for iHoods on the con. You can start when you're ready.
I appreciate everyone coming out today and listening to this. I feel my opponent feels very strongly that physician-assisted suicide should be allowed. I, however, still remain unswayed in this. He wanted to debate the fact that California, of all places, has these laws in place that set these when he couldn't account for the fact that Canada, he couldn't account for that Belgium and the Netherlands also have these same rules that have been over time eroded by their own governments. I feel that it's still a slippery slope to allow the government, especially in the case of America, companies like Medicaid, insurance companies and all that, actually have any say in a way a patient should end or not end their lives. I feel that we discussed about the broadening of the sense to, people with depression, and that didn't really go anywhere. I don't think that landed too well. Outside that, I still remain unswayed. The statistics on it still seems that the medical community is split. It may not be a 50-50 split, but there's still more than 1/3 that seem to be very cautious with the way these things are implemented, especially after seeing the way that they were implemented. I can see the rest of my time.
All right, that'll do it. I was finishing up these straw polls. Thought you guys would use all of your time, so give me 2 seconds to get these straw polls ready to go, and then I will put them in the chat for our voting. Okay, judge vote. It is coming your way into the group DM. Here you are, Inky Impatient Pants. And here comes our audience vote. 1 second. Okay, audience vote coming your way in the side chat. As a reminder, please do not vote if you're not here for the vast majority of the debate. If you're not here for the vast majority of the debate, please do not vote. If you can't decide, don't vote. Only vote if you can decide, and you're voting on the quality of the debate, not any other reasons, based on who you think won the debate in the side chat. We'll give it 30 seconds, and then I will announce the winner. right. All of our votes are in. We have an audience vote collected, and we have our judge vote collected. I will now be announcing the winner. The winner of our DGG debate tournament debate, debated by the debaters, Lord Navasa debating on the pro, and the debater iHoods debating on the con, by a debate vote of 7 votes on one side of the debate to 0 votes on the other side of the debate, decided by 6 judges in this debate and an audience vote in this debate. The winner of the debate, without debate, is iHoods. Congratulations, iHood. You've won the debate.
Woo! Yep. Figured that.
All right. Well, thank you guys for watching another one of these debates. These are fun. We have some more coming your way. If you do not know already, you know the drill. Tune me out. I'm going to be an NPC for the next 30 seconds. But if you haven't heard me yet, I'm not an NPC. There's a bracket in the side chat. You can check all that cool stuff out of the upcoming debates. There's also a Kugel. Wow. Okay. My brain is clearly not operating well. There's a Google Sheet in the side chat, and it's got the entire schedule. You can check that out, see the upcoming debates, or you can go to the top left-hand corner of the server and click the 9 events button and see all the upcoming events. You can mark interested, which will make you get pinged for it, which is pretty cool. You can also click the channels and roles button, and you can get the debates roll, and then you get pinged for more of them as well in the future. And you can see the upcoming ones. You can also look at the bracket to see the upcoming matchups in the round of 16. As for the side chat question, that is a great question. The answer is yes. In the round of 16, we will have brand new topics. And in round of 8, we'll have brand new topics, and so on and so forth. Each round will have brand new topics. All right. Looking forward to more. I will see you guys all in the post-debate VC, which has been chosen to be General Lobby 2. I will see you all there.
Never stood a chance.
The side chat was more.
So boring.
What was up with the Mayflower?
Yeah, I showed up right after they brought it up, so I didn't understand the sequitur.
That was I literally got a drink when I heard that. It's like, what the
Oh, Marlo, don't turn your cam on, it caps the room. Don't turn your cam on, it caps the room. You need to turn it off or it caps the room at 25.
You know,
Also-
the thing was, I think most people thought this was that it was pretty close. So it coming out as like a 7-0 is kind of interesting. Like,
It was boring as fuck, that's what it was.
The side chat was better.
Well, everybody behaved themselves, which was impressive.
And Duke wasn't even on his A game today, he just kept making mistake after mistake after mistake.
Duke sounds like he has fucking dementia.
Listen, I have an actual excuse, okay? I am on a 3-day water fast, and it is starting to take an effect on my cognitive capabilities.
What is a water fast? What are you
How
doing?
do you not know? You're a fucking doctor.
Why are you doing a water fast? What do you mean water fast?
I don't need this negative energy from Moxie right now. What is this?
Why are you trying to lose water weight?
You got heart failure or something?
Wait, so do you not... Wait, just be clear, Moxie, like, what do you define as a water fast?
He's only drinking water.
I can't
clearly.
imagine any reason why a doctor would prescribe like a true, like 0 milliliter water fast.
Yeah, see, okay, I figured you're interpreting it wrong. So I hate the name. It's a misnomer. It means I'm only drinking water for 3 days. It doesn't mean... Yeah, okay, yeah. I figured that was... I hate the term. I thought that at first as well. I'm like, why is it called a water fast?
I was like, are you bodybuilding or some shit? What the fuck is going on?
Yeah, no. Yeah, roughly. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah. Don't, guys, I'm just slowly committing suicide over the next 3 days. Lay off me, guys. Jeez.
Does your doctor like you?
Where are you on a water No one likes Duke. Duke's the most hated person in the universe.
we
don't you
just-
know
That's what I
that?
mean.
the
So I think his
answer-
doctor's trying to kill him or something.
Well, okay,
It's
so
the most
okay,
painful
so
physician's
a water, so water fast is no food. It's water only for 3 days. I'm doing it. What, didn't you already just have the epiphany? Why did it happen again?
I was like, oh, you're not drinking like juice
What?
and pop and shit. That doesn't seem that
No.
hard.
Holy shit.
No, yeah,
Moxie,
Moxie,
you need
it
to
is.
stop smoking.
Okay, so just make sure we're on the same page. For 72 hours, the only thing that is entering my body is water and some like salts, as in electrolytes. That's the only thing entering my body. That's it.
Why are you doing that?
I feel like
Okay,
you
so
phrased
now
that
that
poorly.
now that we the term is water fast, so it's not my fault. It's a marketing issue.
That was my poor interpretation.
Duke, why are
I
you
know
drinking
it's
water?
all good. So, okay, so why am I doing water fast? 3 reasons. 1, because I can. 2, because I want to see if I can do it. Spoiler alert, I can. And 3, it actually has there's pretty solid research on the benefits of autophagy and fasting in general. So I want to
This
see what
is
the
just
effects
like
are.
a challenge. Like you're just doing this to challenge yourself to do.
Hey, your doctor's
Bro,
still
Yeah, that was my
challenging.
second.
Why
That was
not
my
get
second
weird with
reason.
it?
Brother, if you want to
Why
get
not get
No.
weird
a
with
plus
it?
reducer or
You
I
could
don't
do
want to.
something
this
way
is crazy.
weird.
Because I don't want to.
Okay.
So the
I
only thing
remember
that I
in high
suggest
school,
is
my
that when you
friends
start
did a
eating again, you eat some foods that are rich in potassium, magnesium, and phosphate, and you eat slowly so that you don't get refeeding syndrome. Because even with a 3-day fast, you could possibly get it. At least a small degree of it.
Well,
So
there was that like
I am-
lemon cayenne pepper and maple syrup. That was when I was in high school. That was like a huge thing for a while. And you just drink water with like lemon juice and cayenne pepper and maple syrup for days. Is awesome.
I remember that trend.
All right, so what I'm basically drinking all the things you're already suggesting. So it's called snake juice. I currently have a liter water bottle, and in it is mixed water with wait, I just wrote this out very
Snake
recently.
coat.
How much is that in gallons?
What? I don't fucking know.
Who told you the snake juice?
Stink.
Who told you the snake juice?
I can do the
System.
American one's so easy for you. Just think of a 2-liter soda bottle. You can picture that in your head, right? Now divide that by 2. There you
Do
go.
we have liter cola? Liter cola?
Oh
No, we don't.
Do you
Well,
think
what's in it?
living under such
Hang on,
Luke
who
had
told
that
you the
for
snake
a
juice?
minute. All right, so anyway, here it is. So it's 1 liter of water. It is a half teaspoon of no salt. No salt, there's no space there. If you search it, you'll see what I'm talking about. It's a sodium free, so it has potassium chloride. Yep, thank you. And then I also have a half teaspoon of sodium bicarbonate, aka baking soda. And I was going to put magnesium sulfate in it, but apparently it's not great. It's not a fun time for the bowels, so it's not magnesium sulfate. I bought I bought chelated magnesium pills basically instead. And then I put 1/8 of a teaspoon of cayenne pepper powder in it as well.
Do you enjoy being under such rigorous scrutiny, Duke?
Yes, in a way. But
Good,
not
all right.
not like when it's we're getting some overstim energy in the chat. It reminds me of Citadel, so we're gonna have to dial that back a little bit.
I don't know. I didn't think you were off your game that hard. I think it's just you, so we all expect perfection of some kind.
Perhaps. But what was it? What was the point I was saying? Oh yeah, so Moxie, when you were saying potassium, I was like, check. Yep, I'm already doing that right now. Sodium check, chloride check, or whatever. I mean phosphorus, but I don't know. That's the one thing I guess that'd be missing, but I didn't read much about there being a concern.
Like a small
of
amount of
phosphorus.
meat.
I did the lemon juice
Yeah.
one for like 6 or 7 days in high school. It was definitely not being nearly as thoughtful about it. It was definitely a miserable fucking time. Definitely hated my friend for dragging me into it. But I don't know, at a certain point I know what you mean. It was like, well, I just want to see you have to kind of do it. If you're gonna do it, it's yeah, I can do it. I can't fucking quit. I'm not gonna be the bitch that quit.
Okay.
Hell yeah. Sometimes doing something for the point of it is just as rewarding.
Duke, have you put your cat on the same diet?
No.
Why not?
That's what? and wear matching outfits.
Yeah.
What? Was the question,
Oh,
would
oh
you
my
put
God.
your cat on the same diet? What?
Yeah.
At the library, I found a book that's called Crafting with Cat Hair, and it's about using your cat's like shedded hair to make craft projects. I'm not even joking. This is a real thing.
Somebody mind this turkey.
Is nobody else like grossed out by this? This is bizarre.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's really gross.
It's so gross. Like how did this get published? It's disgusting.
Moxie, do you have any opinions on like health benefits or health risks?
The only health risk that I really foresee is the refeeding syndrome, so just eat a little bit when you start eating again. Don't just go eat like a fucking 12-inch pizza or whatever. Eat a little bit of meat or something high in like phosphate and magnesium. That's about it. Benefits-wise, yeah, like the calorie deficit without much real harm, as long as you avoid refeeding syndrome, which after 3 days shouldn't be that much of an issue.
Have you heard about I forget his name. It's like totally legit. There's a Wikipedia article on him. I think he's Canadian. Some guy who literally did a water fast for a year. Yeah, fucking crazy.
Yeah, the doctors were giving him like fucking yeast powder and like something else to maintain his like oncotic pressure.
He was like 500 pounds when he started. That's an important variable to consider. So his body had plenty of fat to work off of.
What's the time window for refeeding syndrome? Like right after you eat back, or?
The point is just not to fucking stuff yourself. That's it.
I'm just asking to see if you should go next to the hospital and start eating next to the hospital just in case you're right there.
No, it's not that bad.
I'd say if you go like more than 2 days without food, and then you like eat a lot of food, or you just do it without any sort of like guidance whatsoever, you can like have some risk of refeeding syndrome. Is it going to be serious? Probably not. Probably best to avoid it so you don't feel like shit. Probably like after like a week, maybe 4 or 5 days would be where you're like actually genuinely concerned. You're like including dietitians and shit. But
what are you hoping to gain from this? Like, if you're doing this for a few days, what are you
Bitch, I
expecting?
already answered the question. What do you
Hoping
mean?
to
I didn't
lose.
hear. I got up.
Hoping
I'm
to
cooking.
lose.
You're hoping to
Put these nuts in your mouth.
Okay.
I said 3 reasons. 1, because I can, so I gain that.
Okay.
2, to show that I can do it, so I gain that. And then 3, there are health benefits linked with doing this. So
I think the reality is it gonna lead in a year from now? Are you gonna be less weight because of this fast? Statistics would say probably not.
no,
But
no. Unless I like started doing it like a few times a year or something, then maybe.
Exactly.
Yeah. And like if this ends up not being that difficult, then I might do it somewhat regularly. We'll see.
Well, I think intermittent fasting is OP.
Yeah,
Like if you just actually intermittent fast properly, it's literally just like just eating less calories in the day. It just that's what it ends up being.
I've done that sometimes. I usually can do it for a few weeks and then I stop. So that's why I wanted to try this one, because I feel like it's easier for me to just like hardcore commit to something like this versus like the kind of like soft commit every day. So
It's basically like the crash diet. Like what is going to be the long term?
I don't know what that is.
So like a crash diet. So a crash diet is when you basically just like you starve yourself or you eat like basically nothing, or like what you're doing, just like water for like a few days. And you can lose, like you shed a lot of water weight, you like lose weight pretty rapidly. But you pretty much immediately gain it back once you go back to your normal eating habits. But yeah, I don't know what the ultimate like goal is, but yeah.
Muslims have done it for
I know
hundreds of
it's-
years. So the question is Duke's turning into a Muslim?
No, what is it? You won't necessarily gain the weight back.
Just in time for
Duke,
Ramadan, that's true.
Duke, are you currently stagnant in your weight, or are you like gaining or losing right now?
All right, now this is getting weird now.
At least for
can I exit the conversation?
Like I used to
I used to be really overweight,
No.
and then I lost it all after my senior year of high school, and I started by doing a 3-day fast, and it was really just psychological, right? It was because after those 3 days, like you step on the scale and you see the number go down, and then you're like, oh, okay, like I can do this, like I'm doing it right now,
The
and then
point
it
is,
helps
if you
you
go back
ease
to your
back
old
into.
habits, right? The
Yeah,
point is
well,
that if
yeah,
you
but
go,
It all depends on what your old habits are, Fox.
It helps put
Exactly.
you in the
Well,
mindset of like, okay, like I can do this. It's not helpless, and then it makes like the next day easier, like sticking to your diet and everything. Like, yeah, there's some truth to like these like shock diets, like at the beginning of like an attempt to like make a
yeah,
broader
but I mean, this is what
package
like
that can
people who do like wrestling do to make weight, and this is what like people do it for like
Yeah,
pageants or
but
shit like that.
there's a difference there. What I'm saying is if I'm eating the amount of calories I need to eat every day to maintain my weight, and then I go on a fast for a week, I will lose 5 pounds. If I then go back to my previous habits of maintaining my weight, I will remain at that weight that I have achieved.
Oh, no,
Like,
that's kind of what I'm saying. Is
calories
that
in,
like
calories out.
so
All that
at
matters.
least part of it, because part of it is like water weight, part of it is like bloating, and like over time, like within a week or two, maybe I'm totally off base, but this is kind of what's the mantra, like what's usually said about it is like, sure, you can crash diet, you can lose weight like pretty quickly, but it's not going to be like a long-term thing. It's kind of this like last 5 pounds syndrome. Like a lot of women will get stuck in like a cycle of weight loss where it's like they'll crash diet, they'll lose the weight, and then like it comes back like pretty quickly, even if they try and like maintain it a little bit.
Body, you naturally have like about 3 or 4 pounds of water that you'll lose first because your body stores like there's sugar stores in your liver and in your muscles, and water's attracted to sugar, so those will leave first, and once your body uses all the stores there, then it'll switch to fat. But once you start refeeding, those stores will go back and the water will come back, but you still lost the fat.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to gain weight and it's a bitch. It's incredibly frustrating.
Gain weight. Oh, go to your local GNC.
Be in America.
Get a mass builder get
The idea
the mass
of
builder protein powder.
The idea of I'm just gonna stop eating for 3 days and give me the mindset that I can quit is the equivalent of my friend in high school who had a cocaine habit and was like, yeah, I'm just gonna quit cocaine with LSD. It was like, yeah, it worked. Would I suggest it to the average person? Probably not.
Oh no, I'm not. Yeah. No, what I'm getting at is yeah, you can go on a crack like if you're already eating in such a manner that you're not putting on weight and you're not losing weight, even if you go back to your habits, even if you rebound 3 pounds of water weight, all the weight you've lost during your fast or your diet should remain off as long as you don't go
Like
through a
that,
fucking
the point is that
rebound.
most of the weight you lose is the water weight. Like that's the point. Is that it's not that you're actually losing weight over those because it's just a couple of days, right? People aren't doing this for like usually a crash diet is just for like 3 days or something like that, and it's usually just to literally like get rid of the excess water weight. Like people know that it's not actually like a meaningful way to lose weight.
I mean, that's just not physically true. If you go into a calorie deficit for 3 days and you lose $9,000, if you go into a calorie deficit for 3 days and you lose 9,000 calories worth of energy during that time, you're not getting those 9,000 calories from water. You're getting it from carbohydrates, protein, and fat stores, and that's like going to be thrown off
if you're
as
going
carbon
it depends on the
dioxide.
diet you're going back to for sure. The point is that most people when they do start eating again, they binge or they indulge.
Yeah, they rebound.
It's not, the point is that it's not it's not like the healthiest way to lose weight. B, it doesn't, for most people, it doesn't tend to be like a meaningful or sustainable way of losing weight. That's the only point that I'm going to make.
So the consensus I've heard is that our bodies have sort of like set points for weights. So once you lose a lot of weight, your body will upregulate hunger hormones like leptin, I think is the term. So that's why so many people rebound even after they like lose weight in a healthy way, like losing 1 pound a week or something. Once they stop making that effort, a lot of times they'll regain weight because of that set point effect. So
More settling point and set point, but yeah, it's along those basic lines.
I feel like this would happen to me in the other direction. But no, I've tried like a bunch of different like protein powdered and like bulking powders, and just I don't know. It's just the more annoying thing is that like it's the kind of thing that if you complain about it at any point, like it's I don't know for it's it's frustrating. I don't like it. It's annoying.
But my wife is chronically skinny to the point where she like has to force calories down her throat because she's like I don't. It's just whatever. It's how she grew up. It is what it is. But no, we went to the GNC. We got like this mass building protein powder, and she drinks 2 of those shakes with 2 scoops in it and whole fucking milk every day. And now she's at a surplus in calories and putting it up. And these are easy calories to take in. That's the main thing.
No,
So when you look at like a meal.
Out and character assassinate only me on social media. Ivory actually responded to this on Twitter, clearly saying why he left a very short response initially. But even not acknowledging Ivory's response, let's dissect this point a little more. Why wouldn't Ivory be upset at this guy if he was so angry and pyrocynical? It becomes pretty obvious actually when you read Ivory's original Twitloggers, where he says that the biggest reason for him putting out all of this information out there is because Pyrocynical has influence. And he'd be right. Pyrocynical has more than 4 million subscribers and is easily one of the most respected people in the community. It is no surprise that people are so unwilling to believe these allegations. Most people don't even seem to watch the videos about it before passing judgment. After YouTuber Boblax put out a video including a lot of evidence that mostly supported Ivory, his comments were flooded with people claiming that he made it all up. As I have shown in this video, this is hardly the case. And even if that is not enough to prove to you that Ivory is not a clout chaser, let's say his intention is to get some notoriety from this. Not noble in any way, sure, but does that really matter if the allegations made against Pyrocynical are true, and he did know his age, and lied about it after the fact? Do his intentions somehow completely ruin the reality of the allegations? Are you so hung up on this idea that you will not put forth the effort to condemn someone who did something demonstrably more harmful? I don't know about you, but I have much more hatred for someone exhibiting predatory behavior than I do for someone who wants Twitter likes. In the comments of my original video, a lot of people told me that I went too hard on a few people, particularly prison mate Luke. Luke, after seeing the video, was silent for a few days before making a community post on his channel where he said that he would be taking down the video and apologizing for spreading misinformation. And while I once again don't regret what I said about him, his apology was actually very mature and he made some pretty good points in it as well.
What he did wasn't alright, and I'm sorry for trying to take away from that. Not only is there proof of Pyro knowing that Ivory was underage, but definitive proof that the messages were real, along with other damning evidence too. And the messages were by and large fucked, for lack of a better term. Even if Pyro didn't know Ivory's age, which is unlikely given the messages shown, he should have asked.
As for Diesel Patches, he managed to stay pretty neutral until the appropriate evidence came forward, and I applaud him for hearing me out and posting a video to his channel where he raised awareness for the document. I'd also like to thank my co-writer, Cyber. As I have clearly shown here, and in my original video, it is extremely unlikely that Pyrocynical did not know Ivory's age, and it is very likely that he lied about it after the fact. I personally went into the situation under the impression that Ivory had lied. However, once analyzing the evidence, there is no other conclusion that I can reach other than that Pyrocynical is full of shit. Literally, and metaphorically. The evidence really speaks for itself. Ivory Rasmus did not lie, and Pyro has no verifiable contradictory evidence thus far. And the real shock here, the real disgusting aspect, isn't just what Pyrocynical did initially, it's the cover-up and the deception. In his response, he unironically used the victim wanted it excuse to justify his conversations with a minor. His girlfriend did the same exact thing in the messages she sent to Ivory. If he had simply apologized to Ivory for doing this to him years ago, and apologized on a whole for talking like this to so many people when he shouldn't have, maybe this would have been avoidable. Maybe my video wouldn't have even existed. But as Pyrocynical's own girlfriend states, he does that to everyone. And to further add to this pile and the implication that Pyrocynical did this with a lot of people, let's read one of the originally leaked DMs from Ivory's post. Just what Alex was saying to me today about Keem. It reminded me of all the roleplay stuff I used to do last year. Like, there's so many people I did it with, it's unreal. I don't even remember who and how many. It's that bad. If any of them suddenly don't like my content or for whatever reason, they can just out me and then everyone else will start coming forward. All it takes is one person and it's a chain reaction. Here, Pyro is clearly afraid that some of the people he did this roleplay with are going to come out about it, and says he did it with so many people he can't even remember. I'm willing to bet that Pyro was so depraved and lustful that he was willing to talk to just about anyone, regardless of their age. It's really disappointing for me to see, as someone who is a fan of his content and has had pleasant interactions with him in the past, but I can't ignore this. It's really, really bad. I'll leave a link to the document in the description below if anyone wants to give it a read, as well as some of the videos talking about it. Thanks for watching. I've been Turkey Tom, and until next time, leave me alone.